Hi Reddit, I'm 38F, and for most of my life, I genuinely believed that being the quiet one in the family meant I was safe from drama. That if I didn't stir the pot, if I stayed responsible, helpful, and loyal, I'd be left alone. I was wrong. Being the quiet one just meant I was easier to corner. This story didn't explode overnight. It built slowly, like water filling a glass too close to the edge. No one noticed when the first few drops spilled. And then, all at once, it overflowed. Let me give you some context. I grew up in a family where appearances mattered more than truth. My parents, especially my mother, valued how things looked over how they actually were. We had to be the perfect family: holiday cards with coordinated sweaters, Sunday dinners with matching napkins, and birthday parties that looked like small weddings. But behind the scenes, tension, control, unspoken rules. My younger sister, Audria, 34F, has always been the star, the golden child. She has this way of talking that makes people lean in, laugh louder than the joke deserved, agree without thinking. I used to admire it, thought she was just naturally charismatic. It took me years to realize what she really was: manipulative. Not in the cartoon villain kind of way, but the kind that rewrites the narrative before you've even had time to process what happened. Then there's our Aunt Clarine, early 60s. She's technically my mom's older sister, but she never really left the house. Never married. No kids. She was always around, always watching. When we were little, she used to bring Audrey little gifts: bracelets, makeup kits, journals with glitter pens, while I got practical things like socks or a book on manners. I used to think it was just a generational thing. Looking back now, I think she saw herself in Audrey, loud, attention-seeking, dramatic, and decided that was worth encouraging. I was raised to be the helper, the fixer. I was the one who helped clean up after dinner without being asked, who sat through Clarine's long stories with polite nods, who ran errands for my mom without complaint. I didn't mind, honestly. I liked being useful. But that's what made me invisible. Everything changed when my dad passed away 6 years ago. He owned a modest but successful local business, a specialty home goods store that he built from the ground up. He worked hard, built a loyal customer base, and took care of his employees like they were family. When he got sick, I stepped in to help. I was living in another city at the time, working in nonprofit accounting, but I took a leave of absence and moved back home. Audrey, she was traveling for clarity. Her words, not mine. I sat beside my dad in the hospital more nights than I can count. We talked about the store, the finances, what he wanted to happen. He didn't want to sell it. He wanted it to stay in the family, but he was worried about Audrey and Clarine. He never said it directly, but I could tell. After he passed, the will named the three of us, me, Audrey, and Aunt Clarine, as co-owners. Equal shares. I should have asked more questions then, but I was grieving, and I was tired. So I nodded, thanked the lawyer, and kept things running. The first 2 years were manageable. I handled operations, scheduling, inventory, payroll. Clarine insisted on doing the books. Audrey was around. She gave herself the title of brand director, which mostly meant posting filtered pictures of candles on Instagram and attending small business expos she never followed up on. It wasn't ideal, but it was functioning. Until the money started disappearing. At first, it was subtle. Vendor payments duplicated. Refunds issued that weren't in the logs. Bonuses showing up in Audrey's name. Bonuses I hadn't approved. I brought it up gently, first with Clarine. She waved it off. "We're investing in growth," she said with that tight smile she always wore when she was lying. "You don't need to worry about the numbers." I did, though. So I started keeping my own records. Quietly. Every invoice, every transaction, every message. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. I just had a feeling. Like the air had changed in the room, but no one else noticed. Then, last fall, Clarine and Audrey held a strategy meeting without inviting me. I only found out because one of the longtime employees, Mr. Edric, who's worked with us since I was in middle school, told me they'd met with a realtor about selling the building. Our building. The one my dad poured his entire life into. I confronted them. Audrey smiled like I was being silly. Clarine handed me a packet of paperwork I'd never seen before. "We're restructuring," she said. "Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally." That phrase stuck in my mind like a splinter. Because it was nothing but personal. They wanted to bring in outside investors. Turn the store into a franchise. Build a brand. Audrey had some influencer friend ready to promote it. Clarine had met with a business consultant who just so happened to be her old college friend. Everything in me screamed that this was wrong. We didn't have the foundation for it. We were barely breaking even after the changes they'd made. But when I objected, they turned it into an intervention. Why are you always so negative? You're afraid of change. You're trying to control everything. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I stopped fighting directly. I stayed polite. I acted distracted. Meanwhile, I found my own lawyer. And that brings me to this morning. A simple text from Audria. You've made your choice. Don't contact us again. Clarine hearted the message. I read it 3 times. I didn't reply right away. I just got dressed, walked to my office, pulled up the paperwork I'd been preparing with my lawyer, and sent one short message. All right, I'll be removing myself from the joint accounts tomorrow. What they didn't realize yet was what that would actually mean. Because the joint accounts weren't just business. They included the emergency fund, the medical insurance plan, the deed to the original storefront building, and one other thing they had definitely forgotten about. Grandma's house. I didn't respond to their message out of anger. It wasn't about being petty. It was about being done. For too long, I had bent myself around their expectations, their moods, their little backhanded comments and decisions made behind closed doors. That morning, as I sipped my tea alone in my apartment and looked at Audria's smug little message, I realized I wasn't hurt. I was relieved. By 9 a.m., the paperwork was in motion. Let me explain what removing myself from the joint accounts actually meant. See, after the strategy meeting I was excluded from, I began to notice just how much Clarine and Audria had taken advantage of me staying quiet all these years. When the business transitioned to the 3 of us after my father's passing, I handled the practical day-to-day management, sure, but legally, I was the primary custodian on the business's finances. My father had trusted me to be the responsible one. That trust meant that while ownership was technically divided equally, access was not. The emergency fund account, for example, was in my name with joint viewing access granted to Clarine. She always assumed that meant she had full rights to transfer and withdraw. She didn't. I just never stopped her before, until now. The employee medical insurance? Also in my name, because Clarine didn't want to deal with the paperwork when we restructured things after Dad died. I'd been the one renewing it every year. And yes, I still had the power to cancel it. The building? Oh, that's the best part. The storefront Dad had worked himself to the bone to buy. He never transferred it to the business itself. It was still personally owned. He left it to me in a separate clause in his will. Clarine must have skipped that line, or assumed I wouldn't do anything with it. She was wrong. At exactly 12:03 p.m., I walked into the bank and closed the emergency reserve account. The teller was polite and professional, and I signed the documents with steady hands. No drama, no scene, just a clean removal of funds from people who had treated me like I was a footnote. Then I logged into the business's payroll system, the one Clarine never learned how to use, and paused all bonus payments, including Audria's regular creative stipend. I sent a neutral message to the employees, letting them know that temporary restructuring was underway and no jobs were at risk, but some systems would be undergoing review. And then I called the insurance provider. It took 35 minutes. At the end of the call, I canceled the group policy and arranged for COBRA coverage notices to be sent out. None of this was illegal. None of this was dramatic. Just deliberate. I sat back in my chair afterward, staring out the window. The city outside felt calm, as if the universe was gently nodding in approval. For once, I wasn't waiting for someone else to do the right thing. I had done it. I didn't hear anything from my family for hours. Then, around 6:30 p.m., my phone buzzed. One of the employees messaged me, asking if we were still going through with the rebranding party next week. I had no idea what he meant. I responded, "What party?" He sent back a flyer. A glossy, professionally designed image with our business name, rebranded in a new modern font I had never seen, plastered across it. Beneath it, Audria's face, smiling under the title, Creative Director and Visionary Partner. There was no mention of me. The event was scheduled at a local venue. Paid with the company card, apparently. Invitations had already gone out to vendors, customers, press contacts. Audria had even managed to get a local lifestyle blogger to agree to attend. My jaw clenched, not in rage, but in something colder. Resolve. I emailed the venue immediately, including documentation that I was the majority financial signer and that all expenditures from the business card had to be authorized by me. I didn't make a scene. I was polite, clear, and firm. The venue canceled. At 7:42 p.m., Audrey called. I let it ring. She didn't leave a voicemail. At 8:15 p.m., Clarine emailed me. The subject line was urgent. Inside was a long-winded explanation about how miscommunications had led to the flyer, how they were just trying to bring fresh energy to the brand, and how everyone benefits when we support each other's strengths. I didn't respond. At 10:23 p.m., I got a text from my mother. I don't know what's going on, but I think you're taking things too far. Maybe it's time to forgive. Forgive? My mother had always been a quiet participant in Clarine and Audrey's antics. Never the instigator, but never the protector either. She stood by with that same uncomfortable half-smile she wore when guests overstayed their welcome, but she didn't want to appear rude. For years, I made excuses for her silence. I told myself she just didn't want to make things worse. But the truth? She didn't want to take sides. And choosing not to take a side was taking one. Always. At 2:41 a.m., she called me. I was still awake, watching the shadows of passing cars flicker across the ceiling. I didn't answer. She called again, and again I declined. Then came the message. I know things have gotten out of hand, but your sister is heartbroken. Clarine is shaken. I can't sleep. Please just talk to us. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I typed, respecting the boundaries you set. I put the phone down and didn't look at it again. The next morning, I went to the county clerk's office to finalize something I had quietly initiated 2 weeks earlier. Remember Grandma's house? It had been the family gathering place for decades. The old Victorian with creaky stairs and rose bushes that always bloomed too early. After Grandma passed, the house had sat in legal limbo. No one wanted to sell it. Everyone wanted to use it. And no one wanted to take responsibility for maintaining it. So I did. I paid the property taxes. I handled the plumbing repairs. I even paid to have the roof replaced after that storm last spring. What no one had bothered to check was the quitclaim deed I had Grandma sign a year before she passed, back when I was the only one visiting her regularly and helping her with groceries, doctor appointments, and fixing the gate in her backyard that always stuck in the summer. The house was mine. The final paperwork went through that afternoon. I changed the locks that evening. When Clarine and Audrey finally realized what I'd done, what I had the right to do, I wasn't there to see their faces. But I did get one message. It was from Audrey. You went behind our backs. This isn't what family does. I didn't respond. They always thought I wouldn't fight back. I was the dependable one, the helper, the planner, the person who smoothed things over when tempers flared, who brought extra chairs to holiday dinners when someone forgot to RSVP, who ordered catering and remembered everyone's allergies. I was the one who called Grandma every Sunday without fail. The one who paid the bills on time and stayed late to close the store. But there's a difference between being quiet and being passive. And now that I was no longer willing to serve as their safety net, their reactions were exactly what I expected: chaotic, panicked, and self-serving. Let me walk you through the aftermath of the locks being changed. It started with the texts. From Audrey. We were using Grandma's house to host the summer workshop series. You knew that. You knew that. Then 5 minutes later. You need to give us a key. We already advertised the address on the flyers. People are expecting to be there. I ignored both. An hour after that, Clarine emailed me a formal notice of confusion, demanding clarification on the property title and citing possible interference with shared family assets. I forwarded it to my lawyer, who responded with one line: ownership confirmed. No further action required. That evening, my mother came to visit. I wasn't expecting it. She doesn't normally drive after dark, but I saw her through the peephole, standing there with her purse clutched in front of her like a school principal ready to deliver disappointing news. I opened the door. She stepped in without asking. I just want to talk, she said, already heading for the living room. She sat down on the edge of the couch, like it wasn't the same couch she used to ignore me on during family meetings. Like this was just a misunderstanding. A bump in the road. Audrey is in shock, she began, smoothing her skirt. She's overwhelmed. You blindsided her. I didn't speak. I didn't nod. I just waited. She thought. Well, she assumed things would stay the same. That you'd always be part of it. Part of what? I finally asked. The family business. I smiled then. Not out of humor. Out of disbelief. The business you let them take from me? Her lips tightened. They didn't take it from you. You stepped back. I leaned forward slightly. Because every time I made a decision, Clarine overruled it. Every time I expressed concern, Audrey accused me of being jealous. Every time I asked for transparency, I was called controlling. I didn't step back. I was pushed. She sighed. A long, weary sigh, the kind she used to give when I didn't want to wear the matching dress at Christmas. I just think you're making things harder than they need to be. And there it was. Not you're right. Not they were wrong. Just another plea to keep the peace by letting myself be stepped on. I stood up. I think we're done here. She blinked. Excuse me. I need you to leave, Mom. Her mouth opened in protest, but I didn't wait. I opened the front door and held it. She left without another word. What happened next didn't surprise me. Not one bit. The following Monday, I received a certified letter from a lawyer I didn't recognize. It was on behalf of Audrey and Clarine. The contents were as dramatic as they were hollow. They were challenging the deed to Grandma's house, claiming I had coerced her into signing it, that it was unethical, that it didn't reflect the collective wishes of the family. Of course, it was all nonsense. My lawyer was prepared. We had video recordings from the notary visit, emails from Grandma thanking me for helping her get things in order, even a note in her handwriting outlining exactly what she wanted for the house. We filed a formal response. But the part that really cemented how desperate they were, they had the nerve to claim they had been actively investing in the property for business purposes. I laughed out loud when I read that line. They hadn't contributed a cent to that house. Not for the roof, the plumbing, the pest control. The only thing they invested was the time Audrey hosted a photo shoot there once for a fake candle brand she claimed she was launching. She left wax melted into the antique sideboard and never even cleaned it. Their next move was to rally the rest of the family. Suddenly, cousins I hadn't heard from in years were messaging me on social media. Hey, just wondering what's going on with the business stuff? Audrey seems really upset. You know she's sensitive. Maybe you guys can talk it out. I ignored them all. I wasn't interested in explaining myself to people who never asked how I was when Dad died, who never visited Grandma once after her stroke, who showed up to her funeral like it was a networking event. Then, the worst one came. A message from Aunt Clarine herself. She didn't even pretend to be civil this time. You're being selfish. You've always resented Audrey for being better liked. This is just another way you're trying to punish her. But I won't let you destroy everything we've built. I will take this as far as I need to. That was the moment I stopped feeling any hesitation. Because they didn't just want to take the house. They wanted to rewrite history. They wanted to erase every late night I spent doing inventory, every weekend I stayed late because Audrey forgot her shift, every time I fixed a crisis while they posted selfies at business expos they left early from. So I made my next move. Quietly, carefully, I reached out to the building inspector's office. You see, in their attempt to rush into franchising and modernize the store, Audrey and Clarine had approved renovations. Cost-cutting renovations. Done without the required permits. I'd warned them about it months ago. They ignored me. I submitted a report, anonymously. Within 2 weeks, the store was flagged for inspection. Violations were found. The fines weren't catastrophic, but they were inconvenient. And Clarine hated inconvenience more than anything. Shortly after that, I sent a package to our longest-standing vendor, who had been hesitant about the new direction the business was taking. Inside were documents showing unauthorized changes to supply agreements. Margins adjusted without notice. Minimums inflated to secure bigger deals. That vendor pulled out of our contract. Audrey took to social media, posting cryptic messages about betrayals and people you thought you could trust. Her followers, mostly lifestyle hobbyists and small-time influencers, flooded the comments with sympathy. But sympathy doesn't pay fines. And it doesn't fix broken trust. They were unraveling, one thread at a time. And I wasn't done yet. Because there was one final card I hadn't played. One final piece they had completely forgotten about. The clause in the operating agreement that outlined what would happen if a partner could no longer fulfill their duties, either due to misconduct or financial mismanagement. And guess who had been secretly collecting evidence of both? The next board meeting wasn't going to go the way they expected. The board meeting was scheduled for a Tuesday at 9 a.m. Clarine had set it herself, probably expecting a chance to recenter the business after the recent unraveling. I knew she'd come in swinging. She always preferred to control the story before anyone else could speak. And Audrey? She'd be there, pouting dramatically, playing the victim, maybe even trying to cry. I came prepared. The meeting was held in the small conference room above the store. It had changed since I'd last been there. New chairs, modern art, a giant abstract canvas Audrey once described as evocative of transformation. But what stood out the most was what hadn't changed, the plaque on the wall that read, "Founded by Marcus E. Dovins in 1983. My father's name. My father's dream." They were already seated when I walked in. Clarion didn't look up. She was reviewing papers with a highlighter, as if she were preparing for a courtroom drama. Audrey, in a white blouse far too elegant for the occasion, was scrolling on her phone. "Look who finally showed up," Clarion muttered, still highlighting. I took my seat and opened my folder. There was a brief, awkward silence before Audrey broke it. "You've caused a lot of damage, you know." She didn't sound angry. She sounded tired. Performatively tired. Like a teacher scolding a student for missing homework. "I came to make things clear," I said calmly. "Once and for all." Clarion straightened, folding her hands on the table. "We're glad to hear that. This can still be salvaged. The brand is strong, the customer base is loyal, and if you're ready to step back in with a cooperative attitude, I'm willing to make space." I smiled. Not out of joy, out of quiet triumph. "This isn't about stepping back in," I said. "It's about invoking Article 7. They froze. Clarion's eyebrows lifted. Article 7. In the original operating agreement. The clause on forced buyout due to mismanagement. Audrey blinked. "What are you talking about?" "That's not." I slid the paperwork across the table. "It's there. Has been since the beginning. You might have missed it because it wasn't in the revised version you two tried to sneak through last year. The one I never signed." Clarion's fingers twitched. "That clause requires proof." I pulled out a second folder. Inside, the vendor correspondence confirming breach of contract. Photos from the unauthorized renovations and resulting fines. Email threads showing attempts to misrepresent the brand for personal gain. And a letter from the insurance provider regarding policy lapses they were never authorized to make. I watched Clarion's face pale, then harden. "This is a witch hunt." "No," I said. "It's a correction. The clause allowed me, as the remaining founder-appointed trustee, to buy out their shares in the case of sustained negligence and documented harm to the company's reputation. All it required was written notice and a formal review. My lawyer had already submitted the notice to the registry the previous day. The buyout was not at market value. It was at the rate locked in from the original agreement. And they knew it. "You can't do this," Audrey said, her voice rising. "This is our family business." "No," I said evenly. "It was Dad's. And you've twisted it into something he wouldn't even recognize." Clarion stood suddenly. "This isn't over." I looked her directly in the eye. "Yes, Clarion, it is." The buyout finalized 3 weeks later. They protested, of course. Tried to rally support from extended family. Tried to challenge the paperwork. But it was airtight. I had done the work, slowly and carefully, over months. I had given them every chance to stop, to listen, to take accountability. They chose pride instead. Once it was finalized, I made changes. The store's name stayed the same, but the direction shifted back to something closer to what my father had built. Community-focused, practical, quietly excellent. No influencers. No empty branding. Just good work, honest products, and employees who were finally paid fairly again. As for Grandma's house, I turned it into a retreat space for local artisans and small business owners. A real one. Not for show. I kept the rose bushes. Repainted the porch. And on the inside, I left up the framed photo of her and Grandpa on their wedding day. The one Audrey had taken down to make room for her crystal mood board. My mother never apologized. She sends occasional texts now, vague little messages asking how I'm doing. I don't reply. Audrey moved out of state shortly after the buyout. She started a blog about starting over and occasionally posts dramatic quotes about toxic people and cutting off negativity. Clarion still lives in town but avoids the store. I've heard she's trying to start her own consultancy business. I doubt it will last. I don't miss them. Not the silences. Not the whispers. Not the endless expectation that I'd fix everything while being blamed for what was broken. I walk into the store now and feel peace. Not because I won, but because I took it back. They set the boundaries. I simply enforced them. And in the end, the business, the home, and the truth remained with the one person who never stopped caring about all three. Me. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm 40 years old. My name is Lucian. My sister's name is Celine, and she's 36. Our father, Adrian, passed away through a long illness. And if I'm being honest, our family dynamics were complicated, to say the least. Dad had a way of keeping everything under his control, and for reasons I never understood, he favored Celine in ways that always left me feeling like I had to shrink myself to avoid conflict. Celine had always been manipulative, sharp, and demanding, but it never seemed to bother Dad. He indulged her, gave her extra attention, and excused behaviors in her that he would never tolerate from me. I had spent most of my life quietly proving myself, building things from scratch, putting in the hours, making sacrifices. Celine? She was good at talking, presenting herself, and making it seem like the world owed her. The funeral was awkward, heavy with tension. Celine cried at exactly the right moments, hugged everyone, and somehow managed to insert herself at the center of every conversation. She basked in the sympathy, and I stayed mostly in the background, keeping my head down, listening to the polite condolences that always felt like thinly veiled judgments. I didn't mind staying out of the spotlight. I wasn't there for attention, but I did notice how she controlled the narrative, as if Dad's passing was her personal stage. 2 days later, I was alone in Dad's study. The house felt unnervingly empty without him. I was going through papers, trying to sort out financial documents, business agreements, and personal letters. Celine was supposed to be elsewhere, probably busy making plans or calling relatives to recount the funeral. I was grateful for the quiet. That peace, however, did not last long. She came in without knocking. The door slammed behind her, and I looked up to see her storming across the room with a speed and fury that I had never seen from her. In her hand, she held a document, waving it as if it were a weapon. "Lucian," she shouted, "Dad said you'd give me half of your business, so hand it over now." For a moment, I just stared. Then I felt an almost uncontrollable urge to laugh. Not because I didn't care, but because of how absurd the claim was. Dad had never, in any conversation, indicated that she was to receive a portion of the company. I had been building it with him for years, pouring time, effort, and sleepless nights into it. Celine, on the other hand, had contributed nothing beyond showing up to events and acting as if she were indispensable. "Celine," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice steady, "where did this come from?" She waved the paper aggressively, stepping closer. "It's right here, signed by Dad. He promised me when I got married, I would have security. Half of your business. And you're trying to steal it from me." I took a deep breath. I had to. Her confidence was unnerving, but I recognized it for what it was: bluster and manipulation. "Celine, show me the original paperwork. Not this whatever this is. I've seen every agreement Dad ever signed, and nothing like this exists." Her face twisted into a scowl. "You're lying. You always lie. He trusted me, and you're trying to cheat me." She was seething, her whole body vibrating with anger, and she wasn't stopping. She grabbed a stack of Dad's files from the shelf and dumped them onto the floor. Papers scattered everywhere, contracts, letters, invoices, all intermingled in chaos. "Look," she yelled. "Everything says I'm supposed to get my share. You can't just take it all for yourself." I stayed calm, picking up a few sheets carefully. Her plan was transparent. She wanted me to react emotionally, to lose my temper. That would give her the upper hand in any argument or legal battle she might try to force. But I didn't fall for it. "Celine," I said, my voice steady but firm, "Dad was meticulous about everything. If he had promised you anything like this, it would be documented clearly, verified, notarized. I've gone through everything. This document, the signature is not his. You know it. Don't try to force me into handing over what isn't yours." Her expression darkened. She stepped even closer, almost breathing in my face. "You're going to regret this. I know what Dad wanted, and I'm not leaving without what's mine. You think you can cheat me, but I've been patient. I've been waiting. And now it's time." And then she did something I didn't expect. She grabbed a photo album from the coffee table and threw it onto the floor. The pages spilled open, showing images of Dad and me building the business from nothing, images of family vacations, celebrations, everything I had poured myself into over decades. "See," she screamed. "This is mine too. You owe me." I bent down to pick up the album, feeling a strange mixture of calm and determination. I had endured her schemes for decades, but now I realized this wasn't just about greed. This was about her trying to rewrite history, to make it look like she had earned what she hadn't. At that moment, my phone buzzed with an email notification. I picked it up, expecting another mundane bill or newsletter. The subject line made my stomach drop. Lucian, urgent. Your father's handwritten will has been scanned and uploaded. I opened it, my hand slightly shaking. The scan was clear, in Dad's unmistakable handwriting. My eyes moved over the text, scanning every line. What I saw made my heart skip, not from fear, but from anticipation. Because it wasn't just a standard will. There were details, instructions, and conditions that nobody could have predicted. And that's when I heard Celine behind me, muttering under her breath, "He won't get away with this." I closed the email and stared at the screen, heart pounding. The scan of Dad's will was unmistakable. His handwriting, precise and careful as always, sprawled across the page. I could practically hear his voice as I read it. Every instruction deliberate, every word weighed. And buried in the middle, in the kind of meticulous phrasing only he could manage, were the terms for the business I had helped build from nothing. Celine, of course, didn't wait for me to react. She was pacing now, the document still clutched in her hand, muttering to herself and occasionally glancing at me with this dangerous, simmering expression. It was the same look she'd always had when she thought she was about to corner me, like she was already imagining victory. "You're not reading that, are you?" she sneered, stepping closer. "I've got it right here." He said I'm entitled to half. "I know you're trying to trick me, Lucian, but it won't work this time." I kept my voice calm. "Celine, do you even understand what this document says? Because the signature isn't his. He wouldn't leave instructions like this in some random sheet of paper. He was precise, methodical. Everything was in the will." She waved the paper again, almost violently this time. "I don't care about the will. I have this. He told me himself. I'm not leaving until I get what's mine." I set the email aside and leaned back, watching her. Part of me was still stunned at the audacity. She wasn't just being greedy. She was attempting to rewrite reality to suit herself. Everything about her behavior screamed entitlement, stomping through Dad's house like it was a battlefield she had a right to claim, throwing files around, yelling, and refusing to listen to reason. I finally stood and walked toward her slowly, making sure every step was deliberate. I wanted her to feel the weight of her actions, the chaos she had created in what should have been a place of quiet and reflection. "Celine, this isn't going to work. You can't force me to hand over a business I helped build because you think Dad wanted it that way. You've been trying to manipulate this from the start." She froze for a second, then snapped. "Manipulate? I'm protecting what's mine. Dad made it clear." I shook my head. "No, Celine. Dad made it clear that the business was to remain with me, because I've been running it, managing it, building it up. You've been indulged, given things because he thought it would keep you satisfied, but you never contributed. You can't just barge in here and claim half because you feel entitled." Her lips curled in a snarl. "I've been patient, Lucian. I've let you think you had it all while I quietly waited. But now it's time. You're not getting away with this. Not now. Not ever." Then she did something that made my stomach sink. She grabbed Dad's desk drawer and started rifling through it. Papers, pens, old notebooks, even some family photos went flying onto the floor. "There's more," she shouted. "There's proof everywhere. He promised me, Lucian. He can't go back on it." I bent down, trying to collect the mess before she destroyed anything important. "Celine, stop. You're making a scene, and it's going to reflect badly on you. None of this proves anything because it's all circumstantial. Dad was methodical. He wouldn't have left you anything without it being in the will." She ignored me entirely. She found a small locked box at the back of the drawer and pulled it out triumphantly. "This is it. This proves it. Dad kept it hidden from me." I stepped closer, keeping my hands slightly raised, not in surrender, but to show I wasn't afraid. "Celine, put it down. Whatever's in there doesn't change the will. And you know it." Her eyes flashed dangerously. "You think you're clever, don't you? Always the responsible one, the one Dad leaned on, the one everyone assumes is in control. But I've been patient, Lucian. And now," she opened the box with a flourish, pulling out a few old envelopes and documents. The handwriting looked official at first glance, but my gut screamed that something was off. "Now the truth is mine." I examined the contents carefully. A few of the papers were legitimate invoices and letters, but the rest, my heart sank, were clearly forgeries. Celine had doctored signatures, altered dates, and even copied Dad's handwriting. She had gone through a meticulous process to try and make it look like Dad had promised her a share of the company. I looked up at her, unable to keep my disbelief from showing. "Celine, you actually forged this?" She straightened, completely unapologetic. "I'm protecting what's mine. I've done my research. I've waited for the right moment. And now that Dad is gone, I have every right to claim what's promised to me." I could see the fire in her eyes, the same fire I'd seen in her during family arguments, during high school competitions, even during Dad's illness when she manipulated him to her advantage. She wasn't just greedy. She was strategic, dangerous, and entirely unafraid of breaking rules to get what she wanted. I took a deep breath. "Celine, you don't get to rewrite the past. You can't force me to hand over something that isn't yours just because you've fabricated evidence. Dad wouldn't have wanted this. He wanted fairness, clarity, and honesty. You're violating everything he stood for." Her face contorted in rage. "Fairness? Honesty? That's rich coming from you. You've had everything your entire life. Our father's trust, the business, the family's respect. And now you're trying to deny me what he promised. I've been patient, Lucian, but I won't wait any longer. I want what's mine, and I'll fight you for it." And with that, she stormed out of the room, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. I could hear her stomping down the hallway, muttering threats under her breath. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the mess she left behind. The papers, the scattered photos, the sense of chaos she had deliberately created. Then I remembered the email. The Scandwell. Dad had prepared for everything, as meticulous as ever. He wouldn't have left me defenseless, and he certainly wouldn't have allowed Celine to manipulate the family into taking what wasn't hers. I opened the email again, scrolling through the will. There it was, clear, precise, unambiguous. Dad had left detailed instructions for the business, for the distribution of his estate. And yes, he had addressed Celine, but not in the way she thought. There were conditions, stipulations that I had to follow before anything could be handed over. And if she tried to force the issue, she would expose herself completely. I realized then that this wasn't just a family dispute. It was a war. Celine had underestimated me, underestimated the careful planning and foresight Dad had instilled in me. And now, armed with the truth, I had the power to turn the tables. But first, I needed to make sure I understood everything. Every clause, every condition, every detail of the will had to be airtight. If Celine was going to push this, I couldn't afford a single mistake. I sat down at Dad's old desk, papers spread in front of me, and began the meticulous process of reading, rereading, and cross-referencing every instruction. Every time I uncovered a detail, I felt a surge of vindication. Dad had left me the tools to protect what was rightfully mine. Meanwhile, I could hear Celine's footsteps returning, lighter this time, like she was trying to bait me. "Lucian," she called softly from the doorway, though there was an edge to her voice. "I'm not done. You can't hide from me." I didn't respond immediately. I stayed focused on the will, knowing that the moment I looked up, the real game would begin. And I had a feeling that when it did, Celine's next move would be more ruthless than anything she had tried so far. I spent the next few hours in Dad's study, barely moving except to sort through papers and carefully cross-reference the scanned, with the business documents Celine had left scattered on the floor. Every line of Dad's handwriting felt deliberate, each sentence constructed to prevent the chaos Celine was clearly intent on creating. He had always been cautious, even meticulous, and now I could see that caution as a shield, one I would have to wield wisely. Celine, meanwhile, didn't leave the house. I could hear her pacing outside the study door, muttering to herself and occasionally slamming drawers or doors in frustration. Every now and then, she would stomp past the study, giving me a glare sharp enough to cut through glass. She wasn't just angry. She was scheming, plotting, and as far as I could tell, entirely unconcerned with the truth. I took a deep breath and reminded myself why I couldn't react emotionally. Celine thrived on drama. She had always turned any minor disagreement into a performance, manipulating Dad, family, and even friends to see herself as the victim. If I gave her the satisfaction of seeing me flustered, I would lose control. I had to be methodical, precise, deliberate, just like Dad would have been. After a while, the pacing stopped. I looked up from the papers to see her standing in the doorway, arms crossed, a thin, calculating smile on her face. "So, you're just going to sit there, pretending to read, while I wait?" she asked. Her tone was deceptively calm, but I could hear the simmering anger beneath it. I didn't look up immediately. I wanted her to feel the weight of the study, the silence, the methodical rustle of paper. Finally, I glanced at her, my voice measured. "Celine, sit down. We need to go through this like adults. If you want your claims to have any credibility, we need to review everything together, properly." She laughed, a sharp, mirthless sound. "Adults? Lucian, don't pretend this is about reason. This is about what I'm owed. And I don't need to negotiate with you. Dad made it clear. Half of everything you own belongs to me." I shook my head. "No, Celine. Dad was precise. He left instructions, and what you're holding is irrelevant unless it matches the will. Forging papers won't make it true." Her smile faded, replaced with something darker. She stepped closer, leaning slightly, so her face was just inches from mine. "You really think I'd forge anything? Don't underestimate me. I've spent months preparing for this moment. I've anticipated every move you could make, every excuse you could use. You think you're clever, keeping that will scanned and ready, but what you don't know is that I've already covered my bases." I froze slightly. That statement alone was unnerving. Celine had always been clever, manipulative, capable of thinking 10 steps ahead. I knew she could be dangerous when cornered, but I hadn't expected her to escalate this far. "Covered your bases?" I asked, trying to keep my tone calm. "Celine, what exactly does that mean?" She straightened, brushing imaginary dust off her blouse as though she had all the time in the world. "It means, Lucian, that you can't just rely on your precious will to keep me out. I've made arrangements. People who will testify in my favor, documents that look legitimate, and enough pressure that you'll think twice before challenging me. You see, while you've been sitting here, safe in your little bubble, I've been building my own case." I took a deep breath. Her words were precise, calculated to intimidate, but I refused to show fear. "Celine, all the evidence you think you have will be examined. Any forged documents, any false testimony, it will come out. Dad would have wanted the truth, and that's what I intend to honor." She tilted her head slightly, studying me as though I were a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. Then she smiled again, but it wasn't warm. It was cold, predatory. "Truth? You really think that matters to the people I've lined up? To the lawyers, the friends, the people who don't care about your version of events? Truth is subjective, Lucian, and if you don't act carefully, it won't save you." I realized then that Celine wasn't just going to try to claim half the business. She was going to try to control the narrative, to make it look like she was entitled, like I was being unfair. This wasn't about fairness or legality. It was about dominance, about power. For the next few days, things escalated in ways I hadn't anticipated. Celine began showing up uninvited at meetings with our father's business partners, planting the idea that I was withholding her share. She called relatives, subtly implying that I was greedy, that Dad's intentions had been ignored. She had a network, carefully cultivated, and she knew how to leverage it. Even a casual conversation with someone she had charmed could plant seeds of doubt. At home, she became increasingly hostile. Every document I touched, every phone call I made, she scrutinized as if she had the right to intervene. She would stand behind me while I typed emails, her presence oppressive, muttering, "You can't hide anything from me. Dad promised me. You know it." One evening, after a particularly tense confrontation where she had pulled several business contracts from my hands and tried to show them to one of Dad's old accountants, I realized the full extent of what I was up against. Celine had not only prepared forged documents and false witnesses, but she had also been gathering allies within our social circle and the business network. People she had charmed over the years, people willing to parrot her version of events as truth. It was a calculated campaign. She wasn't just claiming a portion of the business. She was attempting a hostile takeover of my life's work before I even had a chance to properly protect it. I sat in Dad's study late that night, the scanned will in front of me, cross-referencing every clause, every stipulation, trying to anticipate Celine's next move. If she tried to challenge the will legally, I needed to be ready. If she tried to manipulate the partners, I had to be prepared. And if she tried to turn the family entirely against me, I had to ensure that truth prevailed. But as meticulous as I was, I couldn't shake the growing tension. Celine was clever, and the more desperate she became, the more dangerous she would be. She was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to get what she wanted, regardless of legality or morality. And I knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning. Late that night, I heard her moving through the house again, whispering, plotting, muttering about her share and how she would make sure no one could stop her. I realized I was no longer just defending a business. I was defending my life's work, my father's legacy, and the truth itself against someone willing to twist reality to her favor. I leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling, the wool spread across the desk, my mind racing. Celine had crossed every boundary imaginable, and I knew I had to prepare for the confrontation she was clearly planning next. She was a villain in her own right, methodical, dangerous, and relentless. The next morning, Celine was already in the house, moving silently but with purpose. I could hear her in the kitchen before I even got there, shuffling papers, making calls, her voice low and controlled, the kind of voice she used when she wanted to convince someone she was calm and reasonable. I didn't confront her immediately. I waited, watching her from the study doorway. She didn't look up when I entered, didn't even acknowledge my presence, and that was typical of her, like she owned the place and I was just a guest in my father's home. I spent the morning going through Dad's will again, this time making detailed notes. Every clause, every stipulation, every condition had to be airtight. Celine had shown me that she would stop at nothing. She had forged documents, manipulated relatives, and tried to charm business partners into questioning my credibility. The reality hit me. She wouldn't relent unless I took control of the situation. I called our father's lawyer, an older man named Conrad, someone I trusted implicitly. He had worked with Dad for decades and knew exactly how meticulous he had been. I explained the situation as calmly and factually as possible, avoiding emotional language. Conrad listened quietly, then said, "Lucian, it sounds like your sister is attempting to pressure you into actions that are completely unsupported legally. But if she's already gathering allies, she might escalate. You need to act carefully." "I'm aware," I said, "but I need a strategy. I want to ensure she doesn't succeed in manipulating anyone, and I want to protect Dad's legacy." Conrad agreed to review all documents Celine had tried to present, and I spent the afternoon compiling evidence. Copies of original contracts, invoices, emails, even old letters Dad had written discussing the company's structure and his intentions for the future. Every piece of paper, every file was proof that Celine's claims were fabricated. By evening, Celine had moved from pacing to calculated observation. She would sit in the living room, ostensibly reading, but her eyes always flicked toward me. I knew she was trying to intimidate, trying to see if I would slip, if I would make a mistake under her gaze. I didn't give her the satisfaction. I continued organizing, cataloging, preparing. I realized this was more than a family dispute now. It was psychological warfare. Over the next few days, Celine began reaching out to the company partners, trying to plant doubt about my ability to manage the business. She would subtly imply that I was hiding something, that Dad's intentions might not have been clear, that she had a claim she had a right to enforce. Some partners, caught off guard, were uncertain at first, but I had prepared. I called every key partner individually, calmly presenting the documentation, walking them through Dad's explicit instructions, explaining Celine's attempts to misrepresent facts. By the time Celine attempted her first formal challenge, she had no support. I also began carefully documenting her behavior at home, her tampering with files, her attempts to intimidate me, even her threats. I knew that if this escalated legally, every action she had taken would strengthen my position. I kept a neutral tone, never raising my voice, never accusing her outright in front of anyone. I let the evidence speak for itself. Celine, however, did not slow down. She began showing up uninvited at client meetings, trying to assert herself, trying to charm and intimidate at the same time. Each time, I calmly reminded her that Dad had left explicit instructions, and any interference on her part would be considered obstruction. She was furious, but had no real leverage yet, and she knew it. One afternoon, she went further. She called one of the oldest suppliers, a man named Marius, and attempted to convince him that I was not managing the company properly, that I was hiding critical information from him, and that Dad had intended for her to have authority. I happened to have been scheduled for a routine check-in with Marius that afternoon. I arrived, smiled politely, and began presenting detailed records, invoices, delivery schedules, emails, and correspondence that proved I had maintained transparency at every step. Celine watched from the doorway, fuming, realizing that her plan was failing. Her face twisted with frustration. I could see the wheels turning in her mind, already plotting her next move. But I remained calm, controlled. I had started to feel a certain satisfaction. Finally, the tables were starting to turn. That evening, I decided to escalate my strategy. Celine had shown herself to be a skilled manipulator, but manipulators rely on perception. I needed to control perception. I drafted a carefully worded message to every major partner, family member, and associate involved with the business, outlining Dad's explicit instructions, including scanned copies of the relevant sections of the will and all supporting documentation. The message was professional, unemotional, precise, a mirror of Dad's own style. I didn't accuse Celine directly. I simply presented the facts, the truth, and allowed it to speak for itself. The following morning, Celine realized what I had done. She burst into the study, slamming the door behind her. "Lucian, what did you do? You can't just send those documents." I looked up calmly. I did exactly what Dad would have wanted: transparency. Everyone needs to know the facts, Celine. It's not about you or me. It's about honoring his wishes and protecting the business. Her eyes narrowed. "You think this ends it? You think you can humiliate me like that, and I'll back down? I've prepared for this moment for months. Lucian, do you understand? I have people who will back me, documents that prove my claims, and enough influence to ruin you if I choose to." I leaned back, folding my hands. "I understand that you've tried, Celine, but influence and lies won't change reality. Dad's instructions are clear. Any attempt to falsify, manipulate, or interfere will be documented. And trust me, I am documenting everything." She let out a strangled laugh, equal parts frustration and malice. "You're going to regret this, Lucian. I've learned from you, from Dad, from every slight you've ever committed. And now, I will make sure you pay." I realized then that the battle wasn't just legal, it was personal. Celine wasn't merely trying to claim a portion of the business. She wanted control, dominance, and to see me squirm. I had endured years of her subtle manipulations, and now it had escalated to open, hostile, and potentially dangerous levels. I knew I had to act carefully. Any move I made could provoke her further. But I also knew that she had underestimated me. While she relied on theatrics, charm, and intimidation, I had preparation, evidence, and clarity. The more she lashed out, the more she exposed herself. Over the next few days, I began setting traps, subtle ones, legal and procedural, designed to expose her fabrications. I carefully recorded her statements when she tried to manipulate others, saved copies of emails, and noted her every movement within the business network. Every action she took was being mirrored with documentation. Celine, for her part, continued escalating. She stormed into the office of one of the board members, claiming I was hiding profits, even though she had no evidence. She attempted to confront several clients, trying to charm them into doubting me. And every time, I countered quietly, precisely, providing proof, remaining calm while she grew more desperate. I realized the pattern she followed: intimidation, manipulation, charm, and threats. She had no real leverage, but she hoped to create fear and doubt to bend reality to her version. And yet, despite her cunning, I could see cracks forming. Her patience was wearing thin. The more she tried to force outcomes that weren't supported by facts, the more visible her desperation became. I began planning my next steps. Celine needed to learn that manipulation had limits, that lies and intimidation could be countered with truth and preparation. I was going to take everything she had tried to use against me and turn it on her, slowly, methodically. The turning point came quietly, one evening, when I overheard her on the phone with someone in a hushed, urgent tone. She was panicking, trying to convince an ally to stand by her, but her words betrayed fear. "He's prepared. Everything I've done, he's countering. I don't know how much longer I can hold this." I smiled to myself. Celine had made a critical mistake. She had assumed I would act emotionally, that I would respond in kind to her theatrics. Instead, I had let her believe she had the upper hand while I quietly built a fortress of evidence, legal clarity, and strategic alliances. Over the next several days, I executed the plan I had quietly been preparing. I had gathered every piece of evidence Celine had fabricated: the forged documents, the emails she had sent to family and partners, even recordings of her subtle threats and manipulations. I coordinated with Conrad, Dad's lawyer, to ensure that everything was verified and irrefutable. The more I reviewed the documents, the more I realized just how deep Celine had dug herself into a hole she could never climb out of. First, I arranged a meeting with all the key business partners and the company board. Celine, of course, was already there, confident, smug, and certain she would finally claim what she believed was hers. Her eyes flicked to me as I entered, and she smiled thinly, a predator aware of the moment she had been waiting for. "Lucian," she said softly, "ready to admit the truth?" I smiled, calmly taking my seat at the head of the table. "Celine, please, present your case." She launched into her argument immediately, waving her forged documents and citing her evidence. She spoke with practiced charm, trying to make it seem like her claims were legitimate, like Dad had truly promised her a share of the business. At first, I could see a few of the partners shifting uncomfortably, but I had anticipated that. Then I began my presentation. Calmly, methodically, I walked them through Dad's will, showing each clause, each stipulation, and the exact legal language confirming that the business was to remain under my control. I juxtaposed her evidence with the verified originals, highlighting discrepancies, forged signatures, and incorrect dates. I didn't yell. I didn't raise my voice. I let the facts speak. The room grew tense. Celine's confidence faltered slightly, then noticeably, as I revealed her fabrications. Her thin smile faded, replaced with a tightening of the jaw, a quiet fury that only grew more dangerous with every exposed lie. By the time I finished, the board and partners were no longer questioning me. They were questioning her. The impact of her actions became clear. She had tried to manipulate and deceive not only me, but the entire network surrounding the business. "Celine," I said, looking directly at her, "these documents prove that your claims are not just unfounded. They're fabricated, forged. Attempts to coerce partners and family into supporting you are documented. You have intentionally misrepresented facts and attempted to interfere with the company's operations. Dad would never have sanctioned this behavior." She leaned back in her chair, breathing hard, eyes flashing with fury, but she didn't argue. Her plan had collapsed in front of everyone. The board member who had initially looked uncertain now spoke up. "Celine, this is serious. You've presented false documents, and there's evidence of manipulation. This cannot be ignored." Celine's face twisted with rage. "You can't do this to me. I'm entitled." "No," I said firmly. "You are not, and your actions have consequences. You've shown that you cannot be trusted with responsibility, authority, or the legacy Dad left. This company will remain under my control, as per his explicit instructions, and any further attempts to interfere will be treated legally." She stormed out, slamming the door behind her. For a moment, the room was silent. Then Conrad quietly reminded everyone of the legal recourse available should she try to challenge this further. I knew she would try, but now her credibility was destroyed. No partner, no family member, no ally would take her side after this. Over the following weeks, I fortified the business legally, updating the corporate records and making it impossible for Celine to claim even a fraction. Every attempt she made to contact partners or interfere was met with formal warnings from the lawyer. Slowly, the storm she had created dissipated, but not before leaving her isolated, angry, and exposed for exactly who she was. At home, the atmosphere changed as well. Celine stayed in the house, but no longer attempted to manipulate or intimidate me. She was silent, sullen, occasionally glaring, but powerless. I knew she was plotting something in her mind, but there was no leverage left for her. The entire household had witnessed her attempts unravel, and she had no allies remaining. Eventually, she moved out quietly, claiming she needed space, but it was clear to everyone that she had been thoroughly defeated. The business, the legacy Dad left, and the truth of his intentions remained intact. Celine's reputation, carefully constructed over decades, was irreparably damaged. I finally allowed myself a moment of relief. Dad's careful planning, my preparation, and patience had paid off. The chaos Celine had created had been dismantled, methodically and thoroughly, leaving her with no way to rebuild what she had tried to steal. The final outcome was clear. Celine was exposed as manipulative, dangerous, and untrustworthy. She had attempted to claim what was not hers through lies, threats, and intimidation, and she had failed. The company remained under my control, protected by both Dad's will and my meticulous efforts. The family and business network now fully recognized the truth. Celine was the villain, and I had preserved Dad's legacy, my work, and the truth. Celine never fully recovered from this. She remained estranged from most of the family and isolated from the business community. I, on the other hand, strengthened both my company and my position within the family, ensuring that the kind of manipulative, scheming Celine thrived on would never succeed again. The lesson was clear. Villainy and entitlement can only take someone so far when faced with patience, evidence, and determination. Celine had learned it the hard way, and I had finally achieved the justice and revenge that had been silently building for years. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. The first thing you should know is that the restaurant wasn't even my choice. My mom picked it because it was nice enough for a celebration, but not so nice that she felt uncomfortable bringing up how expensive everything was going to be. White tablecloths, soft lighting, waiters who refilled your water without asking. The kind of place where you feel like something important is supposed to happen. I remember sitting there with my hands folded in my lap, my graduation cap tucked awkwardly under the chair, trying to convince myself that this dinner was actually about me. My name is Eddie. I was 22 years old that night, freshly graduated, still riding the strange mix of relief and exhaustion that comes from finishing something you've been working toward for years. I kept telling myself, just get through tonight. Smile. Say thank you. Don't expect too much. That was always the trick with my family. Don't expect too much, and you won't be disappointed. Except I'd been disappointing myself for years by pretending not to notice the pattern. My sister Lily sat across from me, relaxed, confident, already halfway through a story about a presentation she'd given at work. My parents leaned in when she spoke. They laughed at the right moments. My dad nodded like everything she said confirmed something he'd always known. When I spoke, even casually, there was a delay. A half-second pause where they decided whether it was worth engaging with. Usually it wasn't. This wasn't new. Growing up, Lily had been the spark. The kid teachers remembered. The one relatives bragged about at holidays. I was the quiet one. The dependable one. The one who didn't cause problems, which somehow translated into the one who didn't need attention. When Lily won something, it was framed and hung. When I did well, it was acknowledged with a quick, "That's nice," before the conversation drifted somewhere else. Over time, I learned how to shrink my expectations. I learned how to clap loudly for her achievements and swallow the small ache that came with realizing no one was clapping for mine. At the restaurant, the waiter took our drink orders, and my mom waved him off when he asked if we were celebrating anything special. "Oh, just a little family dinner," she said, smiling politely. "Not graduation dinner. Not my graduation dinner. Just a family dinner." I noticed it, the way I always did, like a pinprick under the skin. Small. Easy to ignore if you'd had enough practice. Conversation flowed around me. Lily talked about her job. My dad asked follow-up questions. My mom chimed in with little additions, reminding everyone of how Lily had always been driven and focused. At one point, my mom glanced at me and said, "And Eddie's finally done with school too." The way someone might mention the weather. No question, no curiosity, just a fact tossed into the air and left to fall wherever it landed. I nodded and smiled, because that's what I'd trained myself to do. Inside, though, there was a quiet tightening. Not anger. Not yet. Just the familiar sense of being slightly out of place at a table I technically belonged at. When the food arrived, my dad stood up. He cleared his throat and tapped his glass with the back of his fork. The sound cut through the low hum of the restaurant, and nearby tables glanced over politely. My first thought was, oh, this is it. This is the moment. My chest lifted with something dangerously close to hope. "I just want to say a few words," my dad began. He smiled, the proud kind of smile he saved for public moments. "We don't get together like this often enough." My mom reached for her own glass and tapped it too, like she couldn't wait. "Yes," she said, already beaming. "I actually wanted to say something as well." They stood there together, my parents, framed by soft lighting and clinking silverware, and I sat frozen, hands still folded, heart beating a little faster than it should have. This was supposed to be my night. I reminded myself not to read too much into it. Don't expect too much. My mom started speaking. You know, she said, looking around the table. When Lily was little, we always knew she was going to go far. There was just something about her. That spark. That confidence. Teachers would tell us, this kid is special. Lily laughed softly, the modest kind of laugh that still accepted the praise. My dad nodded along. This is the kid we always knew would go far. My mom continued, tapping her glass again for emphasis. She's worked so hard, and it's amazing to see her thriving the way she is. There was applause. Actual applause. My dad clapped first, then Lily, then my mom, and then a few nearby tables joined in because that's what people do when they hear clapping. I joined too, because my hands moved on instinct. I clapped for my sister, smiling, feeling something settle heavy in my stomach. The speech went on. My dad added his own remarks about how proud they were, how Lily had always had a plan, how she'd made smart choices. It was a highlight reel I'd heard versions of my entire life. What stung wasn't the praise itself. Lily had earned her success. What stung was the silence around me. The empty space where my name could have been mentioned and wasn't. When the applause finally faded, my mom sat down, clearly satisfied. She took a sip of her drink and leaned toward Lily to say something quietly. No one looked at me. No one asked how graduation felt. No one asked what came next. I felt strangely calm. Not numb. Calm. In the way you get when something finally confirms what you've been trying not to see. The waiter came back to check on us, and I thanked him automatically. My fork rested untouched on my plate. In my jacket pocket, I felt the edge of an envelope. Thick. Cream-colored. I checked 3 times before we left the house to make sure it was there. I hadn't planned to bring it originally, but something told me I should. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was years of being overlooked, quietly preparing me for moments like this. My dad was mid-sentence again, talking about how important it was to recognize potential early. My mom nodded along, already crafting her next thought. Lily smiled, comfortable, secure in her place at the center of their attention. I waited. I let them finish. I let the last of the applause die completely. I let the restaurant settle back into its low hum. Then, slowly, deliberately, I reached into my jacket pocket and slid the envelope out onto the table. The paper made a soft sound against the tablecloth, barely noticeable. But my mom's eyes flicked down anyway. My dad paused mid-word. Lily's smile faltered, just a fraction, as she glanced from the envelope to me. I forgot to mention something, I said, my voice steadier than I expected. I didn't open it yet. I just rested my hand on top of it and looked up at them, one by one, feeling the weight of years pressing into that single moment. That was when the table finally went quiet. For a moment after I said that, nobody spoke. It was one of those silences that feels louder than conversation, the kind that makes you aware of every tiny sound. The clink of cutlery from a nearby table, the low murmur of a couple arguing quietly behind us, the hum of the air conditioning. My hand was still resting on the envelope, not opening it, not sliding it forward, just letting it exist there between us like a question no one wanted to ask out loud. My mom was the first to recover. She smiled, the polite, hosting a dinner smile, not the proud one she'd just used on Lily. Oh, she said lightly. What's that, Eddie? There it was. Not what is it? Not is this about your graduation? Just oh, like I'd pulled out a receipt or a coupon. I felt something tighten in my chest, but I kept my tone even. It's an acceptance letter, I said. From a graduate program. My dad blinked. Graduate program? He repeated, as if the words didn't quite fit together. I thought you were just finishing. I am, I said. This is what comes next. Lily tilted her head, studying the envelope like it was a prop she hadn't been told about in advance. You applied already? She asked. Not impressed. Not curious. Just surprised that I'd done something without announcing it. Yeah, I said. A while ago. My mom waved her hand slightly, like she was brushing past the detail. Well, open it then, she said. Let's see. I hesitated. Not because I was unsure of what was inside. I'd read it so many times I could practically recite it, but because something in me wanted to slow the moment down, to make them sit with the fact that this existed whether they were interested or not. Eventually, I slid my finger under the flap and pulled the letter out. I was accepted, I said. Fully funded. That got a reaction. My dad straightened in his chair. Fully funded? He said, louder than necessary. Yes, I replied. Tuition, stipend, housing assistance. The whole program. My mom frowned, not in disbelief, but in calculation. Well, she said slowly, that's nice. Nice. The word landed flat. I waited, foolishly, for more. For a question. For excitement. For anything resembling the energy they'd just poured into Lily. Instead, my dad leaned back and crossed his arms. So what is it? He asked. Like, where is it? I told them the name of the program, the university, the city. I explained what I'd be studying, why it mattered to me, how competitive it was. I watched their faces as I spoke, looking for some sign that this was registering as important. My dad nodded occasionally, the way he did when someone was explaining something he didn't plan to remember. My mom glanced at Lily halfway through, as if checking whether this was interesting enough to keep listening. When I finished, there was another pause. Then my mom said, well, that's good. I just wish you'd told us earlier. We could have helped. Helped? I almost laughed. Almost. I did tell you, I said quietly. She blinked. When? Last year, I replied. When I mentioned I was applying. At Thanksgiving. And again in the spring, when I said I had interviews. My mom's lips pressed together. I don't remember that. I do, I said. My dad shrugged. You probably didn't explain it very clearly, he said. You know how you are. There it was. The subtle blame shift. The implication that if they missed something important about my life, it was because I hadn't packaged it correctly. Lily smiled faintly, not unkindly, but with that familiar expression that said this wasn't her problem. Well, my mom said, clapping her hands softly as if to reset the mood. That's all very exciting. Anyway, she turned to Lily again. Tell your dad about what your manager said today. Just like that, the moment was over. Or rather, it was taken from me and shelved. Conversation flowed back to my sister's life, her plans, her future. My acceptance letter sat on the table between my plate and my glass, untouched, unread by anyone but me. Something in me shifted then. It wasn't dramatic. No explosion. Just a quiet realization that this wasn't an accident or a one-off. This was the shape of things. And it wasn't going to change just because I'd achieved something objectively impressive. Over the next few weeks, that realization hardened. Graduation came and went. My parents attended the ceremony, sat through my name being called, clapped politely. Afterward, my mom hugged me and said, we're proud of you. The way you say it when it's expected, not because you're bursting too. There was no party, no gathering, no extended family calls. Lily had a brunch planned when she got her promotion. Balloons, photos, a cake with her name on it. I moved back home temporarily to save money before the program started. That was my first mistake. Living under their roof again was like stepping back into an old version of myself I thought I'd outgrown. My parents didn't charge Lily rent when she'd lived there after college. For me, they sat me down the first week and explained responsibilities. A monthly contribution, groceries, utilities. Just until you get settled, my dad said. It's important you learn how the real world works. Lily dropped by often. She'd sprawl on the couch, kick off her shoes, complain about work. My mom would listen intently, offer advice, validate every frustration. When I mentioned being stressed about paperwork for the program, my dad said, well, you chose this path. The favoritism wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It lived in small things. In who got asked about their day. In whose opinions mattered. In who was trusted. One afternoon, I overheard my parents in the kitchen talking about finances. My mom's voice was low but tense. We can't keep covering her expenses, she said. I froze in the hallway, heart pounding, assuming they meant me. My dad sighed. I know, but she's got potential. It's an investment. She, not me. Later that night, Lily mentioned casually that our parents were helping her with a down payment on a condo. Just a loan, she said breezily. To get me started. I stared at her. They are. Yeah, she said. I mean, they offered. They said it makes sense to support the kid who's staying local. I didn't say anything. I went to my room and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. I thought about my stipend, modest but earned. I thought about how I'd never asked them for money, never expected it. And yet somehow, I was the burden. The breaking point didn't come all at once. It built, day by day, comment by comment, until the weight of it was impossible to ignore. It came the night my parents hosted a small dinner with relatives. Nothing fancy, just family. I hadn't been told ahead of time that it was happening. I found out when I walked into the living room and saw coats piled on the chair and heard voices from the dining area. Oh, Eddie, my mom said when she saw me. You're home. Good. You can help bring out the food. During dinner, the conversation turned, as it always did, to Lily. Her condo, her job, her future plans. An aunt leaned over and said, "Your parents must be so proud." They smiled. They nodded. They soaked it in. At one point, my uncle asked, "So what are you up to these days, Eddie?" Before I could answer, my dad said, "He's going back to school." "Oh," my uncle said, eyebrows raised. Still, I opened my mouth to explain. My mom cut in. "It's one of those academic things," she said. "We'll see how it goes." Something snapped then. Not outwardly. Inside. After dinner, as people were finishing dessert, my mom stood up and tapped her glass again. The same gesture as the graduation dinner. The same practice smile. "I just want to say," she began, "how grateful we are to have such a successful daughter. Lily has really stepped up this year, and we couldn't be prouder of the life she's building." Applause. Again. Familiar. Predictable. Then she added, without looking at me, "And of course, Eddie is figuring things out." Laughter. Not cruel, but careless. I felt heat rush to my face. My hands clenched under the table. I waited. I let the applause fade. I let the room settle. Then my aunt said, cheerfully, "Well, not everyone can be a star, right?" That was the moment. The exact second everything changed. I pushed my chair back slightly and stood. My heart was racing, but my voice, when I spoke, was calm. "I think there's something you should all know," I said. The room went quiet. My mom looked startled. My dad frowned, already annoyed. Lily's smile disappeared entirely. I reached into my bag and pulled out a folder this time, thicker than the envelope from the restaurant. I hadn't planned to bring it, but something told me, again, that I should. "This," I said, placing it on the table, "is the offer letter, funding agreement, and contract for my program. It's fully funded for 5 years. Competitive. Nationally ranked." My mom waved her hand, flustered. "Eddie, this isn't the time." "I wasn't finished," I said. That shut her up. "I didn't just figure things out," I continued. "I planned. I worked. I got accepted into something you never once asked me about. And that's fine. But don't reduce it to a punchline." The silence was thick now. No polite clapping. No murmurs. Just shock. My dad stood up abruptly. "You're embarrassing us," he hissed. That's when Lily spoke, her voice sharp. "You always do this," she said. "You turn everything into a competition." I looked at her, really looked at her, and realized something painful and clarifying. She believed that. She genuinely thought my asking to be seen was an attack on her. Before I could respond, my mom said something that changed everything. "You know," she said coldly, "if you're so unhappy here, maybe you should rethink how much support you expect from this family." Support. From them. I felt something settle into place then. A final piece clicking into alignment. I nodded slowly. "Okay," I said. "Then you should know something else." I reached back into my bag, my fingers brushing against another document I hadn't intended to reveal yet. One that explained why I'd been so careful, so quiet, so prepared. I slid it halfway out, just enough for the header to be visible. My dad's eyes dropped to it. His face drained of color. "What is that?" he asked. I met his gaze, my pulse steady now. "That," I said, "is where things stop being the way you think they are." And before anyone could stop me, before anyone could speak, I pulled it the rest of the way into the light. The room didn't explode the way you might expect. There was no shouting match, no dramatic storming out. Instead, everything seemed to collapse inward. My dad stared at the document like it might rearrange itself if he waited long enough. My mom's mouth opened slightly, then closed. Lily looked between them, confused, irritated, already defensive. "Eddie," my mom said finally, her voice tight, "put that away. This isn't appropriate." I didn't argue. I didn't need to. I slid the document back into my bag and zipped it up slowly. The damage had already been done, even if they didn't yet understand how deep it went. Dinner ended shortly after. People made excuses. Chairs scraped. Plates were cleared too quickly. My aunt hugged me on her way out and whispered, "Good luck," in a tone that suggested she didn't really know what else to say. Lily avoided my eyes. My parents barely spoke to me. That night, after the house was quiet, my dad knocked on my bedroom door. He didn't wait for an answer. "What was that?" he demanded in a low voice. "What were you trying to pull?" "I wasn't pulling anything," I said. "I was telling the truth." He shook his head. "You blindsided us. In front of everyone." "You've been doing that to me for years," I replied. My voice surprised me again, steady, not shaking. I just finally stopped covering for it. My mom appeared behind him in the doorway. "We've supported you," she said sharply. "You didn't need to make a scene." "Supported me how?" I asked. She hesitated. That pause told me everything. The argument didn't go anywhere. It circled the same points it always had. How I was too sensitive. How Lily didn't mean anything by it. How families don't keep score. Eventually, my dad said, "Maybe it's time you moved out sooner than planned." That was it. No yelling. No apology. Just a quiet eviction disguised as concern. I packed the next morning. I moved into a small sublet near campus. The kind of place with mismatched furniture and thin walls. It smelled faintly of old coffee and dust. My stipend covered rent, barely. I bought groceries carefully, counted expenses, said no to things without explaining why. For the first time, I was completely on my own. And for the first few weeks, I was miserable. I'd wake up in the dark and stare at the ceiling, replaying conversations I wished I'd handled differently. I wondered if I'd overreacted, if I'd burned bridges unnecessarily. I missed the idea of family, even if I hadn't really had the version other people talked about. Some nights, I sat on the edge of the bed and felt the weight of everything pressed down so hard it was difficult to breathe. That was my rock bottom. Not poverty, not failure, just the quiet realization that I had stepped away from something I'd been clinging to out of habit, not love. What pulled me out of it wasn't some grand revelation. It was routine. Classes started. Real ones. The kind where professors remembered my name. The kind where people listened when I spoke. My advisor met with me weekly and asked questions about my ideas, not my sister's life, not my parents' expectations. My work mattered here. I mattered. I poured myself into it. Research, reading, long nights at the library. I stopped checking my phone for messages that weren't coming. When my mom texted once, "Just hope you're doing okay," I replied politely and didn't elaborate. When Lily sent a group message about her condo progress, I muted the thread. Slowly, something shifted. I started running in the mornings, not to get fit, but to burn off the static in my head. I cooked simple meals and learned which spices made cheap food taste better. I made friends who knew nothing about my family dynamic and didn't care. To them, I was just Eddie, the guy who showed up prepared, the one who followed through. Halfway through the semester, I was offered a paid research assistant position. Extra income, extra responsibility. My advisor told me, "You're doing exceptional work." I went home that night and sat on the floor of my apartment, stunned by how much those words meant when they came from someone who had no obligation to say them. I didn't tell my parents. Months passed. Winter came. Snow piled against the windows. My life narrowed and sharpened in a good way. I felt stronger, more centered, less reactive. The absence of constant comparison was like finally being able to breathe deeply. Then, one afternoon, I got a call from my dad. I let it ring twice before answering. "Hey," he said. His tone was different. "Careful. We need to talk." I leaned back in my chair. "About what?" There was a pause. "It's about Lily." My stomach tightened, but I didn't interrupt. "She's running into some issues," he continued. "With the condo. With money." I waited. "We might need your help," he said finally. "Just temporarily." There it was. The shift. The unspoken assumption that I would step in quietly, the way I always had. "I can't," I said. Silence. "You can't?" my dad repeated, incredulous. "No," I said calmly. "I can't." My mom took the phone then. "Eddie, sweetheart, this isn't about old grievances. This is family." I closed my eyes. Family didn't seem to apply when I needed support. She sighed, frustrated. "We're not doing this again." "I'm not either," I said. "I hope Lily figures it out. I really do. But I'm not your safety net." The call ended awkwardly. No shouting. No resolution. Just a new tension humming under everything. After that, the messages increased. Not just from my parents, but from extended family. Questions. Hints. Guilt disguised as concern. I responded less and less. I didn't explain myself. I didn't justify my choices. Instead, I focused forward. By the end of the year, I was publishing with my advisor. Conferences followed. Opportunities stacked quietly, one on top of another. I learned to measure my worth by my own standards, not by whether someone else noticed. One evening, as I was sorting through old files on my laptop, I came across a scanned copy of the document I'd almost revealed fully at that dinner months ago. The one that had made my dad's face go pale. I stared at it for a long time, remembering the moment I'd pulled it out, the way the room had shifted. I realized then that I hadn't done it out of spite. I'd done it because, on some level, I'd needed proof. Proof that I wasn't imagining things. Proof that the imbalance had consequences. And now, months later, I didn't need that proof anymore. What I didn't realize, what I couldn't yet see, was that my parents hadn't let it go. That Lily hadn't either. And that the document in my bag, the one I'd nearly revealed, was about to matter in a way none of us had anticipated. The rise had begun quietly. The fall had already happened. And somewhere, just beyond the edges of my carefully rebuilt life, the past was gathering itself for one more collision. I didn't wake up one morning and decide to take revenge. That's not how it happened. There was no dramatic vow, no mirror speech, no sudden switch flipping in my head. What happened instead was quieter, and in some ways more unsettling. I started noticing patterns, little inconsistencies, things that didn't add up unless you stopped assuming my parents were merely careless or biased, and started considering that they were strategic when it suited them. The first clue came from an email that wasn't meant for me. It landed in my inbox late one night, forwarded accidentally by my mom, I think, because she'd meant to send it to Lily. The subject line was vague, something about documents for review. I almost ignored it, assuming it was another condo update or some family logistics thing I wasn't really part of anymore. But my name was mentioned in the body, just once, enough to make me open it. It was a thread between my parents and a financial advisor. My dad had written, "We need to make sure Eddie doesn't complicate this. He's been distant lately, but legally he's still listed." That was it. No context. No explanation. Just that line, sitting there like a loose wire. Listed as what? I didn't reply. I didn't confront them. I downloaded the email, saved it, and closed my laptop. That night, sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept circling back to that word. Listed. You don't use that word casually. Not when you're talking about money. The next day, instead of calling my parents, I called the university's legal clinic. It was meant for students dealing with housing disputes or contract questions, nothing dramatic. I framed it that way. I said I had some questions about family financial arrangements and wanted to understand my rights. The law student assigned to me listened carefully, asked me to bring in anything relevant. So I did. I brought the email. I brought old tax documents my dad had once casually asked me to scan for him years ago. I brought copies of forms I'd signed at 18 that I'd barely understood at the time. Things I'd forgotten existed because no one had ever encouraged me to think they mattered. Over the next few weeks, a picture started to form. It turned out that my parents had used my name more than once over the years. Not maliciously, they would say, just conveniently. A cosigner here, a placeholder there, an asset registered jointly because it simplified things. I had trusted them. I hadn't asked questions. Why would I? They were my parents. Meanwhile, Lily had benefited from those arrangements without ever being attached to the risk. She wasn't listed. She wasn't liable. She was just the recipient. The law student didn't tell me what to do. She didn't need to. She just explained what was true. You have standing, she said. More than you realize. I walked back to my apartment in a daze. The snow had melted, leaving the sidewalks wet and gray. Cars hissed past. People hurried along, wrapped in their own lives. I felt like I was carrying a secret that weighed more with every step. I still didn't feel angry. Not yet. What I felt was clarity. From that point on, I stopped reacting and started observing. When my mom called and tried to sound casual, asking how school was going, I answered politely and kept my responses short. When my dad emailed about updating paperwork, I said I was busy but would look at it later. I let them assume distance meant distraction, not preparation. At the same time, I started gathering allies, though I didn't think of them that way at first. My advisor introduced me to a senior faculty member who had industry connections. One conversation led to another. I accepted a consulting project that paid more than my stipend for a fraction of the time. I opened a separate savings account. I learned how to read contracts properly, not just skim them. I asked questions without apologizing. I also reconnected with my aunt, the one who had whispered, "Good luck," to me after that disastrous dinner. I invited her for coffee when she was in town. We talked about neutral things at first, then gradually about family. She hesitated before saying, "You know your parents have always leaned on you more than you realize." I nodded. I'm starting to understand that. She didn't ask for details. She didn't need them. But she started forwarding me things too. Old emails, group messages, comments that seemed harmless on the surface but revealed a lot when placed side by side. None of this felt like plotting. It felt like accounting, like finally balancing a ledger that had been off for years. The opportunity to act didn't come from me pushing. It came from them overreaching. Lily's condo situation deteriorated faster than anyone expected. The loan my parents had given her wasn't structured well. Interest rates shifted. Fees stacked up. Suddenly, what had been framed as a temporary boost became a long-term problem. My parents panicked quietly at first, then less quietly. That's when the tone of their messages changed. "We should all get on the same page," my dad wrote. "It's important we approach this as a family," my mom added. "Can you come home for a weekend? We need to talk things through," they said together. I agreed, not because I wanted to fix things, but because it was finally time to stop pretending I didn't understand the rules of the game. I arrived on a Friday evening, bag in hand, expression neutral. The house looked the same. Same paint, same furniture, same subtle hierarchy in how space was occupied. Lily was already there, pacing, stressed, snapping at my mom over small things. She looked relieved when she saw me. "Good," she said. "You're here. Maybe you can explain things to them." "Explain what?" I wondered, but I just nodded and said, "Sure." We sat at the dining table again, the same one where applause had drowned me out months earlier. Papers were spread out now. Bank statements, loan documents, notes scribbled in the margins. My dad launched into it immediately. "We need to restructure some things," he said. "And because you're listed, we need your cooperation." There it was again. Listed. "I need to see everything," I said calmly. My mom frowned. "Eddie, this is stressful enough. Let's not make it harder." "I won't sign or agree to anything without seeing everything," I replied. Silence. Lily rolled her eyes. "You're being difficult," she said. "This affects me." "I know," I said, meeting her gaze. "It's been affecting me for years." My dad pushed a folder toward me. "Just review it quickly," he said. "This is mostly procedural." I opened the folder and flipped through it slowly, deliberately. I asked questions. Specific ones. Questions that made my dad's answers trail off. Questions my mom tried to redirect. Questions Lily couldn't answer at all. By the time I closed the folder, the mood had shifted. "We'll need more time," my dad said stiffly. "Yes," I agreed. "You will." That night, I stayed in my old room. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt ready. Over the next few weeks, I followed up. In writing, I requested full disclosures. I set boundaries. I stopped responding to emotional appeals and only addressed facts. Each message I sent was calm, professional, impossible to twist. Behind the scenes, I consulted the legal clinic again. Then a real attorney, recommended by a professor who'd taken an interest in my situation. I didn't tell my parents that part. There was no reason to tip my hand. What they didn't realize was that the document I'd almost fully revealed months ago wasn't just symbolic. It was leverage. It outlined rights they'd never considered I might exercise. Rights that, once activated, couldn't be put back in the box. The final piece of the setup fell into place when Lily sent me a message late one night. Just a few words. "I didn't know they used you like that." I stared at the screen for a long time. I typed back, "Neither did I." At first. She didn't reply. And in that silence, I understood something important. This wasn't just about being overlooked anymore. It wasn't even about favoritism. It was about accountability. About consequences finally catching up to decisions that had been made comfortably, carelessly, under the assumption that I would always absorb the impact quietly. The stage was set. Everyone was in position, whether they knew it or not. And the next move wouldn't be loud or cruel or rushed. It would be precise. But that moment hadn't arrived yet. The final meeting didn't happen at the dining table. That felt important. My attorney suggested neutral ground, and for once, my parents didn't argue. Stress had stripped them of their usual confidence. They were tired, cornered, no longer in control of the narrative they'd curated for decades. We met in a small conference room downtown. Beige walls, water glasses no one touched, a rectangular table that made it impossible for anyone to sit at the head. Lily arrived late, eyes rimmed red, hair pulled back hastily. My parents were already there, whispering to each other in clipped tones. When I walked in, conversation stopped. I took a seat, placed my folder on the table, and waited. My dad cleared his throat. "We just want to get this resolved," he said. "As a family." My attorney glanced at me, then nodded once. "That depends on what you mean by resolved." The documents came out slowly, not all at once. My attorney laid them out like stepping stones, each one revealing a little more of the truth my parents had assumed would never surface. Co-signed liabilities, joint registrations, a refinancing maneuver from years ago that relied on my credit history, another one that quietly shifted risk without shifting benefit. My mom kept shaking her head. We didn't think. That's the problem, I said calmly. You didn't think I'd ever look. Lily stared at the papers, then at our parents. You told me everything was handled, she said. Her voice wasn't angry. It was hollow. You told me Eddie wasn't involved. My dad looked at her, panicked now. It was temporary. Just paperwork. My attorney slid one document forward. Paperwork has consequences. Here was the moment. The one I'd imagined in fragments during sleepless nights. But when it arrived, it didn't feel dramatic. It felt inevitable. I'm exercising my right to separate, I said. Effective immediately. My mom's face went pale. You can't do that. I can, I replied. And I am. The separation triggered a cascade. Assets had to be reassessed. Liabilities redistributed. The safety net my parents had quietly built by leaning on my name snapped back into its original shape, leaving them exposed in ways they hadn't planned for. Lily's condo became unsustainable. The assistance my parents had promised her evaporated under legal reality. They couldn't prop her up without risking themselves further. The choice they were finally forced to make was the one they'd avoided my entire life. They had to pick honestly. They couldn't. The fallout wasn't explosive. It was slow and deeply uncomfortable. My parents downsized within 6 months. Not because they were destitute, but because they no longer had the margins they once enjoyed. Conversations with extended family shifted tone. Whispers replaced praise. The story they told about themselves quietly unraveled as people began asking questions they couldn't answer cleanly. Lily moved out of the condo and into a smaller rental. We didn't speak for a while after everything settled. When we finally did, it wasn't to argue. I really didn't know, she said one afternoon over coffee. I thought you just didn't need anything. I nodded. I didn't need what you were getting. She winced, accepting the truth of it. We didn't become close overnight. We didn't need to. What we built instead was something more honest, less performative, less dependent on borrowed stability. My parents tried, in their own way, to reframe things. My mom sent messages about missing me. My dad talked about fresh starts. They wanted reconciliation without reckoning, peace without acknowledgement. I didn't give them that. What I gave them was distance. And in that distance, I thrived. The consulting work turned into a long-term contract. Then another. My research took off in ways I'd never predicted. I moved into a better apartment. One I chose. I traveled for conferences. I spoke in rooms where people listened. I stopped feeling the urge to explain myself. 1 year to the day after the graduation dinner that started everything, I received an award from my department. There was a small ceremony. Nothing fancy. My advisor shook my hand and said, "We're lucky to have you." I went home that night, sat on my couch, and thought about applause. About how loud it had been for my sister, how quiet it had been for me, and how little it mattered now. The last conversation I had with my parents was brief. My mom asked if I'd come home for the holidays. I said no, not unkindly, just clearly. "We're proud of you," she said, almost as an afterthought. "I know," I replied, "but that's not what I needed." I hung up and didn't feel guilty. Because revenge isn't always about taking something away. Sometimes it's about taking yourself back. About refusing to be the invisible foundation holding up a structure that never acknowledged your weight. They built their world assuming I would always stay quiet, always absorb, always adjust. They were wrong. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't burn bridges for spectacle. I simply stepped out of the role they'd assigned me and let gravity do the rest. And for the first time in my life, the applause I heard wasn't borrowed. It was earned. At my brother's wedding reception, someone slipped a note into my hand that said, "The Outcast." My uncle chuckled. "Well, you've always been different." I grinned, raised my glass, and declared, "Here's to the last celebration I'll ever join." They laughed until I walked away and left them with one unexpected twist. Hi Reddit. I'm Eli, 40M, and I guess if I had to describe my relationship with my family in one sentence, I'd say it's like being invited to a group photo and asked to take it instead of being in it. I've always been on the edges. Present, but never really included. Not hated, just overlooked. Or maybe tolerated. That kind of thing leaves its marks. I wasn't always the weird one. At least not to myself. But over the years, it's become a quiet, unspoken family consensus that I don't quite fit in. Let me take you back a bit. My younger brother, Theo, 36M, has always been the golden child. Everyone in the family, and I do mean everyone, talks about him like he personally cured some disease or saved a bus full of orphans. Growing up, he was the boy who got straight A's, played every sport, had a revolving door of friends and admirers, and still managed to charm the adults with that clean, polished way he had of speaking. Me? I was the older one. Quiet. Not athletic. Bookish. I liked puzzles and building things. I got along with people, sure, but I didn't shine. And in my family, if you weren't shining, you were just background. Our parents, Russell and Denise, never said it outright, but you could feel the favoritism like humidity in the air. Sticky and uncomfortable, and always there. They loved having something to brag about, and Theo gave them that. I didn't. So, I guess I became more of a placeholder. I was the "he's doing fine son," said in a low voice at family gatherings, before they moved on to talk about Theo's latest achievement or whatever new thing Savannah, his girlfriend-turned-fiancée, was doing on social media. Savannah. Now there's a chapter on its own. But we'll get there. The wedding was last month, but I'm still unpacking what happened. And honestly, I'm not sure if I've even processed all of it. The invitation came late. Very late. Not an evite. Not a call. Not a message. Just a plain, off-white envelope with Theo and Savannah's names in those fancy gold letters. No handwritten note inside. No, "Hey Eli, hope you can make it," or "Would love to have you there." Just the invite, as if it had been sent out of duty more than desire. The address was the kind of venue you only see in lifestyle magazines, overlooking a lake, with all the brick pathways and trimmed hedges and gazebos you could want. It screamed, "Look at us." I almost didn't go. Really? I kept the envelope on my desk for a week, unopened. But then, a part of me, probably the part that still thought maybe I was being too sensitive, maybe I'd get there and things would be different, decided to show up. So I went. I dressed well, nothing flashy. Just a charcoal suit, clean shoes, kept it simple. I arrived alone. Of course. At the entrance, the greeter had trouble finding my name on the guest list. She asked me twice how to spell it. Not Theo, not Savannah, the greeter. I waited off to the side as she flipped through a few pages, finally circling it and smiling like it had been an honest mistake. Inside, everything was gleaming. Crystal glassware, pale linens, centerpieces that looked like something out of a flower shop catalog. Everyone was dressed to impress, moving in little groups, laughing politely, sipping sparkling drinks, complimenting each other's outfits. And I felt like I had wandered onto a movie set where I wasn't cast. I found my table, table 11, way in the back, across from the restrooms. The kind of spot you assign when you're running out of space. No one else was seated there when I arrived. I stood for a while, watching the crowd. I recognized most of the faces, extended cousins, family friends, some of Theo's old teammates. I waved to a few. Most didn't wave back, or pretended not to see me. Eventually, Uncle Rick showed up. He's not actually my uncle. More like a cousin of my dad's, but we've called him Uncle since we were kids. Always a bit too loud, always with a drink in his hand, and always 3 sentences behind in any conversation. He sat down across from me, raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, if it isn't the mystery man himself." "Hey Rick," I said, half smiling. "You know," he continued, leaning in like he was about to share a secret, "your mom wasn't sure if you were going to show up. Thought maybe you'd skip it. Wouldn't have blamed her if she hoped I did." He laughed a little too loudly. "Well, you've always been different. You know that, right?" I didn't answer. The ceremony was fine. Perfect, actually. Just the way Savannah probably wanted it. Theo looked happy. She looked proud. I couldn't help but feel like I was watching a play from the wrong row. Like I wasn't supposed to be there at all. After the ceremony, the reception started. Guests mingled. Soft music played. Trays of hors d'oeuvres passed by like clockwork. I stayed in my corner, watching the room shift and settle. Then, just after the first toast, given by Savannah's father, long and poetic and full of gentle sobs, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned. No one was behind me, but someone had slipped a small folded piece of paper onto my plate. Just a plain note. Folded once. I opened it slowly, half expecting it to be some kind of menu correction or a leftover thank you tag. Instead, it just said, "The Outcast." No signature. No context. Nothing else. I stared at it for a long time. At first, I thought it might be a joke. A tasteless one, sure, but something done without much thought. But the longer I sat there, the more I realized this was intentional. Someone wanted me to see it. Someone wanted me to know. And for the first time in a long while, I didn't just feel excluded. I felt targeted. Uncle Rick saw it. He leaned over, chuckled, and said, "Well, you've always been different." That's when something in me clicked. A quiet, still kind of resolve. I lifted my glass, stood slowly, and said just loud enough for those nearby to hear, "Here's to the last celebration I'll ever join." They laughed. Uncle Rick snorted into his drink. A cousin behind me giggled and whispered something I didn't catch. They thought I was being dramatic, but they didn't know what I'd done, what I'd planned. And as I walked away from table 11, slipping the note back into my pocket, I locked eyes with Savannah from across the room. Her smile faded. She knew. That's when the real story began. As I walked away from table 11, I didn't head straight for the stage or the front of the room. I moved slowly, like I was just stretching my legs, weaving through clusters of guests who barely registered me. People were too busy chatting about the food, the string quartet, the honeymoon in the Maldives. The sort of conversations that sound smooth and glittery on the surface, but underneath, they're all about impressing each other. I made my way toward the long row of windows overlooking the lake. From that vantage point, I could see the whole ballroom. Savannah was still frozen in place, her smile stiff as plaster, while Theo leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Her eyes flicked toward me once, quickly, like checking the location of something she didn't want to lose track of. That's when I knew for sure. She was worried, and that meant she remembered. Let me pause here. I didn't come to this wedding with the intention of making a scene. I don't thrive on attention. I don't raise my voice in public. I don't argue at dinner tables, and I definitely don't start drama at major life events. But this wasn't just a wedding. This was the final page in a story that's been written behind my back for years. Let me tell you a little about Savannah. She and Theo started dating 5 years ago. They met at a fundraising gala, which is fitting because Savannah has always been more about image than substance. She came from a well-connected family, the kind who donate plaques to hospitals and smile too brightly in professional photos. On the surface, she was charming, polished, sweet in a way that made your teeth ache. But it was all very performative. She had a way of smiling while talking down to people, of complimenting you while simultaneously dismissing you. I caught on to it early. She didn't like me, and it didn't take long for me to realize why. I didn't fawn over her. I wasn't dazzled. And worse, far worse, in her eyes, I noticed the cracks in her mask. The first time she came to a family dinner, she made some joke about my job that no one else seemed to catch. I'm an architectural designer, not flashy but solid work. She said something like, "Oh, you draw little buildings, how fun," with a grin that didn't reach her eyes. Everyone laughed. Except me. I just looked at her. "That's one way to put it," I said. "Though I prefer buildings that stay standing." It was quiet for a beat too long. Then she laughed, louder than necessary, and changed the subject. That was the beginning. Over the next few years, I saw how she slowly shaped Theo. He was already the favorite, but Savannah polished him. She steered him away from old friends, from hobbies that didn't fit her aesthetic. She got him into events that required tuxedos and speeches. She helped him switch careers, and within 2 years, he went from working in local sports development to managing luxury properties owned by her family. The change was subtle, but it happened. And my parents? They adored her. She made their family photos look expensive. As she became more ingrained in the family, I became less visible. My name disappeared from holiday plans. I stopped being asked to pop by for dinner. Even my niece, Theo's daughter from a previous relationship, started calling Savannah a mom, while I was reduced to that guy with the books. So no, I didn't come to the wedding to cause trouble. But I also didn't come unprepared. Because a year ago, something happened. Something Savannah never thought would surface. And the funny part is, if she hadn't tried to have me uninvited from this wedding, if she hadn't gone out of her way to humiliate me, if she hadn't sent that note to my table to twist the knife just a little deeper, I probably would have let it go. But people like her can't help themselves. You might be wondering what I brought with me. Not an object, not a gift, but something far more powerful in families like mine. Information. I turned from the window and headed toward the far side of the ballroom, where the wedding planner's staff had set up a small table for speeches. The MC was reading off the schedule for the night. Cutting the cake, first dance, group photo, more dancing. I waited. Savannah's maid of honor, a woman named Trina who looked like she had walked out of a luxury boutique window, finished a speech full of recycled magazine quotes and awkward laughter. People clapped. Glasses clinked. Then, the MC returned. And now, the groom's brother, Eli, would like to say a few words. A few heads turned, surprised. I hadn't told anyone I'd be speaking. Savannah's eyes widened. Theo looked confused. Not worried yet. Just puzzled. I stepped up to the microphone. No script. No note cards. I'd been holding this speech in my chest for a year. Thank you, I said, glancing at the room. It went quiet. I wasn't planning to say anything today. I didn't expect to be asked. In fact, I wasn't even sure I'd be here. A few polite chuckles. Mostly silence. But I'm glad I came. Because celebrations like this are meant to bring family together, right? They're about love, about support, about knowing who's standing beside you. I looked toward Savannah. She had gone perfectly still. And it's during times like this, when everyone's watching, that the truth matters most. Theo tilted his head. Eli, what are you? I held up a hand. Just a few more words, I promise. And then I said the name. A name Savannah recognized. A name from her past. A name she'd worked hard to bury. And that's when the air changed. The laughter stopped. The name I said, Mara Benton, meant nothing to most of the room. But to Savannah, it was like I had dropped ice down her back. Her posture shifted, subtly but unmistakably. A muscle in her jaw clenched. Her hands, which had been resting so delicately on the tablecloth, slid under the table. Theo leaned forward in his chair, confused. Who's Mara Benton? He asked, half laughing, looking around like it was a joke he wasn't in on. But Savannah didn't laugh. I let the silence settle. A long, uncomfortable kind of silence. The kind that makes people glance at each other, wondering if they're supposed to step in. No one did. She's not here today, I said, voice calm. But she sends her regards. A few people laughed again, uncertainly. I ignored them. My focus stayed on Savannah. Mara and I met about a year ago, I said. Total accident. We were both at a design conference in Seattle. I gave a small talk about sustainability, and she introduced herself afterward, said she used to work in real estate marketing. We grabbed coffee, chatted about the industry, nothing unusual. But as we kept talking, I mentioned my brother's name. And then his fiancée's. I paused. Savannah's lips were pressed so tightly together they were turning pale. She froze. Just like you're doing now, Savannah. A low murmur began drifting through the tables. I could see people shifting in their seats, eyebrows raised, mouths slightly open. I leaned a little closer to the microphone. Turns out, Mara used to work for Savannah's family's firm. Until about 3 years ago, when she was let go. No warning. No explanation. Savannah stood up suddenly. Eli, I think that's enough. I raised one hand, calm and quiet. Just a few more moments. Theo turned to her. Save, what is this? She didn't answer. Her face was unreadable now, cold and collected in that way she always fell back on when she didn't want to give anything away. Mara wasn't let go because of poor performance. I continued, my voice still even. In fact, her record was spotless. She was let go because she found out about some improprieties. Financial ones. There was a noticeable reaction this time. A gasp from one of the aunts. The sound of someone putting down a glass too quickly. Not from Savannah's parents directly, but from Savannah. At the time, she was heading up a development project that, on paper, looked completely above board. But Mara noticed something odd. Phony subcontractors, duplicate payments, inflated invoices. I looked at Savannah. She confronted you, didn't she? Savannah still didn't speak. But her eyes were fixed on me, sharp as a knife. You told her she misunderstood. That if she said anything, she'd be blacklisted. That no one in the industry would touch her again. And then, like clockwork, she was fired. Within days. Now people were whispering openly. Theo's expression was unreadable, but his hands were clenched tightly on the table. And the thing is, I said, Mara didn't even plan to do anything about it. She didn't want drama. She wanted to move on. But when she found out who you were engaged to, and more importantly, who your future in-laws were, she couldn't stay quiet. I took out the envelope. Not the wedding invitation, but the second one I'd brought. I opened it, slowly, deliberately, and pulled out the thin stack of printed emails inside. Photocopies. Highlighted sections. Timestamped messages. Everything she gave me is here, I said. Conversations. Budget drafts. A copy of the termination letter with no cause listed. It's thorough, and it's dated. And if it were just about a work dispute, maybe I'd have let it lie. But the deeper I looked, the more names I found. People Savannah had used. Stepped over. Silenced. I stepped away from the mic now and approached the head table. All eyes followed me. I placed the envelope in front of Theo. "This is yours," I said. "Read it when you're ready." He didn't touch it. I straightened up and turned to face the room. For years, I've watched this family push people to the edges. Ignore problems. Protect appearances. I've been quiet. I've stayed out of the way. But this isn't just about me anymore. It's about the people who didn't get a seat at this table, who were dismissed like they didn't matter. Well, they do. Another silence fell. This one wasn't awkward. It was heavy, weighted with realization. I looked at Savannah one last time. She wasn't smiling anymore. And then, calm as ever, I said, "Thank you for inviting me." And I walked out. But I didn't leave the building. Not yet. Because what Savannah didn't know, what none of them knew, was that I'd already done something far more permanent than deliver a speech. I didn't walk far after leaving the ballroom. Just down the corridor and into a small side room that had been set up with a few chairs and leftover decorations. It was empty, quiet, and dimly lit by a single overhead fixture. I sat down, took a breath, and waited. About 10 minutes later, I heard hurried footsteps. The door creaked open. Theo stepped inside. His tie was loose now, his suit jacket gone, and he was holding the envelope in his hands like it was on fire. "She didn't deny it," he said. "She just said it was a misunderstanding. Then she asked me why I was listening to you instead of her." He sounded tired. Tired in a way I had never heard from him. I stood. "Did you read it?" He nodded. "All of it." I recognized some of the names. People she said quit voluntarily. People she said weren't trustworthy. They weren't stories. They were warnings. He sank into a chair, rubbing his face with one hand. "And you knew this for a year?" "I didn't want to be the one to destroy your relationship," I said, and I meant it. But then she made it personal. She wanted me out of your life, and not just quietly. Publicly. That note at the reception? That was her. Not your idea. I checked. He didn't respond. Just stared at the carpet like it might explain something. Later that night, after the last song had played and the ballroom had emptied except for a few lingering guests, Theo and I found ourselves sitting in his hotel room. The soft hum of the city outside was a quiet contrast to the storm swirling between us inside that small space. He was exhausted. Not just physically, his suit was wrinkled, his tie loosened to the point of almost coming undone, but emotionally drained in a way I hadn't seen before. He looked at me, eyes heavy with regret, and finally started to open up. "I never meant for it to get this far," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Savannah, she changed things. Slowly. At first, it was small stuff. Where we went, who I talked to, what I did on weekends. But then it wasn't small anymore. She reshaped everything. My job, my friends, even my daughter. I wasn't living my life, Eli. I was living hers." He paused, running a hand through his hair, as if trying to untangle the mess in his head. "I noticed, little things. The way she'd get upset if I mentioned my old friends. The way she'd insist on making decisions for me, for us. And I thought I could handle it. I thought I could make it work because, honestly, it was easier than facing the truth." He looked at me with a vulnerability I'd never seen before. But not anymore. Not after tonight. We didn't say much after that, just sat quietly. The weight of everything hung between us, unspoken but understood. It was a moment of reckoning, not just for their relationship, but for the years of silence and denial that had come before. The next morning, the wedding's aftermath began to ripple outward faster than anyone expected. The story of Mara Benton, the emails, the accusations, it spread not because I had leaked anything, but because Savannah, desperate to control the narrative, overplayed her hand. She sent a carefully crafted email to close family members and a few influential friends, painting me as vengeful and unstable. She dismissed the documents as fabrications and insinuated that I had hired someone to impersonate Mara Benton to sabotage her. It was the kind of damage control that, if successful, might have worked on some of the more casual acquaintances. But Mara wasn't just a name anymore. She had already taken steps of her own. She sent notarized affidavits to several key figures in the industry and posted a detailed, factual account on a professional real estate message board frequented by developers and investors. Mara's account was precise and calm, full of dates, numbers, and verified incidents. Slowly, her story gained traction. The post quietly went viral within the niche circles that mattered most to Savannah's career. By the end of the week, Two major firms that had been collaborating with Savannah pulled out of ongoing joint projects. Investors started asking questions. Board members demanded explanations. Within a month, Savannah's role at the family firm was put under review, pending an internal investigation that everyone knew was a euphemism for suspension. Her parents, usually vocal and present at every social event, went silent. I heard through a cousin that they were deeply embarrassed and frustrated at having missed the signs themselves. And then came the final blow. Theo filed for annulment. It wasn't clean or easy. There were messy conversations, legal proceedings, and fractured family ties. There were moments when I wondered if things might ever go back to the way they had been. But in the end, it was done. Savannah moved out of the apartment they'd shared. She left the city within 2 months, erasing almost every trace of herself from social media and disappearing from mutual friend circles. No one knew where she went, exactly. Some speculated she'd moved abroad, others that she was starting over somewhere completely new. Either way, she was gone. As for Theo and me, rebuilding wasn't instant or perfect. There was a lot of catching up to do on years missed, on conversations avoided, on wounds left unspoken. He apologized not only for the years he let slip away under Savannah's influence, but also for standing by quietly while I was increasingly excluded from family life. We started talking more honestly. About everything. He came to one of my project launches, something he'd never done before, and I could see the genuine pride in his eyes. It was a small thing, but it meant a lot. Our parents? They were shaken, too. After a long period of silence, my mother reached out with a message that simply said, "You were right. I'm sorry it took us so long to see it." It was the kind of acknowledgement that doesn't fix everything but opens the door to healing. The next family gathering was completely different from any before. It was smaller, less polished. No grand speeches, no carefully orchestrated photo ops. There was no seating chart dictating where everyone had to sit. For once, people chose their seats freely. I sat next to Theo. There was laughter, but it felt genuine. Conversations weren't about appearances or status. They were about real life, about connecting without pretense. It was a beginning. And me? I haven't received a single anonymous note since that night at the reception. Not that anyone would dare send one. Not anymore. When I was 14, my dad looked me in the eye and told me I was too much trouble to raise. No yelling, no dramatic outburst, just those 7 words, like he was reading a weather forecast. And the next week, I was on a Greyhound bus with a duffel bag and a handwritten note for a woman I'd met maybe twice in my life. His second cousin on his mom's side, a woman named Esther. She lived in a little town 2 hours away, ran a flower shop, and had a reputation in the family as being soft-hearted, which I guess made her the perfect dumping ground for a kid no one wanted. My name's Philip. I'm 28 now, but I still remember that bus ride like it happened yesterday. I had a Walkman with dying batteries, one hoodie, a pair of sneakers with holes in the soles, and the crushing realization that I wasn't going home. I wasn't going back to the squeaky bunk bed in the corner of my little sister's room, or the chipped kitchen table where my mom chain-smoked while filling out crossword puzzles. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my dog. "It's better this way," my dad had said. "Rip off the Band-Aid." They didn't come with me to drop me off. My dad paid the driver extra to make sure I got off at the right stop. That was his version of love, I guess. Financial transactions in place of human emotion. The only person who even hugged me goodbye was my little sister, Riley, and even she looked confused the whole time, like she wasn't totally sure if I was being punished or rescued. The thing is, I wasn't some delinquent kid. I didn't do drugs. I didn't run with gangs. I wasn't failing school. I talked back sometimes, sure, and I had a temper, especially when my dad would call me useless or when my mom would pretend not to notice the bruises. But I was just a kid trying to survive a house full of resentment and pressure and silence. And apparently, I failed that test. So off I went. Esther met me at the bus stop with a homemade sandwich and a thermos of lemonade. She didn't say much at first, just asked if I liked roast beef and if I got carsick easily. She drove a dusty green pickup that smelled like lavender and dirt. The windows didn't roll down all the way, and the glove compartment wouldn't close. But when she dropped me off at her tiny house with the creaky screen door and mismatched curtains, she pointed at the couch and said, "That pulls out into a bed. I'll make you some soup." Just like that. No judgment. No lectures. Just soup. She never asked what happened, and I never volunteered. I think we had an unspoken agreement. She wouldn't make me relive it, and I wouldn't pretend I didn't need someone to care. Over the next 4 years, Esther became the closest thing I ever had to a real parent. She taught me how to budget, how to patch drywall, how to unclog a drain without panicking. When I got a C in math, she made pancakes and said, "You'll do better next time." When I got an A in history, she framed the test. Not the report card, just the single test. It hung in the hallway between her bathroom and the laundry closet until the day she passed. And that's the thing. She passed when I was 19. Lung cancer. Never smoked a day in her life, but life isn't fair like that. I worked part-time at the flower shop with her those last 2 years, and when she got too tired to manage it, I took over. Ran it while going to community college at night. And when she died, she left it to me. All of it. The shop, the truck, the mortgage-free house, and a letter that ended with, "You were never too much, Philip. You were just too much for them." I haven't seen my parents since I was 15. They never visited, never called, never wrote. My sister sent me one postcard when she turned 16, said she missed me. I wrote back, but I never heard from her again. I figured they either didn't give her the letter or convinced her I didn't care. So I built my life. Slow, careful, small. I turned the flower shop into a little local business that did weddings and events. I saved. I studied. I paid off everything Esther had ever owed. When I was 24, I bought the shop next door and turned it into a coffee corner. By 26, I had 3 employees, a beat-up sedan, and a dog named Toby who chewed everything but looked at me like I hung the moon. And then last fall, actually, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something told me to answer. "Philip," a deep voice said. "It's your dad." I didn't say anything. Not at first. Just listened to the hum of the line. "Listen, we need to talk." That's when my stomach flipped. That old feeling, the one I hadn't felt in years, came creeping back. Like I was 14 again, standing at the top of the stairs, listening to them argue about how expensive I was. "I'm not sure why you're calling me," I said, keeping my voice even. "I know things were strained," he replied. "But you're still part of this family. Blood's blood. And your old man needs your help." That's when he dropped it. He and Mom were upside down on their second mortgage. They wanted to refinance, but the bank wouldn't approve them without a cosigner. And apparently, someone had told him I owned some businesses. Like that was all it took. Like the fact that I had pulled myself out of the hole they tossed me in meant I was now their golden ticket. "What exactly are you asking me?" I said, already knowing the answer. He didn't even flinch. "It's time you gave back to the family that raised you." I actually laughed. Out loud. A dry, shocked kind of laugh. Because in that moment, I realized something. He really believed he had raised me. That booting me out like yesterday's trash somehow still counted. "Is that what you think?" I said quietly. "Look, I know we had our differences, but..." "No," I cut in. "You don't get to rewrite history. You didn't raise me. Esther did. The woman you dumped me on without a second thought. She raised me." He went quiet. Dead quiet. Then he said, "Esther? That old bat." And just like that, all the air went out of the room. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles cracked. "Don't you dare call her that." There was this long pause, and then he said, almost casually, "Well, regardless, she wouldn't want you holding grudges." And that's when something in me snapped. Not in an angry, explosive way. No yelling. No screaming. Just a cold clarity, like glass breaking inside my chest. But I didn't say what I wanted to say, not yet. I needed him to feel it. To hear it all. And the way he had no idea what was coming, it made me realize just how little he really knew me. After that phone call, I sat on my porch with Toby curled up by my feet, just staring out at the dying light. It was early October, and the leaves had turned, crisp reds and deep oranges carpeting the street in front of my house. Esther used to love this time of year. She'd say the trees knew how to let go better than people ever could. And as I watched them shed their past, I realized I hadn't let go at all. I hadn't forgiven. I hadn't forgotten. I just buried it so deep under work and schedules and polite smiles that I forgot it was still alive. Still rotting. Still waiting for the day it could crawl back out. That call was the shovel. The next day, I tried to brush it off. Focused on the flower shop. We had 3 weddings coming up that weekend, and my new assistant, Chloe, was finally getting the hang of arranging centerpieces without needing to ask if carnations were too basic. Business was good. I was good. But that voice, it kept echoing. "It's time you gave back to the family that raised you." As if I'd just taken a long vacation. By the end of the week, the calls came more frequently. First from Dad. Then Mom. Then, surprisingly, Riley. Her voice was softer, unsure, and filled with pauses. Philip, she said on the third call, they're desperate. Dad's been drinking again, and Mom's stress smoking. The bank gave them a deadline. And you think I'm the solution? I asked, not harshly. Just tired. She sighed. I don't know. I remember how angry you were. But it wasn't all bad, was it? I let that hang in the air a little longer than I should have. Because the truth was, Riley didn't know. She didn't see everything. She was 3 years younger, and protected in all the ways I hadn't been. When I mouthed off, I got grounded. When she mouthed off, Dad would say she was feisty. When I forgot to do the dishes, I lost dinner. When she forgot, it was just a plate. She wasn't cruel. She was just lucky. I'm not mad at you, I said finally. But you're wrong. It was that bad. She didn't argue. Just said, I miss you. And I believed her. 2 weeks passed. Then I got a letter in the mail, handwritten, in Dad's barely legible scrawl. 3 pages front and back, talking about how family sticks together, how he regretted the past, and how proud he was that I turned out so well. There was a line that made my stomach twist. We knew sending you to Esther would make you stronger. Like it was some kind of twisted plan. Like I was a project they outsourced. That letter? I didn't burn it. I didn't tear it up. I kept it. Because by then, I was starting to realize something. I was at the center of a story they were trying to rewrite. And I wasn't going to let them. The final straw came a few days before Thanksgiving. I was closing up shop when Chloe poked her head into the back room. Hey, she said, holding her phone. Some guy named James is at the front. Says he's your brother-in-law. I froze. What? She shrugged. Wants to talk about a family opportunity. Super charming in a used car salesman kind of way. I stepped into the storefront and saw him. James, my sister's husband. Last I heard, they got married in a courthouse a year ago, and he sold insurance or did real estate. Something with a fake smile and a handshake. Philip, he said, arms open like we were best friends. Man, it's good to finally meet you. I didn't shake his hand, just crossed my arms and stared. What do you want? He didn't miss a beat. Listen, I know things have been rocky, but Riley's been telling me about your success out here. Real proud of you, man. Seriously. And hey, we've got a little something we think you'd be perfect for. A business opportunity, I deadpanned. He grinned. Exactly. Dad and I have been talking. He wants to launch a small landscaping company. Just a few trucks, local contracts, under the family name. We thought maybe we could use your credit to get it started. Co-sign a small business loan. It's all very solid. I stared at him for a long time. Then I looked out the front window at his truck, a shiny black SUV with a dealership plate still on it. You drove 2 hours to ask me for a loan? He chuckled, like we were joking around. Come on, man. Don't think of it like that. Think of it like family helping family. I stepped closer. You do realize I haven't seen or heard from my parents in over a decade, right? He blinked. Yeah, but Riley told me you were, what did she say, emotionally distant. We figured maybe this was your way of reconnecting. I almost laughed. I really did. Because this level of delusion, it was almost impressive. I suggest you get back in your SUV, I said, voice low, and drive home before I do something very unfamily-like. He raised his hands. Whoa, no need to get hostile. Then don't come into my store pretending we're friends. He left after that, muttering something about how I was still bitter. Chloe didn't ask questions, bless her, just handed me a coffee and went back to pricing tulips. But that night, I couldn't sleep, because now they were involving my sister. My little sister. The one person I still had a soft spot for. And I couldn't tell if she was in on it, or being used like I had been. Then came Thanksgiving. I had planned to spend it alone. Cook a small meal. Watch bad movies. Maybe walk Toby through the empty park. But at 9:13 a.m., my doorbell rang. It was Riley, and she was crying. I'm sorry, she said before I could even open the screen door. I didn't know they were going to do that. I let her in. Made coffee. Let her talk. She told me everything. How Dad was trying to get the house reappraised to qualify for a bigger loan. How Mom had maxed out 3 credit cards trying to keep up appearances. How James convinced them that the prodigal son would swoop in and fix everything. They think because you're successful, you owe them something, she said quietly. They don't see what they did as wrong. They think Esther was a favor. I clenched my jaw. She was the only person who ever treated me like I mattered. I know, she whispered. That's why I came. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folder. Inside were copies of emails, bank statements, texts. One in particular stood out, a thread between James and my dad discussing leveraging Philip's guilt and presenting the business as a tribute to Esther. I wanted to puke. They were going to use her name? I said, eyes burning. Riley nodded. They already had logos made. Esther's lawn and garden. Like it was some wholesome family legacy. And that was it. The breaking point. The moment I realized this wasn't just about money. It was about legacy. About them rewriting the past in permanent ink, using my name and Esther's memory as a foundation for a lie. They didn't just want my help. They wanted my story, my identity, my success, and they were going to drag her name through the mud to do it. I stared at the folder in my lap, at the printouts, at the fake smiles, at the names of banks and institutions I'd never heard of, all preparing to bet on a history that never existed. Then I looked at Riley. You were part of this, I said, not angrily, just a fact. She swallowed. I thought if I helped, I thought maybe it would make them stop, make them happy. They kept saying they just wanted to bring the family back together. By lying. She didn't answer. Didn't have to. The betrayal was complete. And I knew what I had to do. I had to stop them. Not just for me, but for Esther. For every person who ever got erased, repackaged, or rewritten because it made someone else feel better. After Riley left that day, everything felt different. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't punch walls or scream into the void like I might have when I was younger. I just shut down, like a house turning off its lights one room at a time. The world outside kept moving. Cars passed, leaves fell, someone laughed across the street. But inside me, there was this stillness. A quiet sort of devastation I hadn't felt in years. I took the folder she left, walked it into my bedroom, and tucked it in the bottom drawer of my nightstand. I didn't want to look at it again. Not yet. Because every word, every fake promise and plan scribbled in those emails felt like a punch in the chest. They were going to use Esther's name. That's what broke me. They weren't just trying to guilt trip me. They weren't just trying to claw their way into the life I built. They were going to drag her, my real family, into their mess. Pretend like she was part of their story. Like she had anything to do with the people who left me on a bus with a sandwich and a note. That night, I didn't eat. I curled up on the couch with Toby at my feet, the TV playing some holiday special on mute. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in Esther's room. Even after all these years, I still thought of it that way. Her quilt was still folded at the foot of the bed. Her dresser still had the little ceramic bowl of fake pearls she wore to church every Easter. It felt like walking into a chapel. The next morning, I called in sick to the shop. Chloe didn't ask why. She just said, "Take the time you need," and that was that. Esther would have liked her. The silence dragged on for days. I started ignoring calls, even from Chloe and Riley. My inbox filled up. Orders started backing up. I stopped showering. I stopped eating. And eventually, I stopped caring. Because the truth is, I thought I was done hurting over them. But there's a special kind of pain that comes with being used by the same people who threw you away. A pain that doesn't shout, it whispers. It tells you maybe you were never enough. Maybe everything you built was just compensation. Maybe they were right to send you away. That voice, the one that used to belong to my dad, was back in my head. You're too much trouble. You cost too much. You were never worth the effort. It's hard to explain what rock bottom feels like when you've already lived there once. But it's not a single moment. It's a slow erosion. Like waking up one day and realizing your roots have been yanked out from under you, and you're just floating through your own life, untethered. The turning point wasn't dramatic. There was no inspirational montage. It was Wednesday afternoon. Cold. Raining. I opened the front door to let Toby out, and he refused to go. Just stared at me, shivering. And that's when I saw it, his ribs. He'd lost weight. Not much. Just enough to be noticeable. Just enough to tell me he'd been feeling my spiral and starving quietly with me. I broke. Not loudly. Not violently. I just sank to the floor right there in the doorway and pulled him into my lap. He didn't protest. Just laid his head on my chest like he knew. "I'm sorry," I whispered into his fur. "I'm so sorry." I fed him. Gave him a proper bath. Sat with him while he ate, watching each bite like it was holy. Then I stood up, showered, shaved, and changed the sheets on Esther's bed. And for the first time in a week, I looked in the mirror and didn't flinch. That was the first brick. Over the next few days, I went back to the shop. Quietly. No announcement. No drama. Just opened the doors, turned on the lights, and got to work. Chloe was already holding the place together, She didn't say, "I told you so." She just handed me a clipboard and said, "We have 3 weddings this weekend and one bridezilla who keeps changing her color scheme." That was the second brick. I got busy, cleaned out the back room, started ordering seasonal arrangements ahead of time, reworked the schedule so my team had more time off, took Toby for long walks every evening, even when it rained, especially when it rained. By Christmas, I had filled 2 notebooks with plans, expansion ideas, budgeting goals, even a potential online shop. Chloe caught me sketching a layout one day and said, "I knew you'd come back better." I didn't feel better. Not yet. But I felt clearer. Like all the noise had been stripped away and only the truth remained. And the truth was this. They never saw me. Not really. Not as a son. Not as a person. Just as a burden. Then later, a resource. A line item on a ledger they thought they could cash in. But Esther? She saw me. She saw who I was and who I could become. She gave me room to fail without punishment. Space to grow without fear. And the best revenge, the real, lasting kind, wasn't about yelling or proving a point. It was about thriving. About becoming someone they could never control. Someone they couldn't rewrite. In early January, I got a call from a local journalist who had seen the shop's holiday window display. She asked if I'd be open to a feature about small businesses that survived the pandemic. I agreed. We talked for over an hour. I told her about Esther, about inheriting the shop, about rebuilding. I didn't mention my parents, not once. But when the article came out, there was a photo of me and Toby in front of the storefront, and the headline read, "From abandoned to blooming. How one man turned a second chance into a community treasure." The next week, business doubled. People came in saying they read the article, how moved they were, how much they loved the story. I smiled, thanked them, sold a lot of roses. But it wasn't until Riley showed up again that I realized the article had reached beyond this town. She was shaking. "They saw it," she said, eyes wide. "Dad saw it." I didn't react, just leaned on the counter and waited. "They're furious." He said, "You're trying to turn the family into villains for sympathy." I blinked. I didn't mention them at all. "I know that," she said quickly. "But he thinks everyone will. He thinks people will connect the dots. Especially with the timing." "What timing?" She looked nervous. "They're still trying to launch the landscaping business. But no one's biting. The bank pulled their offer. Said something about credit risk and public reputation." I tilted my head. "Public reputation?" She hesitated. "James kind of ran his mouth on Facebook. Tried to capitalize on your article. Said they inspired you. People called him out. Dug into old posts. The whole thing turned into a mess." I didn't smile. Not outwardly. But inside, a small, cold satisfaction bloomed. "They're talking about suing you," she added. That did make me laugh. "On what grounds?" I asked. "Being raised properly?" She didn't laugh with me. Instead, she placed something on the counter. A thick, yellow envelope. "What's that?" I asked. "A copy of Dad's will," she said softly. "And a letter from Mom." I stared at the envelope. It felt radioactive. "He's rewriting it," she said. "Taking you out officially. Says if you won't contribute, then you won't benefit. Not that there's anything left." "I never expected there to be," I replied. She looked at me, really looked at me. "I think I was wrong," she said. "About them. About everything." I nodded slowly. "I know." She reached across the counter and took my hand. "I want to make things right," she said. And for the first time, I believed her. By the time spring rolled in, the town had thawed. The cherry trees downtown were blooming, and so was my business. The shop was busier than ever. Chloe had taken over most of the day-to-day operations, which freed me up to focus on growth, planning, and, more quietly, something else. Something personal. Something sharp. See, after Riley dropped off that envelope with my parents' updated will and my mother's letter, which was, by the way, a masterclass in passive-aggressive manipulation, "I only ever wanted the best for you. Philip, you always were a sensitive boy." I started thinking less like a son and more like a strategist. For the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting to their chaos. I was studying it. I didn't open the letter right away. In fact, I shoved it in the same drawer as their earlier emails and texts. It sat under Esther's framed wedding photo and next to a small cedar box with her old ring inside. Every time I opened that drawer to get socks, it was there, waiting. But I had no interest in hearing another fabricated excuse wrapped in half sentences and false sentimentality. Instead, I opened something else, a notebook. Plain black cover, no labels. At the top of the first page, I wrote one sentence. This is how I end it. Then I began to plan. Not emotionally, not impulsively. This wasn't going to be a confrontation or a viral call-out or a teary letter sent to extended relatives. It was going to be methodical, clean, final. First, I started researching everything I could about their financial situation. Riley, in her guilt, had become more open with me. She gave me access to some of their old banking documents and forwarded me emails she wasn't supposed to see. I didn't even have to dig that deep. Turns out, when desperate people believe they're close to getting what they want, they get sloppy. They had over $80,000 in debt across 4 credit cards. Their second mortgage was on a balloon payment plan that was set to spike in June. Their car lease had been defaulted on and repossessed a few weeks after the article about me went viral. And their landscaping business? Stillborn. Not one contract signed. The bank had pulled the funding completely, and now they were scrambling to apply under a different name, claiming it was a fresh venture. Which led me to the next piece of the puzzle. Esther's name. They were still trying to use it. Despite everything, despite the backlash, despite the fact that I literally owned a business operating under Esther's Flowers, they were attempting to file for a business license under the name Esther's Outdoor Solutions. And worse, they were trying to trademark the phrase "inspired by Esther" as a slogan for their advertising. I laughed when I saw the paperwork Riley forwarded me. And then I called my lawyer. Her name is Deanna. She's a 40-something no-nonsense attorney who used to be Esther's estate planner. We'd kept in touch over the years. She's the kind of woman who wears sharp suits with chunky necklaces and looks like she eats small claims cases for breakfast. When I showed her the paperwork, she didn't flinch. "You have common law rights to the name through continued use," she said, flipping through the forms. "And if they're trying to profit off Esther's name while associating it with a completely different field, one that might even hurt your business reputation, we've got grounds to challenge the trademark and send a cease and desist." "I want more than that," I said. She looked up. "How much more?" "I want to stop them from ever using her name again. Ever. In anything." Deanna smiled. "Then let's get creative." She walked me through the process of registering the name, Inspired by Esther LLC, under my own umbrella. We filed trademarks, claimed the slogan, even bought the available domain names associated with it, including inspiredbyesther.com and esthersoutdoor.com, just to prevent them from getting any clever ideas. But I wasn't done. Next, I started collecting every physical piece of evidence I had from my time with Esther: letters, receipts, photos, contracts. I started curating a digital scrapbook, not for nostalgia, but for a very specific reason: credibility. If this ended up in court, or worse, in public opinion, I needed to be airtight. "No," he said, she said. "No vague memories or speculative emotions. Just facts. Paper trails. Signatures." While that was happening, I also reached out to a couple of local business owners I'd gotten friendly with over the years. One ran a small landscaping company called Greenblade. Another ran a nursery outside town and had done work for Esther's shop back in the day. I met them both for coffee separately and asked the same thing. "Have my parents or their son-in-law contacted you recently about subcontracting or partnering?" They both nodded. "They wanted to use your name," said Carl, the Greenblade owner. "Said they had your blessing." I thanked him and asked, casually, if they still had any emails. They did. I asked them to forward them to me. And then I built a new folder, this one labeled False Representation. Each puzzle piece fit better than the last. They'd been planning this for months. They had no shame about it. They'd been throwing my name and Esther's around like discount coupons, hoping someone would take pity and throw money their way. But no one had, because no one bought it anymore. My article had reached more people than they realized. Clients had Googled. Local folks had asked questions. Their story didn't add up. And when they got called out, they retreated, but not for long. That's the thing about people like my father. They don't stop. They don't reflect. They pivot. And that's where the wedding came in. Riley was the one who told me about it. "There's a big family wedding in June," she said one night over tea. "Mom's side. Distant cousins. But they're all going to be there. And Dad's planning to make an announcement." "What kind of announcement?" She hesitated. "They're relaunching the business. Different branding. But they still want to use Esther's name in the story. Say she inspired the work ethic or some garbage. They're going to claim it's a legacy project." I stared at her. "What?" She looked down. They invited you. I laughed. What? They think it would be good optics. A family unity moment. Picture of us all together. You standing by Dad. Symbol of forgiveness or something. It was so outrageous I almost choked on my tea. But then the wheels started turning. Because if they were planning to announce this business publicly, again, at a wedding with dozens of extended relatives, acquaintances, and potential investors, maybe that was the opportunity one needed. Maybe I didn't have to destroy them behind closed doors. Maybe I could do it while they were smiling for the cameras. I'll go, I said slowly. Riley blinked. You're serious? Yeah, I said, already pulling out my notebook. I'm going to need a suit, a date, and a projector. She leaned in, brow furrowed. A projector? I looked up at her, calm, steady. They want a family presentation? I smiled. Then let's give them one they'll never forget. The wedding was held on a sweltering Saturday in June at a country club 2 towns over. Exactly the kind of venue my parents used to scoff at when I was a kid, calling it pretentious. Funny how people change when they need money. Or maybe they don't change at all. Maybe they just find new ways to perform. I hadn't seen my father in over a decade. Not in person, anyway. The moment I stepped into the reception hall, I spotted him near the bar, wearing a too tight beige suit that didn't match his shoes. His hair was thinner than I remembered. His shoulders slumped more. But his voice was the same, booming and oily, charming in that way that made people nod along before realizing they'd been talked into something. He didn't see me right away, but Mom did. She was seated at a table near the front, fanning herself with a program and whispering to a woman I didn't recognize. Her smile faltered for a brief second when our eyes met. And for the first time in my life, she looked nervous. Good. I took a slow walk through the hall. Every table was decorated with fake vines and rustic centerpieces that tried too hard. A banner at the front read, "Celebrating New Beginnings," and I spotted the logo on the corner. Legacy by Esther. It was laughably disrespectful. A clean serif font above a stylized flower, the kind you'd find on a Pinterest board called Classy Business Aesthetic. I felt a flicker of rage, but it passed quickly. There was no need for rage today. Everything had already been arranged. At 3:15, the music died down and the mic was passed to my father. He walked up to the stage with the confidence of a man who thought he'd just landed $1 million contract. He started with some general praise for the newlyweds, talked about family and tradition, and then shifted gears. As many of you know, he said, our family has always been built on hard work, grit, and strong values. And we're proud to carry those forward into a new chapter. He gestured toward the screen behind him. A logo appeared. Legacy by Esther. This, he continued, is more than a business. It's a tribute. A tribute to a remarkable woman who represented everything good in our family. Humility, resilience, dedication. I could feel Riley stiffen beside me. She was holding a folder in her lap under the table, just in case I needed it. I didn't. We're launching a boutique landscaping and outdoor design company next month, Dad went on. And we're doing it in Esther's name. Because her values inspired us. I stood. People turned. He paused. I didn't walk quickly. I made my way to the front like I was headed to give a toast. Calm. Respectful. Measured. I climbed the steps to the stage. He leaned toward me, covering the mic. Philip, he said through a forced smile, what are you doing? I'm part of the family, aren't I? I replied, taking the mic before he could stop me. A hush fell over the room. The kind of silence that anticipates drama. Phones tilted discreetly. Eyes widened. I turned to the crowd. Hi, I said. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Philip. I'm Richard and Elaine's son. Murmurs. I haven't been mentioned in a lot of family stories, but that's okay. I was sent to live with Esther when I was 14. They said I was too much trouble to raise. Put me on a bus with a note and a sandwich. Didn't visit. Didn't call. Not once. My father's smile cracked. But that woman, I said, pointing to the logo behind me. That woman raised me. She fed me. She taught me what family is supposed to look like. And when she passed away, she left me everything. The house. The flower shop. Her name. I paused. And today, I'm here to make something clear. I clicked a button in my pocket, and the logo on the projector flickered, then changed to Inspired by Esther, LLC. My business name. My branding. My trademark. I let the silence hang. My father and his associates attempted to register several businesses under variations of her name without my knowledge. They claimed I supported it, that I gave my blessing, that I'd be involved. I turned to him. I didn't. You lied. Again. Gasps now. Someone whispered, "Oh my God." Over the last few months, I continued, they tried to secure bank loans, investor partnerships, and supplier discounts using my name and Esther's name. I have the emails, the text messages, even a recorded phone call with a local contractor. I gestured to the screen where the words false representation, legal evidence on file appeared. And starting Monday, legal action will begin. They will receive cease and desist letters, trademark violation suits, and if necessary, fraud charges. My father stepped forward, trying to grab the mic. I turned away from him. "I'm not here to cause a scene," I said, raising my voice just enough. "I'm here to defend the only person who ever loved me like a son. I won't let you use her. Not her name, not her story, not her legacy." I looked at the guests. "You're free to support their business if you'd like, but you should know who you're really supporting." I set the mic down on the stand. "Enjoy the wedding." And I walked off the stage. It took about 4 minutes for chaos to erupt. People started whispering, some standing and leaving. A few came over to me, quietly thanking me for the truth. One elderly woman took my hand and said, "I always wondered what happened to you. Esther talked about you like you were gold." My father didn't come after me. Neither did my mother. They stayed at their table, frozen, pale. My mom looked like she might cry. My dad looked like he'd swallowed broken glass. And Riley? She stood next to me the whole time, silent and steady. Outside, in the parking lot, I took a deep breath. The air smelled like cut grass and early summer. Toby was waiting in the back seat of my car, tail thumping when he saw me. "I'm done," I said to no one in particular. And I was. On Monday, the legal wheels turned. Deanna sent the letters. We filed the trademarks. I bought ads on Google that redirected every search for Legacy by Esther or Esther's Outdoor to my website, with a respectful message clarifying that Esther's legacy was being misused. 2 weeks later, their Facebook page was deleted. Their domain was pulled down. Their credit line frozen. The final nail came when I posted a formal open letter to my site, outlining the truth with attached documents. It never went viral, but it didn't have to. The right people saw it. And they didn't recover. The business dissolved quietly in late July. James skipped town. My parents went silent. No apologies. No calls. Just silence. Riley visits sometimes. She brings pie. Helps at the shop. She's doing better. I think she finally sees things clearly now, too. I kept the suit I wore that day. Still hangs in the back of my closet. Not because I want to remember the wedding, but because it reminds me that dignity is quiet. Truth is powerful. And revenge? Revenge doesn't need shouting. It just needs to be finished. And I finished it. I'm Tony, 32, and for most of my life, I've been labeled as the quiet one in the family, the one who doesn't cause trouble, doesn't argue, doesn't stand out. My parents, especially my mom, always said I was sensitive, which was their polite way of saying disappointment. I was the one who went into something safe but boring, according to them, a career in IT, while my older brother, Ryan, was the golden boy. He was charismatic, loud, always the center of attention, and no matter what he did, he had this way of making everyone believe he was extraordinary. Even when he messed up, my parents somehow turned it into a story of resilience. Me? If I made one small mistake, it was proof that I'd never had what it takes. It's funny how you grow up thinking that one day your family will finally see you for who you are, an adult, independent, capable, but some families never let go of the old roles. Every Thanksgiving, I hoped things would be different. I'd tell myself, maybe this year they'll just treat me like a person, not a disappointment wrapped in politeness. But this last Thanksgiving, it was the day I finally realized that I'd been fooling myself all along. The moment I walked into my parents' house, the air was thick with that usual blend of fake warmth and underlying tension. The smell of roasted turkey filled the house, and laughter came from the dining room. But when I stepped in, it quieted just slightly, just enough for me to notice. My mom's eyes flicked up, scanning me like she was checking if I'd dressed appropriately. My dad gave me that half smile that wasn't really a smile, more like a nod of acknowledgement. Ryan, of course, stood up with his glass raised. "Look who finally decided to show up," he said, grinning wide. Everyone laughed, even my aunt, who barely knew why. "Traffic," I said calmly, setting the dessert I brought, a homemade pie, on the counter. Figured I'd try to contribute. "Oh, Tony, You didn't have to do that, Mom said with a too bright smile. You know baking isn't really your thing. I just smiled faintly. Well, I managed. Ryan leaned against the counter beside her, eyeing the pie like it was an art project gone wrong. You sure it's edible this time? Remember last year's experiment? He laughed at his own joke, and Mom joined in, shaking her head fondly. They always did that. Laugh at me together, like it was harmless teasing. But when you grow up being the punchline, you start to realize the laughter isn't as innocent as it sounds. Dinner was the usual performance. My mom talking about how hard Ryan worked, my dad chiming in about Ryan's ambition, and Ryan sitting there soaking it all in, as if he'd earned every word. I sat quietly, listening, cutting my food into tiny pieces. Every time I tried to speak, someone interrupted. When I mentioned that my company had promoted me to a senior position, my mom barely blinked. "Oh, that's nice, dear," she said, before turning to Ryan. "Didn't your firm just give you another bonus?" He nodded smugly. "Yeah, I'm basically managing the whole department now." It was a lie. I knew it because I'd heard through a mutual friend that Ryan had been reprimanded at work for missing deadlines. But my parents never verified anything he said. They just believed him. Because that's what Ryan did. He told stories, and they swallowed them whole. I sat there smiling, nodding, doing what I always did, pretending it didn't bother me. Pretending I didn't notice how my dad only asked Ryan questions, how my mom leaned toward him like he was a celebrity guest. I'd grown used to fading into the background. But something about that night felt different. There was this undercurrent, a cruel excitement in the air that I couldn't quite place. Then came the toast. My dad stood, his glass raised, and said, "Let's all give thanks for another wonderful year together." Everyone lifted their glasses. "To family," he said. "To family," they echoed. But Ryan wasn't done. He grinned, stood up with exaggerated confidence, and said, "Actually, I've got one more toast." The room quieted a bit, curious. "Here's to Mom's favorite," he said, looking directly at me. Still the family's biggest failure. For a second, I thought I'd misheard him. Then I saw the smirks around the table, my aunt's awkward laugh, my dad's amused exhale, my mom covering her mouth like she was embarrassed but entertained. "Ryan," Mom said in that fake scolding tone, but she was smiling. "What?" Ryan said innocently. "It's just a joke. Tony knows I'm kidding, right?" I stared at him for a long second. My fork rested halfway between my plate and my mouth. My heart was pounding, but my face stayed calm. "Yeah," I said quietly. "Sure." I took another bite of turkey and looked around the table, really looking this time, at all of them. They weren't just laughing, they were enjoying it. Even Dad. That was the moment something inside me clicked. I realized that nothing I'd ever done, or could do, would change how they saw me. And for the first time, instead of trying to fix it, I just accepted it. I nodded slowly, swallowed my bite, and thought, enjoy this. It's the last time I'll sit at this table. After dinner, while everyone was in the living room, I excused myself early. "Got some work tomorrow," I said. No one protested. Ryan just called out, "Don't stay up all night coding, little bro." I smiled politely, grabbed my coat, and left. The cold air outside felt like freedom. I walked to my car, started the engine, and just sat there for a minute, staring at the house through the windshield. I should have been angry, but I wasn't. I just felt done. That night, when I got home, I pulled out the envelope sitting in my desk drawer, the one from my late grandmother's lawyer. She'd left behind a modest inheritance to be split between Ryan and me, but there was a clause. We both had to sign the release form together to access it. My parents had been pressuring me for months to hurry up and sign, saying Ryan had plans for the money. I'd been stalling, saying I wanted time to review the terms. Now, sitting there under the soft hum of my desk lamp, I finally understood why I'd been hesitating. A week later, the call came. It was Ryan. His voice was unusually tight. "Hey, Tony. Just wondering, did you sign those inheritance papers yet?" I glanced at the envelope on my desk, the unbroken seal, and felt a slow, calm smile spread across my face. "Not yet," I said. He exhaled sharply. "You need to, man. The lawyer's been trying to finalize everything, and Mom's getting frustrated. We can't move forward until you do." "Oh," I said casually, leaning back in my chair. "So you need me now? What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," I said softly. "Just funny timing, that's all." He started to say something else, but I cut him off. "I'll think about it." And before he could reply, I hung up. Then I picked up the papers from my desk, ran my thumb over the crisp edges, and smirked to myself. They wanted to laugh at me, to treat me like the family failure? Fine. But they were about to find out what happens when the quiet one decides he's had enough. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I knew one thing for certain. This time, the story wouldn't end with me walking away quietly. It would end with them realizing that they should have never underestimated me. And that thought alone was enough to make me sit back, take a slow breath, and start planning. The next few days after Thanksgiving were oddly quiet. No calls from Mom, no texts from Dad, not even a snide meme from Ryan. He loved sending those passive-aggressive family jokes about being the responsible sibling, while I was the one still figuring it out. But this time, nothing. Just silence. And I didn't mind it one bit. I focused on work, logged long hours, and kept my mind off the Thanksgiving humiliation. But then, the quiet ended. One afternoon, as I was closing my laptop, my phone buzzed with a message from Mom. "We're having a family dinner Sunday. Don't be late this time." No question mark, no greeting. Just an order. For a moment, I considered ignoring it. But part of me wanted to see where this was heading. They were probably going to pressure me again about the inheritance. So I decided to go, but on my terms. I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't going to explain or defend myself. I was going to listen, watch, and take mental notes. When I arrived Sunday evening, Ryan's new car was parked right out front, a shiny black SUV that I knew he couldn't afford. He must have either taken out another loan or convinced my parents to help him again. Inside, the atmosphere was the same as always. My mom fluttering around the kitchen, my dad sitting in his usual spot with the TV on, pretending not to notice how loud everyone was. Ryan leaned against the counter, scrolling through his phone, clearly waiting for me. "Tony," Mom greeted, her tone clipped but polite. "Glad you could make it. You're early." "Yeah," I said, hanging my coat. Didn't want to miss the family meeting. Ryan looked up, smirking. "Meeting? Oh, come on, don't make it sound so serious." Mom gave him a little look that said, "Let me handle this," and turned to me. "Actually, we did want to discuss something important," she said sweetly. "It's about Grandma's inheritance." There it was. I took a seat, folded my hands, and waited. "You know your grandmother always wanted the best for you boys," Mom began, her voice syrupy with fake tenderness. "And she trusted you to be responsible with her gift. But Ryan has an opportunity, one that could benefit everyone if we act quickly." Ryan jumped in. "Yeah, my friend's starting a new real estate investment group, and I could get in early if we free up the funds now. But the lawyer says he can't release the money until you sign." I leaned back, studying him. "So it's not for everyone. It's for you." Mom sighed, as if I were being deliberately difficult. "Tony, don't be petty. Ryan has a plan. You've always said you weren't in a rush to use the money." Dad finally spoke, his voice low and dismissive. "Your brother's actually doing something productive with his share. You could learn from that. By giving him mine." I asked quietly. My mom gave me that sharp look she used when I was a teenager, the one that meant, "Don't push it." "You're not giving him anything," she said quickly. "You'd both benefit if his investment pays off. And if it doesn't?" I asked. Ryan shrugged, smiling too confidently. "It will. Don't be negative." I sat there for a moment, letting the silence stretch. They thought they were cornering me, the same way they always did, pressuring, guilt-tripping, manipulating. But this time, I wasn't the same person sitting quietly, trying to earn approval. "I'll think about it," I said calmly, standing up. "But I'm not signing anything yet." Mom's smile faltered. "Tony, don't make this difficult. We're just trying to help Ryan get ahead." "Then maybe he should do it on his own," I said, walking toward the door. Behind me, Ryan muttered something under his breath, and Dad's voice rose. "Don't you walk out in the middle of a discussion, son." I turned, meeting his eyes. "That's exactly what I'm doing." And I left. That night, I sat on my couch replaying the entire evening in my head. The tone, the expressions, the rehearsed concern. It wasn't new. It was just clearer now. My whole life, I'd been the safety net for Ryan's failures, the background character in my own story. And they didn't even hide it anymore. Over the next week, the messages started coming in one after another. "Mom, Ryan's getting anxious. Can you just be reasonable and sign?" "Dad, you're holding up family business for no reason." "Ryan, dude, stop being dramatic. It's just money." I ignored them all. Then, on Thursday, I came home to find my dad's car parked in my driveway. He was sitting on my front porch, arms crossed. That was unusual. He rarely came over unless it was something serious. When I stepped out of my car, he stood. "We need to talk," he said. Inside, he didn't even sit down. "Your mother's upset," he began. "You embarrassed her by storming out." "I didn't storm out," I said evenly. "I left when the conversation became one-sided." He frowned. "You're being selfish. That inheritance could make a big difference for this family." "For Ryan, you mean?" "For all of us," he snapped. "Your brother's been struggling, and instead of helping, you're making it harder." I stared at him. "So I'm responsible for his bad decisions now?" Dad's expression hardened. "You wouldn't understand. Ryan's always had more drive, more charisma. If he had a bit of your stability and you had a bit of his ambition, maybe you'd both be better off." I actually laughed. "You mean if I had his recklessness and he had my work ethic?" His eyes flashed with irritation. "You always twist everything." "No," I said quietly. "I just finally see things clearly." He didn't like that answer. He muttered something about ingratitude and left soon after, slamming the door behind him. I sat there for a while, staring at the closed door, feeling this strange mix of anger and calm. For once, I wasn't doubting myself. I wasn't replaying the argument, wondering if I'd gone too far. Because deep down, I knew I was right. Still, the situation wasn't over. It never was with them. 2 days later, Ryan showed up unannounced. I was in the middle of fixing something on my computer when I heard the knock. When I opened the door, he was standing there, smiling like nothing had happened. "Bro," he said, stepping inside before I could answer. "Why are you being so uptight about this? We could both benefit if I invest first." I crossed my arms. "What's in it for me?" He blinked, caught off guard. "Well, the profits, obviously. Which I'm supposed to trust you'll share?" He sighed. "Come on, man, don't be like that. I'm your brother." "That's exactly the problem." He frowned, the fake charm slipping. "You've always been jealous, you know that? Ever since we were kids. You think I don't notice how you sit there, judging me?" "Jealous?" I repeated quietly. "You think I'm jealous of you?" He smirked. "You've always wanted what I had. Attention, confidence, the ability to actually make things happen. But you never had the guts." I laughed softly. "Ryan, I don't want your life. I just don't want to keep cleaning up after it." That hit a nerve. His smile dropped. "You're going to regret this," he said, his voice lower now. "Mom and Dad aren't going to forget how you're treating them." "I'll take my chances," I said, walking to the door and opening it. He hesitated, clearly wanting the last word. "You've always been the weak one, Tony. Always will be." I didn't respond. I just held the door until he finally left. That night, though, I couldn't help but think about his words. Not because I believed them, but because it was so typical. Whenever Ryan couldn't get his way, he attacked. Whenever my parents couldn't manipulate, they guilt. It was the same pattern, over and over. But something about this time felt different. They weren't just trying to get me to sign some papers. They were trying to remind me of my place. And I'd already decided I wasn't going back to that. The next morning, I called the lawyer who handled my grandmother's estate. "I have some questions about the inheritance terms," I said. "Specifically about what happens if only one heir signs." The lawyer explained everything carefully, confirming what I'd suspected. Without my signature, the money couldn't be released. And if Ryan tried to force the issue, it would become a legal matter. That knowledge gave me a quiet kind of satisfaction. Not vindictive, just steady, controlled relief. I wasn't powerless anymore. That weekend, I got another call, Mom again. This time, her tone was different. Softer, careful. "Tony, honey," she began. "I think we may have misunderstood each other. Ryan didn't mean to make you feel pressured." I stayed silent. "I just think," she continued, "that if you really love this family, you'd want to help your brother get on his feet. He's had a harder time than you think." I closed my eyes and exhaled. "You mean the time he got fired for missing deadlines? Or when he spent his bonus on a car he couldn't afford?" Her pause was long. "That's not fair. He's trying." "So am I," I said. "But you never noticed." "Tony," she said softly, her voice almost trembling now. "You've always been so cold. Your father and I worry about you. You isolate yourself, you hold grudges." I stopped her. "Mom, I'm not isolating myself. I'm protecting myself." There was silence on the line. Then, quietly, she said, "If your grandmother could see this, she'd be disappointed." I felt something in my chest tighten, but I didn't let it show. "If Grandma were here," I said, "she'd tell you to stop using her memory to manipulate me." I hung up. That was the moment I realized they weren't going to stop. They would twist, guilt, and push until I either gave in or walked away completely. And for the first time in my life, I knew which one I was going to choose. But before I could take that step, something else happened, something that shifted everything. A week later, Ryan called me again, his voice sharp and panicked. "Tony, you didn't sign over the inheritance, did you?" I looked down at the sealed envelope still sitting on my desk, untouched. I smiled slowly. "No," I said. "What? Why not?" he stammered. "You don't understand. We've got a problem." But before he could finish, I interrupted. "Relax, Ryan. I know exactly what I'm doing." He was breathing heavily on the other end, clearly desperate. "Tony, you don't get it. If you don't sign." I glanced at the papers, at my signature line still blank, and felt a deep, quiet satisfaction settle in my chest. "I'll think about it," I said, my tone calm but deliberate. And this time, I truly meant it. Because I knew that whatever panic had made him call like that, it meant something had gone wrong. The week after Ryan's panic call was the first time I felt a creeping, uncomfortable tension that wasn't just about the inheritance. It was the realization that I'd underestimated how far my family would go to get what they wanted. I'd always known they were manipulative, but this was something else entirely. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't even discreet. It was an outright display of how far they could betray me and still call it family responsibility. It started with small things. Mom texting late at night, trying to guilt me with subtle reminders. "Ryan is worried, Tony. Don't you care about the family?" Dad calling incessantly during work hours, pretending to check in while hammering me with arguments about loyalty, responsibility, and how I was letting everyone down. Every time I picked up, I could hear Ryan in the background, laughing, coaching them, almost enjoying the show. He knew exactly what buttons to push, and it was sickening. I refused to engage, just as I had after Thanksgiving. But I could feel their patience thinning, their tolerance for my stubbornness fading. That was when the email started. Long, carefully worded messages from Mom and Dad, often CC&G Ryan, detailing how the family could suffer if I didn't sign the inheritance papers. Each email was a masterpiece of passive-aggressive manipulation, reminders of sacrifices made for me, lists of opportunities one had wasted, and, of course, praise for Ryan's achievements. It was relentless. Then came the phone call I wasn't expecting, my grandmother's lawyer. "Mr. Tony," she said, her tone calm but slightly hesitant. "I need to inform you of a development. There's been an attempt to move your inheritance without your consent." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "It appears that Ryan submitted some forms to access the funds. The signatures were forged," she said slowly, like the words themselves were difficult to speak. "I haven't filed anything yet, but if this were real, it could become a criminal matter." I sank into my chair, gripping the edge of the desk. Forged signatures? I had known they were manipulative. I'd even expected them to pressure me endlessly. But this was a level of betrayal I hadn't imagined. "Has anyone contacted the authorities?" I asked, my voice tight. "Not yet," she said. "I wanted to speak with you first. You're the only one authorized to take action here." I ended the call and stared at the envelope on my desk. My inheritance wasn't just being used against me, it was being stolen. The realization hit me like a punch. Everything, the taunts, the fake concern, the pressure, they were all a prelude to this. And it was Ryan. Of course it was Ryan. My parents had always backed him, but I'd never thought he'd go this far. Not legally, not criminally. The next day, I confronted him. He answered the phone with his usual smirk. "Hey, Tony, did you think about signing yet?" "I know what you did," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "The lawyer called. You tried to forge my signature." There was a pause. Then he laughed, low and nervous. "Oh, come on. You think I'd do something like that? That's crazy. I have proof waiting to be filed with the authorities if you deny it," I said steadily. "Do you really want this to go that far?" "Tony, you're overreacting. I don't know what you're talking about," he said quickly, the charm slipping. "You're making this into a bigger deal than it is. Mom and Dad would never approve of you accusing me of something like that." "Mom and Dad don't matter," I said, the fury rising slowly but steadily. "What matters is that you broke the law and betrayed every ounce of trust between us." The line went silent for a long moment. Then, with a bitter laugh, he said, "You've always been the cautious one, the one who thinks rules matter. I guess that's why you'll always be the failure in the family's eyes." I closed my eyes, letting the words sink in. He had spent our entire lives making me feel small, and now he was daring to attack me in the only place I had any control, my grandmother's legacy. The betrayal was sharp and deep, a twisting knife I couldn't ignore. I didn't respond. I hung up and immediately called the lawyer back, instructing her to hold all funds, document the attempted forgery, and prepare legal measures to protect my share. I wanted Ryan to feel consequences, and this time, I wouldn't let fear or guilt stop me. Over the next few days, the dynamic in the family escalated. Mom began texting constantly, her tone shifting between faux sweetness and simmering desperation. "Tony, please, we're just trying to keep the family together. Ryan didn't mean any harm." I didn't respond. Dad tried his usual combination of intimidation and appeals to loyalty. He showed up at my office under the pretense of checking in, and even tried to corner me in the parking garage to talk things through. I stayed calm, asked him to leave, and watched as he stormed off muttering about ingratitude. Ryan, meanwhile, became erratic. He called, left voicemails, even tried showing up at my apartment. Once, I opened the door to him leaning casually against the doorframe, grinning. "Come on, Tony," he said. "We don't have to make this awkward. Just sign, and it's over." "I'm not signing anything," I said, stepping forward. "You're ridiculous," he shot back, voice rising. "Do you have any idea how much you're hurting the family? Mom's upset, Dad's frustrated. You're making everything harder for them." "I'm protecting myself from you," I said firmly, "and I won't apologize for it." He scowled, but before he could respond, I shut the door, leaving him staring at the empty hallway. That night, I replayed the last decade of my life in my mind. Every joke, every snide remark, every slight favor he received while I was ignored. Every time my parents smiled at him and turned away from me. And now, this, an actual forgery, an attempt to steal something that belonged to me. It wasn't just the act itself. It was the clear, undeniable message. I didn't matter. Not my opinions, not my boundaries, not my dignity. Everything I had worked for, everything I had been careful to build, could be taken away with a pinch stroke and a bit of collusion. The next morning, I got a knock at my door. I opened it to see my lawyer standing there, holding a file. "Mr. Tony," she said, "I need to show you something." She laid the papers on my table, Ryan's attempted forged signatures, a copy of the submission he'd tried to make, and email chains showing him coaching my parents to encourage me in his signing quickly. The evidence was undeniable. The betrayal was not only real, it was calculated. I felt something inside me shift. Until now, I'd been patient, holding back, giving them chances, hoping maybe they'd come around or act like decent human beings. But this was beyond manipulation. This was a conscious decision to steal from me, to break every boundary I had set, to turn my own family into accomplices in a crime. And suddenly, all the anger, all the hurt, all the years of quiet suffering became fuel. Every insult, every dismissive comment, every forced laugh at Thanksgiving, they all boiled up inside me. I wasn't just upset. I wasn't just frustrated. I was seeing clearly for the first time exactly how toxic and entitled they were, and how much they had underestimated me. I sat back, staring at the papers. Ryan had thought he could get away with it. Mom had thought she could manipulate me into signing without realizing I was aware. Dad had assumed he could intimidate me into compliance. They were all wrong. For the first time, I felt a sense of power. Not revenge yet, not really, but clarity. And with clarity comes planning. I knew that the next move would have to be precise. Legal measures, documentation, and timing were critical. I couldn't just react emotionally. I had to strike in a way that would leave them no room to argue, no chance to manipulate. And yet, as I looked at the forged signatures, the calculated messages, and the desperate calls from Ryan, a small, sinister part of me couldn't help but imagine the satisfaction when the truth came out. When they realized that the one they had always mocked, the one they had always dismissed, was now fully in control of the situation. After discovering Ryan's forgery, I thought the storm would hit immediately, but it didn't. For a while, all I had was silence. It was as if the universe had paused, waiting for me to make the first move. I tried to go about my normal routine, focusing on work, exercising, and keeping a low profile, but the emotional weight was heavy. I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal, the sting of being not just underestimated, but attacked by the people who were supposed to care about me the most. Nights were the hardest. I'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying every memory of family dinners, holidays, and conversations, each one now tainted by the clarity that they'd never valued me. I won't lie, it hurt. It hurt in a way I hadn't let myself feel in years. For decades, I'd absorbed their jokes, their favoritism, their subtle dismissals, telling myself it didn't matter, that I was strong enough to rise above it. But this, Ryan's audacity, my parents' enabling, was the breaking point. I realized just how small and powerless I had felt all my life, how much I'd buried my own needs and opinions to avoid conflict. For a few days, I let myself sink into that pain. I stopped replying to texts, ignored the calls, even turned down dinner invitations. I wanted to feel the emptiness, the betrayal, to let it settle into my bones so I could understand it fully. It was during one of those long nights that I had a moment of clarity. I realized that wallowing in anger wouldn't help me, not truly. I couldn't change them, and I couldn't make them see me the way I deserved. But I could change myself. I could walk away from the toxicity, yes, but I could also turn the situation into something I controlled. That realization was like a spark. Pain had given me focus. Betrayal had given me resolve. I started quietly. First, I set strict boundaries. No more unannounced visits. No more emotional blackmail via calls or texts. I blocked Ryan's constant messages on my phone, redirected my parents' emails to a folder I rarely checked, and stopped answering calls from the extended family who only passed along Ryan's commentary. I didn't make a scene. I didn't argue. I simply took control of what I allowed into my life. It felt like breathing for the first time in years. Then came work. I immersed myself in projects I had delayed for months, focusing on skill development, leadership opportunities, and networking. My work performance skyrocketed. It was almost ironic. After years of being seen as quiet and unambitious, I became indispensable at my company. I was offered a promotion to a managerial position I hadn't expected, one that came with authority, respect, and a noticeable salary increase. For the first time, I wasn't being compared to Ryan. I was recognized on my own merits. I savored that quietly, not for ego, but because it was validation that I could succeed without anyone's approval. Alongside my professional growth, I worked on myself personally. I picked up hobbies I'd long ignored, spent more time exercising, and even traveled for a week to a quiet mountain cabin, disconnecting entirely from the family drama. Those moments alone, free from the constant barrage of judgment and comparison, were restorative. I realized I had spent so long trying to earn their approval that I'd neglected my own happiness. Despite all this, the inheritance situation lingered in the back of my mind. I didn't act impulsively. I let it sit, observing. I spoke with my lawyer regularly, discussing contingencies and legal strategies. I knew I had leverage, but I didn't rush. Power, I realized, was most effective when measured, precise, and undeniable. Ryan's desperation, my parents' manipulations, all of it would eventually come to light, but only when I was ready. The turning point came quietly, in one of the most ordinary moments. I was walking home from work on a crisp autumn evening, earbuds in, listening to nothing in particular, when I saw a small cafe I'd never noticed before. Inside, the owner was struggling, a few tables empty, paperwork scattered across the counter. Something about it spoke to me. A project, a challenge, an opportunity to create something of my own without anyone's interference. I went inside, struck up a conversation with the owner, and within a week, I had made arrangements to help him streamline operations, modernize the business, and eventually invest. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, I was building something independent, something they couldn't touch or belittle. Life started to improve in ways I hadn't anticipated. I had financial security I controlled, a growing professional reputation, and a sense of self-respect I'd never experienced in the family environment. The more I focused on my life, the less the family's toxicity weighed on me. I started to see them for what they were. People whose approval I didn't need. People who thrived on control and manipulation, and people who would never respect boundaries or recognize my worth. Yet, even as I built my own life, the shadows of betrayal lingered. Ryan continued to call occasionally, his tone increasingly desperate, though he never mentioned the inheritance outright after the forgery exposure. My parents oscillated between feigned concern and passive-aggressive messaging, but their attempts to draw me back and became less frequent. They knew they were losing control. That knowledge gave me a quiet satisfaction, though I didn't flaunt it. I wasn't interested in petty revenge at this stage. I was interested in building, in strengthening my position, and in watching their influence over me crumble. During this period, I also reconnected with friends I had long neglected, people who had witnessed my family's favoritism and had supported me in small ways. Their encouragement, their validation, became another source of strength. I realized that the love and recognition I had been chasing from my family could be found elsewhere, and often, it was more genuine, more unconditional. A few months in, I was at a point where my personal and professional lives were flourishing in ways I hadn't dared to imagine. The cafe project was thriving. My promotion at work gave me authority and influence, and I had established a clear boundary between myself and my family. I was no longer reacting to their manipulation. I was anticipating it, and I was ready for the moment when action would be necessary. It was during a quiet evening, sitting in my apartment with a view of the city lights, that I realized something crucial. The power had shifted. For decades, my family had believed I was weak, passive, and easily swayed. They had underestimated me at every turn. But now, the quiet one, the one they called a failure, had control over the very thing they had tried to steal from me. I had resources, knowledge, and a plan. And most importantly, I had patience. That patience would be key. I didn't want impulsive revenge. I wanted precision, timing, and impact. I would not just assert myself. I would reshape the dynamic entirely. Every insult, every act of favoritism, every betrayal had been cataloged and internalized. They had unknowingly equipped me with the insight and motivation to turn the tables. And then came the day that made everything tangible. I received an email from my grandmother's lawyer. Ryan had sent another message, this time through his own attorney, claiming that I was deliberately obstructing the release of funds and threatening legal action. The desperation in his tone was palpable even through the formal language. I smiled quietly, reading it over and over. He didn't know how carefully I had prepared for this, how thoroughly I had documented everything, or how patient I had been while building my own power quietly in the background. I realized, in that moment, that the rock bottom I had experienced, the betrayal, the manipulation, the isolation, had been a necessary crucible. It had forced me to focus, to grow, to strategize, and to rise. They had pushed me to the edge, and instead of breaking, I had emerged stronger, more capable, and more independent than they had ever imagined possible. And I knew, without a doubt, that the next time I interacted with them, the balance of power would be unmistakably mine. Every insult, every attempt to undermine me, every joke at my expense, they had been training for this moment. I wasn't going back to being the quiet one. I wasn't going to argue or beg or explain. I had what I needed, and I was ready. Yet, as I sat there, savoring the calm before the storm, I also knew that the final act hadn't yet been played. Ryan was panicked, my parents were manipulative as ever, and the family dynamic still simmered beneath the surface. But for the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting to them. I was waiting, observing, and preparing. And when the moment came, I would move. Because they had underestimated me for the last time. It started quietly, the way most significant shifts do, almost imperceptibly. By the time I realized how much ground I had gained, I had already positioned myself in a place my family would never have expected. I wasn't just Tony, the quiet one, the failure they laughed at over Thanksgiving turkey. I was Tony, the one with the leverage, the knowledge, and, most importantly, the patience to wait for the perfect moment. The key had been strategy, not anger. After the forgery attempt and the series of manipulations, I realized that anything reactive would only give them ammunition. They thrived on chaos, on drama, on the opportunity to twist guilt and emotion to their favor. So I started planning carefully, in the background, with absolute discretion. My lawyer was briefed not just on the inheritance, but on every potential move they could make. Every document was cross-checked, every communication cataloged, and every interaction with Ryan or my parents was recorded, literally and figuratively, to ensure that the next time they tried anything, they would have no room to maneuver. Meanwhile, I expanded my personal power quietly. The cafe project I had stumbled upon months earlier had grown into something significant. I wasn't just investing in it. I was running it, modernizing it, transforming a failing little shop into a thriving business with a steady clientele. What had begun as a distraction from family drama had become proof of my capabilities, something tangible and independent that no one could take from me. I also leveraged my position at work, earning respect from colleagues and leadership, expanding my influence in ways that made it nearly impossible for Ryan or my parents to belittle me professionally. I even began cultivating subtle connections outside the obvious. I networked strategically, made introductions for people I trusted, and began quietly building a circle of support and influence. None of this was visible to my family. They still saw me as the background character, the one who didn't matter. It was perfect. Let them think I was passive. Let them assume they still held the upper hand. And then came the opportunity. It was a simple invitation at first, a casual family gathering under the guise of celebrating Ryan's new success. I knew instantly it was designed to pressure me again, perhaps even guilt me into finally signing the inheritance over. But this time I was ready. I arrived calmly, dressed sharply, radiating the quiet confidence that came from finally knowing my worth. Ryan immediately noticed, his smirk faltering for a split second. He tried to hide it with his usual bravado, but the subtle shift in my demeanor didn't escape him. Mom's eyes widened just slightly, as if she were suddenly aware that this wasn't the same Tony she'd been mocking all these years. Dad, predictably, tried to maintain his stern, patriarchal posture, but there was tension there too, a tiny crack in the armor of their assumptions. The gathering began as expected, polite conversation, Ryan subtly boasting about his achievements, Mom highlighting how proud she was of him, and Dad chiming in with that familiar combination of praise and condescension. I listened, nodded politely, and let them talk. I didn't interrupt. I didn't defend myself. I didn't react emotionally. Instead, I observed. Every word, every gesture, every attempt to manipulate me was cataloged mentally, every micro-expression noted. Then it was time. I asked casually, almost offhandedly, "So, Ryan, did you happen to submit those inheritance papers again?" The room froze. Ryan's eyes darted nervously, his smile slipping. Mom's hand went to her mouth, the color draining from her face. Dad cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable. I don't know what you mean," Ryan stammered. I smiled faintly. The attempt to forge my signature, of course. The one that could have become a criminal matter. Remember that. Ryan's mouth opened, closed, and opened again, but no words came out. He looked around at the table for support, but there was none. My parents, who usually swooped in to mediate, were silent, their faces betraying shock and perhaps a first real glimpse of fear. I leaned back, calm, deliberate. It's fascinating how quickly panic sets in when a plan doesn't go as expected. Mom finally found her voice. "Tony, please, this isn't the place." "No, Mom," I interrupted gently. "It is the place. Because you've all been operating under the assumption that I would continue to let you belittle me, manipulate me, and even break the law without consequences. But that assumption was a mistake." Ryan tried to interject. "Tony, come on, it was just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding," I said, voice measured. "Forged signatures aren't misunderstandings. Coaching my parents to pressure me? Not a misunderstanding. Mocking me at every opportunity? Not a misunderstanding. What you've all done is calculated, and I've documented everything." I pulled a folder from my briefcase and set it on the table. The weight of it seemed to make the air denser. Inside were copies of emails, recordings, and notes, all meticulously organized. "This," I said, tapping the folder lightly, "represents every attempt to undermine me, every manipulation, every act of entitlement you've relied on for years. Every single one of you is implicated if this escalates legally." Ryan's face went pale. He stammered, tried to smile, tried to deflect, but it was useless. For once, he wasn't in control. Mom's hand shook slightly as she reached for the folder, but I stopped her with a gentle shake of my head. "No, this is mine. And it's not just evidence, it's leverage. You've had the power to define me for decades, and now the power has shifted." I paused, letting the words settle. "I've built a life you can't touch, Ryan. I've gained professional respect, financial independence, and a reputation based entirely on my own merit. And I've done it quietly, while you and Mom and Dad spent all your energy underestimating me." My parents exchanged glances, Mom's lips pressed thin, Dad's jaw tight. Ryan's bravado crumbled entirely. Now, I continued, I'm going to make something very clear. The inheritance is not going to Ryan, not until there is absolute transparency, accountability, and respect. And I will not tolerate further manipulation. You've had your chance. I watched the shift at the table, the subtle but undeniable recognition that I was no longer the powerless sibling. My calm, measured delivery, coupled with the undeniable evidence, had completely reversed the dynamic. No more jokes, no more casual dismissals, no more unearned authority. They had been forced to confront a reality they had refused to acknowledge for decades. Ryan's voice was low, almost pleading. Tony, we can work this out. Please, just sign. I already told you, I said, leaning back with a slight, controlled smile. I will decide when and how any of this moves forward. And if you think panic or threats will change that, you're sorely mistaken. I watched as the room fell silent. The power wasn't just mine legally or financially, it was psychological. They were seeing me, really seeing me, for the first time. And it wasn't the timid, quiet Tony they'd tried to mold and manipulate. This was someone who had endured, observed, planned, and finally acted with precision. Over the next hour, the conversation shifted subtly. They tried to negotiate, to reason, to charm, but every tactic failed. I responded calmly, never raising my voice, never losing control, never giving in. Each attempt to manipulate was met with polite, firm boundaries. Each feigned outrage was met with calm acknowledgement. Each guilt trip was deflected with reason. The balance of power had shifted entirely, and they knew it. By the end of the evening, I left the house with the same quiet satisfaction I had felt months ago when I first realized I was done letting them control me. But this time, it was different. This time, I had executed a plan, and the consequences were undeniable. I wasn't just walking away. I was walking away in control, with authority, with power, and with a future completely untainted by their toxicity. The knowledge that I had turned the tables, that I had taken what they thought was weakness and transformed it into strength, filled me with a sense of satisfaction I had never experienced before. The quiet one, the failure in their eyes, had finally become the one in control. And this was only the beginning. By the time the fallout hit, it wasn't dramatic or chaotic in the way Ryan or my parents might have imagined. There were no screaming matches, no doors slamming, no public spectacles. The power of what had unfolded lay in the quiet, unshakable shift in dynamics, and the way it slowly and irrevocably settled in their minds. The first sign of real impact came a week later. I was at the cafe, reviewing a spreadsheet with the owner, when my phone buzzed with a notification. Ryan had sent another email. I opened it cautiously, expecting the usual mix of panic and empty threats. But this one was different. It was terse, clipped, almost apologetic in tone, though clearly forced. I'll wait for your instructions regarding the inheritance. I understand your position. It was a strange mix of relief and disgust reading it. Relief because I knew he'd realized the fight was over. Disgust because it took him so long to understand the consequences of his own actions. And yet, beneath the surface, I knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. My parents were the ones who would feel the real effects. Within days, it became apparent that Mom and Dad were reeling, though they tried to keep appearances. I didn't make calls. I didn't confront them directly. I simply continued living my life, quietly and deliberately. And the consequences found them in the ways I hadn't even needed to orchestrate. Mom began noticing that her influence over social circles, family friends, and even extended relatives had eroded. People who had once eagerly supported her overreach now hesitated, unsure if her judgment or intentions could be trusted. Small comments reached her through the grapevine. Friends remarking on how Tony seems more in control than ever or seems unstoppable in his career. That left her unsettled. The same woman who had once subtly orchestrated manipulation at family events now found herself unable to command attention, forced instead into observing someone she had dismissed for decades. Dad, on the other hand, began feeling the professional and personal sting. Word got out quietly within his own social and business circles that his family's affairs were not handled transparently and that his favorite son, Ryan, had attempted to engage in forgery to access family money. The embarrassment was subtle at first, small glances, hushed conversations at events where he used to be authoritative and confident. Then came the calls from colleagues, gentle but pointed inquiries about whether he had really been aware of Ryan's actions, whether oversight had failed. He tried to wave it off, but the seed of doubt had been planted. In professional settings where he once thrived, that doubt grew quietly, undermining the gravitas he had always relied upon. Ryan was the most obvious casualty. Once the realization hit that his usual tactics, bravado, manipulation, charm, were ineffective, he became visibly nervous around extended family and mutual friends. No longer did his usual jokes land or earn him admiration. People treated him cautiously, aware that he had attempted something unethical. Even mom and dad, who had been his cheerleaders for decades, had begun to subtly distance themselves, unsure if they should continue defending him. The arrogance that had been his shield was gone, replaced with a cautious, hesitant demeanor. All the while, I continued building my own life. The cafe was thriving under my management and strategic oversight, drawing in new clients and expanding revenue. My work performance had propelled me to a new level of influence and respect. But the real satisfaction wasn't in these achievements alone. It was in watching the ripple effect of consequences reach the very people who had underestimated me for so long. The quiet, invisible victories accumulated steadily, each one chipping away at the foundation they had assumed unshakable. The final confrontation didn't need to be staged. I didn't have to call them out or flaunt my power in a dramatic showdown. Instead, it unfolded organically through their reactions to the changes that my patience, planning, and resilience had brought about. Mom stopped sending veiled, guilt-laden messages, realizing that her attempts to manipulate had lost all effectiveness. Dad no longer tried to corner me or issue subtle threats, knowing that I was untouchable in the ways that mattered. And Ryan stopped calling altogether, too ashamed, too aware of the irreversible consequences, and too cautious of the legal implications if he pushed too far. One afternoon, I received a formal letter from Ryan's lawyer, a carefully worded document acknowledging the failed attempts to interfere with the inheritance and proposing an official settlement. All future requests would require transparency and mutual consent, and no further legal action would be pursued if compliance was maintained. I read it calmly, setting it aside. It was the final acknowledgement of the power shift, not a dramatic battle won with force, but the quiet, undeniable validation that the tide had turned. The moment that truly crystallized the entire journey came on a Sunday morning, when I sat at my kitchen table, enjoying my coffee, listening to the soft hum of the city outside. I glanced at the unopened envelope from my grandmother's lawyer, still sitting neatly on my desk, and I realized something profound. The last decade of manipulation, favoritism, and betrayal had ended, not with confrontation, but with patient, deliberate action. The people who had sought to belittle me, control me, and steal from me were left to confront the consequences of their own choices. They were still my family by name, but the dynamic that had defined our interactions for so long had been irrevocably altered. It wasn't just about money or power. It was about respect. It was about finally being seen as the person I had become, someone who couldn't be undermined, manipulated, or dismissed. The calm satisfaction I felt wasn't bitter. It wasn't about revenge in the traditional, destructive sense. It was the quiet, composed awareness that I had endured the worst, planned meticulously, and executed with precision. I had turned weakness into strength, betrayal into leverage, and silence into authority. In the weeks that followed, the changes became permanent. My parents grew distant, their attempts at control replaced with a cautious, almost reverent observation. Ryan avoided any situation where I could exert influence over the inheritance, the family, or our mutual connections. I attended family events when I chose, on my own terms, and each interaction was a subtle assertion of control. No one mocked me, no one belittled me, and no one tried to manipulate me again. And yet, the most satisfying moment wasn't in their silence or fear. It was in the understanding that I had done this entirely on my own terms. I hadn't lashed out. I hadn't resorted to public shaming or humiliation. I had simply waited, observed, planned, and acted strategically. The result was unmistakable. My life was mine, untainted by their manipulation, my worth recognized without their approval, and my control absolute. Sitting back in my chair, I finally allowed myself to smile, a slow, satisfied smile. The storm had passed. The betrayal had been answered, not with chaos, but with calculated power. The family that had underestimated me for decades had finally learned, in the quietest but most undeniable way possible, that the one they had mocked was the one who held the true control. And in that moment, with the city humming softly around me and the envelope unopened yet fully secure, I felt a sense of peace I had never known. They had lost their power, and I had gained everything. I had finally won. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I offered to treat my family to dinner. Halfway through, my brother sneered, "You're finally useful for something," and everyone laughed while piling on extras. I smiled and said, "Enjoy." Then I excused myself and left them to handle the bill alone. Hi everyone, I'm Julian, 40M, and after what happened recently, I finally have a story worth sharing. I wasn't sure whether to post this at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized it still sits with me, and maybe writing it out will help. Some background before we get into it. Growing up, my family wasn't exactly warm. If I had to describe them, I'd say they operated on a silent scoreboard. Everything you did was kept track of, and everything you failed to do was remembered even longer. My parents, Martin and Diana, were the kind who believed that respect was owed upwards, but rarely downwards. They weren't outwardly cruel, just casually dismissive, like any success I had was expected and anything less was a failure. Then there was my younger brother, Caleb, 38M. Caleb was, for lack of a better word, their pride and joy. If I got an A, it was good, keep it up. If Caleb remembered to turn in his homework, it was his special dinner night. You get the idea. He was charming when he wanted to be, always quick with a joke or a story that put him at the center of attention. And for as long as I can remember, my parents ate it up like candy. I moved out pretty much the minute I could. I worked my way through school, took a lot of odd jobs, and slowly built a stable life. It wasn't flashy, but it was mine. Meanwhile, Caleb was always on some grand adventure. Some new opportunity that would change everything. A startup, a band, a new app idea. None of it really stuck. Yet somehow, no matter how often things fell apart, my parents still treated him like he was one step away from greatness. I won't lie, there was a part of me that stayed distant on purpose. I called on holidays, sent the occasional birthday text, but visits were rare. Every time I got too close, I remembered why I pulled away in the first place. Which brings us to a few weeks ago. Work had been going well. I had just wrapped a big project and received a bonus. Not life-changing money, but enough that I felt proud. I thought, maybe this is a chance. Maybe if I reached out and did something kind, it would show them I wanted a better relationship. So, against the little voice in the back of my head, I sent a message in our family group chat. Simple. Hey, I'd love to take you all out to dinner. My treat. Pick a place and let's find a time that works. The response was instant and enthusiastic. My mom replied with about 6 heart emojis. My dad gave a rare "sounds great, son." Caleb immediately suggested a place downtown, one of those trendy steakhouses that proudly list their prices without shame. I hesitated when I looked at the menu online, but again, that hopeful little voice told me to go for it. It's one night. It's family. Maybe it'll be different this time. We settled on a Saturday evening reservation. I offered to meet them there, thinking it would be simpler than trying to coordinate rides. Plus, it gave me a little buffer in case I needed an early exit. I arrived about 10 minutes early. The restaurant was beautiful, high ceilings, big windows that caught the evening light, polished wood everywhere. It smelled amazing. I checked in with the host, who led me to a table near the window, and I sat down to wait. 5 minutes later, I saw them coming through the doors. My mom spotted me first and waved like I was a returning hero. My dad followed, nodding approvingly. Caleb brought up the rear, phone in hand, tapping away at something with a smirk on his face. We greeted each other, a little awkwardly but warmly enough. As we sat down, my mom immediately started fussing over my shirt. "You should wear colors more often, Julian. You always wear such serious things." I smiled politely and shrugged it off. The menus were handed out, And right away, I noticed how quickly everyone zeroed in on the most expensive options. Caleb was practically bouncing in his seat, rattling off questions about upgrades and add-ons. Still, I told myself, it's fine. They're excited. Let them enjoy it. The server came by to take drink orders, just sodas and water, thankfully, and gave us some time to look over the menu. As we waited, the conversation floated lightly over different topics. My work came up, and when I started to explain what I'd been working on, I noticed the same glazed-over looks I remembered from years ago. Caleb interrupted halfway through to talk about some new venture he was probably going to start. Something about designing custom sneakers. My parents lit up with encouragement. "That's brilliant, Caleb," my dad said, clapping him on the back. "You always have such innovative ideas," my mom added, beaming. I nodded and stayed quiet. It wasn't new. I knew the drill. When the server returned, that's when the energy shifted. Caleb ordered the biggest steak on the menu and then started adding sides. Extra sides. Things that technically came separately and each had a hefty price attached. Truffle mac and cheese, loaded mashed potatoes, asparagus, and extra sauce that cost more than a basic meal at a regular restaurant. My parents followed suit. "We might as well make a night of it," my mom said, smiling sweetly at me. "You deserve to treat yourself too, Julian." I nodded again, feeling a tightness starting in my chest. I picked something simple for myself, grilled chicken and a side of vegetables, knowing I wouldn't even be able to enjoy it with the way this was already going. As we waited for the food, the conversation grew louder, more boisterous. Caleb was telling some story about how a friend of his made it big and how he was next in line. My dad laughed, my mom beamed, and every so often, Caleb would throw in a jab about how some people were happy living boring little lives. I stayed silent, smiling where I could, nodding where I had to. Then, just as the food arrived, Caleb leaned back in his chair, stretched his arms wide, and said, loud enough for the nearby tables to hear, "Well, Jules, I guess you're finally useful for something." It hit me harder than I expected. There was a beat, a split second where I thought maybe he was joking in a harmless way. But then my mom laughed behind her napkin. My dad let out a chuckle and shook his head like he was proud. Caleb looked directly at me, grinning like he had just delivered the punchline of the century. And in that moment, I realized nothing had changed. I smiled, not because it was funny, but because something inside me clicked into place. Calm, steady, sure. I set down my fork gently, wiped my hands on my napkin, and said, "Enjoy." Then I stood up, slipped my jacket over my shoulders, and walked out. But I wasn't just leaving them at the table. I had made a few quiet arrangements beforehand, just in case. Walking out of that restaurant was strangely quiet. No one shouted after me. No one even called my name. Maybe they thought I was joking. Maybe they assumed I'd just gone to the restroom or stepped outside for a phone call. I didn't really care. The evening air was cool as I stepped onto the sidewalk. I stood there for a moment, feeling the soft breeze against my face, letting the sounds of the city swirl around me. Honking cars, snippets of conversation, footsteps tapping against the pavement. It all felt distant, almost muted. I checked my watch. 7:30. I hadn't parked nearby. I'd taken the train, expecting traffic to be a nightmare, but I wasn't in a rush to get home either. Instead, I wandered a few blocks until I found a quiet little plaza with a fountain. I sat down on a bench, hands tucked into the pockets of my jacket, and watched the water ripple under the lights. My mind drifted back over the dinner. For weeks, I had been convincing myself that maybe this time would be different. Maybe they would see me as I was now, not the kid who never quite measured up to Caleb. Maybe there would be pride in their voices, not politeness. Maybe real conversation, real warmth. But instead, it was the same old play, just on a fancier stage. The more I thought about it, the lighter I felt. I hadn't planned to walk out. Not exactly. But I had quietly prepared, just in case. Before dinner, when I called the restaurant to confirm the reservation, I also left a note on the account. I told the manager that if anyone attempted to leave without paying, to go ahead and call me, but that I would not be covering the cost under any circumstances unless I personally signed the bill. They had been happy to accommodate. Apparently, they had seen a few forgotten wallets before, especially when group sizes got large. I smiled a little to myself, imagining the scene unfolding at the table about now. At first, they'd probably keep eating without noticing I was gone. Maybe even make a few more jokes at my expense. Caleb would puff up. My mom would titter into her napkin. My dad would look pleased with how lively his family was. It wouldn't occur to them, not for a while, that I wasn't coming back. I pictured the server approaching toward the end of the meal with a bright smile, placing the bill neatly on the table. Maybe even saying, "Whenever you're ready." And then, the realization. They'd probably laugh again at first. Caleb might nudge the bill toward my empty seat, pretending to be clever. My mom might look around for me. My dad might clear his throat and grumble about how kids these days think they can just step away whenever they want. Then, the minutes would stretch. Someone would start getting nervous. Caleb would open his wallet, probably realizing he didn't have enough to cover even a third of the meal. My parents would fumble for their cards, but between them, it would still be tight. They had always lived a little beyond their means, counting on someone else to pick up the slack when it mattered most. The restaurant wasn't cheap, and they had ordered freely, assuming I would catch it all. Steaks, side dishes, extra sauces, desserts to go that Caleb insisted on ordering when he saw I wasn't saying no. It was going to sting. And the best part? They couldn't even spin it to look like my fault. I had offered to treat them to dinner. I had shown up. I had been polite. I hadn't raised my voice, hadn't caused a scene. I had simply left. A clean exit. As I sat there by the fountain, I thought about how different this night was from the thousands of nights growing up. How many dinners I spent being lectured about how family means everything, while also being made the scapegoat whenever something went wrong. How many holidays I had white-knuckled my way through, trying not to say the wrong thing, trying to be good enough to earn a few crumbs of affection. I had always stayed too long at that table, hoping for something that was never going to be offered freely. Tonight, for the first time, I had simply stood up and left. My phone buzzed in my pocket, pulling me out of my thoughts. I glanced down. First, a message from my mom. "Julian, where did you go? We're waiting for you." Then, a few seconds later, one from Caleb. Not funny. "Come back and pay the bill." No apology. No concern. Just expectation. I let the screen go dark. They would figure it out. Eventually. I leaned back on the bench and stared up at the stars, faint and scattered between the city lights. For the first time in years, I felt completely weightless. But the night wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. Because what I didn't know at that moment was that walking out of that restaurant would set off a chain of events I never could have predicted. I stayed sitting by that fountain for a long time. Maybe it sounds strange, but I wanted to give them time to marinate in it. To really feel the discomfort, the confusion, the slow building frustration. Years of small slights and backhanded comments had taught me that with my family, words meant nothing. It was actions, real, tangible consequences that spoke. After about an hour, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a series of short, frantic messages. From my mom, "Julian, please answer. The manager says you left instructions? What's going on?" From Caleb, "Dude, this isn't funny. They're making us pay full price." From my dad, "Son, call me immediately." I didn't answer. I stood up, stretched my legs, and made my way slowly toward the train station. It wasn't a long ride home, but I took my time walking through the streets. The city felt different tonight, somehow bigger and quieter at the same time. Like it was giving me space to breathe. When I got home, I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't scroll through my phone. I just sat on my couch, staring out the window, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one. I knew this wasn't the end of it. With my family, nothing ever ended quietly. The next morning, I woke up to missed calls, lots of them. Voicemails too, though I didn't bother listening. I already knew what they would say. Accusations hidden inside hurt tones. Guilt laced with disappointment. The same tired performance, just with new costumes. Around noon, the messages shifted. Instead of pleading, they turned sharp. My mom sent a long text about how humiliating it was to be confronted by the manager over an unpaid bill. How ashamed they felt, having to scrape together their cards to cover it. How disappointed she was that I could be so selfish. Caleb's message was shorter and angrier. Hope you're happy. Dad had to call in a favor to cover the tip. You made us look pathetic. And then, hours later, my dad chimed in with something that almost made me laugh. You owe us an apology for last night. This isn't how family treats each other. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up an old folder I hadn't touched in years, something I had started when I was still in college. Back when I thought maybe, someday, I'd need a record of things. Proof for myself, if no one else. The folder was labeled Receipts. It held emails, text messages, even a few old scanned notes my parents had left me over the years. Notes that, if you read them with the wrong tone, sounded caring. But when you looked closer, the truth slipped through. Notes like, why can't you be more like your brother? Don't embarrass us tonight. We didn't raise you to settle for being average. I hadn't collected them out of spite. Back then, it had been survival. When you're constantly told you're imagining things, it helps to have something real to hold on to. And now, I realized, it was time to put it to use. I wasn't planning anything dramatic. No social media posts, no big confrontations. That wasn't my style. I had something quieter in mind. I started by drafting an email to a few relatives. Aunts, uncles, cousins, the kind who were always just a little too eager to believe whatever version of events my parents fed them. The message was simple, respectful, and factual. I wrote about how I had tried to reconnect, how I had offered to take my family to dinner, how they had reacted, and how I had chosen to remove myself from the situation. I attached a few of the old notes and screenshots, nothing too heavy, just enough to show that this wasn't a one-time misunderstanding. I didn't blame anyone. I didn't ask them to take sides. I just told the truth, plainly. Then I hit send. Not out of vengeance, but out of something quieter and stronger. Self-respect. Once the emails were sent, I leaned back and felt a different kind of peace settle over me. This wasn't about making them look bad. It was about stepping out of the shadow they had built around me, letting the light fall where it may. I didn't expect much to come from it. Maybe a few awkward holiday gatherings. Maybe a few relatives quietly siding with my parents because it's easier than admitting they were wrong. That was fine. I wasn't doing it for them. I was doing it for the version of me that sat at dinner tables for years, swallowing hurt and hoping for crumbs. I was doing it for the version of me that finally realized he didn't have to sit there anymore. But even with all that, I wasn't prepared for what happened next. Because Caleb? He didn't take it quietly. Not even close. It started 2 days later. First, a cousin reached out, Anna, one of the few in the family who had always seemed to see through the noise. She messaged me simply, "Thank you for sharing." I had no idea. That alone would have been enough for me. But then, the ripple started. Other relatives, ones who had always blindly believed my parents' version of things, began messaging too. Some were apologetic. Others just quiet. Unsure what to say now that a different picture had been laid bare in front of them. I thought maybe my parents and Caleb would just try to ride it out, pretend it hadn't happened. I underestimated Caleb's pride. That Saturday afternoon, while I was grocery shopping, my phone buzzed again, but this time, it wasn't a text. It was a public post. Caleb had gone on social media and written a long, rambling message about disloyal family members who twisted the truth for pity and betrayed their own blood for attention. He didn't mention my name, but it didn't take much guessing to figure out who he meant. A few people commented supportively, but a lot of them surprisingly pushed back. One comment stood out. "Maybe take some accountability, Caleb. People don't walk away from good relationships for no reason." Another said, "I always wondered why Julian was treated differently. Thanks for confirming it wasn't just in our heads." I didn't reply. I didn't post anything. I didn't have to. The more Caleb tried to defend himself, the more obvious it became who he really was. The louder he got, the clearer everything became to everyone else. Meanwhile, my parents stayed silent. No messages, no calls. Just a cold, heavy absence where once there had been a constant, nagging presence. It hurt a little, I won't lie. Even when you know the love you were chasing wasn't real, Part of you still mourns it. Part of you still wishes they would look at you and finally see you. But in the silence, something else grew, something better. Peace. I started focusing more on the parts of my life I had always pushed aside for them. My hobbies, my career, my friendships. Things that used to feel like stolen moments, squeezed between obligations, suddenly became parts of my day I could enjoy without guilt weighing down on me. I picked up painting again, something I hadn't done seriously since high school. At first, it felt awkward, like trying to speak a language I hadn't used in years. But little by little, the rhythm came back. Evenings that used to be filled with tense family calls or endless overthinking were now spent with a paintbrush in my hand, soft music playing in the background, the hours slipping by without pressure or judgment. I also poured more time into my career. Without the constant distraction of trying to gain their approval, I found myself working with clearer focus, more creativity. Ideas came easier. I felt more connected to what I was doing, not because I needed to prove anything to anyone, but because I was finally doing it for myself. Friendships that had once been carefully rationed, scheduled in tiny, manageable doses so I wouldn't neglect family duties, began to bloom naturally. I started meeting friends for lunch on weekends, going to movies, joining group hikes without feeling like I had to apologize for it later. It amazed me how simple joy could feel when it wasn't something you had to earn. I even started traveling, something I had always wanted to do but never really dared to prioritize. At first, it was just small weekend trips, nearby towns, a cabin in the woods, a quiet seaside village I had always heard about but never visited. There was something incredibly healing about packing a small bag, getting in my car, and just going. No explanations, no need for permission. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I had to justify my happiness to anyone. I didn't have to anticipate critical questions or passive-aggressive remarks. I could just exist in my own life, and that feeling was more freeing than anything I had ever imagined. The best part? When family gatherings came around, birthdays, holidays, those occasions that used to tie my stomach in knots, there was no more pressure to attend. No more subtle demands or guilt-tripping voicemails. No more, "you owe it to the family" speeches. The silence was unfamiliar at first, almost eerie. But as time passed, it began to feel like a gift. Some relatives, a few cousins in particular, reached out to me directly. Not with demands or expectations, but with quiet, genuine invitations. "We'd love to see you if you feel like coming," one cousin wrote. "No pressure. Just know you're welcome," another said. It was the kind of kindness that didn't come with strings attached. The kind of invitation that made you feel like a person, not a project. I went to one of those gatherings, a smaller one, just a handful of cousins and their families. I was nervous at first, half expecting old patterns to creep back in. But it was good. Simple conversations, easy laughter, the kind of warmth that grows when people actually like each other, not because they are forced to, but because they choose to. We talked about hobbies, about little victories at work, about funny memories that had nothing to do with conflict or competition. Nobody kept score. Nobody looked for ways to tear each other down. For the first time, a family event didn't feel like walking into an arena. It felt like stepping into the sun after a long winter. As for my parents and Caleb, last I heard, they were still spinning their version of the story to anyone who would listen, telling distant relatives, old friends, even new acquaintances that I had changed, that I had been influenced by outsiders, that I was lost somehow, as if choosing peace over their approval was a sign of failure. They built their wall higher. They dug their trenches deeper. They wore their hurt like armor, refusing to look inward for even a second. But I wasn't standing outside those walls anymore, begging to be let in. I wasn't sitting in the rain, waiting for a door that was never going to open. I had walked away, and the farther I went, the lighter I felt. With every step, it became clearer that I should have done it a long, long time ago. Now, months later, my life is quieter. Smaller, maybe, if you measure it by the number of holiday parties or family group chats. But if you measure it by peace, by self-respect, by the simple feeling of waking up without dread, it's bigger than it's ever been. I don't jump when my phone rings. I don't rehearse conversations in my head before I answer. I don't spend hours afterwards dissecting every word I said, wondering if I upset someone without realizing it. I don't feel that sick, heavy weight in my stomach every time I get invited somewhere, wondering what the price of my attendance will be. I feel free. I wake up most mornings now with a kind of quiet gratitude. Not because every day is perfect, it isn't. Not because healing is quick, it's not. But because every day I get to live my life by my own terms. I get to choose joy without asking for permission. And I finally understand something no one ever taught me growing up. Sometimes, choosing yourself isn't selfish. Sometimes, it's the bravest thing you can do. Sometimes, it's the only way to survive and the only way to truly live. My name is Simon. I'm 28, and for as long as I can remember, birthdays in my family have been less about celebrating the person and more about proving who was worth more. My parents have always had this obsession with showing off their wealth through my younger sister, Emily. She's 22, and according to them, she's this perfect little trophy kid who deserves the world because, in their eyes, she's charming, smart, and basically flawless. Me? I've spent most of my life being compared to her, told I was less ambitious, not as presentable, or never appreciative enough. On paper, I was the responsible, hardworking one. They just never said it out loud. I guess I was supposed to silently swallow it. The birthday in question was supposed to be mine. I'd been looking forward to it quietly, not expecting extravagance or fanfare, just hoping for a decent meal and maybe some acknowledgement that I existed. But by the time my parents had Emily's party planned, complete with a rented hall, a chocolate fountain, balloons spelling out her name, and a lineup of gifts that would make anyone's jaw drop, I realized my expectations were way too high. Her gifts included a brand new iPhone, designer handbags, and even tickets to some exclusive concert she'd mentioned once, half-jokingly. My parents hovered around her like proud peacocks, taking photos, gushing, and making sure every relative knew how lucky she was to have them. I watched from the corner, smiling weakly, because I didn't want to be the bad sport, even though my chest felt tight and my stomach churned. When it came to my turn, the contrast hit me like a punch. My mom handed me a crumpled jacket, one that looked worn, faded, and clearly secondhand. "Be thankful for what you get, Simon," she said, with that smug smile she always uses when she thinks she's teaching me a life lesson. My dad, meanwhile, didn't even glance up from his phone as he added, "It's not like you're expecting a parade or something." Everyone clapped politely, and I forced a thank you, my fingers tight around the fabric of a jacket that had clearly seen better days. I don't know why, but something inside me snapped a little that day. I could feel my pulse in my temples as I glanced at the pile of pristine, untouched gifts around me. Emily's grin was radiant, and my parents were glowing with pride. And there I was, standing in a worn jacket, feeling small, unappreciated, and, most of all, disrespected. I left the party early, making some excuse about needing to run errands, but really, I was seething. I walked to my car, my mind spinning with every insult, subtle or not, that had been lobbed my way that night. The years of comparisons, the casual dismissal of my achievements, the way my parents had always prioritized Emily's happiness over mine. I parked in the quiet lot across the street and just sat there, my hands clenched, staring at the night sky. I thought about every dollar I'd earned from my job, every small victory I'd quietly achieved while they were busy fawning over Emily, and I realized something. They had assumed, for years, that I was just going to comply, silently absorb every indignity, and keep playing their game. But I wasn't. Not anymore. Over the next few days, I kept my distance, keeping a careful eye on their patterns, their credit cards, their bills, and the way they flaunted money without ever thinking about the consequences. I knew they were reckless, careless even, and it got me thinking about leverage, how I could use the one thing they'd always ignored about me, my financial independence. I had been saving diligently, putting money aside for emergencies, for my future, for things I actually wanted. And as I thought about that worn jacket, the dismissive tone, the smug satisfaction on their faces, a plan began to form. A quiet, calculated plan to make them understand what it felt like to be powerless in the face of entitlement. Every time I thought about my sister showing off her new iPhone or my mom posting yet another picture of Emily in her designer clothes, my jaw tightened. The injustice of it all felt tangible, And for the first time in a long time, I didn't just feel frustrated. I felt motivated. I wasn't going to yell or argue or beg for recognition. That was their way, and it had never worked. I was going to let my actions speak quietly and efficiently, and if my parents thought they could humiliate me with a hand-me-down jacket, they had another thing coming. I just needed patience, timing, and the perfect opening. After that birthday, the atmosphere at home didn't improve, it only got heavier. I started noticing the little ways they'd reinforce Emily's superiority, the way it gnawed at me day after day. My parents didn't do it out of malice. They convinced themselves they were being fair, but the effect was suffocating. It started with small comments at dinner. "Simon, don't bother trying to decorate your apartment like Emily's. You don't have the same eye for style," my mom said one evening, her tone light but cutting. My sister laughed, tossing her hair over her shoulder like she hadn't a care in the world. I barely ate, nodding and smiling, but inside, my chest tightened. Every word from them reminded me that no matter what I did, I was always going to be less than in their eyes. Then came the gifts, or rather, the lack of them. Emily would get expensive shoes she never asked for, jewelry she didn't need, or last-minute luxury trips my parents thought she deserved. Meanwhile, my attempts at anything significant, a promotion at work, a personal milestone, were either met with mild acknowledgement or completely ignored. One afternoon, I mentioned a bonus I'd just received at work, hoping for a hint of pride or even a good job. My dad barely looked up from his laptop. "That's nice, Simon. But Emily got a scholarship to that art program, remember? That's a bigger deal." I smiled politely, but inside, frustration coiled like a snake. The subtle manipulations were relentless. My parents would make plans, family outings, or vacations and automatically assume Emily's preferences over mine. We booked Paris for Emily's spring break. My mom told me casually one Saturday morning, "You'll understand if you can't make it, work and all." They never asked if I wanted to come, never considered if I might enjoy it. It wasn't even about being included. It was about making sure Emily always felt prioritized and I was quietly sidelined. The worst part was how they treated me financially. I had been the one footing bills for years without complaint, helping with utilities, groceries, and even insurance when their cards maxed out, all because they assumed I could manage. I was meticulous about it, paying everything on time, never asking for recognition. Meanwhile, Emily got a separate allowance, a credit card with a ridiculous limit, and every little whim catered to. I remember one night, reviewing my own statements, noticing the ridiculous sums my parents spent on luxury dinners, expensive gym memberships for Emily, or the new phone they'd gotten her right before my birthday. Meanwhile, when I had casually mentioned wanting a decent pair of boots for work, my mom had scoffed, "You have shoes. Stop being ungrateful." I kept my anger in check publicly, but inside, it festered. I realized I'd been playing their game of compliance for far too long. Every insult, every slight, every unfair comparison was stacking, layering on top of the quiet resentment I'd been carrying since childhood. It wasn't just about the jacket anymore. It was about every hand-me-down lesson, every dismissive nod, every instance where my needs and accomplishments were trivialized. They had been taking advantage of me for years, assuming I'd continue to pay their bills and swallow their favoritism without protest. And for the first time, I felt the urge to reclaim control, not in some childish tantrum, but in a smart, deliberate way. I started paying closer attention to how my parents handled money. They were careless with their credit cards, spending freely on things that made no sense, thinking I wouldn't notice. And I did. I had always been the responsible one, meticulous with my finances, saving, tracking everything. Slowly, I began seeing a pattern. They didn't realize I was the one covering most of their shortfalls, quietly transferring money, paying off overdrafts, and handling emergencies so that no one would notice. That knowledge gave me a strange sense of power. They assumed they were untouchable, that their entitlement was invisible. But I held a key they'd completely ignored, the financial lifeline they were living off. The tension reached a new level during a family dinner when Emily casually mentioned wanting a new designer jacket for an upcoming party. My mom immediately jumped in. "Of course, Emily. We'll get it tomorrow." Then, turning to me, she added without a smile, "Simon, you should be careful with spending. Remember, you have responsibilities." Everyone laughed lightly, like it was just a harmless joke, and Emily rolled her eyes. oblivious to the sting. I took a sip of my drink, keeping my face neutral while my mind raced. Responsibilities. Of course, my parents had framed me as the responsible one for so long that they expected me to fund their mistakes and smooth over their financial messes. And until now, I started thinking about what it would feel like if the roles were reversed. If they had to come to me, hat in hand, asking for money instead of taking it for granted. The idea grew into something almost tangible in my mind. A slow, calculated reversal where they could feel the helplessness I had lived with for decades. I didn't want to humiliate them in front of friends or family. I wanted to show them that entitlement has a cost, and I had the means to ensure they finally understood it. In the weeks that followed, the favoritism escalated. Emily's graduation came up, and naturally, my parents went overboard. They rented a hall, invited everyone in the family, and bought a stack of gifts that would make anyone's head spin. I quietly declined to bring anything myself, knowing my contributions would be ignored anyway. During the ceremony, my mom constantly whispered praises to Emily, pointed out every accolade she had, and my dad kept texting relatives, showing off how talented she was. I clapped along, smiled, and stayed out of the spotlight, but inside I was already strategizing. Even their friends started noticing the pattern, though no one said anything to me. At one brunch, a friend casually mentioned, "Simon, you always do so much for your family. Do they ever notice?" I laughed awkwardly, shaking my head. Not really. I think they just assume it's my job to manage everything. That comment stayed with me. They had assumed that for years, that I would continue to support them financially, emotionally, and socially without acknowledgement. They had assumed wrongly. I kept observing, making mental notes. My parents still left bills unpaid until I covered them. They maxed out their cards thinking I'd bail them out. And Emily, blissfully unaware of the burden I carried, continued to receive gifts and praise as though the world revolved around her. I knew that the tipping point was approaching. I just needed the right moment to flip the script. I began quietly pulling my own finances together even more, keeping precise records, monitoring credit lines, and making sure I had complete control. If they thought they could rely on me forever, they were about to be shocked. The tension reached its peak one Saturday morning when my dad came into my apartment, holding a stack of bills and a credit card statement. "Simon, this is getting out of hand," he said, looking frustrated. "I don't know how you keep paying for all of this. You're doing more than your fair share. Emily deserves her things. You need to understand your place." I looked at him, calm but resolute. "I understand my place perfectly, and I've been paying attention, more than you realize." My dad frowned, but before he could respond, I smiled politely and walked him to the door. Inside, my mind was racing with possibilities. For the first time, I felt like I had the upper hand. Years of resentment, frustration, and careful observation had culminated in a quiet awareness of my power. They had assumed I would continue to support them unquestioningly. They had assumed I was just a soft, responsible son who would never act on his own authority. And for the first time, I felt ready to challenge that assumption. It all came to a head about a week after I'd quietly finalized the last pieces of my plan. I'd been patient, watching, waiting, and making sure everything was in place. My parents had no idea how much control I actually had over their financial lifeline. They assumed that because I'd always been responsible, I'd continue to cover their mistakes without question. That assumption was about to be shattered. It started innocuously enough with my mom calling me in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon. Her voice was unusually sharp. "Simon, can you check on the credit card statement? There's something wrong. Some charges haven't gone through, and I don't know why." I stifled a small smile, keeping my voice neutral. "Sure, I can look at it." I pulled up their accounts on my laptop, the same ones I'd been monitoring for months. Everything was exactly as I had arranged. Their primary cards had hit the limit because I had paused automatic payments. Carefully, methodically, enough that no emergency alerts had triggered, but enough to cause immediate inconvenience. By the time I called back, my mom was frazzled. "Simon, what's happening? Why aren't the bills clearing? The utilities, the grocery card, even Emily's designer subscription, they're all failing." I kept my tone casual. "I'm not sure, Mom. Maybe you should contact the bank." I could hear the panic creeping into her voice. It was subtle at first, like a whisper of doubt, but I knew it would escalate quickly. It did. By mid-afternoon, my dad stormed into my apartment, papers in hand, his face flushed. "Simon, This is ridiculous. Our cards are being declined everywhere. How could this happen? I met him calmly, letting him see the same level-headed son they had always underestimated. Dad, I've been managing the accounts for a while now. I noticed you've been overextending, so I put a pause on certain payments until you're more careful. His jaw tightened. Pause. You don't understand. This is urgent. I shrugged, letting the weight of responsibility hang between us. The same weight they'd always expected me to bear without complaint. The betrayal hit hardest with Emily. She had no idea what was happening. That night, she came bursting into my apartment, tears streaming down her face, holding her phone like a lifeline. Simon, I can't even order a cab. My subscription got canceled, my online shopping won't go through, my wallet is empty. What's happening? My stomach twisted because part of me felt a pang of guilt. I knew she wasn't responsible, but she had been complicit in the system that rewarded her every whim. I knelt beside her, softening my tone, though inside I felt a grim satisfaction. Emily, I think it's finally time you understand how it feels when someone else controls the money. This is what it's been like for years. Her eyes widened, the realization dawning slowly, painfully. You did this? She asked, voice shaking. Simon, why? I took a deep breath, letting the silence stretch for a moment, letting her absorb the full weight of what had happened. Because you've been given everything while I've been doing everything. And nobody, especially mom and dad, noticed. They think entitlement is a reward, but it's a choice they made. And now it's catching up to them. I could see the shock ripple through her, that first glimmer of fear that I had never seen before. Emily had always been untouchable, floating above reality in her perfect little bubble of praise and gifts. But now that bubble was cracking, and she realized for the first time that her world could collapse without warning. She looked at me, disbelief painted across her face. Simon, this isn't fair. Mom and dad, they'll hate you. I nodded calmly. They already hate me in some ways, but they'll also learn to respect me in ways they never have. And maybe, just maybe, they'll understand how much I've done for them all this time. The next morning, the fallout began in earnest. My parents called in a frenzy, harassing me with frantic questions, accusations, and demands. Simon, this is absurd. Our accounts are frozen. We can't pay rent. We can't cover utilities. What have you done? My response was measured, precise. I paused the payments until you're responsible. You've relied on me for too long without acknowledging it. Consider this a wake-up call. The tension escalated further when family friends began noticing the strange behavior. Invitations went unanswered because cards were declined. Dinner reservations were canceled. Even small social gatherings were disrupted because my parents had no access to funds they assumed were endless. Suddenly, the perfect image of my family, the wealthy, charming, untouchable household, was unraveling, thread by thread, and I was the calm eye in the storm, the one they had underestimated for years. The betrayal was especially sharp when my mom tried to corner me at home a few days later. She approached cautiously, trying to regain control. Simon, this has gone too far. You're my son. I thought we were family. I looked her in the eyes, my voice steady, unwavering. I am your son, but being family doesn't mean taking advantage of me. You assumed I'd always bail you out. You assumed I'd be the invisible safety net while Emily got everything. That assumption is gone now. Her face crumpled with a mixture of confusion, frustration, and anger. I watched her shift, trying to manipulate me with guilt, trying to regain the upper hand in the same way she had my entire life. But it didn't work. Not this time. Not when I held all the cards, literally and figuratively. And for the first time in my life, I felt fully in control of the narrative. That night, I sat alone in my apartment, listening to the distant sounds of my parents panicking on the phone, Emily pacing anxiously, and the hum of my laptop displaying their frozen accounts. I didn't gloat. I simply let the moment exist. The betrayal had been carefully executed, surgical in its precision, and yet the emotional toll was undeniable. Seeing their panic, their helplessness, and the realization on Emily's face that her entitlement wasn't guaranteed, it was powerful. At the same time, a small part of me worried. Did I go too far? Could I have handled it differently? But the other part, the part that had spent decades overlooked, undervalued, and dismissed, rejoiced quietly. Finally, they were facing consequences for the patterns they had allowed, the favoritism they had reinforced, and the disrespect they had shown me. The balance had shifted, and for the first time, I wasn't just Simon, the responsible son. They were relying on me, aware of my influence, and forced to confront their own entitlement. I didn't hear from them directly for the next 48 hours. Emily texted a barrage of panicked messages, and my parents were reduced to sending vague, increasingly desperate emails. But I stayed calm, letting my silence speak. Let them stew in their confusion and frustration. Let them see that the one they had always underestimated was the one holding everything together. And as I watched the chaos unfold from a distance, a strange mixture of satisfaction and apprehension settled over me. The betrayal had been executed flawlessly, but the aftermath was unpredictable. For years, I had been patient, careful, and silent, observing every slight, every manipulation, every moment of favoritism. Now, everything was in motion, and there was no turning back. The emotional turning point had arrived. They had no idea how much control they had relinquished and how much they had underestimated me. After the initial shock of the frozen accounts, life at home became a tense, almost unbearable fog. I could feel the weight of their panic pressing down on me, even though I had deliberately stepped back from active interference for a while. I watched my parents scurry around, frantically trying to figure out why their money wasn't available, their entitlement colliding with a reality they had never been forced to face. Emily was in tears most of the time, calling me at odd hours, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. Every call, every message, felt like a small betrayal of the quiet part of me that still cared about her, that didn't want her to suffer unnecessarily. But I couldn't show weakness, not yet. And yet, in the quiet moments, I began to feel the weight of my own decisions. I was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and even physically. The adrenaline from the initial strike of my revenge had faded, leaving a hollow ache in its place. Sitting in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, I realized that I was finally confronting the full cost of taking control. This wasn't just a game of financial leverage. This was my family unraveling because of choices I had made. For the first time, I questioned whether I had gone too far. I thought about my parents, the people who had failed to see me, failed to appreciate me, failed to recognize my years of quiet sacrifice, and I felt a strange, conflicted sorrow. They had been toxic, manipulative, and unfair, but still, they were my family. Emily's messages kept coming, some angry, some pleading, all frantic. She didn't understand the years of subtle abuse, the constant comparisons, the way I had been expected to carry responsibilities that were never mine to begin with. She didn't see how often I had bailed them out, covered their mistakes, and smoothed over their recklessness. All she saw was a brother who had turned against them, a brother who had violated the unspoken rules of family loyalty. I read each message and let them sit, unanswered, because I knew that if I responded too soon, too emotionally, it would ruin the careful control I had built over the situation. The hardest moments were the quiet evenings when I was alone. I'd sit at the kitchen table, sipping coffee, my mind spinning. I felt guilt for Emily, frustration at my parents, and an unsettling loneliness that came from knowing that for the first time in my life, I was on my own, even in the midst of my family. I had expected relief or even a sense of triumph after executing my plan, but instead, I was met with a hollow echo of what I had done. The reality of it, the emotional and psychological toll, was heavier than I had anticipated. The days blurred together. My parents tried to reach me in person, standing outside my apartment, knocking at the door with increasingly desperate faces. I refused to answer, watching from behind the blinds as they paced the sidewalk, occasionally muttering to each other in frustrated tones. Emily would sometimes hover near the doorway, her designer jacket hanging awkwardly on her small frame, looking helpless. I had to remind myself constantly, none of this was truly about hurting her. It was about accountability, about teaching a lesson that no one else seemed willing to deliver. Still, the burden of witnessing their panic and feeling the guilt of orchestrating it weighed on me more than I had expected. In the quiet solitude, I began to reflect on my own life in ways I hadn't allowed myself before. I thought about the years of quiet compliance, the way I had bent over backward to support them emotionally and financially, and the resentment I had swallowed to maintain peace. I realized that while my plan had given me power, it hadn't freed me from the emotional chains of my past. The burden of being the responsible one, the one who was always ignored and dismissed, was heavier than I had anticipated. It was during one of these long nights that I first seriously considered walking away. I imagined a life where I had no responsibility for their mistakes, no obligation to smooth over their recklessness, and no need to absorb Emily's entitlement. I pictured leaving the city, finding a small apartment somewhere far away, and cutting all ties until they learned to respect me, or at least learned to survive without me constantly covering for them. The idea was both terrifying and liberating. I could see myself finally breathing, finally existing without the weight of their expectations and comparisons pressing down on me. And yet, even as I toyed with the idea of leaving, I couldn't shake the feeling that walking away entirely would feel like admitting defeat. It wasn't just about the money or the frozen accounts. It was about finally being acknowledged, about proving in the most undeniable way that I had been undervalued for years. Leaving now would mean abandoning the one tool I had to demand respect and recognition. I had to remind myself, patience, timing, precision. I couldn't let emotions dictate my next move. As the days went by, their desperation grew more pronounced. My parents began arguing constantly, the stress of the frozen finances magnifying every tiny disagreement. Emily started blaming herself, thinking that her extravagant habits had somehow caused the chaos. Watching them unravel was hard, painful, even, but it was also a confirmation that my plan was working exactly as intended. They had taken me for granted for years, and now, finally, the tables had turned. The balance of power had shifted. In the midst of all this, I kept working quietly on the next steps. I reviewed all their accounts again, double-checked the payment schedules, and made small adjustments that would continue to keep them on edge. Every action was calculated, every move deliberate. I wasn't acting out of malice. I was acting out of years of neglect and disrespect, years of carrying burdens no one else noticed or cared about. And yet, I felt the emotional strain mounting with each passing day. The weight of responsibility had never felt heavier, not when I was covering for them, not when I was ignored, and not now, when I held their entire financial world in my hands. Late one night, as I stared at my laptop, reviewing the frozen accounts for what felt like the 100th time, I felt a strange mixture of exhaustion and clarity. I was at rock bottom emotionally, torn between guilt, frustration, and the quiet satisfaction of finally holding power, but I also began to see the path forward. I realized that this wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about reclaiming control over my life, setting boundaries that had never existed, and finally prioritizing myself after decades of being second to Emily. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to think about what I wanted without worrying about how it would inconvenience my parents or disrupt Emily's perfect little bubble. I thought about moving, saving, traveling, and living in a way that was entirely mine. And yet, as liberating as that vision was, I also felt a simmering resolve. Leaving would be easy, but making them recognize their entitlement, forcing them to confront the consequences of years of neglect, that would be infinitely more satisfying and infinitely more dangerous. By the end of that week, I was exhausted but resolute. I had suffered emotionally, walked through the guilt and second-guessing, and allowed myself to feel the full weight of my actions. And now, at rock bottom, I began quietly plotting the next stage. This wasn't just about freezing accounts or temporary chaos. It was about long-term control, about teaching them a lesson they would never forget. I started making lists, noting vulnerabilities, mapping out the ways I could leverage their dependency on me without tipping into chaos that could backfire. I realized that patience was my greatest weapon. They were panicking, desperate, and vulnerable, but they still underestimated me. They had assumed I would bend, forgive, and absorb the damage silently. They assumed I was just Simon, the responsible son, the overlooked sibling. And now, from rock bottom, I was quietly preparing to rise above it all, not with anger, but with calculated, deliberate action. The hardest part was that I couldn't let them see any of it. Every interaction required a mask of calm neutrality, a polite acknowledgement of their panic, even as I plotted the next moves. Emily's cries, my parents' frantic calls, their anger and confusion, it all became part of the landscape I navigated silently, like a chess player moving pieces without touching the board. I was still suffering, still shouldering the emotional cost of every decision. But I knew that each day of endurance, each careful adjustment, brought me closer to the moment when the full impact of their entitlement would finally crash down on them. And in those quiet, exhausting moments, I realized something essential. I wasn't just taking revenge anymore. I was reclaiming my life, my respect, and my sense of power. The emotional lows, the guilt, and the sleepless nights were simply part of the price I had to pay to rewrite the rules they had imposed on me for decades. The storm was far from over, but I could feel it building, palpable and inevitable, like a distant thunder that promised a downpour unlike anything they had ever experienced. After weeks of emotional exhaustion and carefully watching my family flounder, I began to notice a strange shift in myself. The constant tension, the weight of responsibility, and the careful orchestration of their panic had left me drained, yes, but it had also sharpened me. For the first time in years, I felt like I was finally operating from a place of control rather than reaction. The chaos at home no longer consumed me. Instead, it had given me clarity. I realized that while my family was unraveling, I had the opportunity not just to assert my power over them, but to build my own life in a way I never had before. I started small, at first just with myself. I reorganized my finances, separating personal savings from the money I had been quietly using to cover my parents' recklessness. It felt almost indulgent, like taking the first deep breath after a long period of drowning. I had a clear vision now, a life untethered from their entitlement, one where I could finally invest in myself, pursue opportunities I'd put off, and plan without interference. I enrolled in a professional development course I'd always wanted to try, one that promised networking connections and skills that could significantly increase my career prospects. I could feel the confidence building inside me with every class, every project, every new contact. While my parents and Emily were still struggling with frozen accounts and unpaid bills, I was quietly creating momentum in my own life. I negotiated a raise at work, leveraging the skills I had developed over the years and my years of diligence that had often gone unnoticed. I was careful not to flaunt it. After all, visibility would have tipped my hand, but the sense of independence it gave me was intoxicating. Suddenly, I had not just control over my family's financial lifeline, but over my own trajectory. I had options, freedom, a sense of power I hadn't realized I'd been craving for decades. But I didn't stop there. I began to research more deliberate ways to leverage my position without seeming overtly aggressive. I looked into financial structures, automated payment systems, and account protections that would allow me to hold their resources under my control while maintaining the appearance of normalcy. I wasn't just reacting anymore. I was preparing a long-term strategy. I realized that patience had always been my strength, but knowledge was the real key. The more I learned, the more advantage I could create. Meanwhile, the tension at home didn't let up, and that actually helped me. Every frantic call, every desperate text from Emily, every panicked meeting my parents had with banks or credit counselors only reinforced my position. They were flailing, and I was calm, methodical, and deliberate. I never raised my voice, never let anger seep into my tone. I simply remained the responsible one, the rational one, while letting them crumble around their own assumptions. And in the process, I began to see the cracks in their dynamics, small weaknesses I could exploit when the time came. One evening, my mom cornered me in the kitchen. She was visibly flustered, trying to project authority, but failing under the strain of her own panic. "Simon, we need to fix this. You can't just, what you're doing is unfair." I met her calmly, placing my hands on the counter. "I'm not doing anything unfair. I'm making sure you take responsibility for your choices. For years, I've managed everything while you assumed I would, and now it's time to recalibrate." She blinked, clearly unsettled, and I could see the doubt creeping into her mind. For the first time, she didn't have a ready excuse, and it was a small, quiet victory. Around the same time, I started making small investments with my own money, ones that I had postponed for years. I researched stocks, small business ventures, and other opportunities that could build my independence even further. The thrill wasn't in money alone. It was in finally having control over my own life, in creating a safety net that was mine and mine alone. I could feel my confidence growing, like a quiet fire that refused to be extinguished. Emily, oblivious to the full scope of my strategy, continued to panic. She would call, frantic, asking for help with bills, subscriptions, or even minor purchases she had assumed would always be covered. I responded sparingly, offering vague guidance, but never actually doing anything for her. It was difficult at first. I had been the one to bail them out for so long that restraint felt almost unnatural, but I reminded myself constantly. This was part of the lesson. They needed to learn what it felt like to rely on someone who would not be manipulated, to understand the weight of entitlement and complacency. The biggest turning point came when I discovered something critical about their finances. Despite the panic and their frantic scrambling, they had no real oversight of their accounts. They relied entirely on me to monitor balances, authorize payments, and cover overages. They had assumed that this reliance was permanent, unquestionable, unchallengeable. That assumption was a mistake, a colossal, strategic error that gave me leverage I could use to orchestrate the next stage. I began quietly compiling a file of every oversight, every reckless expenditure, every emergency I had covered for them. I documented the way they had consistently prioritized Emily over me, the way they had relied on my labor and my money without acknowledgement or gratitude. It was meticulous work, slow and precise, but it gave me not only a roadmap of leverage, but also a psychological boost. I was no longer the overlooked son. I was the one with knowledge, power, and patience. Life outside the family also started improving in subtle but meaningful ways. I began spending more time with friends, engaging in hobbies I had neglected, and even taking short trips for personal growth. I felt the liberation of focusing on myself. And yet, even as my own life blossomed, I maintained the quiet observation of my parents and Emily. Every movement, every decision they made was data. Every moment of panic, every desperate email, every interaction reinforced the structure I was building for the next phase. In one particularly telling incident, Emily tried to guilt me into paying for a new subscription she insisted she needed for work, something she had never bothered to check herself. I calmly reminded her that all financial support had limits, that she had relied on me far too long, and that this was no longer acceptable. Her face went pale, her voice faltering as she realized that the safety net she had assumed was endless had disappeared. It wasn't malice, it was accountability, but the effect was just as powerful. I could see the fear in her eyes, the realization that life without my silent support was suddenly a harsh reality. I also started thinking strategically about the future. My career, my savings, and my personal growth were all aligned to create leverage, not just to free myself, but to ensure that when the time came, I could operate from a position of undeniable authority. I began exploring legal knowledge, understanding my rights and the ways I could ensure my independence from family interference. I wasn't planning to ruin them maliciously. I was planning to create consequences that were entirely proportional to years of entitlement, favoritism, and manipulation. Slowly, I felt myself transforming. The exhaustion from the rock-bottom phase had given way to a sense of control, and control bred confidence. I was no longer reacting to their panic or their entitlement. I was actively shaping outcomes, building an unshakable foundation for myself while leaving them to flounder in the consequences of their own assumptions. Every day, I felt more capable, more powerful, more deliberate. And yet, I knew that the true test, the part that would finally make them recognize my worth, was still ahead. For now, I continued to rise quietly, letting my life improve while their world teetered. I cultivated independence, knowledge, and leverage, all while observing their panic with a careful, restrained patience. I wasn't just preparing for revenge. I was preparing for a reckoning that would be inescapable, undeniable, and meticulously executed. The stage was set, the pieces were in place, and the storm that had begun weeks ago was building toward a climax that neither Emily nor my parents could see coming. And in the quiet of my apartment, after another long day of work, study, and strategic planning, I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. I was no longer the overlooked, undervalued son. I was Simon, the one with power, patience, and purpose, the one who had endured years of entitlement, disrespect, and favoritism, and who was now quietly preparing to rewrite the rules of engagement entirely. The next phase was coming, and when it did, they wouldn't just notice. I would make sure they felt it fully and without the slightest possibility of ignoring or dismissing it. The months of planning had a quiet, surgical rhythm to them. Late nights with spreadsheets and bank alerts. Careful conversations with a small, trusted circle of friends who'd help me think through the logistics, and a couple of discreet consults with a financial advisor I could actually afford now. I never wanted drama for drama's sake. The whole point, always, was to be smarter than the chaos they'd created, to make the lesson inevitable but controlled. Revenge, to me, had to be neat, painful enough to register, fair enough to be defensible, and framed in a way that forced them to confront what they'd done for as long as they'd done it. Execution day arrived on a Tuesday, not for any symbolic reason, just because timing mattered and Tuesday fit into my work schedule. I had spent the previous week slowly reinstating some payments to keep the panic simmering rather than boiling. Utilities here, a grocery card there. Enough that they wouldn't completely collapse, but not enough to let them relax. It kept them scrambling, which let me observe patterns and adjust. I wasn't cruel, I was deliberate. My plan had 3 parts: financial containment, legal structure, and a public but not humiliating confrontation that forced them to acknowledge the imbalance. The containment was already in motion: locked accounts, paused cards, and the careful routing of a few discretionary expenditures into an account I controlled. The legal structure was the part I'd finessed over the last month. A repayment agreement drawn up by the financial advisor and a lawyer friend, outlining the years of payments I'd made on their behalf: groceries, utility surcharges, insurance overages, the value calculated conservatively, and a reasonable payment schedule tied to concrete milestones. It wasn't punitive in numbers, it was precise in documentation. The point wasn't to bankrupt them. The point was to make them see the ledger of their entitlement. The confrontation would happen at home, in our living room, the same room where my sister's parties were staged, where my parents had practiced their pride. I invited them for dinner under the pretense of family meeting. Nothing serious, just talk. My mom was suspicious but flattered. They always liked to be included in anything that sounded important. Emily assumed it was another photo opportunity. They all showed up dressed in the same casual, surface-bright cheer that had always driven me crazy. Smiles that never reached the eyes, laughter timed for cameras, the practiced charm of people who never considered consequences. I cooked that night. It felt oddly domestic, almost banal. Pasta, salad, something warm to cut through the tension. I set the table like I always had growing up, and when they walked in, their faces relaxed into that parental, performative affection. For a second, it almost disarmed me. They hugged, they teased, they remarked on how grown-up I looked. "Simon, you're too old to make us pasta," my dad joked. And for a second, the boy who once wanted nothing more than a good word almost believed in the facade. Then I sat them down. I started soft. "I don't want to roast anyone tonight," I said, passing bowls around, watching them take food like nothing was wrong. "But I do want us to talk about how we take care of one another. That's all." My mom nodded, her expression generous, because she'd learned to expect sermons without consequences. My dad rolled his eyes just enough to show disinterest. Emily, in the corner, scrolled through her phone, half listening. I let the small talk die away and then unfolded the first piece of paper. It was a printed summary, clean, concise, and bland, the kind of document you'd find in an accountant's drawer. I'd kept the numbers conservative, nothing extravagant, just the truth. Amounts I'd covered, dates, short notes like emergency hospital copay, covered to avoid notice, and credit card overdraft, topped up. I handed my mother a copy and watched the way her fingers trembled ever so slightly when she took it. "You've been doing this for years," she said quietly, almost in disbelief. My voice was calm. "Yes, I have." I walked them through the ledger, one line at a time. There were times my voice cracked, because some of those entries were the only proof of years of unpaid labor, evidence that my quiet support had financed the comfortable little world they took for granted. But I didn't dramatize it. I stated facts, showed dates, and even included copies of old emails and bank reconciliations that matched the entries. I wanted this to be adult, clear, and undeniable. My dad's face went pale. "Where did you get these?" he demanded, louder than necessary. Emily looked up for the first time, confusion creasing her brow. "What is this, Simon?" she asked. Her hand shook as she set her phone down. "This is everything," I said. "The years you assumed would just be covered. The debt isn't about numbers, it's about responsibility. You all assumed I would be the invisible safety net. I'm not that anymore. I slid another page across the table, the repayment agreement. I explained the terms, a modest monthly repayment schedule, a clause that tied any missed payment to a temporary freeze on discretionary cards, luxury spending, subscriptions, etc., and a provision that required an annual family meeting to review finances openly. I wasn't demanding public admissions or screaming apologies. I was asking for accountability and transparency. My mother began to cry quietly, not a theatrical sob but small, penetrating sobs that made my chest ache in a way I hadn't expected. "You don't understand," she whispered. "We weren't trying to hurt you. We wanted them to have things." My hands tightened on the table. "You wanted Emily to have things," I corrected softly. "And you assumed I would handle the rest. That's different." There was a silence heavy enough to feel physical. My father stood abruptly. "This is extortion," he said, voice sharp, eyes darting to the lawyer friend I'd called to be present in case things went south. He was angry in a way that felt defensive, less about the numbers and more about losing the narrative. "You can't force us to sign." "Oh, I'm not forcing anything," I said. "You're free not to sign, but understand the consequences. I can withdraw my assistance permanently. The emergency fund I set up, it's for the family's safety net, but I control the release. If you refuse to acknowledge the imbalance and commit to change, I walk away. You'll be on your own with whatever debts you're carrying." I watched the gears turn in my father's head. For the first time, the facade of invincibility cracked. Emily, who had spent her life floating above reality, finally understood the stakes. "You can't do that," she said, voice brittle. "Why would you? We're family." There was hurt there, real, unvarnished hurt, and also the dawning comprehension that she'd been living in a bubble patched by others' labor. She flung out the predictable line they'd always used on me. "You're making this about money." I swallowed down the reflex to snap. "It's never just been about money," I replied. "It's about respect." Things escalated quickly after that. My father shouted, then cursed under his breath, a mix of anger and a kind of calculation that tries to regain control by bluster. My mother alternated between tears and bargaining, offering apologies that felt rehearsed and hollow. Emily kept glancing at me with this fragile, pleading look I'd never seen before. For the first time, she seemed aware that the world she'd been handed could be taken away with a few signatures and a few firm boundaries. My financial advisor spoke quietly into my ear at one point, a reminder of the legal frictions. Contracts needed witnesses, signatures had ramifications, and there was a line between moral retribution and legal overreach. I'd already thought of that meticulously. I wanted this to be defensible. I didn't want to destroy them. I wanted them to admit they'd been dependent and to take steps to be better. The agreement on the table reflected that. It would give them a path forward and tie their comfort to actual responsibility. Then my father did something I didn't expect. He lunged across the table, slamming his hands down in a theatrically indignant way, and grabbed the top document, the repayment agreement, yanking it toward him as if to tear it. "You think this piece of paper changes anything? You think signing this means you win?" His face was red, veins prominent. The sudden violence of the gesture made my heart skip. I kept my hands still. "No," I said quietly. "This isn't about winning. If you're unwilling to acknowledge what's been happening and agree to change, I'll do the only thing that will force you to. I'll remove my support. You'll have to live within what you earn. You'll have to face creditors you've ignored. You'll have to ask for help, not assume it. And you'll have to do it without considering yourselves entitled." My mother clapped a hand over her mouth and sobbed harder. Emily stood frozen, torn between pleading with our parents and looking at me for mercy. My dad's face shifted from anger to something colder, calculation again. He looked at the lawyer, at the advisor, then back at me. "You're blackmailing your own parents," he said, so quietly it could have been an accusation or a diagnosis. "You want control. I want fairness," I corrected. "I want acknowledgement. I want boundaries. And I want you to stop pretending you can live on other people's labor." My voice was steady, and I could feel something inside me that had been building for years. This long, patient bank of anger and disappointment, finally fueling a quiet, resolute center. And then Emily did something that split the room. She sank down on the couch and began to cry. Not the practiced, self-absorbed tears she'd flashed for cameras, but raw, real sobs. "Please," she said between breaths. "Please don't take everything. I didn't mean," Her words collapsed under the weight of our history, and for a moment the room felt like it had collapsed into itself. Three adults who were also children wounded by the same family architecture. My father looked like he might sign out of exhaustion. My mother, broken and pleading. Emily, desperate. I could see 1,000 ways the scene could end, some of them ugly, some of them poisonous, some of them small and conciliatory. I'd expected bargaining. I'd even anticipated guilt. But I hadn't counted on how much their fear would feel like a wound in me. Watching them scramble, seeing Emily's face as she realized she'd been complicit in her own safety net, filled me with a strange relief and an unexpected tenderness. I slid back my chair, letting the weight of the moment settle. "I don't want to ruin you," I said. "I don't want to humiliate anyone. I want us to be able to sit at this table without pretending. I want us to be honest about who does what and who pays for what. This agreement isn't a trap, it's a chance." The room hummed with the static of unspoken history. My dad's jaw worked as he stared at the paper, the lawyer's pen hovering near the signature line. Emily's tears slowed to hiccups. My mother's hands trembled. She looked like a puppet whose strings had been cut. And then, right as my father reached for the pen, right as the first drop of what could be a real reconciliation hovered in the air, there was a sound at the door, tires screeching outside, a raised voice from the street, and the bright, sudden ring of our home phone. Everyone looked up. The moment fractured. For an instant, we were all pulled out of that delicate equilibrium, and the question in the room shifted from whether they would sign to what had happened outside. Emily wiped her face with the back of her hand and fled to the window. My father swore under his breath. My mother's tears froze. I watched all of them, feeling the full weight of what I'd set in motion. A choice, now within reach for any of us to make. The pen hovered and signed. The air felt electric with possibility and dread. I felt a thin thread of victory and the thin prick of doubt, both at once. And then someone pounded on the front door, insistent, urgent. The lawyer stepped forward, cautious, while my father's face drained of color. Whatever happened next would change everything. But I wasn't going to close the door on the moment that would force them to reckon. I stood, listening to the frantic knock, my heart beating steady. Because for the first time in my life I knew I had not only given them a choice, but had also given myself one. I could demand the acknowledgement I'd waited for, or walk away and keep the ledger private. The knock was louder now. My dad swallowed and reached for the knob. The door opened, and whatever stood on the threshold, what consequence, what revelation, what outsider, pulled at the thread of our fragile, years-in-the-making reckoning. The room held its breath with me. The knock on the door was the catalyst, the final spark that would tip the carefully stacked balance of the evening. My dad's hand hovered over the knob, pale and hesitant. I could see the calculated anger on his face fighting with the realization that he had no control over the situation. My mother, still trembling from the confrontation, clutched at her sweater as though it were armor against what was about to unfold. Emily stayed behind the couch, wiping tears and clutching her phone like it could call a lifeline into existence. When the door opened, it revealed a familiar figure, the building manager, holding a stack of official notices and a firm expression. He didn't need to explain. The envelope of letters and the stack of account statements spoke for themselves. Months of accumulated notices, utility late payments, tax reminders, and minor infractions had been delivered in a single, unignorable moment. The sight of them left my parents frozen. This wasn't a judgment I was handing down. It was reality finally landing squarely on their doorstep. "Simon," my mother's voice trembled. She sounded like she might beg, cry, or explode, all at once. But I remained calm, seated at the table, leaning slightly back in my chair. "Everything is right here. You can either acknowledge it and act, or continue ignoring it." My tone was neutral, measured. The power wasn't in the words. It was in the way I was present, unshaken, fully aware of the truth. The first wave of consequences hit instantly. My father, in his panic, tried to rush through the papers, scanning for mistakes, but the details were meticulously documented. Each line highlighted years of over-reliance on me. Every emergency I had quietly covered. Every bill that had been swallowed up to keep their world spinning. "This isn't fair," he finally whispered, more to himself than anyone else. But fairness was irrelevant here. The ledger was indisputable. For the first time, he had no plausible way to argue. no room to manipulate the narrative. Emily's shock was the most visceral. She had spent her entire life enjoying luxury without consequence, assuming that the family finances were infinite and that I was the invisible repairman. Now, as the reality of the repayment plan and the accounts hit her, she crumpled slightly on the couch, her phone discarded. I didn't realize, she said, voice small, almost lost. Her entitlement had been comfortable, unchallenged, and now it was crumbling in real time. Over the next hour, the fallout unfolded with a brutal elegance. My mother tried to call their friends and extended family, likely hoping for intervention or a sympathetic ear, but every explanation faltered under the weight of the truth. My father argued in private, behind closed doors, but the legal safeguards I had set up and the meticulous record-keeping left him no avenue for evasion. Their sense of superiority, the one that had guided decades of entitlement and preferential treatment, was eroding before their eyes. I could feel it, the shift in the energy of the house, the subtle way their confidence drained away. They weren't just shocked, they were humbled. Every small, dismissive remark they had ever made to me, every assumption that I would absorb their mistakes and support Emily, every comparison that had made me feel small, had led to this reckoning. It wasn't theatrical revenge. It wasn't dramatized humiliation. It was a precise, inevitable consequence of their choices finally manifesting in a way that they couldn't ignore. Emily finally looked at me, her eyes wide, searching for mercy or explanation. "Simon, are you serious about this?" she whispered. Her voice trembled, the first real vulnerability I'd seen from her in years. I nodded once, deliberately. "I am. Not to punish, not to hurt, but to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That all of us respect responsibility, accountability, and fairness. You've had comfort without consequence for too long." The quiet humiliation was suffocating and yet necessary. It wasn't about me being cruel. It was about making them feel the impact of their assumptions. My father sat back in his chair, fingers pressed to his forehead. My mother's tears had subsided into quiet sobs, her face pale and reflective. Even Emily's expression had shifted from anger to dawning comprehension. The lesson wasn't just financial, it was existential. The world didn't bend to entitlement, and the safety net they assumed was endless didn't exist without effort. Over the next week, the practical consequences hit hard. Their cards remained frozen until they signed the repayment agreement, a document that was fair, enforceable, and framed in terms of accountability rather than punishment. Every day, I monitored progress, not because I wanted to micromanage, but because I had finally recognized that years of neglect had created habits that would never correct themselves without clear structure. They learned, painfully, that the world required effort, honesty, and acknowledgement of others' labor. In parallel, I continued building my own life. My investments grew quietly but steadily. The professional contacts I had fostered in recent months bore fruit in the form of opportunities one hadn't dared to dream about before. For the first time, I had freedom from their chaos, not in absence, but in control. I could help if I chose, but I could also withhold, and the decision belonged entirely to me. Every interaction with my family reminded me that the leverage I had built was not just financial. It was emotional, psychological, and practical. Months later, after the dust had settled, the atmosphere in our home was irrevocably different. My parents and Emily approached interactions with an awareness they had never possessed before. They measured requests, considered the work behind any comfort, and, most importantly, they began to recognize my value. It was quiet, subtle acknowledgement at first, a thank you here, a pause before asking for help there, but it grew. The dynamic had shifted permanently. One evening, after a long day at work, I sat on my apartment balcony with a cup of coffee. I watched the city lights flicker in the distance, the same calm clarity I had felt during the months of planning washing over me. I had endured the disrespect, navigated the manipulation, and executed a plan that restored balance without descending into chaos. I had gained more than money or leverage. I had gained recognition, autonomy, and peace. When Emily called that night, it wasn't a plea or an accusation. It was a tentative check-in, her voice softer, her tone careful. "Hey, I just wanted to say thanks. For everything. For helping us, for making us see." She didn't finish, but I understood. That moment, small as it was, crystallized everything. Years of tension, neglect, and favoritism had led to a reckoning, and finally, it had been acknowledged. I set down my coffee, feeling the satisfaction of restraint and intelligence. Revenge, I realized, didn't need to be dramatic or explosive. The most powerful retribution was subtle, precise, and undeniable. It didn't humiliate them for spectacle. It forced recognition, reflection, and change. And for the first time, I could exist in my family not as the overlooked son, the invisible provider, or the silent supporter, but as Simon, valued, respected, and in control. The night deepened, quiet and still. Somewhere down the street, life continued for everyone else, unaware of the shift that had taken place in our little corner of the world. I leaned back, took a slow breath, and let the sense of accomplishment wash over me. For decades, I had been ignored. For years, I had been undervalued. And finally, they had to see me. And I did. My best friend called me crying, begging me to come over. When I walked in, she looked up and said, "I'm so sorry. I never meant for you to find out this way." Then my husband stepped out of her bedroom. I'm 34F, and if you had asked me a week ago, I would have told you I had a good life. Not perfect, but solid. A loving husband, a best friend I trusted more than anyone, and a steady, if not exciting, job. I wasn't someone who needed grand adventures or over-the-top romance. I liked my life simple, stable, predictable. Or at least, I thought I did. Now, I feel like I'm looking back at a life that wasn't even real. Like I was living in some carefully constructed illusion that shattered the second my phone rang that day. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I remember that because Sundays were my favorite. A quiet, easy day where I caught up on laundry, meal prepped for the week, maybe curled up with a book if I had time. Nothing crazy, but it was my time to breathe. Victor, my husband, was out running errands, or so he said. I barely paid attention when he left, just mumbled a distracted "okay" as I folded laundry on our bed. It was one of those moments you don't think twice about. If I had known it was the last normal moment I'd have, I might have looked at him a little longer, paid attention to the way he said goodbye. But I didn't. I just went back to folding socks. Then my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. Lillian. That wasn't unusual. We talked all the time. She had been my best friend since high school, the kind of person who could call me at any hour, for any reason, and I'd always pick up. I smiled to myself, expecting one of her usual rants about work or some ridiculous dating disaster. But the second I answered, I knew something was wrong. "Can you come over?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. I froze, a half-folded towel in my hands. "Lil? What's wrong?" She sounded off, like she had been crying for hours but was trying to hold it together. Lillian never cried. She was the strong one, the person who held everything together no matter what. Her voice cracked. She took a shaky breath. "Please, can you just come?" A cold, uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. Lillian wasn't the kind of person who asked for help easily. If she was calling me like this, something was seriously wrong. "I'll be right there," I said immediately. I didn't even bother changing out of my leggings and oversized sweatshirt. I grabbed my keys and was out the door within seconds, my heart pounding as I climbed into my car. The drive to her place wasn't long, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. My mind raced through every possible scenario. Had something happened to her family? Her mom had been having health issues, was it that? Had she gotten into some kind of trouble? Was she in danger? Nothing I imagined could have prepared me for the truth. By the time I pulled into her driveway, my hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. Her car was there, but the house looked dark. No lights on, no movement inside. Something felt wrong. I walked up to her front door, my heart hammering in my chest. I knocked once. Then again, harder this time. Nothing. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear anything inside. Silence. Just as I was about to knock again, the door creaked open. Lillian stood in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes red and puffy like she had been crying for hours. My stomach twisted. "Lil, what's going on?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she just looked at me, really looked at me, like she was trying to memorize my face. or like she was bracing herself for something. Then, in a barely audible voice, she whispered, "I'm so sorry." It felt like my heart stopped. I didn't even know what she was sorry for yet, but the way she said it, the way her whole body seemed to be trembling, made my skin prickle with unease. "Lillian," I said slowly, my voice barely above a whisper, "you're scaring me. What's going on?" She opened the door a little wider, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. That's when I heard it. A soft creak. The sound of a door opening from inside the house. Footsteps. And then Victor stepped out of her bedroom. My husband, standing in my best friend's house, looking at me like a deer caught in headlights. I felt my body go completely still, like my brain hadn't caught up with what my eyes were seeing. Victor, here, at Lillian's house, coming out of her bedroom. And he wasn't supposed to be here. Everything around me seemed to slow down. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant sound of a car passing outside, the blood rushing in my ears. Lillian let out a shaky breath, her eyes darting between me and Victor, her face full of something I couldn't quite place, guilt, maybe, or regret. But Victor? He didn't say a word. He just stood there, silent, frozen, like he was waiting for me to figure it out, like he knew there was no talking his way out of this. And in that moment, something inside me cracked. I just didn't know how bad the break was going to be yet. For a long, unbearable moment, nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating, like the walls themselves were closing in around me. My brain was screaming at me to make sense of what I was seeing, but it was like my body refused to process it. Victor, here, at Lillian's house, coming out of her bedroom. It didn't make sense. It couldn't make sense. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, feel the blood draining from my face. But still, some desperate part of me wanted to believe there was some explanation that didn't mean what I knew. Deep down, it did. Victor took a single step forward. "Listen," I held up a hand. "Don't." The word came out sharp, more solid than I expected, like my body had decided to react before my heart could catch up. I wasn't ready to hear whatever half-baked lie he was about to tell me. My eyes flickered to Lillian. She still wouldn't look at me. The silence between us felt like a chasm, wide and gaping, filled with all the years of friendship we had built together, years that, in this moment, felt like they had just crumbled to dust at my feet. Finally, she spoke. "Please," she whispered. Can we talk?" I let out a hollow laugh. Talk? That's when I noticed something. Her clothes. She was wearing an oversized sweatshirt, the one I had seen Victor wearing just a few days ago. Something inside me snapped. My fingers curled into fists at my sides, and I forced myself to take a deep, shuddering breath. "How long?" My voice came out eerily calm, almost detached. Victor shifted uncomfortably. "It's not what you think. How long?" Lillian let out a tiny sob, covering her mouth with her hands. Victor just ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply like he was the one who was suffering. I didn't take my eyes off him. He was a good liar, always had been. The kind of person who could twist words just enough to make himself sound reasonable, who could manipulate a conversation so subtly you'd walk away wondering if you were the problem. But right now, I saw him for exactly what he was. A coward. "Tell me the truth," I said, my voice low, steady. "Because I swear to God, if you lie to me right now, a few months," Lillian blurted out. My stomach turned. A few months. I swallowed, forcing myself to stay upright, to keep breathing. Victor sighed, shaking his head. "It wasn't, don't." I turned to him, my voice colder than I had ever heard it. "Don't you dare try to make excuses." Lillian took a shaky step toward me. "I never wanted to hurt you." I let out another bitter laugh. "Really? Because from where I'm standing, it sure seems like you did." She flinched. I don't know how it happened. We didn't mean for it to." I gave her a long, slow look. "Didn't mean to?" My voice trembled, but not with sadness. No, this was something darker, something angrier. "You accidentally tripped and landed in my husband's bed? Multiple times?" Lillian let out another quiet sob. Victor had the nerve to rub his temples like he was the one dealing with something difficult. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. You were my best friend, I said finally. The words felt heavy in my mouth, like saying them out loud was making them real. I trusted you. I defended you. I let you into my life, into my home. I know. Lillian's voice cracked. I know, and I hate myself for it. I shook my head. No, you don't. Because if she really hated herself for it, she wouldn't have done it. If she really hated herself for it, she would have stopped. Victor finally spoke, his voice filled with that same infuriating calm he always used when he was trying to talk his way out of something. Look, I know this is a lot, but let's not do this here. I turned to him slowly. Not here. I repeated. Victor held up his hands. I just think. I don't care what you think. For the first time, real anger flashed across his face. I made a mistake, okay? But let's not blow this out of proportion. I actually took a step back, stunned. Blow this out of proportion? I repeated, my voice sharp with disbelief. You slept with my best friend. For months. And you think I'm overreacting? Victor clenched his jaw. I didn't say that. You might as well have. I shook my head, my whole body trembling. You know what? I don't even know why I'm still standing here. I turned to leave, but Lillian grabbed my wrist. Wait. Her voice was frantic now, desperate. Please, just, I yanked my arm away like her touch burned. Don't touch me. She recoiled like I had slapped her. Victor stepped forward again. Let's just go home, and I let out a humorless laugh. Home. I turned to him, my chest heaving. Are you serious? You think I'm getting in a car with you right now? For the first time, I saw something flicker in his eyes, something ugly. Where else are you gonna go? He asked. It was subtle, the way he said it. Not quite a threat, but not a question, either. And in that moment, I realized something. Victor didn't think I would leave. Lillian didn't think I would leave. They had already decided how this was going to go. Victor would say the right things, twist the narrative just enough to make himself look like a guy who had simply made a mistake. Lillian would cry, play the part of the remorseful friend. And me? I was supposed to forgive them. They thought they could break me. They thought they knew me. But what they didn't know, what neither of them had ever taken the time to really see, was that I don't break. I burn. And I was about to set fire to everything. I didn't say another word. I just turned and walked out. Victor didn't follow me. Neither did Lillian. Maybe they thought I needed to cool off, that I'd come back once I had calmed down. They had no idea what was coming. I got into my car, my hands still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. My mind was racing, a storm of emotions swirling inside me, betrayal, anger, disgust. But beneath all of it, beneath the heartbreak, there was something sharper, something colder. Clarity. This wasn't a moment of weakness. This was the moment I realized exactly what I needed to do. I wasn't going to scream, cry, or beg. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of watching me fall apart. No, I was going to make them regret this. I drove straight home. The house, our house, felt different now, like it had been tainted by Victor's lies. I walked inside, still eerily calm, and grabbed my laptop. The first thing I did was check our bank accounts. Victor and I had a shared account, but I had my own personal savings, one he didn't have access to. I had been careful about that, always keeping a separate fund just in case. Not because I thought I'd need it for this, but because I never wanted to be completely dependent on anyone. And thank God for that. Within minutes, I had transferred every dime of my personal savings to a new account. Secure. Untouchable. Next, I went to the shared account. I didn't take everything, that would have been too obvious, but I withdrew a significant chunk. Enough to put me in a good position, but not enough to alert him immediately. He wouldn't notice until it was too late. Then I pulled up our mortgage. Victor's name was on the house. Mine wasn't. That stung, but I had leverage in other ways. I knew things about him, things he wouldn't want getting out. He had secrets, financial and otherwise. And if he thought he could cheat on me and walk away unscathed, he was about to learn just how wrong he was. I spent the next few hours meticulously gathering every bit of information I could: bank statements, emails, text messages. I wasn't just planning to leave him. I was going to ruin him. But Victor wasn't the only one who was going to pay. Lillian had been my best friend. She had smiled in my face while sneaking around behind my back. She had cried to me about past relationships, about betrayal, only to turn around and do the exact same thing to me. She wasn't getting away with this either, and I knew exactly where to start. I picked up my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found the name I was looking for. Her boss. Lillian worked at a high-end marketing firm, the kind of place that valued reputation above all else. And she hadn't exactly been discreet. She had been bringing Victor to company events, introducing him as her friend. Some of her colleagues even knew about their little affair. I had screenshots, emails, enough evidence to make sure her spotless reputation wasn't so spotless anymore. I hit dial. Hello. Her boss's voice was polite but distant. I smiled, even though there was nothing friendly about it. Hi. This is going to sound wild, but I think you'll want to hear this. And then I started talking. It didn't take long for the dominoes to start falling. Lillian was fired within days. Her boss had been furious when I laid everything out for him. Apparently, workplace relationships were highly frowned upon, and the idea of a scandal involving a married man, a client's married husband, that was enough to make them cut ties with her immediately. She didn't even get the dignity of quitting. She was terminated. I found out through mutual friends that she had a meltdown in the office, crying, begging them to reconsider. They didn't. And Victor? Well, I had something special planned for him. I didn't just leave him. I made sure he never saw it coming. One morning, while he was at work, I packed my things. But I didn't just take my belongings. I took everything I had ever bought for that house. The furniture? Mine. The TV? Mine. The expensive espresso machine he loved so much? Mine. By the time I was done, the house looked bare, cold, empty, just like he had made me feel. I left the keys on the counter with a single note. Enjoy your new life. Hope she was worth it. And then I walked away. But I wasn't done yet. Victor had skeletons in his closet. Financial ones. See, he had been hiding debt from me. Credit cards, gambling, sketchy loans. He had managed to keep it all a secret. But I had found out. And now? Now, I was making sure everyone knew. I sent every document, every piece of proof to his boss. See, Victor's job required integrity. He worked in finance, handling other people's money. And when his company found out that he had been lying about his own finances, that he had hidden thousands in debt while working with high-profile clients, he was fired on the spot. His reputation? Shattered. His career? Over. And the best part? Lillian couldn't help him. She was drowning too. They had burned me. So I burned everything they had. Update. It's been almost a year since that day. A year since I stood in Lillian's house, staring at the two people I thought I could trust more than anyone. A year since I decided that I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to make them regret ever thinking they could do this to me. And trust me, they do. Lillian never bounced back from losing her job. She tried getting hired at other marketing firms, but word spread quickly. Turns out, getting caught in an affair with a client's married husband doesn't look great on a resume. She ended up taking some low-level remote job, barely making ends meet. And Victor? Oh, Victor. After he lost his job, he spiraled. He tried to keep up his old lifestyle, but with no income and a mountain of hidden debt, it wasn't long before things collapsed. He had to sell the house. The same house he thought I would never leave. The same house I had walked out of without looking back. I heard through the grapevine that he and Lillian tried to make it work for a while, probably out of sheer desperation, but it didn't last. They broke up a few months ago. Apparently, the stress of losing everything took a toll on them. I can't say I feel bad. As for me, I'm doing great. I moved into a new apartment, decorated it exactly how I wanted, and started focusing on myself for the first time in years. I reconnected with old friends, picked up hobbies I had forgotten about, and honestly, I'm happier than I ever was with Victor. There's still a part of me that wonders how they thought they could get away with it. How Lillian could look me in the eye, laugh with me, share meals with me, while sleeping with my husband behind my back. How Victor could act like he loved me while sneaking around with my best friend. But in the end, it doesn't matter. because they got exactly what they deserved. Now, here's the thing. Some of my mutual friends think I took it too far. They say I should have just walked away, let karma do its thing instead of actively destroying their lives. That taking Lillian's job and exposing Victor's financial mess was petty. I don't see it that way. I didn't go looking for revenge just to be vindictive. I did it because they needed to learn that actions have consequences. So, what do you think? Am I the a-hole for completely ruining their lives? Or did they get exactly what they deserved? I'll be reading the comments. I never thought I'd be the kind of guy who locks his front door and still ends up with his brother standing in his living room like it's his name on the deed. But I guess that's what happens when you're the only one in the family who learned how to say no and actually mean it. My name's Ryan, I'm 34, and for most of my adult life, I've been the responsible one in the family. Not by choice, mind you. I didn't audition for the role. It just kind of happened. I have one older brother, Nate, who's 37 going on 16, and somehow he's still the golden boy in our parents' eyes. Even when he forgets birthdays, ditches holidays, or shows up late to family events half drunk and loud, he's met with sighs and laughter. That's just Nate. Meanwhile, I'm the guy who works a full-time job, pays my mortgage early, and apparently signs up to host every single family gathering. To be clear, I don't hate my family. I actually love them. But over the last few years, something shifted. I started noticing how much of the heavy lifting always landed on me. If someone needed help moving, Ryan will do it. If the oven breaks the morning of Thanksgiving, Ryan can host. Christmas dinner? Oh, Ryan's house is big enough. My mom calls it leaning on the reliable one. But it stopped feeling like support and started feeling like exploitation. Quiet, polite exploitation wrapped in expectations and passive-aggressive guilt. The breaking point started brewing months before it actually happened. Our parents' 40th wedding anniversary was coming up in October, and I knew, without anyone saying it, that everyone just assumed I'd host. I could already picture the group chat lighting up. Ryan, do you think your place could work again? No offer of help, no asking what I wanted, just assumptions. So, one Sunday in late July, I brought it up on a call with Nate. It was supposed to be casual. I wasn't trying to start anything. I just wanted to give him a heads up. Hey, listen, I said, trying to keep my tone light. I know the anniversary's coming up, but I'm going to sit this one out. I can't host this year. Work's been insane, and honestly, I need a break. There was a pause. One of those weird, charged silences that make your stomach tighten before anything's even said. You can't host. Nate finally replied, and I could already hear the edge creeping into his voice. What do you mean you can't? I mean I'm not able to this time, I said. Between work and some stuff I've been dealing with at home, look, I need some space. I'm happy to chip in money or help someone else set it up, but it can't be at my place. Another silence. Then he scoffed. So you're just what? Bailing on mom and dad's anniversary? After everything they've done for you? I blinked. Bailing? Nate, come on. That's not fair. I've hosted 6 holidays in a row. 2 birthdays. I even rearranged furniture last Thanksgiving because you forgot to bring extra chairs. Oh, give me a break, he cut in. You have the nicest house. A huge kitchen. Parking. You're literally the only one who can do it right. And that's not my fault, I said, trying not to let the anger creep into my voice. That doesn't mean I owe it to everyone every time. He laughed again, but it wasn't friendly. Wow. Unreal. You know what? This is exactly why no one in the family respects you. I froze. Excuse me. You're just selfish, man, Nate said, his voice sharp. You hide behind your little job and your mental health excuses, but when it really matters, you flake. You're not reliable. You're just a coward who plays it safe and lets everyone else pick up the pieces. That one stung. Not because it was true. It wasn't. But because it was so far from who I am, and he knew that. He weaponized the very thing I'd always done for the family. Every time I picked up the slack, every time I stayed late cleaning after everyone else left, every time I smiled through exhaustion so mom wouldn't worry, he turned all of that into a weakness. A flaw. I ended the call without saying another word. I thought that would be the end of it. Maybe some drama in the family group chat, a few guilt-trippy messages from my mom or aunt, but nothing I couldn't handle. I didn't expect what Nate did next. 2 days later, I opened my phone and saw 15 missed calls from my cousin Emma. 5 voicemails. A text that just said, "Call me now." Nate's lost it. When I called her back, she didn't even say hello. She just launched in. He told everyone you abandoned the family. He said you refused to host because you don't care about your parents anymore. He's blowing up the group chat, Ryan. It's bad. Your mom's crying, your dad's pissed, and Aunt Cheryl's talking about how you've changed. My stomach turned. He what? He told them you bailed without a reason. That you ghosted him. That you didn't even offer to help. I sat down on the edge of my couch, completely stunned. I literally offered to help. I said I'd contribute money. I just didn't want to host. Emma hesitated, then lowered her voice. He's also saying he's going to host it at your place anyway. I thought she was joking. I'm serious, she said. He told everyone you're just being dramatic, and that he's going to take care of it. At your house. He said you'll thank him later. That's when I realized how far gone he was. Nate wasn't just angry. He was rewriting the narrative. And no one was stopping him. Worse, people were starting to believe him. When I checked the group chat, I saw it for myself. Dozens of messages, some passive-aggressive, some outright cold. No one had asked for my side. They just went along with his version. Ryan, Emma said gently, please tell me you have security cameras. I did. In fact, I had a full security system installed last year after a minor break-in scare. Front door sensors, motion detectors, the whole deal. But I had never in my life imagined I'd need it for my own brother. I spent the next few days tense. Watching. Waiting. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. I knew something was coming. I just didn't know when. The weird part? The group chat went dead. Silent. No messages. No updates. Just radio silence for 3 whole days. Then on a quiet Friday afternoon, while I was out running errands, I got the notification. Front door opened, 2:47 p.m. And 5 seconds later, motion detected, living room. My heart dropped. I stared at the alerts, praying I'd somehow but dialed the system or triggered it myself. But the next notification killed that hope. Glass break sensor triggered, kitchen window. I drove home faster than I should have, adrenaline flooding my veins, panic wrestling with rage. I called the police from the car, told them I had a break-in in progress and that my cameras showed someone inside. The dispatcher told me officers were en route. When I pulled into my street, I saw 2 squad cars already there, lights flashing. And on my front lawn, flanked by 2 confused-looking cops, stood Nate, wearing a dress shirt and khakis, looking absolutely stunned as he tried to explain why he had a car trunk full of party decorations, tablecloths, and a personalized Happy 40th Anniversary banner. He saw me pull up. His face went pale. I didn't say a word. I just parked and stepped out slowly, letting the scene sink in. One officer walked over to me. You the homeowner? I nodded. You know this guy? Unfortunately, I said. And that's where everything started to unravel. Nate was trying to spin it like it was all a misunderstanding. That he was just trying to surprise our parents. That I'd changed my mind but didn't tell anyone. That I'd left a key under the mat. Lies. Every single one. I wish I could say that was the moment everything changed. That seeing Nate surrounded by flashing lights and police officers, caught red-handed trying to throw a party in a house that didn't belong to him, opened everyone's eyes. That maybe, finally, someone in the family would say, hey, Ryan's been right this whole time. But that's not what happened. The thing about families like mine, tight-knit on the outside, but quietly toxic underneath, is that the truth doesn't always matter. Perception does. Appearances do. Keeping the peace is more important than keeping your dignity. And when someone disrupts that illusion, even if they're in the right, they become the problem. After the police left, after Nate was forced to pack his car with all the decorations he hadn't even bothered to tell me about, I went inside, sat on my couch, and just stared. The house smelled faintly of cheap cologne and sweat, the kind you get from rushing around under pressure. My living room rug had muddy shoe prints. One of my dining chairs was tipped over. A few helium balloons were still clinging to the ceiling. He'd really thought he could pull it off. I checked my security footage later that night. Watched the whole thing play out like a bad sitcom. Nate unlocking the back gate with the spare key he clearly hadn't forgotten from years ago. Sliding open the window he must have loosened earlier that week. Climbing in like some middle-aged reverse burglar. Carrying boxes labeled Anniversary, MOM, and Dad. And shouting out instructions to a couple of our younger cousins who he dragged along to help, clearly thinking I was just going to show up and roll with it. The best part? At one point, one of the cousins asked, "Are you sure Ryan said yes to this?" And Nate, without missing a beat, said, He's just being dramatic. He always caves eventually. That sentence hit me harder than the break-in itself. He knew I'd said no. He just didn't care. Worse, he was counting on me being too polite to make a scene. That weekend was a blur. I didn't answer texts. I didn't check the group chat. I let the calls go to voicemail. I didn't trust myself not to explode if I heard another excuse, another watered-down apology, or God forbid, another demand to not make this a bigger deal than it is. But on Monday morning, I got a knock at my door. I looked through the peephole, and there he was. Nate, holding a box of pastries like we were about to catch up over coffee. I didn't open the door. Just talked through the wood. You've got 5 seconds to explain why you're here. He gave a short laugh. Come on, man. Don't be like this. I brought croissants. Nate, you broke into my house. And I've apologized for that. No, you haven't. He paused. Okay, well, I'm here to apologize. I finally opened the door, just a crack, and leaned on it. Make it good. He hesitated. Look, I messed up. I shouldn't have gone behind your back. I was under a lot of pressure, okay? Mom and Dad wanted something nice, and no one else was stepping up. You're usually the one who handles this stuff. That's because no one else has to when I do. I snapped. You're not sorry for breaking in, Nate. You're sorry you got caught. He frowned. You think this is easy for me? I've got 2 kids, a job, bills. I don't have the luxury to obsess over party logistics like you do. There it was again. The dig. The assumption that because I'm single and child-free, I must be living some kind of spa resort life. Never mind the 60-hour work weeks. The pressure. The constant family demands that always ended up on my plate. So do I said flatly. The difference is, I don't expect everyone else to carry my weight. He looked away. I'm trying to make things right, Ryan. Don't be petty about this. Petty? I echoed. You kicked off a whole family smear campaign, told everyone I abandoned Mom and Dad, then broke into my house to throw a party I specifically said I wouldn't host. And now that the cops got involved and people are starting to ask questions, you show up with pastries and call me petty. He didn't answer, just held the box out again like it would erase everything. I'm not letting this go, Nate, I said. You're not walking this back like you always do. This isn't just about the party. This is years of you taking and blaming me when I finally draw a line. Then I closed the door. Behind it, I could hear him mutter, "Unbelievable," and stomp back to his car. The next few days? Chaos. Apparently, Nate spun a whole new story to the family. This time, I'd overreacted and called the cops on my own brother over a misunderstanding. He left out the part where he lied to the entire family and entered my house without permission. Left out the part where I told him multiple times I didn't consent to hosting. My mom called me crying that night. Ryan, please. I don't understand. Why did you get the police involved? I didn't get them involved, Mom, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. They were automatically alerted. That's how security systems work. You'd know that if Nate hadn't lied to you all week. He said you changed your mind last minute. That you forgot to tell him. No, I didn't. Silence. Mom, I continued. Do you know how many holidays I've hosted? How many times I've let him off the hook when he bailed last second? Do you remember Christmas 2 years ago when he didn't even show up and I had to explain to your guests why we didn't have enough food? Her voice cracked. He said you've been distant. That you've changed. I have changed, I said. Because I'm done being the family doormat. She didn't have a response. Just sniffled and said, I wish you two would work it out before the anniversary. There it was again. That subtle suggestion that the solution wasn't in Nate taking responsibility. It was in me forgiving. Me smoothing things over. Me keeping the family peace. The anniversary was now less than 2 weeks away. I'd already taken the day off work, not to plan anything, but because I knew someone would try something last minute to drag me back into it. And I was right. 4 days before the anniversary, I got a text from Aunt Cheryl. It read, heard you're hosting again. Can't wait. I'll bring the lemon bars. I stared at the message, baffled. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed again. Uncle Mark. Hey bud, need help with chairs this time? Don't want a repeat of last year. I checked the group chat. Nate had posted something new. Everything's back on at Ryan's place. Anniversary party is happening. Can't wait to celebrate Mom and Dad with everyone. No one questioned it. No one even tagged me to confirm. They just assumed. Assumed I'd caved. Assumed I'd show up smiling, clean the floors, hang the decorations, prepare the food, and clap along like nothing had happened. That was the moment it all crystallized. The breaking point wasn't the break-in. It wasn't the police. It wasn't even Nate's smug refusal to apologize. It was the realization that none of them saw me as a person. I was a utility, a venue, a backdrop for their celebration. And when I tried to set a boundary, not even a hard one, just a simple no, they overrode me, lied, manipulated, rewrote the script, and shoved me back into the role they needed me to play. And Nate? He was the director. That's when I made my decision. If they wanted to treat my house like a party venue, then I'd show them exactly what happens when you ignore the owner. I sat there, staring at that message, watching the hearts and smiley reacts pile on. Reading comment after comment from relatives confirming they'd bring appetizers, cake, folding chairs. No one mentioned me. No one tagged me. They just took Nate's word for it like it was gospel, like my consent, my space, my peace didn't matter. I didn't reply. I didn't say a word. I just set my phone down, walked into my kitchen, opened the fridge, and stood there for what must have been 5 minutes. Not even looking for food. Just existing. Numb. That night, I lay awake for hours, running through every possible response. Should I call Mom? Tell her the truth? Should I confront Nate in the group chat? Should I warn everyone that if they showed up at my house, they'd be met with locked doors and police officers again? But I didn't do any of that. Because I realized something. I was done explaining myself. I was done justifying why I didn't want to be used. I was done trying to earn my family's respect by playing along with their delusions. And the truth is, I was tired. Not physically tired, though that too, but soul tired. The kind of tired that builds up slowly, year after year. Every time you swallow your frustration to keep the peace. Every time you bite your tongue while someone else takes credit. Every time you're made to feel guilty for saying no. This wasn't just about the anniversary party. This was about my entire life. About being the good son, the reliable brother, the backup plan. I'd spent so long trying to be what everyone needed. I didn't even know who I was outside of that. So I decided to let it all fall apart. I didn't show up in the group chat again. I didn't call anyone to set the record straight. I didn't even tell Nate he was lying through his teeth. Instead, I spent the next few days quietly taking care of myself. I took time off work. Real time. Not a day or two here and there while still checking emails from my phone. I mean full on, no notifications, no calls, no Slack messages kind of time off. I didn't realize how badly I needed it until the third day, when I woke up at 10 a.m. and felt something strange, calm. I started going for long walks again. There's a little trail not far from my house that winds through a wooded area, and I used to love walking it years ago. But somewhere along the line, life got busy. Obligations piled up. Those quiet moments got sacrificed for errands and favors and family expectations. I went back. No headphones. No podcasts. Just the sound of my feet crunching the leaves, birds in the distance, wind in the trees. And slowly, I started to feel something return. A sense of self. A voice I hadn't heard in a long time, mine. One afternoon, while sipping coffee on my back porch, I opened my laptop and pulled up an old folder, Ryan's projects. It was full of half-finished ideas. A home renovation blog I'd once thought about starting. A freelance spreadsheet for consulting work I never got around to. Notes for a side business I'd shelved because Nate said it wasn't practical. All the things I'd told myself I'd do once things calmed down. I picked one. A few years ago, I'd drawn up a detailed plan for an Airbnb-style guest suite in my finished basement. I'd even gotten quotes from contractors, but never moved forward because, surprise, my family kept treating the basement like their personal crash pad during holidays. There was no way I could rent it out when cousins were randomly spending the night or Uncle Jim was storing his extra tools there. But now, I started making calls. By the end of the week, I'd lined up a contractor. I cleared out the space, donated boxes of old junk, ordered new fixtures. The project gave me purpose, something that was mine again. And it felt incredible. In between meetings and paint samples, I also set an appointment with a therapist. It was something I'd put off for years. I'd always thought, what would I even say? But after everything that had happened with Nate, and the absolute silence from the rest of my family, I needed someone objective. Someone who didn't see me as a role, but as a person. Our first session cracked something open in me. I told her everything. About the years of being the fallback. The way my boundaries were constantly ignored. The guilt that followed every no. The weird, gnawing ache of being praised for being dependable, but never loved for just being me. She looked at me and said, "Ryan, You've been the family's emotional support system. But who's been yours? That question broke me. I left her office, sat in my car, and just cried. Not out of sadness, really. More like release. Years of pent-up frustration finally being acknowledged. Validated. Seen. And slowly, over the next few weeks, I started to build something new. Quietly. Privately. I didn't announce anything. I didn't post motivational quotes or cutting out toxic people memes on Facebook. I just lived differently. I went to the gym, not to get ripped or punish myself, but just to feel strong again. I cooked for myself, not for 20 guests or a family feast. Just me. Meals I liked. I redecorated my living room, moved things around, bought art I actually enjoyed instead of neutral stuff that made my house feel like a hotel lobby for guests I didn't even want. And I learned to enjoy my own company again, all while keeping one eye on the date, October 14th, the day of the anniversary party. As it crept closer, I got more and more curious about what was being planned. Nate hadn't messaged me again. Neither had my parents. The group chat was still popping, though. I scrolled through it like someone watching a distant train wreck. My cousins were coordinating carpool rides to my place. Aunt Cheryl had assigned potluck dishes. There was even talk about cleaning up quickly this time, so Ryan doesn't complain. They still thought the party was happening here, and I still hadn't said a word. Why? Because I wanted them to feel what I'd felt for years, invisible, ignored, overlooked. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to scream. I was going to let them walk straight into the consequences they created. But that plan came with a price. Because in the days leading up to the party, the weight of it all hit me hard. I got a message from my mom. Just one. I hope you're not still upset. I know you've had a rough time lately. Nate says everything is back on track. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend. She believed Nate. Still, even after everything. And she thought I was the one being difficult. That was rock bottom. Not the break-in. Not the betrayal. But the realization that even my own mother, sweet, warm, loving mom, saw me as a problem to be managed, not a person to be heard. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It's solid. It's a foundation. And I finally knew what I wanted to build on it. Because this time, I wasn't going to play the peacemaker. I wasn't going to give in, sweep things under the rug, or take the high road. After weeks of silence, I had everything I needed. Clarity, strength, a plan. For the first time in years, I wasn't reacting. I wasn't scrambling to fix what Nate broke or chasing the approval of relatives who only noticed me when they needed something. I was thinking strategically, and it felt good. The anniversary party was scheduled for Saturday, October 14th. According to the group chat, people were planning to arrive around 2 p.m. with food, decorations, and a playlist curated by my cousin Drew, who, last I heard, still thought dubstep was acceptable party music. Nate had positioned himself as the organizer, bragging about how he pulled it all together after I panicked and ghosted everyone. The entire narrative had been rewritten like I was a flake, and he was the savior. And they all bought it. They didn't know that while they were planning their little fantasy celebration, I was setting the stage for something entirely different. It started with a few key phone calls. First, I called my security company. Hi. Yes, I said, trying to sound casual. I'd like to update the alert settings on my system. There's going to be a situation at my property this weekend, and I want to make sure I have everything recorded. The rep paused. A situation? Let's just say some uninvited guests. I won't be home, but I expect people might try to enter anyway. Can we make sure the cameras are all backed up and alerts are routed directly to my phone? He confirmed everything. Every camera, every sensor, every angle. Next, I made arrangements for myself. I booked a quiet Airbnb 2 towns over. Nothing fancy, just a peaceful one-bedroom cabin with a porch and a view of the woods. No Wi-Fi, no noise, no family. I packed a weekend bag, grabbed a few books, and told my assistant at work that I'd be unavailable Saturday through Monday. Full digital detox. I even left my personal phone at home and took a backup burner, just in case. Then came the final piece. I wrote a letter. Not an email, not a text, an actual printed letter. It was addressed to my parents. I sealed it in an envelope and dropped it in their mailbox 2 days before the party. I figured by the time they read it, everything else would already be in motion. It wasn't a letter full of rage or accusations. It was calm, clear, a message from someone who'd finally stopped begging to be understood. Here's a part of what I wrote. I love you both, but I need to say something you've never let me say without turning it into guilt or silence. For years, I've been the one keeping things afloat. Not because I'm better, but because I thought that's what love meant, doing what no one else wanted to do. Hosting, planning, covering, fixing. But love isn't obedience. It's not silence. It's not making yourself small so other people can feel big. Nate has taken advantage of me, and you've let him. I'm done pretending everything is fine. I won't be hosting the anniversary party. I won't be part of a celebration where my boundaries are ignored. I hope you understand. If not now, then someday. I didn't know how they'd take it. I didn't care anymore. Because this time, I wasn't writing it for them. I was writing it for me. The night before the party, I double-checked everything. Security system active. Cameras angled. Alerts set to push directly to my backup phone. I took one last walk through my house, locked the doors, and drove off. By noon the next day, I was sitting on the porch of my Airbnb, sipping coffee, watching the wind move through the trees. It was silent, peaceful. I didn't feel anxious. I didn't feel angry. I just felt free. And then, at exactly 2:07 p.m., the notifications started rolling in. Front yard motion detected. Driveway sensor triggered. Front door, attempted entry. Back gate opened. I smiled. At 2:14, I got the first camera feed. Nate, holding a box of decorations, wearing a polo shirt and khakis like he was auditioning for Suburban Dad of the Year. Behind him, a cluster of relatives holding crockpots, folding chairs, and confusion. I watched him jiggle the front door handle. Locked. He walked around back, tried the gate, which creaked open. His shoulders relaxed. You could see it in his body language. He thought he'd gotten away with it again. Except this time, there was no hidden key, no unlocked window. And when he tried to lift the back sliding door, he was met with the loud beep 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 of the alarm activating. He panicked. He motioned to my cousin to stay back, then fumbled for his phone. You could see him dialing, pacing, probably calling me. But I wasn't answering. At 2:18 p.m., the system tripped. Unauthorized entry detected, back door. Police alerted. I watched it unfold on my screen like a live episode of Cops, Family Edition. Nate was now arguing with Drew and my cousin Michelle, flailing his arms like a maniac. The guests were standing awkwardly on the lawn, holding pies and pasta salads, slowly realizing they were not welcome. At 2:24, the first squad car pulled up. 2 officers stepped out. Nate's face drained of color. I watched him try to explain, again, why he was there, why he had keys, why he thought this was okay. But this time, the cops weren't buying it. One of them pointed at the security camera, then at the Ring doorbell, then at the small sign on my fence that read, "Smile? You're being recorded. Unauthorized entry will result in legal action." The officer pulled out a notepad. Nate rubbed his face and looked around helplessly. That's when he saw all the family members watching. Some were filming. Others were whispering. A few were already heading back to their cars. The illusion was crumbling, and I wasn't even there to see it. After the police de-escalated the situation and asked everyone to leave the property, the group chat exploded. I scrolled through it from the comfort of my cabin, watching in real time as the entire narrative Nate had spun collapsed under the weight of reality. Uncle Mark. Wait. Ryan never agreed to this. Michelle. Nate told us he changed his mind. Said it was all good. Drew. I literally bought $80 worth of ribs for this. Aunt Cheryl. I brought lemon bars for nothing. Then, at 3:05 p.m., the message that made me laugh out loud. Nate. Ryan is blowing this way out of proportion. He's making us look crazy. I took a screenshot. Sent it to Emma, the only cousin who ever actually believed me. She replied, "You're a legend. I'll bring popcorn next time." But it wasn't over yet. When I finally returned home the day after the failed anniversary ambush, the house felt different. Not because anything had changed physically, everything was exactly as I left it, but because something fundamental inside me had shifted. The place didn't feel like a prison anymore. For the first time in years, it was mine again. Mine in the way a sanctuary is supposed to be. Mine in the way a life should be. No more random relatives treating it like an Airbnb. No more furniture rearranged without permission. No more casserole dishes I didn't ask for stacked in my sink. The silence inside those walls didn't feel lonely. It felt earned. But I wasn't done yet. Because even though the party had imploded, and Nate had been thoroughly humiliated in front of half the extended family, no one had really been held accountable. Not yet. Not for the lies. Not for the manipulation. Not for the years of gaslighting and guilt tripping that led to this moment. So I made one last move. A quiet one. A calculated one. The kind of move Nate would never see coming. First, I emailed the police department and formally submitted the footage from my security system. All of it. From the moment Nate opened the back gate to the instant the officers showed up and dispersed the crowd. I filed a report and attached a note that read, "This is the second time he has unlawfully entered my home." I didn't press charges immediately. That wasn't the point. The point was making sure it was documented. A permanent record. Something Nate couldn't spin away in a group chat. Then I reached out to a lawyer, a friend of a friend. I asked for advice on drafting a no-contact letter that was strong but non-confrontational. Not a restraining order. Not yet. Just something that said, legally and in no uncertain terms, that Nate was no longer welcome on my property. That if he ever set foot in my home again, I would escalate it to the full extent of the law. My lawyer even suggested getting it notarized. I did. I made 3 copies. One for Nate, one for me, and one for my parents. The next day, I delivered them in person. I didn't go alone. I brought Emma with me. She had offered, and honestly, I was grateful to have someone in my corner for once. Someone who didn't look at me like I was the villain for enforcing basic boundaries. My parents looked confused when I showed up at their door. Mom opened it with a mixture of relief and hesitation. "Ryan," she said softly, "you're here." "I'm not staying long," I replied. "I just came to deliver something." I handed her the envelope. She opened it slowly, reading the letter inside. Her hands trembled slightly as she got to the part about Nate being barred from my property. Dad came to the door a moment later, peering over her shoulder. His expression tightened as he read. "You're serious about this?" he asked. "Dead serious," I said. I gave him years of chances. He broke into my home. He lied to everyone. He endangered me. This is me protecting myself. There was a long silence. Finally, Mom looked up. "We didn't know how bad it had gotten." I nodded. "You didn't want to know? Every time I tried to talk about it, you asked me to let it go. To be the bigger person. To forgive and forget." She lowered her eyes. Dad folded the letter and handed it back. "He's still your brother, Ryan." "No," I said calmly. "He was my brother. But that relationship only works when it's mutual. When it's built on respect. He burned that bridge. I'm just making sure he doesn't try to cross it again." There was nothing else to say. I turned to go. "Wait," Mom said, her voice cracking. "Is there anything we can do to fix this?" I paused, then turned back. "Not fix it. But if you want to start repairing it, you can start by believing me. Not just hearing me. Believing me." And with that, I left. The fallout came fast. Nate, predictably, blew a gasket when he got the letter. He sent a barrage of angry texts that I didn't bother reading. Just screenshotted and forwarded to my lawyer, who advised me to hold firm and not engage. The more he raged, the worse he made himself look. Then came the family drama. One by one, relatives started messaging me. Some were sheepish. Others tried to play neutral. A few, like Uncle Mark, apologized outright. "Didn't know how deep it ran, man," he wrote. "Nate's always been a handful, but I didn't realize how bad it was." Even Aunt Cheryl, queen of lemon bars and passive aggression, messaged to say she probably should have asked before assuming things. I didn't reply to everyone. I didn't have to. The silence was its own answer. But the real turning point came when Emma sent me a voicemail from Nate himself. Apparently, in a moment of desperation, he tried to smooth things over with her, not knowing she and I had grown close through all this. The message was classic Nate. Defensive, condescending, then pleading. "I just don't get why Ryan's doing this. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe I pushed too hard, but he's acting like I committed a felony. I was just trying to give Mom and Dad a nice day. Why does he always have to be so difficult? I swear, he's making me look like the bad guy when he's the one who called the cops on his own family." I played it twice, and I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was exactly what I needed to hear. Nate hadn't changed. He probably never would. But I had. I had changed in a way that mattered. In a way that stuck. Because the old me, the one who bent over backwards to keep the peace, would have sent a reply. Would have explained. Would have justified every boundary like it was an inconvenience I had to apologize for. But the new me? I didn't respond at all. Instead, I went back to building the life I'd started to reclaim. The guest suite in my basement? Finished. And booked solid for the next 3 months. The therapy sessions? Still going. And helping more than I thought they would. I even picked up that home renovation blog again, just for fun. Nothing monetized yet. just something that felt good. Mine. And slowly, I began to surround myself with people who saw me for who I was, not for what I could do for them. Emma. A few coworkers who'd become real friends. My neighbors. Even some family members who reached out not to ask for favors, but to say, I hear you. I believe you. I'm sorry. As for my parents, they stayed quiet for a while. I think the letter shook them. Maybe it made them look back at all the times they asked me to keep the peace and wonder what it cost me. We didn't talk for a few weeks, and that was okay. Eventually, they invited me to lunch. Just the three of us. No agenda. No expectations. It was awkward at first, small talk, long pauses, but by the end, Mom reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We're proud of you, she said. Not just for standing up to your brother, but for standing up for yourself. Dad nodded. It took guts, kid. More than I had at your age. That meant something. Not everything, but enough. The revenge wasn't flashy. It wasn't explosive. It was simple. I removed myself from a system that fed off my silence. I cut the strings that made me dance. I turned the spotlight around and let everyone see what was really happening behind the scenes. And the best part? I didn't lose anything worth keeping. Nate lost his power the moment I stopped giving it to him. The family stopped trusting him the moment they saw how far he'd go to protect his own image. And I gained something I hadn't had in years. Peace. Real peace. Not the kind that comes from avoiding conflict. The kind that comes from knowing you stood your ground and finally put yourself first. Because sometimes, the strongest move isn't revenge that burns bridges. It's building a better life on the other side of them. And when Nate showed up unannounced at my front door weeks later, desperate to talk, sweaty and frantic like nothing had happened, I didn't yell. I didn't fight. I didn't even open the door. I just smiled, turned around, and let the cameras do their job. Some bridges don't need burning. They collapse under the weight of their own lies. And all you have to do is walk away. I'm 26 years old, and until recently, I thought my family was just complicated. But now, after what's happened, I'm starting to see the full picture, and it's darker than I ever wanted to admit. Growing up, I always felt like I was living in my sister's shadow. Miranda is 3 years younger than me, and somehow, since she was a toddler, she's gotten everything I never had: attention, praise, gifts, and most importantly, a free pass when it came to responsibility. Meanwhile, I was the one expected to be mature, to keep the house running, to help with chores, and to behave perfectly so as not to cause trouble. My parents never really hid their favorites. Miranda was their little golden child, or so it seemed, and I was the responsible, older sibling who was supposed to set the example and quietly take on all the hard stuff. I remember the nights when I'd be stuck doing the dishes or cleaning the kitchen while Miranda lounged around, scrolling on her phone, waiting for dinner to be served. I'd hear Mom telling Dad how wonderful Miranda was doing in school, how bright and talented she was, while I was just getting by and not quite living up to expectations. It hurt, but I convinced myself it was normal family stuff. Maybe I was just being too sensitive. The real breaking point came just a few weeks ago. Miranda came home from college for summer break, and the very first thing Dad did was show off the brand new laptop he had bought her, a high-end model, the kind most people only dream of. Dad made a big deal about it, telling me how it was a reward for her hard work and dedication. Mom chimed in, gushing about how proud they were and how Miranda was going places. All I got was a list of chores. The dishwasher broke down the same day, and I was told to fix it or at least keep the kitchen spotless until a repairman came. When I asked for a little help or at least a break, Dad sat me down and told me, with a serious look, "This is to build your character. You need to learn that life isn't fair and that you have to work hard to get anything." I stared at him, the weight of those words sinking in. It wasn't just about chores or responsibility. It was a message that I wasn't worthy of kindness or reward, that I was just there to serve. That night, I couldn't sleep. The unfairness of it all gnawed at me. I looked around my small room, the walls lined with hand-me-down clothes and textbooks I'd bought with my own money, and I knew something had to change. So, without saying a word to anyone, I packed a bag. Just some clothes, a few personal things, and enough cash for a bus ticket. I didn't leave a note or call anyone to explain. I just left. For days, I stayed with a friend in a nearby city. I avoided calls and texts, just trying to breathe and figure out what I wanted and what I deserved. My phone rang once. It was Miranda, but her voice was cold and distant. Good riddance, she said jokingly. I didn't respond. Then, almost a week later, Dad called. His voice was tight, almost pleading. We made a huge mistake, he said. Come back. We want to fix this. We need you. When Dad called, I wasn't sure whether to laugh, cry, or just hang up. His voice sounded unfamiliar, desperate, shaky, even a little scared. It was a sharp contrast to the same man who had spent years telling me I wasn't doing enough, that I needed to build character through hard work and sacrifice. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I sat on the edge of my friend's couch, staring at my phone, the call still active in my mind like a stubborn echo. The house I'd fled from felt distant, but somehow still looming. A week of no criticism, no endless chores, no competition with Miranda had been a kind of peace I hadn't known I needed. But now the past was pulling me back. So, I did what I hadn't done in years. I called Mom. Her voice was chilly. Not the warm motherly tone you might expect, but something clipped and businesslike. We want you home. Things will be different, she said. Different how? I asked. There was a pause. Well, we've realized maybe we pushed you too hard. Maybe Miranda got more than her share. It's time to fix that. I bit my tongue. I'd heard this before. Promises like that from them always came with strings I'd been tired of pulling for so long. Okay, I said quietly. I'll think about it. Over the next few days, I watched their behavior from a distance, through texts and occasional phone calls, carefully trying to read between the lines. At first, the messages were polite, even gentle. Dad sent me a text that said, "We miss you." And Mom sent a photo of Miranda holding a cake with a message about family unity. But then the real patterns started to emerge. Miranda's texts started to arrive more frequently, but instead of reaching out like a sister, they felt like tests. Dad says you're coming home, right? The house needs you, she wrote one evening. We could really use your help with the yard and fixing the back fence. I didn't respond. The next message was harsher. Dad's getting impatient. Mom says the chores aren't getting done and the place is falling apart. Everyone's stressed. It wasn't a request. It was an accusation wrapped in thinly veiled frustration. I realized then that their idea of fixing things wasn't about healing wounds or acknowledging what they'd done. It was about getting me back under their control, back to the role they always wanted me to fill. I decided to hold my ground. But the calls kept coming. One afternoon, I got a call from Dad himself. Listen, he started, voice trying to sound calm and reasonable. I know I've been tough on you. Maybe too tough. But you have to understand, this family depends on you. Miranda's not ready to take on everything. She's still young. He sighed heavily. I'm not asking you to come back and do all the work, but we need your help. Your mother and I are doing what we can, but you're the one who holds this family together. I stayed silent for a moment. So what? I'm just a servant until you decide I'm worthy. I finally said. There was a long pause. Don't make this harder than it needs to be, he said. We want you home. That's what matters. That call left me shaken, but more determined than ever. This wasn't about family. It was about power, control. I thought back to every time I had stayed quiet, worked late cleaning the house, sacrificed my own time and dreams, all while my sister got rewarded with gifts, praise, and parties. Every time I was told, this is to build your character, while she got a pat on the back and a new phone. Then came the day I got the invitation. An official letter from my parents inviting me back home to discuss the family's future and my role in it. The letter was signed by both Mom and Dad and included a detailed list of chores and responsibilities they expected me to take on, from cleaning the basement to organizing Miranda's college applications. I almost laughed. I showed the letter to my friend, who looked at me with wide eyes. This isn't an apology or a welcome, she said. This is a contract. They want to tie you down. I wasn't ready to go back yet. Instead, I spent the next week quietly gathering my things, not just clothes, but documents, my savings, even a small emergency kit. I made a plan. If I was going to face them, I wouldn't walk back in like I was broken. I would be prepared. And then, the night before I was supposed to respond, the texts started flooding in. Mom sent a message. We're worried about you. This family isn't the same without you. Dad followed up with, you're needed. Miranda is struggling without your help. Miranda, though, was the most biting. You don't belong here anymore. Maybe this time you'll learn your place. That last message made something inside me snap. I stared at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. For years, I'd been the one to keep quiet, to take the blame, to work harder. But not anymore. This wasn't just neglect or favoritism. It was cruelty, deliberate and deep-rooted. When I finally dialed Miranda's number, my hands trembled more than I expected. It wasn't just my little sister on the other end. It was the person who had been complicit in years of neglect and silent cruelty. The person who had taken the role of favorite without ever questioning what it cost me. "Hello?" she answered, voice sharp like she knew what was coming. I swallowed hard. "We need to talk." There was a long silence. Then, "About what?" "You left. Maybe you should stay gone." That hit harder than I thought it would. But instead of retreating, I pushed forward. "I'm not the one who left. You told me I don't belong, that I should learn my place." She laughed, bitter and cold. "Maybe it's true. You always wanted to be more than you are." The familiar sting of her words brought back years of feeling invisible and worthless. But something inside me had changed. I wasn't going to be pushed around anymore. Not by her, and definitely not by our parents. The next days I spent quietly researching. I pulled up old bank statements, texts, and emails I had saved over the years. Things that, until now, I hadn't thought to use against them. But now, it felt like armor. One thing stood out clearly. Every time Dad bragged about spending money on Miranda, I was the one covering bills, fixing things, working extra hours to keep the household afloat. And yet, I was still painted as the problem child. I realized I had enough evidence to show how skewed the family's priorities really were. My plan was simple but powerful. I wouldn't just return and take their abuse silently. I'd expose the way they treated me, and how they pretended everything was perfect for the outside world. The first step was to confront them directly, but on my own terms. I sent an email to both Mom and Dad, with a clear subject line, "Family Truths." Inside, I laid out everything. The double standards, the unfair expectations, the emotional neglect I endured while they showered Miranda with praise and gifts. I attached copies of messages, photos of unpaid bills that I covered, and a detailed list of chores they demanded but never acknowledged. I gave them 1 week to respond before I took the next step. Their response was predictable. Mom called me almost immediately, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "How could you accuse us of this? We've done everything for you. You're being ungrateful." Dad's email was more subtle but no less condescending. "You're misunderstanding our intentions. Everything we did was for your own good." I blocked their calls and ignored the emails. They wanted to argue and twist the truth. That was their game. Instead, I reached out to some family friends, people who had seen the tension growing for years but never said anything. I shared my side of the story, carefully and honestly. The reaction surprised me. Many were shocked. A few admitted they always suspected Miranda got the golden treatment, but no one ever spoke up. Emboldened by this support, I decided to take a step that felt terrifying but necessary. I posted my story anonymously on a local community forum. I described the years of favoritism, the chores and criticism I endured, and the emotional manipulation. I didn't name names, but anyone who knew my family recognized the details. The post went viral in our small town. Comments flooded in, some sympathetic, others defensive, but the truth was out there. Soon, the pressure on my family became visible. At a neighborhood gathering, I overheard whispers. Friends and acquaintances exchanged knowing looks when my parents showed up. Miranda, for the first time, seemed uncomfortable. Then came the message that changed everything. Dad texted me, "We want to meet. This is bigger than us now." I agreed. The meeting was tense. Mom arrived with that practiced smile, but her eyes betrayed her unease. Dad was stiff and angry beneath his calm exterior. Miranda came, but she avoided looking at me. They tried to dismiss the accusations. "You're twisting things," Mom said. "We've always done our best." I held up the messages, the bills, the proof. I spoke calmly but firmly. "This isn't about blame. It's about accountability. You need to see how much damage you caused." For the first time, the veneer cracked. Dad's voice raised. "You think you're better than us now?" "No," I replied. "I just refuse to be invisible anymore." Mom tried to interrupt, but I held up a hand. "I'm done taking the blame for things you never taught me. If this family is going to move forward, it needs to be honest, starting with you." That meeting ended without resolution, but it changed the game. I left feeling a mix of relief and dread. I had started something I couldn't stop now. In the days that followed, the family dynamic shifted. Miranda became distant, cold in ways I hadn't seen before. Mom's texts went from sweet to sharp, thinly veiled threats about remembering where your loyalty lies. Dad's calls stopped altogether, but I wasn't backing down. I continued to gather evidence, document everything, and build a case, not just for me, but for anyone who'd ever been silenced in that family. After the tense meeting, I held on to a flicker of hope. Somewhere deep down, a quiet part of me still wished they would see the damage they'd done, that they'd step back, reflect, and finally acknowledge that I wasn't just making noise, I was speaking the truth. That fragile hope didn't last long. What followed was not remorse, not effort, and certainly not change. It was a cold, calculated campaign of exclusion, bitterness, and blame. Miranda's coldness evolved into something openly venomous. It wasn't just avoidance, it was targeted. Her remarks became deliberate, dropped like little traps at family events. I remember one Sunday afternoon during a barbecue at our cousin Lydia's house. The backyard was full, laughter floating through the air, kids running between tables. I had barely arrived when Miranda announced loudly, "I guess even the family critic decided to show up today. Don't worry, she's probably just here for material." People chuckled awkwardly. I didn't react. I just stood there, my plate untouched, my hands steady, but my heart pounding. Not from shame. Those days were long gone. But from the weight of finally realizing how deep her cruelty ran. She wasn't just unkind. She enjoyed seeing me shrink, even now. And the worst part? Mom and Dad said nothing. They didn't pull her aside. They didn't ask her to stop. They looked away, busying themselves with the grill or the drinks, pretending not to hear. But they heard. Everyone did. In the weeks that followed, my parents' treatment became even more calculated. Invitations to dinners, birthdays, or even informal family chats began to arrive with conditions, subtle, but unmistakable. Can you come help clean before the party? If you're going to bring up the past again, maybe sit this one out. Miranda's really been through a lot lately. We don't want to upset her. And when I declined, I was labeled the difficult one, the one who chose to stay distant. They were rewriting the story in real time, casting me as the ungrateful daughter who abandoned her family and couldn't let go of old wounds. When I confronted them, when I tried to explain, again, that I wasn't holding a grudge but simply refusing to be mistreated, I was met with guilt tactics and gaslighting. "We gave you everything," Mom would say with tears she could summon on command. "You've changed," Dad muttered once coldly. "You used to be a team player." They never listened. They never wanted to. That's when I decided to make it official. For years, I'd quietly collected documentation, texts, emails, bank statements, screenshots of conversations. I hadn't intended to use them originally. I think I just wanted proof, something to look at so I could stop feeling crazy. But now, they became my shield. I contacted a local family mediator. The process was formal, structured, and emotionally draining. Sitting across from people who claimed to love me, watching them deny everything, was harder than I expected. At mediation, they didn't flinch. They didn't even try to understand. Instead, they doubled down on their narrative. "She's twisting everything," Mom said with a sigh, looking toward the mediator like a woman exhausted by lies. "We've supported her for years," Dad said flatly. "We don't know where this anger is coming from." And then Miranda, ever the star of their show, leaned forward and said, "You left us, remember? We didn't push you. You chose to leave, and now you're making us the villains." The mediator paused, looked at me, then back at them, and said quietly, "You're not taking any responsibility." Still, they refused to bend. Their faces were calm, but I could see the strain. I could see it in the twitch at the corner of Mom's mouth, in the way Dad's fingers drummed against the table. They were losing control, and they knew it. Outside of the mediation room, something unexpected happened. The small network of people I had opened up to, neighbors, a few extended family members, some of Miranda's old teachers, and even Lydia, our cousin, began to ask questions. Carefully at first, then more boldly. "Is it true you did all the housework while Miranda got allowances? You helped with their mortgage once, didn't you? And they still didn't let you move back in after school." I always wondered why they talked about Miranda like she was an only child. Their perfect family image was starting to fracture, and I wasn't doing anything to hide the cracks anymore. Mom and Dad tried to recover. They hosted more family events, smiled harder, posted more on social media. But the whispers had started. The picture-perfect illusion no longer held the same weight. The final fracture came during my uncle's retirement party. It was a big gathering, dozens of family members, some I hadn't seen in years. The air was filled with music and nostalgia. I was talking with a relative when Miranda walked up, eyes locked on mine, and without preamble, said, "Are you proud of what you've done? You've made our whole family look like a circus. People pity us now. Is that what you wanted?" I looked around. A few people had turned. Some were watching quietly. I felt the heat rise in my chest, but not from fear. "I told the truth," I said calmly. "That's all I've ever done. If that makes the family look bad, maybe the problem isn't me." She scoffed. "You just want attention." I nodded slowly. "Then stop giving it to me." I walked away, and for the first time, no one stopped me. No one called after me. I was done. In the months that followed, I made the cleanest break of my life. I stopped going to events. I changed my number. I blocked them from messaging me on social media. I focused on my work, on my friends, on healing. And I started building the life I had long wanted. One where I wasn't someone's shadow, scapegoat, or silent servant. Miranda continued being the center of their world. Mom and Dad never stopped pretending everything was fine. But I no longer cared. Now, when I look back, I don't feel regret. I feel relief. Because I see everything clearly now. My family chose to sacrifice me for comfort, for control, and for the illusion of unity. They treated me like a burden, a backup plan, someone whose value was measured only by what I could do for them. But I'm not their errand girl anymore. I'm not their fixer, their shield, or their ghost. Today, I live in a small apartment filled with light. I work with people who respect me. I laugh more. I rest without guilt. I have a small circle of people who love me not for what I provide, but for who I am. Mom, Dad, and Miranda still try to reach out every few months. There's always a reason, someone's birthday, a holiday, a family announcement. Their messages are polite, polished, and completely hollow. They never once apologize, never once acknowledge what they did. I don't respond, not because I'm bitter, but because I've moved on. To anyone reading this who's been the invisible one in their own home, you don't have to earn love that should have been freely given. Walking away doesn't make you the villain. Sometimes, it's the only way to save yourself. I never forgave them, because some people don't deserve forgiveness. And that's okay. Thank you for reading my story. I've never felt more free. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm Marion, 38 years old. I've spent most of my adult life on the fringes of my family, quietly watching the way they operate like a well-oiled machine, where every part fits perfectly, except me. This weekend's engagement party was supposed to be a chance to finally belong. Instead, it reminded me why I never really have. My cousin Felicia has always been the golden child, the star of every family gathering, the one who could do no wrong in my uncle and aunt's eyes. The perfect daughter, niece, and now, fiancée. Since the day she announced her engagement to Jordan. This polished, arrogant man who somehow manages to be charming and condescending at the same time. The family atmosphere has been thick with approval for her and thinly disguised disdain for anyone who doesn't meet their standard. That includes me. The party was held at my uncle's house, a place that, honestly, felt more like a fortress than a home. Perfectly manicured lawns, expensive decorations, and a guest list carefully curated to include only the right kind of people. I was invited, but the invitation felt more like an afterthought. My mom, who is my uncle's younger sister, nudged me to come, saying, "It's time you tried to be part of the family, Marion. This could be good for you." She didn't understand, or didn't want to admit, that I had been trying in my own way for years, only to be met with cold shoulders and dismissive glances. When I arrived, I was immediately aware of the division. Felicia and Jordan were at the center of the room, surrounded by their friends and family, all laughing and sharing stories that didn't include me. The moment I stepped in, I caught the eyes of my uncle's wife, Evelyn, her icy stare lingering just a little too long, as if she were silently warning me to stay in my place. I tried to make small talk with some of the distant relatives, but the conversations were superficial at best. The atmosphere was a mix of polite smiles and underlying tension. Felicia barely acknowledged me. Every time I caught her eye, she looked away or gave a tight-lipped smile. Jordan, on the other hand, seemed to take pleasure in making me feel like I didn't belong. At one point, I moved to the kitchen to get some water and to breathe. That's when Jordan appeared, leaning casually against the counter, his smirk never fading. "Didn't think you'd actually show up," he said quietly, loud enough for me to hear. I met his gaze steadily. I figured it was time to see the family again. He chuckled, a sound that was more mocking than amused. "Well, you're here now. Don't expect to be part of the celebration." Before I could respond, my uncle appeared behind him, folding his arms with a look of mild disdain. "Well, Marion," he said, voice carrying across the kitchen, "you've never really been part of the family anyway. So I suppose your absence hasn't been too noticeable." The words hit me harder than I expected. The room seemed to still for a moment, as if everyone was waiting to see how I would react. I could almost feel their judgment, their consensus that I was the problem. Too independent, too different, too much of a misfit. I picked up the bottle of water I had set on the counter and took a slow sip, collecting myself. Then, with as much calm as I could muster, I smiled and said, "If that's how you see it, then I won't keep you. I'll leave early." Walking out of the kitchen, I passed through the main room where the guests were gathered. The chatter died down, the music lowered, and I could feel the weight of every eye on me. It was a silence filled with unspoken accusations and carefully masked relief that I was finally making my exit. Outside, the cool air hit my face, and for a moment, I felt free. But that freedom was quickly replaced by a familiar ache, the ache of being the family's outcast. This wasn't just about one night. It was years of being dismissed, overlooked, and treated like a shadow. Felicia's engagement party was just the latest stage in a long-running play where I was cast as the villain in everyone else's story. After stepping outside, I leaned against the cool brick of my uncle's back porch and closed my eyes for a moment. The night air was calm, but my mind was anything but. I replayed every word that had been thrown at me inside. The smirks, the dismissive comments, the subtle reminders that I didn't belong. But what cut the deepest wasn't just their words. It was the way they all looked at me, as if I were an unwelcome guest in a place where I was supposed to be family. They had made it clear that I was something less. An afterthought. A mistake. I stayed outside for a few minutes, gathering myself, before I decided to check my phone. No messages. No missed calls. No one checking if I was okay. Not a single text from my mom, who had urged me to come. That absence hit me like a second wave. I realized I wasn't just ignored by my extended family. Even the closest person to me had already given up. When I went back inside, the party was still going, but the mood was different. The subtle energy shift was unmistakable. I passed the living room and saw Felicia perched on the arm of the couch, smiling as Jordan whispered something in her ear. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes, though. It was the kind of grin people wear when they know they've won, or when they're gloating. I noticed my uncle sitting with Evelyn nearby, chatting with some of their friends, all casting occasional glances toward the door I had exited through. It was as if they were keeping tabs on me, waiting to see if I'd come back or stay away. I wandered toward the kitchen again, where the bar stool sat empty now, the same spot where I had been given a place to stand, or rather, be invisible. That's when I overheard a conversation that confirmed every fear I had about this family. My uncle was speaking in low tones with one of his closest friends, a man named Harold, who owned a chain of businesses in the city. Harold's laugh was sharp and condescending, his eyes flicking toward the kitchen door as if daring me to appear again. "Well, Marion's presence is hardly a loss," my uncle said. "She's always been the one to walk her own path, refusing to play along. It's a shame. She could have been a part of something great, but she chose to isolate herself." Harold chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not just isolation. She's a liability. No one wants someone like that dragging down the family reputation. Felicia and Jordan, they're the future. Marion's just a reminder of what could have gone wrong." Their words stung, but more than that, they lit a fire in me. I was tired of being the scapegoat, the problem in the family narrative. It was clear they didn't want me there, didn't respect me, and certainly didn't see me as family. But I wasn't going to disappear quietly. Over the next few days, I found myself reflecting on what family meant to these people, and whether I wanted to be a part of a family that treated me like a shadow. That reflection turned to planning. I started piecing together moments, memories, and little details about the family's business and personal affairs that were never meant to be shared outside their circle. Felicia's fiancé, Jordan, wasn't just an arrogant man at a party. He was a key player in their family's business dealings. a man with ambitions that stretched far beyond engagements and weddings. My uncle and aunt wielded their influence through that business, and it was the real reason why anyone was invited to these events. The appearances, the parties, the smiles, they were all part of the game. And I had been written out because I never wanted to play by their rules. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how many opportunities I'd been denied simply because I didn't fit the mold. There were family properties I never got to visit, business ventures I was excluded from, and resources they kept hidden under layers of secrecy. I started quietly gathering information, asking questions to relatives who were less aligned with my uncle's circle, digging through public records, and even reaching out to old friends of my parents who might know more than I did. It was slow and frustrating work. I wasn't a stranger to feeling invisible, but this time, I was preparing myself to flip the script. Then, a few days after the engagement party, I received an unexpected message from my Aunt Evelyn. It was formal and cold, more like a warning than an invitation. "Marion, it has come to our attention that your presence at family events causes discomfort. We suggest you reconsider your attendance at future gatherings for the sake of peace." That message wasn't just a polite request. It was a dismissal wrapped in politeness, a reminder that I was unwelcome. But instead of retreating, I saved the message. It became a quiet emblem of the divide between us. I knew the time was coming to confront the family on their terms. Weeks passed. Felicia's engagement became the talk of the neighborhood. Invitations went out for the formal ceremony. The family circle tightened around the plans, making sure everything looked perfect to the outside world. I wasn't invited to the ceremony itself. The official excuse was limited space and family preferences. But anyone paying attention knew it was because I was the odd one out. One afternoon, as I was going through some public property records, I stumbled upon something interesting. A piece of land registered under my uncle's name that had been bought just last year. A parcel adjacent to a property my mother had inherited years ago, but had no say over. I called my mother immediately. "Why didn't I know about this?" I asked. She sighed heavily. "It's complicated. Your uncle has always been the one handling the family's affairs. He thinks he's protecting us." "Protecting who?" I pressed. "Protecting the family legacy," she replied softly, "but you've never been included in those plans." That moment crystallized everything for me. The family wasn't just rejecting me socially. They were actively keeping me out of their wealth and power. And that was the real reason behind the cold treatment at the engagement party. That evening, I sat down with a notebook and began to map out everything I knew: the properties, the business dealings, the family dynamics, and the people I could reach out to for support. I wasn't going to let them write me off any longer. I still remember the night I received the call from my cousin Felicia. Her voice was strained, lacking the usual warmth. "Marion, we need to talk," she said. "This family, it's not what you think." After that call from Felicia, I knew things were about to get complicated, but I had no idea just how much was about to unravel and how much I'd have to fight for to claim what was rightfully mine. The first thing I did was reach out to a few distant relatives who had always been somewhat sympathetic toward me, but kept their distance to avoid family drama. Aunt Marlene, my mom's cousin, was the first to pick up. She wasn't part of my uncle's inner circle and always had a quiet disdain for how my uncle ran things behind closed doors. "I know what you're up against," Marlene said, voice low but firm. "They're ruthless. Your uncle, especially. He built this family business empire on cutting deals and shutting people out. You've been shoved aside because you refuse to play along. But you've got a right to your share, Marion." Her words were both comforting and terrifying. This wasn't just about feelings anymore. It was a battle for control, for justice, and for recognition. Over the next few weeks, I started digging deeper. I obtained legal documents and property deeds, tax filings, and corporate records, all publicly available but deliberately buried in bureaucracy and technical jargon to discourage casual scrutiny. I pieced together a timeline of acquisitions, transfers, and family trusts that my uncle and aunt had quietly maneuvered to consolidate power and to exclude me. Felicia and Jordan's upcoming wedding was the talk of the town, but behind the scenes, the cracks were widening. One evening, as I reviewed a stack of documents in my small apartment, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. It was a photo, an official letter from the City Planning Commission addressed to my uncle's business. The letter outlined violations on one of the key properties my uncle owned, including improper zoning and environmental concerns that, if publicized, could halt construction on a lucrative development. That letter wasn't meant for me. Someone inside the family's business circle was leaking information. And suddenly, I realized I had leverage. I forwarded the letter to Marlene and arranged a meeting with a local journalist known for investigative work. I wasn't interested in sensationalism or public shaming. I wanted a careful, factual expose that would make it impossible for my uncle and his allies to keep operating in the shadows. Meanwhile, Felicia's demeanor shifted. She stopped sending snide remarks and instead reached out through more subtle channels. One afternoon, I received a carefully worded email from her, full of half apologies and pleas for family unity. Marion, I hope you understand that things are complicated. Our family isn't perfect, but I want us to move forward. Please don't let this come between us. I saved the message but never replied. What followed was a series of carefully orchestrated moves from my uncle and aunt to isolate me even further. My mother was pressured to dissuade me from pursuing any legal or public avenues. Family friends called, offering helpful advice about letting go and accepting my place. But I refused. Every slight, every cold glance, every whispered insult had pushed me to a point where I wasn't willing to back down. Then, a turning point. The engagement party's formal invitation list was leaked to me, not by chance, but by a distant cousin who had grown tired of the family's cruelty. It was a small but telling detail. My name was not on the guest list for the ceremony or the reception, not even as a courtesy invite. I forwarded the list to my lawyer and began exploring legal options around family exclusion, inheritance rights, and business shares. If they wanted a war, I was ready. The night before the ceremony, I received a text from Jordan. It was brief and laced with condescension. Marion, hope you understand why you're not invited. This is a celebration of the family future. You're just a reminder of the past. I typed a reply and deleted it. No need to stoop to his level. On the day of the ceremony, I made a decision. I wasn't going to attend the wedding as a forgotten relative. Instead, I arranged a quiet gathering of my own, with people who mattered, friends, sympathetic relatives, and a few of the journalists and lawyers who had taken an interest in the story. As the family gathered in the grand hall of the venue, I sent a message to everyone involved in the event's planning. In it, I included a link to the investigative report on the zoning violations and the leaked documents exposing questionable business practices. The message spread fast. Inside the venue, just as the ceremony was about to begin, there was a sudden disruption. The organizers received multiple calls and emails demanding explanations. The media outside began to arrive, and several key investors started pulling out. Felicia's face went pale. Jordan's smirk vanished. My uncle's calm facade cracked just slightly. Meanwhile, my phone buzzed with texts from family members I hadn't heard from in years, some angry, some fearful, but none willing to defend the status quo. I watched the chaos unfold from a quiet corner, feeling a mix of satisfaction and bittersweet resolve. I wasn't trying to ruin anyone's happiness. I wanted justice. I wanted the family to see that pushing me aside, dismissing me, and underestimating me was a mistake they would regret. The fallout from that day was nothing short of swift and brutal. Once the zoning violation report hit the public records and the investigative article went live, everything my uncle and his carefully cultivated circle of cronies had spent decades building began to crumble like a house of cards in a storm. It started quietly at first. Investors who had once lined up to pour money into the family's projects suddenly grew cold and distant. Meetings were canceled or postponed without explanation, and promises of support quietly evaporated. Contractors, sensing the growing instability and fearing for their reputations, began to pull out one by one. The once bustling construction sites fell silent. Suppliers stopped returning calls. What truly escalated the situation was the local press. They weren't content to simply run a headline or a fleeting news piece. They smelled something far bigger beneath the surface, a story about greed, secrecy, and power wielded without accountability. Reporters dug into the family's business dealings with relentless determination, unearthing more discrepancies, murky property deals, and questionable permits. Calls from city officials demanding explanations flooded in, and legal notices piled up on my uncle's desk faster than anyone could manage. Meanwhile, the family's big event, the grand engagement party that had been planned as a symbol of prosperity and unity, became a stage for whispered rumors and sidelong glances. The very invitations that had been intended to cement alliances instead sparked awkward questions behind polished smiles. Conversations that should have been filled with celebration instead revolved around uncertainty and skepticism. Guests who had once fawned over Felicia and Jordan began to pull away. The social circle that surrounded them, their mutual friends, influential contacts, and potential business partners, started to shrink as word spread of the family's troubles. Those who remained wore forced smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes, exchanging glances that spoke of doubts and second thoughts. My uncle, who had always worn an air of unshakable confidence and control like a suit of armor, became a man under siege. I heard through the grapevine from several family friends and acquaintances that his usually steady voice became frantic, filled with urgent calls to lawyers, public relations consultants, and even city officials in a desperate attempt to contain the damage. But by then, it was too late. The flawless image he had spent decades carefully polishing was now marred by cracks that were impossible to hide. Felicia, once the picture of poise and untouchable grace, was no longer immune to the consequences. Guests whispered about her naivety, about marrying into a family that, beneath the polished surface, was capable of tearing itself apart at the faintest provocation. Where once she commanded attention, she now seemed smaller, retreating into herself. The warmth she once projected was replaced by an uneasy tension, and many quietly pitied her for the storm she had willingly stepped into. Jordan, who had thrived on projecting arrogance and control, found himself stripped of his usual bravado. His smirks faded, replaced by tight-lipped frustration. No longer able to mask the growing sense of losing control, he withdrew into a shell, his confident posture shrinking as the chaos swirled around them. As for me, the weight I had carried for years, the sense of exclusion, the sting of dismissal, finally began to lift. I was no longer just the family outcast or the forgotten relative. I was the one who had exposed the truth, shining a harsh light on the hidden workings that no one else dared confront. My investigations, the careful collection of documents, the leaks to the press, it wasn't about revenge born from bitterness or cruelty. It was about justice, about making sure those who had deliberately kept me invisible and powerless finally faced consequences. And those consequences came at a steep price for them. After the initial storm settled, my uncle summoned a family meeting. The invitation was cloaked in polite language, to address the issues and find a way forward. But the tone was more akin to a trial, with me cast as the defendant and the rest of the family eager to defend their tightly held narrative. I stood my ground, speaking calmly but firmly as I laid out everything I had uncovered. The concealed property transfers that had effectively cut me out of inheritance, the deliberate exclusion from business dealings, and the tactics used to sideline anyone who didn't fit the family's preferred image. I highlighted the hypocrisy of a family that preached unity and loyalty, yet practiced secrecy, exclusion, and manipulation. When I finished, the room fell into a heavy silence. There was no apology, no remorse. Instead, I was met with thinly veiled resentment, cold glances, and an unspoken consensus. They wanted nothing more to do with me. The decision to sever ties wasn't spoken aloud, but the finality of it was clear in every stiffened posture and avoided eye contact. My mother, caught in the crossfire between loyalty and truth for so long, quietly pulled me aside afterward. For the first time in years, I saw genuine pride in her eyes. "I'm proud of you," she whispered. Felicia, true to her new posture, began to avoid me altogether. Her coldness was more honest than any forced pleasantry she'd ever offered. Jordan never approached me again, and if his silence spoke volumes, it was that I no longer held any place in their carefully curated world. The family business, once a symbol of their power and prestige, faltered in the wake of the revelations. My uncle's reputation suffered wounds that would take years to heal, if it ever truly did. Several longtime partners distanced themselves quietly, but deliberately. The properties implicated in the zoning violations faced costly fines, drawn-out legal battles, and months, if not years, of construction delays. I never sought to take over the family business or claim any share of their empire. What I wanted was acknowledgement, a recognition that I was family, even if they refused to admit it openly. I wanted them to understand that pushing me aside and trying to erase me from the family story would not break me. In the end, I reclaimed my place, Not by begging, not by changing who I was, but simply by standing my ground and refusing to be ignored any longer. That engagement party, with its smirks, cold shoulders, and dismissive comments, had been their last desperate attempt to keep a perfect image intact. Now, the cracks I exposed run deep. The family is fractured, their secrets no longer safe behind closed doors. Their polished facade is shattered, and no amount of denial can put the pieces back together. As for me, I'm finally free. Free from their judgment, their expectations, and the control they tried to impose on me. I won't forgive them, not because I'm bitter, but because their actions revealed exactly who they are. They chose to make me the villain for simply wanting to be seen. I chose to be the one who changed the story. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My girlfriend mocked my job in front of everyone at our holiday reunion. They all laughed, except me. So I got up, grabbed my coat, and left without a word. Now they're blowing up my phone, asking me to come back, saying. So, I, 28 am, recently found myself in a situation I never thought would happen. It's been almost a week, and I'm still processing everything that went down. What started as a regular family holiday reunion turned into something I never saw coming, and now, I'm left in this strange limbo of frustration and confusion. It all began with the usual holiday chaos. Every year, my family gets together for Christmas. I know, it's a bit cliché, but that's just how we do things. My aunt's house is always the gathering point, and we all live relatively close to each other, so it's easy to come together. The house is always full of food, kids running around, and the kind of chatter you'd expect at any large family reunion. It's noisy, it's busy, but it's home. This year, I was excited to bring my girlfriend, Kara, 26F, to the family event. We'd been dating for almost a year, and I knew it was about time that they got to meet her. Kara is intelligent, thoughtful, and can be really charming when she wants to be. She's the kind of person who can carry a conversation with almost anyone, and I was proud to introduce her to my family. At first, things were going well. She was getting along with my relatives, laughing, chatting, telling stories. My aunt, who can sometimes be a bit overbearing, even said Kara was a breath of fresh air compared to some of the other girls I had brought around in the past. And for me, that was a huge compliment. I've had my fair share of family members who've been, well, a little judgmental, let's say. So when Kara seemed to fit in so well, I felt relieved. But the storm started brewing after dinner. You know how holiday gatherings tend to be. There's always that moment when the food settles, the drinks start flowing, and the conversation shifts to something more personal. This time, it turned to work. Now, here's where things get a little tricky. I work as a freelance graphic designer. To be honest, it's not the most glamorous job in the world. It doesn't come with the stability or predictable paycheck that some people might expect. But I love it. It's been a steady gig for me for the past few years, and I've built up a solid portfolio. I also recently started doing some web design and branding work for small businesses, which has been rewarding. It's not the highest paying job in the world, but I make enough to live comfortably, and I get to do something I'm passionate about. So when my uncle Greg, who's always been the kind of guy to ask personal questions, turned to me and asked what I'd been up to recently, I was happy to share. I told him about a new project I was working on, designing a website for a local bakery. I could tell he was interested, and we had a nice back-and-forth conversation about it. He was genuinely curious, and I appreciated that. For a moment, I felt like maybe my family was starting to understand what I do for a living. That's when Kara chimed in. It wasn't malicious at first, at least. I didn't think so. Kara has a dry sense of humor, and I know she likes to poke fun sometimes. But she started making comments about my job that I thought were a little off. She said something like, "Oh, so you're just your own boss, huh? You don't have to report to anyone? Must be nice to work in your pajamas all day and call it a career." At first, I laughed along with everyone else. I thought maybe it was just an innocent joke. But then she kept going. She added, "I mean, what's the point of doing graphic design if you're not designing for a major company, right? It's got to be so much more exciting than just making logos for local businesses." It stung, but I tried to brush it off. I didn't want to make a scene. But what came next left me speechless. Kara looked at my family, her eyes glinting with mischief, and said, "So, let me get this straight. You're telling me that the highlight of his day is designing a website for a mom-and-pop store? Isn't that like the same as being unemployed? Where's the job security? I guess I just don't get it." The room went silent for a second. My heart was pounding in my chest. I'm not sure what it was about the comment that hit me so hard. Maybe it was the fact that Kara didn't seem to understand the effort I put into my work. Or maybe it was because she didn't realize how personal it was for me. I've spent years building up my freelance career, working long hours, dealing with difficult clients, and making it work. I've sacrificed a lot to get to where I am, and here she was, brushing it all off like it was nothing. My family, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the shift. They chuckled. Some of them nodded in agreement, as if the comment was just another piece of casual banter. My aunt, in particular, gave Kara an approving smile. "Oh, that's right, honey. Freelance work is so unstable. I can't imagine how you manage to pay the bills." The comments kept coming. "It's not like you're in a real job," someone else said. "How do you even know you'll have work next month?" Another cousin chimed in, adding, "Must be nice to work whenever you feel like it." I tried to stay calm, but something inside of me snapped. I couldn't sit there anymore. The more they laughed and joked about it, the angrier I got. But it wasn't just Kara anymore. It was the fact that no one seemed to understand how much her words had hurt me. I stood up abruptly. Everyone stopped talking, their eyes on me. Without saying a word, I grabbed my coat from the back of the chair. I could feel all their eyes on me, but I didn't look back. I didn't want to hear any more. I just needed to leave. I walked toward the door, the sound of my footsteps loud in the silence of the room. "Where are you going?" Kara asked, her voice suddenly softer, more uncertain. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just kept walking. By the time I got to my car, I was shaking. It wasn't just anger. It was disappointment. The whole night had been ruined by a series of comments that, to be honest, felt more like a personal attack than a joke. And the worst part was, Kara didn't even seem to get it. I started the engine and drove off, not looking back. I could hear my phone buzzing in my pocket, but I didn't check it. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone yet. So, after I left the house that night, I didn't exactly have a plan. I just needed to get away. My emotions were all over the place, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being completely blindsided by what had happened. I kept replaying the entire evening in my head, trying to figure out if I had missed something or if I had overreacted. Maybe I was being too sensitive. After all, Kara didn't seem to have bad intentions, right? It was just a joke, wasn't it? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it wasn't just the jokes that stung. It was the way my family had responded, too. It was like they didn't take me seriously. Like my career, my livelihood, was just something to be laughed at. It wasn't the first time I'd felt that way, but this time, it felt different because Kara was the one who had started it all. I didn't expect it from her. I expected her to understand me better than that. I parked my car in the driveway of my apartment and sat there for a long time, just staring at the dashboard. The glow of the streetlights outside was the only thing breaking the darkness. I wasn't even sure what to feel anymore. Part of me wanted to just shut my phone off and forget about the whole thing, but I knew I couldn't do that. I couldn't just ignore what had happened. Eventually, I pulled out my phone and checked the messages. There were a lot of them, more than I expected, actually. A few from my family, asking where I was and if I was okay. They didn't seem mad at me. They just seemed confused. My aunt, of course, had sent a long message about how I shouldn't let something so small ruin the evening. Kara didn't mean any harm, she said, but maybe you should give her a chance to explain herself. Then there was Kara's message. It was short and to the point. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Can we talk?" And, as much as I wanted to be angry at her, the message made my heart sink a little. She was sorry. That was good, right? She didn't mean to hurt me. But the more I stared at those words, the more I realized something wasn't sitting right with me. The fact that she thought it was okay to make fun of my job in front of my family, to put me in that position, felt so wrong. It wasn't just the words she said, it was the attitude behind them. It was like she didn't take my work seriously, like she didn't respect the effort I'd put into building my career. I'm not a person who needs validation all the time, but I do need my partner to at least have my back, especially when it's something as important to me as my work. I couldn't bring myself to reply immediately. I just wasn't ready to have that conversation yet. So I threw my phone on the passenger seat, opened the door, and stepped outside. The cool night air hit me, and for a moment, it felt like a relief, a way to clear my head. I walked around my building, slowly, with no real destination. I was just trying to gather my thoughts, but all I could think about was what had happened earlier. What should I have done differently? Was there a way I could have prevented it from escalating? The more I walked, the more I realized something. This wasn't just a one-time issue. It was a deeper problem. It was the way she didn't get it, the way she couldn't understand how important my work was to me. And worse, the way my family had reinforced that by laughing along with her. After about an hour of walking, I went back to my apartment, exhausted both physically and emotionally. I sat on the couch, still unsure what to do. My phone buzzed again, and this time, it was a text from my cousin Rachel. She's one of the more down-to-earth members of the family, so I figured I'd at least hear her out. "Hey, I know things got tense tonight, but I think you're blowing this out of proportion," the message started. "Kara didn't mean to attack you. She just doesn't get the whole freelance thing. You've been doing it for so long, but she doesn't know what it's like. Maybe talk to her? I think you're making a bigger deal out of this than you should." I stared at the message for a while, feeling conflicted. Rachel was right in some ways. Kara didn't know the full picture. She didn't know how hard I'd worked to get where I was, how much I'd sacrificed. And maybe she just didn't understand that freelancing wasn't a lazy job. But still, it didn't feel like she was just being ignorant. There was a certain level of disrespect in the way she'd phrased things. Maybe it was unintentional, but it was there, and I couldn't ignore it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't just let it slide. Not because I wanted to be petty, but because if I let this go without saying anything, it would just build up. I'd start resenting her for not understanding, and I'd never be able to move past it. So, I finally typed out a message to Kara. "Can we talk tomorrow? I need some time to think, but I'm not okay with how things went down tonight." I sat back, staring at the message for a while before hitting send. It felt like the right thing to do. But at the same time, a part of me didn't want to have that conversation. I didn't want to sit down and explain why I was hurt, why it wasn't just about the jokes. I didn't want to have to convince her that what she said mattered. I spent the next few days in a sort of emotional fog. I avoided my phone as much as possible, even though I knew Kara was still trying to reach out. The last thing I wanted was to get into a confrontation, but I also knew I couldn't just pretend everything was fine. On the third day after the reunion, I finally got a call from her. I was at work when it came in, but I decided to pick up anyway. I figured if I didn't, it would just hang over me, and I wasn't ready for that. "Hey," she said quietly when I answered. "I've been thinking a lot about what happened, and I'm really sorry. I didn't realize it was that bad. I honestly didn't mean to hurt you. I just thought I was making a joke. But I see now that it wasn't funny, and I was wrong." Her voice was softer than usual, and for the first time, it felt like she really understood the impact of what she'd said. I wanted to believe her, to move forward, but something was still holding me back. "I don't know, Kara," I said, taking a deep breath. "It's not just about the joke. It's about how you looked at my job. You made it sound like I'm doing something unimportant. Like I'm just playing around, not taking my career seriously. I'm proud of the work I do, and I need someone who gets that." There was a long pause before she spoke again. "I get it now," she said quietly. "And I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I don't know. I don't know why I said those things. But I'll try harder to understand." I could tell she was trying to be sincere, but I wasn't sure if it was enough. I wasn't sure if she could truly understand what it was like for me. And as much as I wanted to believe that we could move past this, part of me wondered if this was just the tip of the iceberg. The conversation ended with her saying she'd like to talk more when we both had time, and I hung up feeling a bit more conflicted than I had before. I spent the next few days trying to figure out how to process what had happened. On the surface, things seemed to settle down after my conversation with Kara. She apologized again, and I told her I appreciated it. But in the back of my mind, a gnawing feeling was still there. It wasn't just the joke. It was the way she made me feel like my work didn't matter, like it wasn't legitimate. And even though she seemed remorseful, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't the first time I'd been brushed aside by people I cared about. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Kara's attitude that night wasn't the isolated issue I initially thought it was. It was a pattern. In fact, it had happened before, just in smaller doses, like when we'd been at parties or gatherings with her friends. She would drop little comments about how much I worked from home, how easy it must be to have a job where you didn't have to dress up every day or deal with a boss breathing down your neck. I'd brushed it off before, telling myself she was just joking, just being playful. But now, after what had happened at my family's reunion, I started to see it for what it really was, a lack of respect. But it wasn't just her. There was something about my family's reaction that made me feel like they were all complicit, even if they didn't fully understand the weight of what had been said. My aunt's offhand comment about how unstable my career was, the way my cousin Rachel tried to brush it off as me overreacting, And the way everyone laughed along with Kara, it all felt like a betrayal. The people who were supposed to have my back, the people I'd always considered my support system, were the ones who were making me feel like I didn't measure up. I couldn't let it go. I couldn't just sweep it under the rug and pretend everything was fine, especially with the way they all dismissed my feelings. But I also knew I didn't want to confront them head-on. There was something more satisfying, something more fitting, about letting them see the consequences of their actions without me saying a word. And that's when it hit me. I could make them realize how wrong they were. I could show them that what they'd done wasn't just a harmless joke. It wasn't just something I could brush off. But I wasn't going to do it in the way they might expect. I wasn't going to confront them directly, tell them how hurt I was, or make a big emotional speech. I was going to get my revenge in a way that would leave them with no way to wiggle out of it, no way to blame me for overreacting. I started to think about the ways I could hit them where it would hurt the most, without being obvious about it. Kara was the first target. Not because I wanted to destroy the relationship, yet, but because I needed her to understand what she'd done and what it had cost her. I decided to start pulling back. I wasn't going to start any big arguments, but I was going to take a step back in how I engaged with her. I started canceling plans last minute, pulling away from conversations, keeping things more distant. I wasn't mean, but I wasn't overly affectionate either. I stopped sharing the details of my day, the little things that used to make her laugh. I stopped giving her the reassurance she seemed to take for granted. And it worked. Kara started texting me more, calling me more often, trying to get me to talk about things. The more I pulled away, the more she tried to come closer, and the more she seemed to realize how much her words had affected me. She began sending me apologetic messages, telling me how much she missed me and how she didn't want things to be awkward between us. But I didn't respond the way she expected. I wasn't cold, but I was distant. I wasn't giving her the comfort she was used to. It made her uncomfortable, and I could tell she didn't like it. But that wasn't enough yet. I had to turn my attention to the family. A few days later, I made a move that I knew would leave them reeling. I had a client, one of the smaller businesses I had been working with for months, who had been asking me to help them with some branding updates. This client had a pretty decent reputation in the local market, and they were on the cusp of expanding. I'd been waiting for the right moment to ask them for a referral or to leverage their growing business, and this was the moment I'd been waiting for. Without saying anything to my family, I reached out to my aunt, who was always the one to organize family events and get everyone together. I asked her if she'd be open to connecting me with a local business owner who was looking for branding help. It was a casual request at first, framed as a simple, "Hey, I have a client looking for a referral." But she took the bait. She enthusiastically offered to make the introduction, telling me that she had a few connections she thought would be interested in my work. I knew she was trying to be helpful, but what she didn't realize was that I was about to use her to make a point. I didn't wait long. As soon as I received the referral, I worked quickly. I pushed my portfolio and got them to sign on for a big project, one that would give me the kind of recognition I'd been craving in the local market. Then, just as things were starting to gain momentum, I casually mentioned it at the next family gathering. "By the way, I've been working with a few clients lately," I said, keeping my tone casual, "but I just landed a pretty big branding project. It's going to be a game changer for my business." My aunt's eyes widened. "What project?" she asked, clearly intrigued. "Well, I'm working with that bakery business I told you about. And I'm also helping a few others with rebranding. One of them is a pretty well-known local business, actually." I watched her expression shift from curiosity to slight disbelief. She had no idea that I had been working with businesses on this level. In fact, I could tell she hadn't really realized how much I'd grown professionally. She probably still saw me as the young guy who was just fiddling around with design. But this wasn't just about impressing her. It was about showing them all that I had more to offer than they'd ever understood. The project was big enough that it was going to be hard for anyone to ignore, and when the local news picked up on the success of the business's rebranding, it would be undeniable. Sure enough, a few weeks later, my aunt brought it up again, but this time her tone was different. "I saw that article about the bakery," she said, trying to sound casual. "That's great. You must be so proud." "I am," I said, "and I've got a few more businesses lined up after this one. You know, it's amazing how freelancing can open doors when you really commit to it." The way she nodded in response, her smile tight, told me everything I needed to know. She had underestimated me. And now, I was making sure she knew I'd made it. But my real revenge wasn't just showing them my success. It was the realization that I didn't need their approval. And that's the part that really hurt them. They thought they could dismiss my career, laugh at it, treat it like it was a joke. But here I was, quietly thriving, and I wasn't about to let them forget it. Things weren't finished yet, though. Kara had no idea what was coming next. A few weeks passed, and I continued with my quiet strategy. My freelance business was growing, and my reputation was getting stronger in the local market. Every little success felt like another small piece of revenge, but I wasn't done yet. I had made my point to my aunt, and she'd quietly acknowledged my success, but that wasn't the most satisfying part. The most satisfying part was that my family and Kara still had no idea what was really happening. They still thought they could dismiss me and my work, thinking I was just doing my little projects, and that they could continue to laugh it off. Kara was the one I focused on next. My emotional distance had made her uncomfortable enough that she started reaching out more. She apologized multiple times, trying to fix things. She even asked if we could have dinner to talk everything through, to get back to where we were before the reunion. But I wasn't interested in pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. One evening, I decided it was time to put an end to the silence. I agreed to meet her, but I made it clear that I wouldn't tolerate the same jokes, the same dismissive attitude. I met her at a local cafe, and we sat across from each other, her face full of hope and anxiety. She had no idea what I was about to do. "I've been thinking a lot about our conversation at the reunion," I started, my tone calm but firm. "And I want to be clear. I'm not just upset about the jokes. It's how you've treated my career from the start. I get it. Freelancing isn't what most people understand, but I've put in years of hard work to get where I am. And you made it sound like it didn't matter." She looked down at her coffee, guilt and frustration flashing across her face. "I know I messed up, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel like that. I honestly didn't understand how important it was to you. But I don't know what you want me to do. I'm trying. I really am." I leaned forward slightly. "It's not just about understanding. It's about respect. You can't just brush off what I do as a hobby or a joke and expect everything to be fine." It hurt, Kara. I've been hurt by more than just the comments. You never seem to take my work seriously, and when my family laughs along with you, it makes it worse. But here's the thing, Kara. I'm done explaining myself. I'm done defending my career to you, or to anyone. She went quiet, looking at me with a mix of sadness and confusion. I could tell she was struggling to find the right words, but this wasn't a conversation for her to apologize and make it all go away. It wasn't just about her apology. It was about the realization that things weren't going to magically go back to how they were. "I think we need to take a break," I said finally. "I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending that everything's fine when I don't feel like you respect me or my work." Her eyes widened, and she reached out for my hand, but I pulled it back. "I'm sorry," I said again, "but I need space. I need to focus on myself and my business. And I don't think you're in a place where you can understand that right now." That was the last time we spoke. At first, she texted me a few times, trying to convince me to reconsider, but I didn't respond. I let the silence settle in. I knew it was the only way she'd start to understand how deep the wound went. She couldn't just apologize and expect everything to return to normal. Meanwhile, my family didn't fare much better. After my aunt had learned about my success with the bakery and the other businesses I'd helped rebrand, she began to ask me for advice, but in a way that felt more like an afterthought. She never directly apologized for dismissing me before, but I didn't need it. The way she subtly acknowledged my growing success, without outright admitting it, spoke volumes. At a family dinner a few weeks later, when the subject of my freelance work came up again, my cousin Rachel said something that stuck with me. She hesitated before speaking, as if unsure of how to phrase it. "I didn't realize how serious your work was. I always thought it was just a phase or something you were doing for fun. But I see now that it's a real career." I could feel the weight of her words. It wasn't a grand, dramatic confession, but it was the acknowledgement I needed. Rachel had been one of the ones laughing along with Kara, dismissing my work like it was nothing. But now, she saw me for what I was, someone who had worked hard to build something that mattered. It wasn't just a phase. It was my career. In the end, my family's reaction didn't surprise me. They didn't come rushing in to apologize for their part in undermining me. But they did change. They didn't treat my work like a joke anymore. They didn't laugh at my career behind my back, and they started asking more questions when I talked about my projects. It wasn't a perfect resolution, but it was progress. As for Kara, things ended on a quiet note. She eventually stopped texting, stopped reaching out. I didn't hear from her again, and I think, in a way, that was the most telling part of everything. She had hoped that by apologizing, she could fix things, but she couldn't take back what she had said, and she couldn't change the fact that I didn't need her approval anymore. The truth was, I had come to realize that my self-worth wasn't tied to their approval. It wasn't about them seeing the value in my work or understanding my choices. I had spent so much time worrying about how they saw me, but the real lesson was about me seeing myself for who I really was. And once I did that, everything else just fell into place. Kara wasn't part of my life anymore, and neither was the constant need for validation from my family. I was doing what I loved, and I had learned to trust that was enough. I'm a 40-year-old man, and if there's one thing I've learned about my family, it's that they never really saw me. Not as a son, not as a brother, not even as an adult with his own life. To them, I was always the quiet one, the one who didn't demand much, the one who could be pushed aside whenever it was convenient. And they took full advantage of that. The center of their world has always been my younger sister, Lucinda. She's 36 now, but to hear my parents talk about her, you'd think she was still some fragile child who needed all their attention. Growing up, it was always give Lucinda the bigger piece. Let Lucinda have her turn, don't upset your sister. That kind of favoritism leaves a mark, even if you try to brush it off as an adult. I kept my distance for most of my adult life. I focused on work, quietly building something of my own. I don't enjoy broadcasting every detail of my life, so I never gave them the satisfaction of updates. And because of that, they assumed the worst, that I had nothing going on, that I was struggling, that I had failed in life. Lucinda certainly encouraged that narrative whenever she could. But this isn't about childhood slights. This is about what happened just a few months ago, when I made the mistake of staying with my parents temporarily. I had sold my house and was in the middle of waiting for renovations on a new property to finish. The timeline got delayed, and I didn't want to stay in a hotel for weeks on end. Against my better judgment, I accepted my parents' offer to stay in their guest room for a short while. It was supposed to be temporary, just long enough to get through the transition. For the first couple of weeks, things were tolerable. I kept to myself, contributed groceries, even helped with a few household repairs my father had been neglecting. My parents didn't exactly thank me, but I wasn't expecting gratitude. I just wanted to keep the peace. Then one Saturday afternoon, I came home from running errands and walked straight into a scene that still makes my jaw tighten. The guest room I had been using was half torn apart. My suitcase had been shoved to the corner, my clothes tossed haphazardly into laundry baskets. And standing in the middle of the room, arms folded, was Lucinda. She didn't even look surprised to see me. In fact, she looked pleased. "Oh, good. You're here," she said casually, like this was her room and I was the intruder. "Mom and I talked. I'll be using this space from now on, so you'll need to move your stuff." I thought she was joking at first. "You're moving into the guest room?" "It's not the guest room anymore," she replied with that infuriating smile she always had when she knew she was getting away with something. "It's mine." Mom said it's fine. Before I could respond, my mother appeared in the doorway. She had that expression she always wore when Lucinda was involved, half apologetic, half firm, like she had already decided which side she was on. "Your sister needs the room," Mom said briskly. "It's more practical this way. You can use the basement." Now, their basement isn't some finished den with carpet and heating. It's a damp, unfinished space with cement floors, boxes stacked to the ceiling, and a faint smell of mildew that never really goes away. "You're serious?" I asked, keeping my voice even. Mom crossed her arms. "Lucinda's staying here more often now, and she needs space. You'll be fine downstairs. It's only temporary." Lucinda tilted her head, smirking. "Don't take it so hard. It's not like you need much space anyway. You travel light, right?" That one stung. The way she said it, dripping with mockery, as if my entire existence amounted to a couple of duffel bags in a basement corner. I looked from her to my mother. My father, as usual, was nowhere in sight. He rarely involved himself in these moments. He'd rather sit in his study pretending he didn't hear anything. "Fine," I said quietly. Lucinda raised her eyebrows, clearly expecting me to argue. But I didn't. I picked up my suitcase, carried it downstairs, and set it on the cold concrete floor. That night, I lay on an old cot in the corner, staring at the exposed pipes overhead. I could hear faint laughter upstairs, Lucinda and my mother, chatting as though nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just been shoved into a damp basement in my own parents' house at 40 years old. I thought about all the times this pattern had repeated itself over the years. Every holiday meal where Lucinda dominated the conversation while I sat in silence. Every family gathering where my achievements were brushed aside in favor of whatever trivial story she wanted to share. Every time my parents reinforced the idea that she mattered more. But this time was different. Because unlike the years when I had no choice but to endure it, this time I had options. They just didn't know it yet. The next morning at breakfast, Lucinda sat at the table like a queen holding court. She sipped her coffee slowly, smiling to herself. "Oh, by the way," she said suddenly, glancing at me. "You should move the rest of your things today. I'm redecorating the room, and I need it cleared out." My mother nodded, as though that settled it. My father sat behind his newspaper, pretending to read. I looked at all three of them, then smiled faintly. "Don't worry," I said. "I'll be out of your way soon." Lucinda narrowed her eyes, like she wasn't sure what I meant. But she didn't press. She just went back to her coffee, smug as ever. What she didn't realize, and what none of them had bothered to ask, was that I wasn't the failure they thought I was. Far from it. I didn't rush anything. That was the first rule I had learned from watching Lucinda and my parents for decades. If you try to force their hand, they dig in deeper. Patience was my weapon, and now, finally, I had a reason to wield it. After breakfast, I gathered my things, not in a rush, not in a tantrum, just calmly and deliberately. I carried box by box to the basement. Lucinda followed partway, peeking into the stairs, muttering under her breath about how inconvenient it was for her. Mom hovered nearby, arms crossed, looking satisfied with herself, as though she had finally ensured I was powerless. My father, predictably, remained upstairs, presumably reading his newspaper, though I could hear the faint sound of him muttering numbers under his breath, some habit from old business deals he never let anyone in the family understand. Once in the basement, I sat among my boxes and duffel bags and let the silence settle around me. The kind of silence that comes when people think they have all the control, when they believe the world is exactly how they want it, and no one could possibly challenge them. It was delicious. That afternoon, I took a walk. It was early spring, and the sun was just starting to warm the streets. I wandered past shops, through quiet neighborhoods, letting my mind plan every next step. Lucinda and Mom thought I was powerless. They assumed I had no life, no achievements. But in truth, I had been building quietly, deliberately, for years. I owned 3 companies at this point, 2 in tech and 1 in logistics. None of them were flashy in ways my family would recognize. There were no giant signs, no press releases sent to distant relatives. Everything was done efficiently, professionally, and most importantly, away from their judgmental eyes. I smiled to myself, imagining their faces if they knew even a fraction of what I had accomplished. Lucinda, with her smug grin, expecting me to grovel or accept her latest convenience. Mom, patting herself on the back for helping her favorite child. Dad, quietly approving of everything that suited his own narrow perspective. All of them had underestimated me. All of them had assumed I was weak. The next day, the tension in the house thickened. Lucinda had begun rearranging what had been my room, moving furniture I had bought years ago, carefully selected pieces that had held sentimental value, to the corner. I watched from the basement doorway as she organized everything according to her own taste. Mom hovered like a guardian angel of entitlement, occasionally praising her. "That looks so much better," she said. "You're really going to enjoy it now." I said nothing. I didn't have to. Every word of theirs, every gesture, every subtle dig only reinforced my plan. They were showing their arrogance openly, leaving themselves vulnerable. By the end of the day, I had moved the last of my personal items into a corner of the basement. Lucinda, exhausted from triumphantly conquering the space she had claimed, flopped onto the bed and immediately began planning more changes. Curtains, lighting, even a small rug she claimed would make the room more lively. My mother was already nodding and offering advice, as though this were a shared victory, a collaborative effort to humiliate me. That night, I stayed up long after the lights went out. I sat in the darkness of the basement, letting my mind wander. I thought about how long I had tolerated this family's manipulation. Every slight, every insult, every subtle act of favoritism had been a brick in the wall of resentment I had built silently over the years. And now, finally, I could tear it down from the inside. Over the next 2 days, I watched them closely. Lucinda strutted through the house like she owned it, demonstrating her control over every corner of my old room. Mom played the perfect accomplice, offering praise for her daughter's organization skills while ignoring me entirely. Dad remained the distant observer, half interested but unwilling to intervene. It was almost too easy. They were showing their hand, giving me insight into how far their arrogance would take them. And I noticed patterns, how Mom always underestimated me, how Lucinda thought that any show of confidence on my part was a joke, how Dad's quiet approval always favored the loudest, most entitled voice in the room. And then I made my first move, quietly, deliberately, without anyone noticing. I started transferring small but critical documents, contracts, and company materials into a temporary safe I had rented nearby. Nothing flashy, just the essentials. I didn't need them to know I was planning anything yet. I only needed to make sure, when the time came, that I could step out of their orbit entirely without leaving a trace of weakness behind. On the third day, Lucinda decided to host a sort of room-warming event. She invited her friends over to admire the new space, speaking loudly about how she had taken over the guest room and organized it beautifully. Mom hovered in the background, soaking up the praise, occasionally adding her own remarks about how responsible Lucinda had been. Dad never attended, leaving the house silent except for Lucinda's laughter and chatter. I watched from the basement, quietly observing. Each laugh, each boast, each smug comment was a brick in the wall of their own undoing. They were so confident that I was powerless, so certain that my life was irrelevant, that they didn't even consider I could have the means and the audacity to leave entirely. That evening, after the last of her friends had left, Lucinda flopped onto the bed again, exhausted but pleased with herself. Mom came down to compliment her one more time, brushing aside my presence entirely. I looked at them and smiled. Not a smile of anger, not a smile of bitterness, but a smile of someone who finally had the upper hand. They had assumed they were untouchable. They had assumed I was nothing. They didn't know I was about to step out of their carefully constructed world and into a life they couldn't even imagine. And that was the moment I realized the plan didn't need to be complicated. Their arrogance, their entitlement, their complete disregard for my life and achievements, they were all I needed to ensure my victory. 2 days later, I left. Not quietly, not sneakily, but with purpose. I didn't argue. I didn't explain. I didn't even glance back. I carried a single suitcase downstairs, nodded at my mother, ignored Lucinda's incredulous gaze, and walked out the front door. What they didn't know, what they couldn't imagine, was that I wasn't going to the basement anymore. I wasn't going to wait for them to realize I had been underestimated. I was going to my penthouse, the first of many steps in a life they had never allowed themselves to imagine I could have. 3 weeks later, I was settled in my new place. From the balcony, I could see the city stretching out below me, each light a reminder of how quiet, deliberate effort can quietly build something no one else notices, until the moment it's revealed. And that's when the first message came. From Lucinda. A simple text, but the smugness practically dripped from it. I hope you're not forgetting your family. I smiled. Oh, I hadn't forgotten. In fact, I hadn't even begun. The first week in my penthouse was a quiet celebration. I unpacked only the essentials, documents, contracts, and personal items that mattered most. I didn't need to flaunt anything. In fact, I made a conscious effort to keep it all contained, like a storm gathering strength behind closed doors. I had learned early that the most devastating blows are the ones no one sees coming. Lucinda's message lingered in my mind. I hope you're not forgetting your family. It was meant to belittle, to remind me that no matter where I went, I was always under their control. But the truth was, I wasn't. And I wasn't going to respond, at least, not yet. I let the message sit, unopened, while I laid the foundation for the next stage. I started small. I ensured that my businesses were running flawlessly in my absence, but I also began to monitor them more closely. Contracts, meetings, strategic decisions, all handled discreetly. Lucinda and my parents had no idea that in the weeks I had been forced into the basement, I had quietly delegated authority and strengthened my position. I had financial leverage, business influence, and resources they could only dream of. And now, I could use it in ways they would never anticipate. The next contact from them was through my mother. A phone call, carefully phrased to seem casual, but dripping with passive-aggressive undertones. "Are you settling in nicely?" she asked. Her tone was calm, even cheerful, but I could hear the faint undertone of accusation. Lucinda was so worried about you leaving. We just wanted to make sure you're doing all right. I let a small pause hang in the air before responding, carefully measured. I'm doing well, thank you. Everything's fine. That seemed to frustrate her, though she masked it quickly with a polite chuckle. Good, good. We just thought. Well, it feels odd. You know, you leaving so suddenly. Yes, I said, almost whispering. It does feel odd to have so much space suddenly to yourself. I could almost hear the frown through the line. It was subtle, but it was there. I could tell she was trying to gauge my emotional state, trying to see if I had been shaken by their treatment. She had no idea that their attempt to belittle me had failed spectacularly. Then came Lucinda. She tried again, a week later. A direct message this time, almost casual. We've been thinking, maybe we overreacted. It must be hard for you out there alone. Her words were designed to manipulate, to pull me back into their orbit. But I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Instead, I used the opportunity to observe patterns in her behavior, just as I had years ago. Entitled people are predictable. They overestimate their own cleverness and underestimate everyone else. Lucinda was no exception. Over the next few days, I began a series of quiet moves that would ultimately destabilize their perception of control. I contacted a business associate who had been interested in acquiring a logistics company in the same city as my parents. On the surface, it seemed unrelated to them, but I knew Lucinda had always bragged about her connections, about how influential she was in local circles. Within a week, I had secured preliminary agreements. My associate had no idea how personal this was. It was all business on paper, but every decision was calculated to intersect with the family's world. Meanwhile, I maintained minimal contact with them, letting their curiosity and guilt grow. I could see it in the subtle changes in my mother's messages: hesitation, over-politeness, thinly veiled attempts to insert themselves into my life. They were all still assuming they had the moral high ground. They hadn't realized that the basement incident, Lucinda's takeover of my room, all of it, had ignited a fire that would not burn out until I made them fully accountable. 2 weeks after moving in, I received a call from my father. He sounded nervous, careful. We just wanted to check if everything is okay with your apartment. Lucinda mentioned, well, she's concerned. I leaned back in my chair, savoring the pause before I spoke. Everything is fine, I said calmly. In fact, it's better than fine. It's exactly as I wanted. The silence on the other end was telling. He had expected hesitation, weakness, maybe even remorse. But all I offered was quiet confidence, the kind that unsettles people who thrive on controlling others. The next stage involved Lucinda directly. She had begun to spread small stories around our old neighborhood, subtly planting rumors that I was struggling financially, that moving out of the house suddenly meant I was desperate, unstable, perhaps even foolish. I could have confronted her, but that would have played into her hands. Instead, I let her spread her half-truths, knowing that the reality would hit harder than any words could. I organized a small meeting with a local property agent under the guise of casually looking at luxury apartments. Lucinda, curious and ever entitled, caught wind of it through one of her friends. She assumed it was a trivial whim, a minor indulgence. She never imagined the apartment I chose would be a penthouse, one that overlooked the city, fully owned outright, strategically located near businesses that were tied to my companies. By the time I moved in, Lucinda and my parents were already beginning to question everything they had assumed about me. The subtle shift started immediately. First came the surprised messages, then the passive attempts at casual check-ins, then thinly veiled attempts at praise that felt forced and wrong. They didn't yet know how much control I had regained, or how quickly I had consolidated it. It was a game now, one they didn't realize they were playing. Every move I made was deliberate, measured. I wasn't responding emotionally to their provocation. I was preparing to show them the consequences of years of entitlement, manipulation, and dismissal. And then came the first tangible sign of their unraveling. I received an unexpected invitation to a local business networking event. Lucinda had been planning to attend with a few of her friends, hoping to flaunt her social influence. She thought it would be a casual evening where she could reinforce the narrative she had always believed, that I was invisible, irrelevant. I accepted, but I didn't just attend. I walked in, quietly, steadily, with my presence felt immediately without fanfare. By the end of the night, several influential figures had approached me personally, commenting on my accomplishments, my companies, and my leadership. The murmurs spread quickly. Lucinda, observing from across the room, froze when she realized the reality. People were listening to me, engaging with me, valuing me in ways she could never orchestrate. That night, as I returned to my penthouse, I felt a sense of satisfaction I hadn't felt in years. Not anger, not revenge yet, but the calm before it. They had no idea the storm that was coming, only that their assumptions about me were crumbling. From that point onward, every interaction with them became a calculated dance. I let them feel their power, gave them just enough to believe they still had influence, and waited. Every message, every glance, every interaction became part of a larger strategy. I wasn't reacting. I was controlling. Lucinda had begun to show cracks. Her texts, once dripping with arrogance, started to include uncertainty. She asked questions she would never have asked before, words carefully framed to appear casual, to fish for information. Mom, too, had started to behave differently. The confidence she carried in orchestrating her favorite child's dominance was eroding. Even my father, usually silent, seemed to hesitate, unsure whether to intervene or stay out of it. And I waited, because the truth is, revenge isn't immediate. It's meticulous. It's quiet. It's the patience to watch people who thought they had all the power slowly, subtly, stumble into the consequences of their own arrogance. The moment I had been planning for weeks finally arrived. Lucinda, completely unaware of what I had done, invited herself and Mom over to check on me in my new penthouse. She had spent the previous days bragging to friends about how I supposedly was struggling after leaving the house, imagining me living small, desperate, maybe humbled by life without their guidance. Mom, ever the enabler, encouraged it, likely picturing herself as the comforting matriarch, the one keeping me tethered to their influence. Dad, predictably, didn't intervene, leaving the task of checking on me entirely to the two women who had made a habit of belittling me for decades. When they arrived, I greeted them warmly, calm, composed, smiling, not with friendliness, but with the satisfaction of someone who knew exactly what was about to unfold. I opened the door with deliberate slowness, letting them step in and take in the apartment. The expansive space, the high ceilings, the polished hardwood floors, the sweeping city views beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, all of it intentionally understated but undeniable. I offered them drinks, coffee, even small appetizers I had prepared. Everything ordinary, everything casual. Nothing that screamed opulence, yet everything screamed success to those who knew what to look for. And then I let them talk. Lucinda immediately launched into her routine, her voice smooth, practiced, dripping with assumed superiority. I can't believe you left the house like that. We were worried about you. I mean, do you even know how to manage on your own? Her eyes darted around, pretending to examine the apartment, but I knew she wasn't truly looking. Her gaze was measuring me, trying to catch the slightest tremor of weakness. Mom nodded vigorously, her voice layered with false concern. It's so surprising, really. You've never been very practical, you know? We just wanted to make sure you were doing all right. I smiled, casually reaching for a file from the coffee table. I let my fingers linger on the edge of the stack for just a moment before picking up a document, creating the impression of deliberation, calm authority. I appreciate the concern, I said slowly, almost conversationally. But you must understand, I've been managing quite well. In fact, I've been doing more than well. I've been building 3 companies while you were rearranging my old room. Lucinda froze mid-sentence, her mouth slightly open, unsure whether to laugh, scoff, or protest. Mom's nod faltered, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. Dad's voice, deep and sharp, suddenly cut in from the doorway, though he hadn't been expected. 3 companies? His tone was disbelief laced with hesitation, the kind that comes when someone realizes they've misjudged someone for decades. Yes, I said calmly, almost serenely. 2 in tech, 1 in logistics. And all of them fully operational. Profitable. Growing steadily. I didn't mention any of this because, frankly, I didn't need your approval or recognition. The room fell into an almost tangible silence. Lucinda's smug grin, the one that had made my childhood and adult life so infuriating, vanished entirely, replaced by a mixture of shock, disbelief, and panic. Mom's face drained of color. The rigid control she clung to for years seemed suddenly irrelevant. Dad's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, a rare moment of powerlessness etched clearly across his features. For the first time in decades, I had the upper hand, and they knew it. I stood and led them toward the balcony. Below us, the city lights stretched endlessly, each one a silent testament to a world they had assumed I could never conquer. The penthouse itself, with its understated elegance, high ceilings, and panoramic windows, was a statement. I allowed the silence to linger, giving them time to absorb not just the physical space but the reality behind it, the independence, the achievement, the quiet victories they had dismissed for years. This, I said, gesturing expansively to the apartment around us, is the result of the quiet work I've been doing while you assumed I was failing. Every decision I made, every step I took, was independent of your influence. I didn't need your guidance, your favoritism, or your approval to get here. Lucinda's voice finally returned, shaky and defensive. But we were only trying to help. We didn't know you were running companies. We just assumed. I cut her off, my tone calm but precise. You assumed I was insignificant. You assumed I would comply with your favoritism, that I would remain in the basement of your influence forever. That assumption was entirely your mistake. And because of it, I never had to compete with you in the ways you thought mattered. Mom tried to interject, her voice quivering slightly. We were only trying to protect you. I shook my head, letting the weight of my gaze settle on both of them. No, you were protecting your entitlement. You were protecting the illusion that your favoritism was justified. And in doing so, you only highlighted your own arrogance and manipulation. There is nothing left to protect here. You were villains in every interaction you had with me, and now you have been exposed to the consequences of your actions. The realization hit them fully. Lucinda's shoulders slumped, the confident posture she had perfected over decades completely gone. Mom's hands trembled slightly, clutching at her apron as if it could anchor her to some sense of authority she had clearly lost. Dad, silent for so long, left the room quietly, probably retreating to process his bruised pride. I walked to my desk and opened a drawer, pulling out contracts and documents that detailed the scale of my businesses. I laid them out deliberately, carefully, so they could see every deal, every client, every milestone I had quietly achieved. I wanted them to confront the tangible evidence of their misjudgment. This, I said, pointing to the documents, is the work of someone you dismissed, someone you pushed aside, someone you treated as insignificant. Every successful deal, every client relationship, every profitable contract, all without your interference, without your input, without your approval. You saw me as irrelevant. And now you can see the truth. Lucinda's voice was barely audible. I didn't realize. You didn't want to realize, I said sharply. You didn't want to see the work I was doing quietly, because it threatened your idea of superiority. And now here we are. Mom tried again, her voice trembling. We were only trying to protect you. I shook my head again, slower this time, letting each word carry weight. No, you were protecting your entitlement. You were protecting the illusion that your favoritism was justified. And now, every assumption you made, every act of manipulation, every condescending word is laid bare. I didn't need your permission. I didn't need your control. I didn't need your recognition. And I certainly didn't need your approval to succeed. I left them in the apartment, standing silently among the documents, facing the reality they had ignored for decades. Lucinda would never again hold dominance over me. Mom would never believe she could guide my life. Dad had no control, no insight, no influence. From that day on, our relationships changed, not through reconciliation, not through forgiveness, but through undeniable, irrefutable reality. I had moved on fully to a life they couldn't touch, a life they couldn't imagine, a life they had done everything to prevent me from achieving. The penthouse wasn't just an apartment, it was a declaration, a testament to quiet determination, patience, and intelligence overcoming entitlement, arrogance, and manipulation. They had been villains all along, and for the first time, they had no power over me whatsoever. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. After my surgery, my family promised to help but went on a ski trip instead. When I called, my brother said, We're not your servants. 2 weeks later, I took action. Now they're bombarding me with messages begging for my forgiveness. So, here's the thing. I never thought I'd be posting something like this, especially when it comes to my family. I've always tried to be the reasonable one, the one who doesn't overreact and who makes the effort to keep things peaceful. But lately, my family has pushed me to a point where I just can't stay quiet anymore. I'm 28, and a couple of months ago, I had surgery. It wasn't anything too serious, but it did require some recovery time. Nothing life-threatening, just a routine procedure that would leave me pretty immobile for a while. It wasn't a big deal on its own, but the recovery part was what I worried about. I don't live with anyone, so I figured I'd need some help during the weeks that I'd be stuck at home. I have 2 brothers, Theo and Luke. Theo is the older one at 31, and Luke is 25. We've never been incredibly close, but we've always been there for each other when it counts. Or so I thought. I had made sure to ask them for help before the surgery, not to burden them, but just for some support. They knew I'd be out of commission for a while, and I made it clear I wasn't asking for anything crazy. Just the basics, groceries, picking up prescriptions, a little company when I wasn't too tired or drugged up. Nothing over the top. The thing is, they both agreed. Theo even said, "Don't worry about it. I'll be there, and I'll make sure you're okay." Luke, on the other hand, told me he'd bring over some comfort food and movies, and that he'd help with anything I needed. I figured I was good to go. My family had my back. Or so I thought. The day after my surgery, everything was still going fine. I wasn't in too much pain, but I was definitely sore. I was also pretty loopy from the meds. The first day was all about resting, and I didn't want to overdo it, so I mostly slept and had some light meals. The second day, I was a bit more alert and started realizing that I needed some things, groceries. My pain meds were running low, and I just needed someone to check in. I texted Theo and Luke, asking if they could help out with a quick grocery run. Nothing big, just some basics like bread, milk, and the painkiller I had been prescribed. I wasn't asking them to cook meals or clean my apartment, just to help me get through this rough patch. Theo responded pretty quickly. "Sure, I'll get to it later today." I thought that was fine, not expecting immediate action but hoping he'd follow through. Luke, however, didn't respond at all. Hours passed. I figured maybe he was busy, so I didn't think much of it. But as the day wore on and I started to run out of things, I sent another message, this time to Luke. I didn't want to push too hard, but I was starting to get a bit anxious. "Hey, look, do you think you could come by later with some things? I'm feeling kind of rough." Still nothing. By the evening, I started to get irritated. At this point, I was sore, exhausted, and struggling to get through the day on my own. I had a ton of pain meds, but they didn't exactly make me feel functional. I needed something, anything, to make it easier. The next morning, I decided to call Luke. I was getting frustrated. I wasn't demanding a lot from him, just basic support. But when he picked up, he was clearly distracted. "Hey, Luke, I really need some help. Could you pick up the things I asked for?" I said, trying to stay calm. "Oh, right," he replied, sounding like he had just remembered. "Yeah, so here's the thing. Theo and I are actually leaving for a ski trip this afternoon. We kind of decided last minute to go." He paused, probably waiting for my reaction. I froze. A ski trip? After everything we had talked about? The whole reason I had reached out to them was for support, and here they were, about to go on vacation like nothing had changed. Wait, what? A ski trip? You guys promised to help me. I'm really struggling here. "Well, it's not like we're abandoning you," Luke said. "We're not your servants, you know. You can manage. It's just a trip, and you'll be fine." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had tried to keep it together, but hearing him talk like that, like I was the one being unreasonable, was too much. My brother, who I thought I could rely on, was saying he couldn't even spare a few minutes to help me out. I had no idea how to respond, so I just ended the call. The worst part? This wasn't just Luke. Later, Theo sent a text that said almost the same thing, except this one was more casual, like it was no big deal that I was now stuck on my own. "Hey, hope you're doing okay. Just wanted to let you know, we're heading out for the trip tomorrow. We'll catch up when we get back." That was it. No apology. No offer of help. They had both just left me to fend for myself. I was furious, but also incredibly hurt. I had never asked for much from my family, but this felt like a huge slap in the face. They knew I needed help, and instead of showing up for me like I had for them countless times, They chose a last-minute vacation over supporting me through something that was pretty tough for me. I spent the next few days just managing the best I could, but every time I thought about what they had done, it made me even more upset. I let it go for a while, telling myself I was being too sensitive, but I couldn't ignore it. My brothers had crossed a line. When they got back from their trip 2 weeks later, I knew things couldn't go back to normal. I wasn't just going to forget what happened. When Theo texted me asking if I needed anything, I didn't answer right away. I needed to figure out exactly what I was going to do. I wasn't about to let them off the hook, and I wasn't going to just pretend everything was fine. That night, I decided to send a message to both of them. It wasn't going to be an angry rant, but I had a point to make. I'd been too quiet for too long, and it was time they understood the impact of their actions. I wrote, "I've been thinking a lot about what happened while you guys were away. You both promised to help, and instead, you prioritized a trip over your own sister who was recovering from surgery. That's not something I can just forget. I'm not asking for an apology, but I want you to know how deeply hurt I am by your actions. I'm taking some steps for myself, and I'm not sure where things go from here." The messages came flooding in from both of them. They were apologizing left and right, saying how sorry they were, and that they didn't mean to hurt me. But I wasn't buying it, not yet. The words felt hollow after everything they'd done. The next day, I had my phone by my side, keeping it on silent as I tried to focus on healing. I knew what was going to happen. My brothers were going to try to convince me to let it go, to accept their apologies, and move on as if nothing had happened. But that's not what I wanted. Not this time. I was determined to stick to my guns. I sat there, staring at the wall, trying to get through the day. I didn't want to go to work, didn't want to deal with anyone, really. I just wanted to be left alone and figure out what I was going to do next. My phone buzzed again, and again, and again. Theo and Luke were texting, nonstop. Theo's first text was brief. "Hey, I know you're upset. We really didn't mean to hurt you. Can we talk when you're feeling up to it?" I didn't respond right away. Instead, I stared at the screen for a while. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I got. Was this supposed to make me feel better? Did he really think I would just forgive them because they asked? Luke's message came in next. "I'm really sorry. I messed up. I was thinking about how I could have helped, but we got caught up in the trip. I understand if you're angry. Let me know if you want to talk about it." It felt so rehearsed. The messages seemed empty, like they were just going through the motions. Of course, they were sorry now. But where was that care when I was actually asking for help? I didn't reply immediately. The idea of just letting it go was tempting. Maybe I could forgive them and move on, and things would eventually go back to normal. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I was tired of being the one who always gave in. I was always the one trying to keep the peace, trying to be the bigger person. And for what? So that they could ignore me when it actually mattered? By the afternoon, I had heard from both of them at least 5 more times. Calls, texts, voicemails, all begging for forgiveness, all offering excuses about the trip. But it felt too little, too late. I finally decided to reply to them both. This time, I didn't sugarcoat anything. I knew I needed to make a point, and I was done with being vague. I've been thinking about everything a lot, and I'm not sure what I want right now. I asked you both for help when I needed it. And instead of showing up for me, you both went on vacation and told me I could figure it out. That hurt more than I can put into words. I don't think I'm ready to talk yet. I need space. I hit send. And then, for the first time in days, I felt a bit of relief. I had finally said what needed to be said. They didn't stop, though. The texts kept coming. Theo sent a few more, each one more apologetic than the last. Luke did the same, but his messages seemed more urgent. I could practically hear the desperation in his words, like he was afraid I might never speak to him again. At that moment, I realized something that I hadn't fully understood before. They were afraid of losing me. But they had been too careless to even realize what they were doing until it was almost too late. It wasn't just the texts, either. They started calling over and over again. I couldn't even look at my phone without seeing their names. I let them go to voicemail every time, not wanting to give in, not ready to hear their voices. For the next few days, I kept my distance. I kept my phone on silent, avoided any family gatherings, and just focused on myself for once. I wasn't sure what I was hoping for, whether I'd come to a place where I could forgive them or if I'd simply decide that I couldn't keep up with this pattern of hurt. But it wasn't just the frustration of being ignored by my family that made me realize something else. The way they were acting, constantly trying to apologize without truly understanding what they had done wrong, only made me more resolute. They didn't get it. They didn't understand why I was so upset, why this wasn't just about missing a couple of errands. This was about respect, about showing up when it mattered. They had taken that away from me. By the end of the week, I was starting to get a clearer picture of what I wanted. I wasn't ready to completely cut them out of my life. I wasn't that angry, but I needed them to know how serious this was. I needed them to feel the weight of what they'd done and realize that they couldn't just expect me to go back to being the sister who always forgave without consequences. I decided I wasn't going to make things easy for them. I'd been the one to swallow my feelings for so long, pretending that everything was okay when it wasn't. But not anymore. This time, I was going to take control of the situation, and they were going to have to face the reality of their actions. I began putting my plan into motion, but I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. No one knew except me. And maybe that was the most satisfying part of it all. For once, I wasn't going to let them walk all over me. But I didn't want to just confront them head-on, either. That would have been too easy, too quick. No, I wanted them to feel the weight of what they had done in a way that made them really think about it. I was going to hit them where it would hurt the most. And when I did, it wasn't going to be with anger. It was going to be with silence, with distance. 2 days ago, I sent them both another message. I'm not ready to forgive you yet. I don't know if I will. But I need you to understand that your actions have consequences. I've been there for both of you, time and time again, and I thought you would be there for me. But you weren't. You chose your trip over helping me, and that's not something I can just ignore. So, after sending that last message, I expected the silence to last. I didn't think they would stop apologizing or texting me every hour, but I did think they would respect the fact that I was taking a step back. I had already been through the emotional ringer, and this wasn't something I could just sweep under the rug. They had crossed a line, and I needed them to realize that. For the next few days, I kept my phone on silent and focused on my recovery. It wasn't just the surgery anymore, it was the emotional toll. I felt like I had been holding up everyone else's expectations, constantly putting my needs aside for the sake of peace and family. This time, I wasn't going to let that happen. I wasn't just recovering physically, I was recovering emotionally, too. Then, about 5 days after I sent the last message, I received a text from Theo. I don't get it. We've apologized. We've tried to make it right, and you're just not talking to us. This isn't fair. You need to understand that we've got lives too. We were there for you before, and this was just a trip. It's not like we left you high and dry. The tone of his message made my blood boil. He wasn't hearing me. He wasn't acknowledging the fact that it wasn't just about the trip. It was about the betrayal of trust. They had promised, and they had broken that promise. But instead of understanding, Theo was treating it like I was overreacting, as if my feelings didn't matter, as if this was all just a misunderstanding. I let that message sit for a while. I didn't want to respond right away because I knew that if I did, I would just get caught up in a back and forth of excuses and deflections. So, I took a deep breath, and I began to plan. That evening, I thought about all the times I had helped them in the past, all the little things I had done for them. Whether it was staying up late helping Theo with his work problems or picking up the pieces after Luke got into another mess. I had always been there, quietly in the background, supporting them, making sure things went smoothly. But they had never truly been there for me in the same way. This was the moment where I could finally make them realize what they had taken for granted. I started with something small but significant, nothing that would blow up their lives immediately, but something that would make them uncomfortable and force them to think about their behavior. I went through the list of shared accounts we had, things like the family Netflix account, shared storage for photos, and even some online subscriptions that we'd all chipped in for over the years. I knew that most of them would be checking their accounts soon, either because they wanted to stream something or access their old photos. So, I changed the passwords for all of them. It was a quiet, simple move, but it would leave them scrambling. They'd realize the consequences of their actions, and they'd have to come to me if they wanted access again. The next morning, I checked my phone. A barrage of messages flooded in. Theo's first text came in about 10 a.m. What did you do to the accounts? I can't get into Netflix or anything else. Fix it. Now. It felt like a small victory. But I wasn't going to fix it right away. Not yet. I wanted them to feel what I had felt over the past week, like they were left in the dark, unable to get what they wanted. And I wanted them to know they couldn't just ignore the problem and have it magically go away. Luke's message came in next. It was much more frantic. I need to see some photos from that trip we took last year, but I can't get into the storage. Did you change the passwords? This isn't funny. It made me smile. For once, they were the ones needing something from me. The tables had turned. I let those messages sit for a while. The idea wasn't to just cause trouble, it was to show them that their actions had consequences, that they couldn't treat me like I was disposable and expect everything to go back to normal without putting in some real effort. After a few hours, they both started calling. I let them ring through. I could hear the panic in their voices. When I finally answered, Theo was the first to speak. "Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you? We've apologized. You've got to stop this childish behavior." I stayed calm. "You want access to everything? You want everything to go back to normal? Fine. But first, you need to understand that what you did was wrong. You made me feel like I was nothing. You ignored me when I needed you. And I'm not going to just forgive you for that because you say sorry. Actions matter. And right now, your actions are telling me you don't care." Theo was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You're being dramatic. This isn't how you solve things." I heard Luke's voice in the background, arguing with him about something. Then Luke came on the line. "This is insane. Just give us the passwords, and we'll call it even. It's not that big of a deal. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." I could feel my patience wearing thin. "No, it's not just about the passwords. It's not even about the accounts. It's about the fact that you both chose your trip over helping me when I asked. It's about you both treating me like an afterthought. This is the consequence of that." Luke was quiet for a moment. "We didn't think it was a big deal. We didn't know you'd take it this seriously." "Exactly," I said. "That's the problem. You didn't take it seriously. But I'm going to make you understand. This isn't just about being upset for a couple of days. This is about respect. This is about realizing that you can't just walk all over me and expect everything to be fine. You have to work for it." There was a long pause on the other end. I could hear them whispering to each other, probably trying to figure out how to fix things. But I wasn't giving in yet. "I'll change the passwords back," I said finally. "But only when you both come over here and sit down with me. Only when you understand what you've done and show me that you're willing to do better. No more excuses. No more, 'It wasn't a big deal.' If you can't do that, then we're done." Theo and Luke were both quiet for a long time. Then, slowly, they agreed. They said they'd come over the next day to talk. It felt like a small victory, but it wasn't over yet. They still needed to feel the weight of what they had done, and I wasn't going to stop until they did. I wasn't going to let them get away with treating me like I was unimportant, like my needs didn't matter. The next day, they showed up. The conversation was going to be uncomfortable, but it was just the beginning of what I had planned. They came in, both of them looking uncomfortable, probably expecting me to just apologize for making a big deal out of everything. But as soon as they sat down, I knew that I wasn't going to make it easy for them. This time, it wasn't just about getting my way, it was about showing them that I wouldn't stand for their selfishness anymore. Theo started off, his voice strained. "Look, we messed up. We're sorry. But it wasn't like we meant to hurt you. We were just trying to have some time off. You know how it is. You act like we abandoned you." I didn't let him finish. I had heard the same excuses a dozen times already. "No, Theo, it wasn't just about the trip. It was about you telling me I could figure things out on my own. I asked for your help, and you chose your vacation over me. That's the part that hurt." Luke chimed in, trying to soften the moment. "We didn't think it would be that big of a deal. We thought you'd be fine. You've always been the strong one, you know." I bit back a laugh. "That's what you always say. You've always been the strong one. But I'm not invincible. Look, I'm human. And what you both did made me feel like I didn't matter. I wasn't asking for the world. I was asking for basic support, and I got nothing." There was a long, uncomfortable silence. Neither of them knew how to respond. And in that silence, I realized something. They didn't really care about how I felt. They cared about their own discomfort, about being called out for the first time in their lives for their selfishness. I leaned forward, my voice firm. "I changed the passwords for a reason. Not just to make your lives difficult, but to show you how it feels when you take something for granted. I've always been there for both of you, no questions asked. But when I needed you, you were nowhere to be found. And now, I'm done being the one who always gives in. This isn't about making up over a couple of errands or photos. It's about showing me that you understand what you did wrong." Theo's face flushed, and I could see the guilt starting to settle in. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to just feel bad for what they had done. They needed to change, and I wasn't going to let them get away with pretending it didn't matter. Luke's voice was quieter this time. "So, what now? Are you cutting us off completely?" I didn't respond right away. I let the question hang in the air. It wasn't an easy decision, but it was one that had been building up for a long time. They had taken me for granted for too long, and I had been the one to always forgive, always make things right, even when they didn't deserve it. but not anymore. Yeah, I said finally, my voice steady. I am. I can't keep pretending like this is normal. I can't keep letting you both walk all over me and expect me to just forget about it. You've crossed a line, and I need to take a step back. I'm cutting ties for now. Theo opened his mouth to say something, but I raised my hand to stop him. This isn't something you can apologize for and move on from. You've done this before, and I've let it go. But I'm not going to be your emotional doormat anymore. You've had your chances, and I'm done. Luke's face hardened. So, this is it? You're just going to walk away from us over a trip? I could feel my resolve growing stronger. It's not about the trip. It's about respect, and you've shown me none. You've taken me for granted, and I'm not going to keep letting you do that. You're my brothers, but I won't tolerate being treated like this anymore. They sat there in stunned silence for a moment. It was clear that neither of them expected me to actually go through with it. They thought I would cave, like I always did. But I wasn't that person anymore. I had changed, and I wasn't going to let them dictate the terms of my life anymore. Finally, Theo spoke, his voice cold. Fine. If that's how you feel, then we won't bother you again. But don't come running back when you realize you've pushed us too far. I didn't say anything in response. I didn't need to. I had said everything I needed to say. They left shortly after that, and as the door closed behind them, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It wasn't easy to do what I had done. It wasn't easy to cut them off, especially after everything we had been through together. But I knew it was the right thing to do. I needed to take control of my own life and stop allowing them to treat me like I didn't matter. The days after that were strange. The house felt quieter, emptier, but in a way, it was also peaceful. I wasn't constantly waiting for the next text or call from them, wasn't wondering when they'd show up expecting something from me. And I realized that for the first time in a long time, I wasn't carrying the weight of their expectations on my shoulders. The texts and calls from both Theo and Luke continued, but I didn't respond. I knew they were just trying to wear me down, hoping I would crack. But this time, I was strong enough to hold firm. It wasn't about revenge, it was about boundaries. I had set them, and I wasn't going to let them walk all over me anymore. I'm Richard, 28M. I grew up in what looked like a perfectly normal family from the outside. My mom, Claire, was always the loudest voice in the room. Sharp, decisive, the kind of person who had to have the last word no matter what. My dad, Henry, was quieter, but not in a good way. He was the type to fold into the background, nod along with whatever Mom said, and act like his silence absolved him from responsibility. Then there was my younger brother, Evan, 24 now, who might as well have been born with a crown on his head. The favoritism wasn't just subtle, it was blatant. When we were kids, Evan could do no wrong. If I asked for new shoes for sports, I was told we didn't have the money. A week later, Evan would show up with brand new sneakers, courtesy of Mom, because he needed them more. When we were teenagers, Evan crashed his car twice before my parents finally replaced it a third time. When I asked for help with a down payment on a used car for work, I was lectured about self-reliance. You'd think once we grew older, things would balance out. They didn't. If anything, it got worse. After college, I came back home to save money while I worked at an architecture firm. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest work, and it gave me a sense of independence. My plan was simple: contribute to the household, put money aside, and eventually move out into a place of my own. I paid my share of utilities and groceries every month without fail. I kept my space clean. I minded my own business. But in that house, it was never enough. If there were dirty dishes in the sink, they were mine, even if I hadn't been home since sunrise. If Evan needed gas money, my mom would march into my room and tell me to lend him some, with vague promises she'd settle it later. She never did. If I bought myself something new, a jacket for work, or even just a decent pair of shoes, Mom would stare at the receipt and ask why I was wasting money instead of helping more with the family. Meanwhile, Evan stayed in the basement, working on his startup. That was the line. In reality, I saw him gaming at all hours. He didn't have a job, didn't pay a cent toward the house, but my mom called him brilliant and misunderstood. My dad kept quiet, like always. The resentment grew slowly, like water filling a glass, drop by drop. The real tipping point came when I quietly opened a separate savings account. I had learned, the hard way, that any money I kept in the account my parents knew about had a way of disappearing. Sometimes it was for the electricity bill, sometimes it was just a loan until payday, but it never came back. So, I set aside part of my paycheck in a different account. I didn't brag about it. I didn't announce it. I just protected myself. Somehow Mom found out. One evening, she cornered me in the kitchen. "Richard," she said, her tone sharp enough to cut. "Do you have another account?" I froze. "Why?" Her eyes narrowed. "Because you've been hiding money from this family. That's what you've been doing." I told her, calmly, that my finances were my business. I reminded her that I already contributed more than my fair share, and that Evan hadn't lifted a finger in months. She didn't want to hear it. Her voice rose until it filled the whole house. Words about betrayal, about selfishness, about me thinking I was better than them. From then on, I felt like I was living under surveillance. Every purchase, every late night at work, every time I came home tired, I was questioned. If I brought food home for myself, she wanted to know why I hadn't bought enough for everyone. If I skipped dinner because I was working late, she accused me of distancing myself from the family. Evan, of course, played along. I'd catch him smirking from the corner, tossing comments like, "Guess you don't care about us anymore, huh?" It all built up to one night I'll never forget. I came home after a 14-hour day. My eyes were burning from staring at blueprints, and all I wanted was to collapse in bed. Instead, when I walked into the kitchen, I stopped cold. There were boxes on the table. My boxes, filled with my belongings. Clothes shoved in haphazardly, books stacked carelessly, even framed photos tossed in as if they meant nothing. My mom stood there with her arms crossed, her face set like stone. Evan leaned against the doorway, sipping a soda, watching me with that same mocking little grin. My dad sat at the table, eyes fixed on his coffee cup, saying nothing. "Richard," Mom said, her voice cold, "we've had enough. You don't respect this family. You hide things, you hoard money, you look down on us. If you want to be on your own so badly, then be on your own. Pack your things and leave. Tonight." For a second, I thought maybe I had misheard her. My stomach dropped, but I managed to say, quietly, "You're serious?" "Very serious," she said without hesitation. "You're not a child anymore. We've done more than enough for you. It's time you learned how to survive without leeching off of us. Evan needs the space anyway." That last part hit harder than I expected. Evan smirked and shrugged, like he'd already been told he could have my room. I looked at my dad, hoping for something, a word, a sign that he disagreed. He wouldn't even meet my eyes. In that moment, I realized there was no point in arguing. I grabbed my bag, took one last look at them, and walked out of the house I had called home for 27 years. I didn't pick up the phone the first time my mom called, or the second, or the third. I figured eventually the barrage would stop, or at least calm down. I was wrong. The calls kept coming, sometimes 20 in a day, each one more desperate than the last. Voicemails started appearing too. "Richard, please, just come home. We need you. Things aren't working without you." I listened to one of them, sitting on the edge of the couch in my tiny apartment, letting the weight of her words settle in. The thing was, she wasn't speaking as a mother worried about her child. She was speaking as someone whose entire sense of control had been ripped away. For 27 years, she had run our household like a business where she was both CEO and judge, and now suddenly, the key employee she had taken for granted had walked out. I started paying attention to the little signs in her messages. The wording, the tone, the urgency. It wasn't remorse. It was panic. It was the same panic that must have flared the day she realized she had overstepped, that she had pushed someone to the edge. That realization, it was my leverage. I knew I couldn't rush this. I couldn't just storm back into the house, even if I wanted to. No, I needed patience. I needed to watch them flounder a little, to let them feel the absence they had made inevitable. It was strange at first, living on my own after all those years. I had imagined freedom before, but it was lonely in a way I hadn't anticipated. There were bills I hadn't paid in a while, groceries I had to stretch, laundry I had to do myself. But I also had control over my space, my schedule, my money. And that was intoxicating. Over the next few weeks, I started to hear from distant relatives and old family friends. Subtle messages at first, comments like, "Your mother's been worried sick," or "We haven't seen your father so pale in years." I even got a text from my Aunt Muriel. She and my mom were always close, that simply said, "Evan is struggling without you. You should come home." I smiled at that. She didn't know, or maybe she refused to admit, that Evan wasn't struggling at all. He was thriving in the absence of any real work, enjoying the privileges my mom had always handed him while I had built myself up from nothing. I didn't reply, not a word. The more I observed from the outside, the more I realized just how much control my mom wielded and how much she hated not having it. She had always made sure everyone in our extended family and circle of friends knew exactly how Richard, the eldest, owes his parents for everything. They had crafted a narrative for years. I was dependent, indebted, ungrateful. And now, the narrative was crumbling because I wasn't there to uphold it anymore. I started playing a careful game. I didn't call her back, but I answered one text. I'm fine. That was it. No apology, no promise, no explanation. I watched as her responses changed in tone almost immediately. They went from desperate pleading to incredulity, then to thinly veiled threats. If you don't come back soon, we'll be forced to make changes. You know what that means. I had no idea what changes meant, but it didn't matter. I knew she was grasping at straws, trying to reassert the dominance she had always had over me. I realized she couldn't intimidate me anymore, not like she used to. And that realization felt like the first breath of real freedom I'd had in years. Then came the calls from Evan. I didn't answer those either, but he left messages that were laced with mockery. Guess you really wanted to prove you're independent, one message read. Funny how you're struggling now. Must be rough not having anyone to clean up after you. Another message came a week later. Mom's worried. She's been crying. Are you really going to let her suffer? I knew Evan's role in all of this. He was Mom's enforcer, her little shadow who would mimic her voice, her manipulation, her ability to make me feel guilty for simply existing. But even he had limits. I realized he didn't know what I had planned. He didn't know I had observed every pattern, every behavior, every conversation for years, and had finally built a plan where I could turn their own arrogance against them. I started keeping a record. Every call, every message, every tiny detail that revealed how desperate and unhinged my mom was becoming. I wrote it down, organized it, pieced together the ways they had controlled, manipulated, and punished me over the years. I didn't do it out of spite, not entirely. I did it because knowledge was power and I intended to use it. Then came the opportunity. A week ago, I received a message from a neighbor, a distant cousin, really, who had apparently stopped by the house while I was gone. She mentioned in passing that Evan had broken something expensive, something Mom had bought him. She didn't know what it was exactly, but she said it had caused a huge argument between him and Mom, with Dad standing there looking helpless. I felt a thrill. The cracks were showing. I knew I had to be careful, but I also knew that if I timed this right, I could make them feel every bit of the anxiety and helplessness I had felt under their roof for years. The next morning, I went through a drawer in my apartment and pulled out a few old letters and receipts I had kept over the years. There were notes from Mom, letters of advice from Dad, and even a few messages where they had subtly threatened me over money or criticized me for every decision I'd made. I spread them out on the table, looking at each one carefully. I thought about how I could reveal them without putting myself in danger, without losing the upper hand. Every message I had kept, every memory of their manipulation, was now a weapon, and I knew that if I moved too quickly, I could ruin everything. But if I moved slowly, letting them sink further into panic and desperation, the impact would be far greater. By now, the phone calls had escalated again. Mom had begun showing up at my building, her car parked outside, a familiar glare through the glass door. I didn't answer the door. I waited, observing her from inside, pretending not to notice. I saw her pacing, muttering to herself, and even speaking to the concierge like she owned the place. She had begun making a spectacle. Evan appeared at one point too, looking anxious for the first time in years. His confidence was faltering. Mom barked at him, gesturing wildly, but I could see the fear in his eyes. The roles were starting to shift. The puppeteer was now panicked, and her puppet was unsure. That evening, I sat at my desk, reviewing the messages, watching the cameras I had installed in the entryway to see who approached the building. I felt a calm satisfaction. For the first time, I was in control. They had spent years teaching me that I was powerless, that I owed them everything, that my life revolved around their whims. And now, the tables were turning. I picked up my phone again, staring at the list of missed calls. 50 calls in a week, each one a testament to their desperation. And I knew exactly when and how I would strike. Not with anger, not with yelling, but with the precision of someone who had been ignored, dismissed, and manipulated for far too long. I didn't know how long it would take. Days, weeks, maybe months. But I had the patience now that I had never had before. I had the plan, and I had the perfect moment building, inch by inch, right in front of me. And then, yesterday, something happened that changed everything. Something so unexpected that it threw their entire carefully constructed lives into chaos. I was sitting at my apartment when I heard a knock at the door. Not the usual nervous knock from Mom or Evan. This one was calm, firm, deliberate. I walked to the door, peered through the peephole, and froze. There, standing outside, was my dad. Not with his usual avoidance or hesitation. He wasn't hiding behind my mom. He was there, alone, looking different. Something had happened inside that house, something that I hadn't anticipated. I didn't open the door immediately. I just stood there, my hand hovering over the handle, watching my father through the peephole. Henry's expression was different. He looked older, wearier, but there was a tension in him that I hadn't seen before. A kind of nervous energy that suggested something had gone terribly wrong in their carefully controlled world. I waited, pretending I wasn't home. From behind the door, I could hear him shift his weight, mutter something under his breath, and then finally, in a louder voice, say, "Richard, I need to talk to you." I leaned back, letting the silence stretch. He cleared his throat and repeated it, more urgently this time. That urgency told me everything I needed to know. Something had shaken the house, and my parents' usual armor of authority was cracking. I opened the door just enough to peek out. "Dad," I said calmly, "you're here alone." He nodded, his eyes darting behind him as if checking to make sure Mom wasn't hiding around the corner. I need your help," he said, his voice low, almost pleading. I raised an eyebrow. "My help? After everything? After Mom kicked me out with boxes of my things?" His jaw tightened. "It's complicated. Things have gone wrong." I stepped back and gestured him inside. "All right, come in. Tell me everything." He hesitated, clearly debating whether it was safe, then stepped over the threshold. I closed the door behind him and led him to the couch. I stayed standing, arms crossed, as he fidgeted, avoiding my gaze. Finally, he spoke. "It's Mom. She overdid it this time. She made a deal with someone she shouldn't have, and now it's falling apart. Evan doesn't know what to do, and she's panicking." I let that sink in. A deal with someone my mother shouldn't have? That explained a lot. The calls, the texts, the frantic messages from extended family. I didn't interrupt. I wanted him to spill every detail. Henry exhaled shakily. "She promised someone something about the house, about the business, Evan's future. She overpromised, and now, they're here, and they're not happy. She needs you, Richard. She can't fix this alone. I can't fix this alone." I felt a quiet satisfaction. The people who had controlled me for decades were suddenly dependent on me. I could feel the leverage shift with every word he spoke. "Let me get this straight," I said slowly. "You and Mom, particularly Mom, made promises you couldn't keep. And now, because of that, I'm supposed to bail you out." Henry flinched, clearly expecting me to explode, to yell, to storm out. I didn't. I stayed calm, measured. That calm was my weapon. "Yes," he said quietly. "I know how it sounds, but you're the only one she'll listen to. You can." "No," I interrupted, holding up a hand. "Let me finish. I didn't come back to save you. I came back to watch." Henry blinked. Confusion flashed across his face, quickly replaced by fear. "Watch? Watch what?" "Watch how you crumble," I said. "Watch how Mom and Evan panic when the control they've spent years hoarding is taken out of their hands. Watch what happens when the person you've treated like dirt for decades suddenly has the upper hand." Henry swallowed hard. "Richard, please, this isn't the time for revenge." I leaned closer, my voice low, steady. "It's always been time for revenge. You taught me patience by trying to crush me for years. You taught me to be meticulous by controlling every part of my life. And now, I'm going to use every lesson you ever thought I was too naive to understand." I saw the first crack in him. He was beginning to realize that I wasn't just going to play along, that my return wasn't about forgiveness or family duty. "You don't understand," he said, desperation creeping in. "Mom, she's losing it. She's calling everyone, friends, family, trying to cover it up. She's frantic. Evan, he's begging her not to." I held up a hand again. "Stop. I don't care about Evan. He's never cared about me. He's just another pawn in Mom's game. If he's panicking now, that's on her, not me." You all built this, and now you get to watch it collapse. I could see him shake, like a man realizing he's watching the consequences of years of enabling a tyrant. The panic was tangible. The same panic I had felt as a kid, the same panic I had suppressed when Mom screamed at me for doing something she didn't approve of. Now it was theirs. I walked over to the table, where I had already laid out the receipts, messages, and letters I had collected over the past year. I spread them across the surface, making sure Henry could see each one clearly. These are just a fraction of what I've kept, I said. Every lie, every manipulation, every favor withheld under the guise of teaching me responsibility. Every time you treated me like I owed you my life just for existing in your home. I kept it all. And now, I paused, letting the weight of the words sink in. Henry swallowed hard. Now what? He asked, almost too quietly to hear. Now, I said, I decide the terms. I choose what happens next. And if you think Mom can fix this without me, you're wrong. She can't. Evan can't. And you're the one who will have to watch it all burn while I stay standing, calm, in control. Henry shifted in his seat, panic growing into something deeper, guilt, perhaps, but also fear. Richard, please, she's my wife. She's always been. Always been what? I asked sharply. A tyrant? A manipulator? A woman who ruined every chance I had of a normal life. Don't try to justify her anymore. I've been patient, I've been meticulous, and now it's my turn. And if you think you can weasel out of it, you're wrong. You enabled her for years. You get to sit in the audience and watch. I could see his entire demeanor shift. The calm, distant father figure he always played was gone. In his place was a man who finally realized he had no power. Then I heard the first knock. A deliberate, loud knock at the door. Not Mom. Not Evan. Someone else. Someone big. Someone they had promised everything to. The person Mom had overcommit to. I looked at Henry. His face went pale. They're here. I smiled quietly, letting the moment stretch. This was it. The perfect storm. The people who had treated me like I was disposable were finally facing consequences they couldn't control. I opened the door slowly. The figure in the doorway wasn't a neighbor, not an aunt, not a distant cousin. It was the person Mom had made the deal with, and they weren't smiling. Henry stepped back, and I realized the chaos I had been waiting for was about to explode in full view of everyone. And in that moment, I understood that the revenge I had been planning for years wasn't just about proving a point. It was about taking back everything they had tried to take from me, and making them pay for it, piece by piece, while I remained untouchable. I opened the door fully, letting the figure step inside. It was the representative from the company my mom had promised the house and her investments to, a sharp, imposing woman named Clarissa. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. Claire Dawson made a commitment she cannot fulfill, Clarissa said, her voice even, professional, but carrying an unmistakable edge. I'm here to negotiate terms. I let Henry stumble backward, unsure what to do, and I leaned casually against the wall. I see, I said. And this commitment, it involved our family home. Clarissa nodded, glancing at Henry like she wanted him to take responsibility. He flinched. Yes, but it's we can. I cut him off. Stop. Let me handle this. Henry's eyes widened. He had no idea what I was planning, and that fear was delicious. I turned to Clarissa. Before we talk about terms, let me explain something. This family has a history of manipulation and broken promises. I am the only one here who can make this work. My mother, Claire Dawson, overcommit repeatedly without consulting the people actually affected. That includes me, her eldest son. Clarissa's gaze shifted to Henry, then back to me. So what do you propose? I smiled faintly. I propose that my mother and my brother leave me entirely out of any negotiation. They've caused enough damage. I will handle this, and I will set the terms. They will get nothing that isn't legally owed. Henry opened his mouth, ready to argue. Richard, please. No, I said firmly. You've had decades to act, and you chose to enable. You chose to side with her. You get to watch. Clarissa raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about this? I've been sure for a long time, I said. You'll see. For the next hour, I worked with Clarissa, quietly and efficiently. I revealed the ways my parents had mismanaged funds, overpromised, and misrepresented assets. I detailed the legal and financial implications of their decisions. Every omission, every exaggeration, every favor they had leveraged to control me became a tool in my hands. I watched my mother's face as I spoke, every carefully maintained expression cracking under the weight of reality. She went from disbelief to panic to outright desperation. Evan hovered behind her, pale, speechless, realizing for the first time that he couldn't manipulate his way out of this. My father sat quietly, shaking, unable to intervene, unable to salvage anything. By the end of the negotiation, Clarissa looked at me with approval. "Everything will be redirected according to your instructions," she said. "Your mother and brother will receive nothing beyond what they are legally entitled to. Any attempts to interfere will be met with legal consequences." I nodded. That was all I wanted. Mom collapsed onto the couch, her hands trembling. "Richard, you can't do this," she whispered, voice cracking. We're your family. You can't just." I cut her off. "I already left once when you threw me out with boxes of my belongings. I survived. I built my life without you. And now, you'll watch as I dismantle the consequences of your own recklessness. You're villains, Mom. And it's time the world sees it." Evan's face turned red, and he finally spoke. "Wait, you can't." "Yes, I can," I said. And I just did. Over the next few days, everything changed. The house was sold to cover debts my mother had incurred, leaving Mom and Evan scrambling for a place to live. They had spent years convincing themselves and everyone else that I owed them loyalty and obedience, but in reality, they owed me restitution for every manipulation, every favor withheld, every opportunity denied. I moved into a small, comfortable apartment I had been saving for over the year. The money I had quietly set aside allowed me to live without worrying, without dependence, without anyone else's control. The best part, Mom and Evan were forced to face the consequences of their own actions, with no one to shield them, no one to clean up their mess. Henry tried to reach me, awkward, groveling even, but I didn't respond. He had enabled, and now he was powerless. Mom called and texted endlessly, but I ignored her. Evan sent messages filled with excuses, blaming Mom, blaming me, blaming anyone but himself, but it didn't matter. I had won. The final act came quietly. I received a notice that the company Clarissa represented had filed formal documents, securing my authority over any dealings my mother had attempted. I looked at the papers and smiled. Everything was in order. They had no recourse, no influence, and no way to rebuild the image they had spent years crafting. From then on, I lived my life on my own terms. I invested in my career, my apartment, and my future. Mom and Evan disappeared from my life gradually, trying to maintain appearances in front of distant relatives, but ultimately failing. Their friends and extended family began to see the cracks they had always ignored, the favoritism, the lies, the manipulation. They were exposed, and they had no one to blame but themselves. And Henry? He remained silent, a shadow of the man he had been. His complicity had been noted, and though he had tried to save face, everyone could see where the failures began and ended. I never forgave them. I didn't need to. The revenge was complete. I had left the house once with nothing but a bag, and I returned. Not for them, not for apologies, not for reconciliation, but to take back control, to claim the power I had been denied for decades. And in the end, I did. Mom and Evan, the villains of my story, learned the hard way that manipulation has consequences. And I finally had the life I had been building silently, patiently, for years. Free, independent, untouchable. The house, the control, the power, they were gone from their hands, and finally, they were forced to face reality. I walked away knowing I had won, knowing that every call, every attempt to guilt me, every small act of cruelty had only made my eventual triumph sweeter. For the first time in my life, I didn't owe anyone anything. And that was exactly how I wanted it. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hi Reddit. I'm 38M, and I guess if there's one thing I've learned, it's that staying quiet makes certain people think you're weak. Or worse, easy to use. In a family like mine, where status matters more than substance, being the calm one painted a target on my back. Let me start from the beginning. My grandfather, Elias, started a logistics company in 1978. It was modest back then, just a few trucks and a rented warehouse, but he built it with discipline and long hours. When my dad, Lucien, took over in the early 90s, things expanded. By the time I was a teenager, we had a fleet and contracts all over the region. It was a solid, profitable business. Nothing glamorous, but dependable. The kind of business that builds quiet generational wealth. There were only two of us kids, me and my older brother Killian, who's 40 now, 2 years older, and always the golden child in my parents' eyes. He was loud, confident, good-looking in the way that turns heads at a fundraiser. You know the type. He could walk into a room, say a few vague things about strategy and vision, and people would nod along like he'd said something profound. I wasn't like that. I was quieter, more deliberate. I preferred structure, order, and numbers that added up. I started working in the warehouse right after finishing school, learning how the business operated from the bottom up, logbooks, driver routes, invoice matching, all of it. I didn't expect a shortcut to the top, and I never asked for one. Killian, on the other hand, always assumed he'd get the business simply because he was the eldest. He'd show up to meetings late, interrupt conversations, and pitch these grand ideas that made no logistical sense. But my dad would beam at him like he'd invented the wheel. Killian floated from one venture to another. At one point, he wanted to start a luxury shuttle service. Then it was a drone delivery program. Then some app for vehicle diagnostics that never even launched. Every time one of his ideas failed, he came crawling back to the family business, looking for a more senior role to better align with his vision. And every time, my dad welcomed him back like a prodigal genius. My mother, who passed a few years ago, fed the same narrative. Your brother's just figuring out his path. I, apparently, had no path worth talking about, even though I was the one running payroll and smoothing out client accounts behind the scenes. The real shift happened about 6 years ago. Dad had a minor stroke. Nothing catastrophic, but it left him foggy and slow to react. For the first time, someone actually needed to manage things without him standing over their shoulder. I stepped in. No big announcement, no fanfare, just did what needed doing. Kept things moving, cleaned up the books, secured 2 new long-term freight contracts, rebuilt morale after Killian had fired half the admin team during one of his restructuring phases. Killian was working remotely in Monaco at the time with his wife Muriel. That's a name I haven't mentioned yet, but you'll want to remember her. If Killian's the storm, Muriel's the wind that pushes it in. She's smart, I'll give her that. Calculating, cold, and always 3 steps ahead if you're not paying attention. She was never interested in the operations of the business. What she was interested in was the name, the status, and the idea of becoming the first lady of the company. About a year after Dad's stroke, he made the decision to transfer ownership. He didn't tell either of us ahead of time. I got a call from his attorney, asking me to come by. That's when I was handed the papers. My father had signed over 70% controlling interest in the company. To me, it stunned me, to be honest. And not because I didn't want it, but because I never thought he'd choose me over Killian. The one thing he said when I called him was, "You're the one who shows up." I didn't tell anyone. Not right away. I just kept working. When Killian found out, because of course, he went snooping, he exploded. There were emails, voice messages, even a meeting he tried to stage at the office where he brought Muriel and a business consultant who claimed the transfer could be contested. I stayed calm, showed them the legal documentation. They left furious. Muriel's last words as they walked out: "This isn't over. You don't get to steal what was meant for my family." Note, my family, not his. That stuck with me. Now, despite owning the business, I didn't like how vulnerable everything still was. Killian and Muriel knew people in law and finance, some above board, others less so. I started to think about what they'd try next. So, I sat down with Lana, our finance manager, and we had a long, quiet discussion. She's brilliant and loyal in a way that's hard to come by in this industry. Together, we began restructuring. Over the course of a year and a half, we gradually moved the company's core assets, vehicles, warehouse property, key trademarks, even client agreements, under a new holding company, one I quietly established in my name. The operating company, the one with the family name on the trucks, was still visible, but the true value was tucked away. Safe, secure. Killian and Muriel had no idea. I ran things efficiently. Profits were steady, morale was high, and for once, everything felt predictable. Until last week. I came in early that morning, like I always do, and found the conference room already occupied. Dad was there, sitting stiffly, looking older than usual. Beside him, Killian and Muriel, dressed like they were ready for a boardroom shoot. Both of them grinning like they'd already won. Killian stood up as I walked in. "Well, little brother," he said with that smirk I've hated since we were kids, "we're making some exciting changes." Muriel slid a folder across the table toward me. "Effective Monday, Killian will be stepping in as managing director. The board has agreed. We've secured signatures and realigned the structure. We thought it best to inform you in person." I didn't even open the folder. Dad avoided my eyes. I looked at them both and said, "You really think I'd let that happen?" Muriel's smile faltered for a second. Just for a second. I stood, said I had meetings to attend, and walked out. They didn't follow me. But 2 days later, they came back. And this time, they brought people with them. New hires, apparently. Fresh recruits. I recognized one or two of them from companies Killian had burned bridges with in the past. They walked through the front doors like they owned the place, Killian chest out, Muriel already texting someone on her phone. Then they reached the front desk and froze, because standing there, clipboard in hand, perfectly calm, was Lana. Lana was dressed the same way she always was, neat gray slacks, pale blue blouse, hair pulled back with a silver clip. Unassuming. Professional. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't blink. She just stood there with her clipboard and smiled like she was greeting any other visitor. "Welcome," she said evenly, her eyes flicking briefly to Killian, then Muriel, then the small crowd behind them. "Do you have an appointment?" Muriel stepped forward, her heels clicking hard against the tile. "Don't be cute. We're here to begin the transition. I believe you were copied on the internal memo." Lana tilted her head. "I've seen many memos. You'll need to be more specific." Killian frowned. "Where's the rest of the staff?" "Upstairs," Lana said. "Working, like always." Killian tried to brush past her, but she didn't move. She simply lifted the clipboard and held it directly in front of him. "What's this?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "An official statement from the board of the actual parent company that owns this operation," she said calmly. "Signed, sealed, and registered with the regional business registrar, including confirmation that no internal transition or transfer of power has been recognized or approved." He snatched the document from her hand and began scanning it. His lips moved slightly as he read, his eyebrows slowly creeping upward. Muriel leaned in. I saw her eyes flicker when she reached the second page. They knew. Right then, they knew they weren't in control. But of course, Muriel wasn't going to accept that quietly. She turned to Lana, voice just low enough to sound threatening. "You might want to reconsider the tone you're taking. This office and everything in it will be under our authority by Monday morning. There are serious consequences for insubordination." Lana gave the faintest smile. "Muriel, you're holding paperwork that proves you have no authority over this company. I suggest you reread page 3. I watched all this from the hallway, just out of sight. I had no intention of stepping in yet. I wanted to see how they handled being told no by someone who wasn't me." Muriel gripped the folder tighter, then turned sharply and walked straight toward the elevators. "Come on, we're going upstairs." But the elevator doors didn't open. Not because they were locked, but because our head of security, Anton, stood directly in front of them, arms crossed. Killian looked surprised to see him. "Anton, what are you doing?" "Following protocol," Anton said simply. "New staff must be registered, cleared, and issued access cards by operations leadership. No one has been cleared. You're not on the list." Muriel scoffed. "This is absurd. You work for us." Anton shook his head. "No, ma'am. I work for Ledgecrest Holdings. Mr. Corin is the managing director of the operating company. Ownership documentation confirms he is also the principal officer of Ledgecrest. As of this morning, no changes to the structure have been filed or recognized." Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. I stepped forward then. I didn't make a big show of it, just walked in with a folder of my own and nodded to Lana, who stepped aside. Killian's eyes locked on me. "What is this, Corin? What game are you playing?" "No game," I said quietly. "You made your move. I'm making mine." He threw the documents Lana had given him back onto the front desk. "This doesn't change anything. Dad transferred the business to me. He signed the paperwork." "I don't doubt that he signed something," I replied, holding up my folder. "Unfortunately for you, he no longer had the authority to do so." Muriel looked like she was trying not to yell. Her jaw was clenched so tightly her cheekbones stood out like blades. "You're twisting this. You think you're clever? Burying the company in some holding entity and hiding the trail? That's manipulation. No, I said calmly. It's called asset protection. It's legal. It's smart. And it's exactly what any competent business owner does when they suspect they're surrounded by people who value status over sustainability. Killian's face flushed red. We have our own legal team. You'll be hearing from them. I'm sure I will, I said. In the meantime, no one is entering restricted areas. If your staff wants to apply for a position here, we're currently hiring warehouse coordinators. Entry level. Interviews start next week. A few of the people standing behind Killian and Muriel looked visibly uncomfortable. One of them, a woman with a sleek laptop bag and wide eyes, backed away a little and muttered something about being misinformed. Muriel wasn't done. She turned on her heel and faced my father, who had quietly shuffled in during the confrontation. He looked tired in a way I hadn't seen since his stroke. But he said nothing. You told us this would be seamless, she hissed. You said it was still yours to hand over. Dad looked at her, then at me. He didn't speak. Muriel turned back to me, eyes cold. You think this makes you smart? Untouchable? We'll see how long that lasts when certain accounts start drying up. When people start talking. I'm not worried about rumors, I said. I'm worried about results. Something you've never had to measure yourself by. That was the final blow for the morning. Muriel snapped the folder shut and stormed out of the building. Killian followed, looking over his shoulder one last time like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The others trailed after them, quiet and uncertain, like guests who realized too late that they'd been invited to the wrong party. When they were gone, Lana walked over and handed me a small slip of paper. You were right to prepare, she said. There was a payment request waiting in the approval queue this morning. Large one. Would have drained our emergency fund. Who submitted it? I asked, already knowing the answer. Someone named Daniel. Listed as an external consultant. No record of employment. But Killian added him to the system 2 days ago under your father's authorization. I folded the paper and slipped it into my pocket. Dad stood off to the side, hands clasped behind his back. I walked over to him. He looked like he wanted to say something. I waited. When he finally spoke, his voice was thin. I didn't think you'd go this far. I did what you never could, I said. I protected the company. From them. And from you. He flinched, but said nothing more. That evening, I reviewed every security log, access point, and system update from the last 72 hours. What I found made my stomach turn. This wasn't just a hostile takeover attempt. It was coordinated. Files had been duplicated. Vendor contact lists copied. 2 client accounts had received courtesy emails announcing Killian's return as director, emails that were swiftly recalled after I reached out personally. They were planning to erase me entirely, and they might have succeeded if I hadn't planned ahead. But it wasn't over yet. The next morning, I received a courier package. Inside were a set of glossy documents, new ones, filed through a third-party holding in my father's name, claiming full ownership of Ledgecrest Holdings, the parent company I had built, and a note, handwritten on thick stationery, signed in Muriel's neat script. You didn't actually think you were the only one who knew how to play the long game, did you? That note sat on my desk for a long time. The stationery was thick and expensive, embossed in gold on the corners. It was the kind of paper meant to impress you with how important the sender thought they were. I turned it over once, twice, then again. I wasn't surprised Muriel had resorted to this. Bold, underhanded moves were her specialty. But I was surprised by how calm I felt. Because this wasn't panic. This wasn't anger. This was clarity. She thought she'd taken something from me. But all she'd done was show her hand. Lana knocked once and stepped into the office. She glanced at the package still open beside me. Is that what I think it is? I nodded, handing her the documents. She scanned them quickly, then let out a quiet, sharp breath. They're trying to claim the holding company itself, she muttered. They found the shell registration and filed a competing claim. But it's messy. How messy? Messy enough that it'll hold up some of our assets if we're not careful, she said. If the wrong party takes this seriously, we could get temporarily frozen out of our own accounts. Just long enough for them to start moving things around. I tapped my fingers against the desk. Start pulling the paper trail, I told her. Everything. I want every invoice, every signed agreement, every approval. And flag anything that connects to Lucian's old authorizations. You think your dad's still feeding them? I stared at the gold embossed letter again. I think my dad never realized he stopped being in control. Lana nodded, and left without another word. That's what I liked about her. No dramatics. Just quiet, methodical action. By noon, I had what I needed. The registration Muriel filed was real enough to slow things down, barely. She'd used a cutout company based in the Caymans, likely something she or Killian picked up through one of their friends in venture capital. But the mistake was thinking that a name on paper equaled control. It didn't. Not when the infrastructure was already miles ahead of them. And more importantly, not when I had built a backup. You see, what Muriel didn't know, and what Killian had never bothered to ask, was that Ledgecrest Holdings wasn't just one company. It was three. One owned the physical assets, trucks, property, equipment. One held the intellectual property, client lists, contracts, operating procedures. And the third? The third was silent, undocumented publicly, hidden behind a private trust, and it held the voting power. It was never registered under my name. It didn't need to be. It was registered to an entity managed by someone I trusted. My godmother, a retired civil attorney who had once taken down a transport union single-handedly. I had built it that way for exactly this reason. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. They had no idea how deep the foundations went. Still, I wasn't about to sit back and wait for their next move. So, I made one of my own. That night, I drove out to the old family estate where Dad had moved after his stroke. It was about 20 minutes out of the city, a two-story stone house with a rusted gate and a fading coat of white paint on the trim. I hadn't been invited in months. That didn't matter. The security guard at the front recognized me and let me in with a nod. Lucien was in the study, staring out at the garden. His desk was scattered with papers, most of them untouched. He looked older than I remembered. "Corin," he said, turning slightly in his chair. "Didn't expect you." Clearly. He gestured to the armchair across from him, but I stayed standing. "I know about the registration," I said. "Muriel sent a copy." His jaw twitched. "I assume she convinced you it was still your right to decide who owns what," I continued. "Even though you legally gave that up 2 years ago. She's trying to preserve the legacy," he said quietly. "Your brother doesn't care about the company." I cut in. "He never did. You know that. He cares in his own way." "No," I said. "He cares about control, about image. And she, Muriel, cares about using that image to prop herself up. They don't care if the company collapses. They care if it collapses without them standing on the ruins pretending they built it." Lucien didn't answer. "You're letting them use your name to challenge ownership. That puts the entire business at risk. Our clients, our employees, the people who trusted you, who trusted me. I just wanted both of my sons to be part of it," he muttered. "No," I said more softly now. "You wanted Killian to be what he never was. And now you're trying to fix that by breaking something that finally works." Silence again. Finally, Lucien looked up. "What are you going to do?" I leaned forward slightly. "Stop pretending I owe them anything." Then I left. The next day, I set things in motion. It started with the vendors. Lana and I drafted a formal notice to all our major partners outlining the ownership dispute and reaffirming the authorized contacts under Ledgecrest Holdings. Attached was a certified statement from our legal counsel and a soft warning that any communication outside of approved channels could result in contract termination. Vendors don't like instability. They like reliability. Within 48 hours, 3 of them reached out personally to confirm their loyalty to our team and to express concern over the confusion caused by communications from Killian and Muriel. Next came the employees. We held a closed-door meeting for department heads. No recordings. No handouts. Just facts. I laid out the situation clearly. Someone was trying to steal control of the company using underhanded filings and name games. No threats. No panic. Just the truth. And then I showed them the documents. The real ones. The ones that mattered. By the time the meeting ended, Lana had a list of over a dozen staff members who had forwarded suspicious emails to HR, attempts from Killian's side to solicit internal reports, login credentials, and even fleet access. They weren't just planning to claim the company. They were planning to take it apart, piece by piece. That's when I knew I couldn't just defend anymore. I had to respond. And not with lawyers. With something better. We have an annual client appreciation event every year in September. Nothing flashy. Just a catered evening at the Riverbridge Hotel, where our biggest partners gather to review the year, talk numbers, shake hands. Killian always hated those events. Too boring, he said. Not enough energy. This year, I moved the date up by 2 weeks. And I changed the format. Instead of a quiet banquet, I made it a formal industry showcase. Invited not just our partners, but representatives from local regulatory agencies, the press, and a few silent investors who'd been circling our sector for months. I updated our internal data portal with visual breakdowns of growth, projected profits, and operational efficiencies under the new structure. And I added one more thing: a keynote presentation, delivered by me, with one very special guest speaker, Lana. The theme? Rebuilding Legacy the Right Way. I scheduled the event for a Thursday evening and sent the invitation to Killian and Muriel on Wednesday. Killian and Muriel arrived 20 minutes late. Not fashionably late, deliberately late. Like they expected the event to stall until they walked in. That was their style. Create the scene, walk into it like they owned it, and expect the spotlight to shift automatically. But this time, the spotlight didn't move. It didn't even flicker. They came dressed for a power play. Killian wore a tailored dark jacket with gold cufflinks, ones I recognized as my father's, passed down when he still believed Killian was the face of the business. Muriel wore a sharply fitted cream blazer, her posture poised like she was ready to walk up on stage at any moment. And I think that's exactly what they thought would happen. But when they reached the registration table, they found Anton, our head of security, holding a list. "Corin sent us invites personally," Muriel said. "We're on the list." Anton, ever polite, checked, then looked up. "Your names aren't here." Muriel's mouth tightened. "That's not possible. Check again." "I did," he said calmly. "This event is for verified stakeholders and authorized partners. You are neither." Killian leaned forward. "We built this company." Anton didn't move. "Then you'll understand why tonight is about the people who are still building it." They were allowed in, barely, but not before a brief but visible delay. A few clients standing nearby watched the scene. I could feel the atmosphere shift as they walked through the doors. And then I took the stage. The room had been arranged with intention. Round tables with full portfolios set out for every guest, performance metrics displayed on large screens around the perimeter, and quiet music in the background. I stepped up to the mic and thanked everyone for coming. Then I said something I hadn't said in public before. This company almost didn't make it. The room fell quiet. Not because of the market, not because of supply chain issues or inflation, but because for too long, we relied on image over infrastructure, reputation over relationships, familiarity over actual leadership. I saw Killian shift in his seat. Tonight isn't about the past. It's about what we've built since then. You've seen the numbers. You've seen the growth. But you haven't seen the people behind it. Then I introduced Lana. She walked up with the kind of confidence you only earn through sheer consistency. No dramatic flair, no empty promises, just quiet, steady control. She spoke of restructuring, of risk management, of how we identified and locked down vulnerabilities before bad actors could exploit them. And then she dropped the hammer. A coordinated effort was made in recent months to undermine this business through false documentation, unauthorized staff placements, and asset redirection. We were prepared. A gasp went up in one corner of the room. Killian's face turned to stone. Muriel froze. "Our documentation," Lana continued, "is verifiable, court-certified, and audited by an independent firm. Every partner you see here today is safe. Every vendor contract remains valid. And every person responsible for attempting to destabilize this company has been named in the filing we submitted to the commercial authority this morning." That filing, I would later learn, was the final nail in the coffin. Muriel had pushed too far. By registering false ownership documents and using Lucien's name on forged correspondence, she had crossed from underhanded into illegal. Our legal team, together with our accountant, had gathered everything. And now it was official. I stepped forward once more. "I want to thank every one of you for standing with us, not just tonight, but through all the transitions. For choosing stability. For choosing trust. That's what we stand for. That's what this company stands for now." Applause. Real, unforced applause. As I walked off the stage, I didn't even look in Killian's direction. I didn't need to. But Lana did. She passed by their table slowly, paused, and gently tapped the top of the unopened portfolio sitting in front of Muriel. "This is what it looks like when you plan ahead," she said softly. Then she walked away. The fallout wasn't quiet. 3 days later, The commercial authority issued a statement rejecting the disputed registration Muriel had filed. It cited insufficient documentation, conflict of interest, and fraudulent intent. They were fined publicly. And because of the investor presence at the showcase, that fine became the headline. Family power struggle ends in legal rebuke. Holding company stays with youngest son. Muriel tried to spin it, claimed bias, corruption, old family wounds. But it didn't matter. The press wasn't interested in her version. They were more interested in the stability of our company, in the growth numbers, in the fact that we had weathered a storm without a single late payment to vendors or employee layoffs. Killian sent me one message. Just one. This isn't over. I didn't reply, because it was. Lucien, for his part, faded from view. The last I heard, he'd moved out to a smaller home a few towns over. He didn't reach out. I didn't expect him to. He hadn't apologized, and he probably never would. That was fine. I wasn't looking for apologies anymore. Muriel's consulting firm, such as it was, lost 2 major clients after the filings became public. One of them issued a statement saying they do not work with individuals who target family-run businesses through manipulation. That one made me smile. As for the company, stronger than ever. We rebranded quietly, retiring the original family name. It was time. Our staff voted on a new name, Harborstone Logistics, a name that represented stability, patience, and permanence. The kind of values that don't shine in a spotlight, but stand the test of time. I kept the holding structure. I built in redundancies. I gave Lana a permanent seat on the board. We set up profit sharing for long-term employees. And we made it known. This business wasn't a trophy to be inherited. It was a foundation to be earned. And the villains? They're exactly where they belong. On the outside, looking in. Still bitter. Still loud. But powerless. And me? I'm still showing up. Every morning. Every meeting. Every quiet decision. Because that's what leadership really looks like. And they never understood that. Not once. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hi everyone. I'm Dominic, 40M, and I've been reading stories here for years, but this is the first time I'm posting one of my own. I never thought I'd be the type of guy to end up with something worthy of sharing here, but the events of last weekend still have me replaying everything in my head. For context, my family is complicated. I'm the oldest of 3 kids, and ever since I was young, I've been expected to set the example. My parents, Martin and Celeste, are the type who love appearances more than actual relationships. Our family gatherings have always been less about bonding and more about showing off who's doing better. Whoever has the better job, nicer house, or more expensive vacation photos becomes the center of attention until someone else outdoes them. I've learned to keep my head down over the years, but I still get dragged into the competition, especially by my uncle, Raymond. He's my mom's older brother, and he has always had this knack for turning any conversation into a subtle jab at someone. If someone mentions they just bought a car, he'll casually bring up that his is newer or faster. If someone talks about work, he'll act surprised and say something like, "Oh, they're still paying you that little?" He does it with a smile, like it's a joke, but it never feels like one. I used to just brush him off, but ever since my divorce 2 years ago, he's been relentless. He loves to remind me that I couldn't keep my marriage together, and that maybe if you worked harder, she wouldn't have left. For the record, my ex-wife and I separated because she wanted to move across the country and I didn't. There was no affair, no scandal, just 2 people wanting different lives. But to Uncle Raymond, it's apparently a sign that I'm failing as a man. Anyway, last weekend was supposed to be family game night. It's something my mom insists we do once a month, even though most of us would rather be anywhere else. She says it's tradition, but we all know it's just another chance for her and Raymond to size everyone up. I showed up at my parents' house around 6 p.m. with a bottle of soda and a store-bought dessert. My cousin Ezra, Raymond's son, was already there, sitting on the couch with his phone, barely looking up when I walked in. He and I used to be close when we were kids, but over the years, he's become just as smug as his dad. My mom immediately started fussing over my shirt, saying things like, "Oh, you didn't have time to iron it? You must be so busy lately." My brother-in-law, Neil, was bragging about how he and my sister had just booked a trip to Italy. My dad sat silently in his chair, reading the newspaper like he always does when he doesn't want to get involved. Then Raymond arrived, late as usual, making a big show of greeting everyone. He slapped my shoulder and said, "Dominic, there he is, still driving that old car." I smiled politely and said, "Yup, still runs fine." That earned me a laugh and a shake of his head before he walked off to the kitchen. We sat down to play cards, and it didn't take long for the usual jabs to start. Raymond kept making comments about how I should think about picking up a second job if I wanted to catch up with everyone else. Ezra snickered at every joke. At one point, Raymond leaned back in his chair and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "You know, Dom, there's no shame in asking for help if you can't keep up with the bills. We're family, after all." The room went quiet for a second, and I could feel everyone watching me, waiting to see how I'd react. My sister tried to change the subject, but Raymond just kept grinning, clearly enjoying himself. I didn't say anything right away, partly because I didn't trust myself not to lose my temper, and partly because I realized in that moment that I didn't have to. I sat there, letting Raymond's words hang in the air like a bad smell. He had that satisfied grin on his face, the kind that told me he thought he'd won this round. My sister glanced at me nervously, clearly hoping I'd just laugh it off like I usually did. But instead of reacting, I simply played my card, nodded, and changed the subject to something innocuous, like the weather. On the surface, I probably looked calm, but inside, my thoughts were racing. Raymond wasn't just teasing anymore. This was personal, pointed, and humiliating. The worst part was how the others let it slide, like it was just Raymond being Raymond. That had always been the problem. For years, my family excused his behavior as if it were part of his charm. He was allowed to talk down to people, brag, and dig at our insecurities because he didn't mean anything by it. But he did mean it. He meant every word. I spent the rest of game night mostly silent, letting everyone else chatter away while I focused on keeping my temper in check. Ezra and Raymond dominated the table, joking back and forth, showing off as if they were hosting a comedy show. Every so often, Raymond would throw another comment my way, a remark about my shirt, my car, or how quiet I was being. When it was finally over, I drove home in silence, gripping the steering wheel tighter than I realized until my hands ached. I wasn't sad. I was angry. Angry that I kept letting him get to me. Angry that everyone else just accepted it. And angry that he thought he could say whatever he wanted without consequence. That night, sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of tea, I decided I was done playing the quiet, agreeable nephew. I've always been careful with my money. I don't make as much as Raymond, but I'm smart about where it goes. I own my house outright, I have a decent emergency fund, and I've built a small portfolio of investments over the years. Raymond, on the other hand, has always lived well beyond his means. He drives a flashy car he can barely afford, takes vacations several times a year, and loves to post pictures of expensive dinners on social media. I'd heard rumors from my cousin that his business wasn't doing as well as he claimed. So, over the next few weeks, I started quietly gathering information. I knew someone who worked in finance who gave me some advice on how to look up certain public records, and I started piecing things together. Business filings, property records, liens, all the little breadcrumbs Raymond had left in his wake. And let's just say, what I found was enlightening. Raymond's successful business was barely staying afloat. He had outstanding debts with suppliers, a few unpaid contractors, and even a pending legal complaint from a former employee. It was like peeling back layers of a very expensive, very smug onion. The more I dug, the more I realized just how precarious his whole image was. And that's when I decided that the next family game night would be different. When the next month rolled around, I showed up early this time. My mom looked surprised to see me, but seemed pleased. She had already set up the dining room table with cards and snacks. My sister and Neil arrived shortly after. Then Ezra strolled in, wearing a designer jacket and making a big deal out of taking a call for work before he sat down. Raymond was late again, and when he finally showed up, he breezed in like he owned the place, loud and cheerful. He slapped me on the back and said, "Dom, you're here early. Good for you. Maybe next time you'll beat me at cards too." Ezra snickered from the couch. We started playing, and I noticed right away that Raymond was in rare form. He made some comment about how some of us actually work for a living when I mentioned I had the day off, and when I mentioned fixing something around the house, he smirked and said, "Oh, so you're doing your own repairs now? Guess it saves money when you don't have much to spend." I didn't react. Not yet. As the night went on, I let him dig himself deeper. He mocked my car again, made a remark about my shirt looking last season, and then finally circled back to the topic he'd brought up last time. Money. You know, Dom, he said, shuffling the cards dramatically. You really ought to think about asking for a little help. No shame in it. Ezra, and I could float you alone until you get back on your feet. Ezra grinned and said, yeah, we'd even give you a family discount. The room chuckled politely, but I noticed my sister shoot me a look, half sympathy, half warning, as if to say don't take the bait. But this time, I wasn't just taking the bait. I was setting the hook. I leaned back in my chair, smiled calmly, and said, actually, Raymond, that's funny. My lawyer just finalized some paperwork last week. Turns out, all those debts you've been juggling, they're not going to be your problem much longer. The room went silent. Raymond blinked, his smirk faltering for the first time all night. What do you mean? He asked, his voice suddenly sharp. I didn't answer right away. I just let the silence stretch, watched the confusion bloom across his face, watched Ezra's grin slip. Finally, I said, let's just say things are about to get very interesting for you. Raymond's face went pale. For a moment, I thought he might actually choke on the words he was about to say. Ezra leaned forward, eyes wide, looking between us like he had no idea what was happening. The rest of the family just sat frozen, unsure whether to jump in or stay quiet. Dom, wait a second, Raymond stammered, waving his hands like he was trying to grab control of the situation. What exactly are you talking about? I smiled, deliberately calm. Oh, nothing too complicated. Remember when you were bragging about how successful your business is and how well you manage your finances? Turns out, not everything is as it seems. I let the words hang. My lawyer just finalized the transfer. All of your outstanding debts, everything you've been juggling with those contractors and suppliers, it's all legally been assigned to you. Directly. They're all yours now. Ezra's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, you can do that? He asked, voice trembling, but Raymond was worse. He looked like someone had kicked him in the stomach. You can't do that. That's impossible. Oh, it's very possible, I said, leaning back and crossing my arms. All legal, all above board. I double-checked every detail before finalizing anything. Your creditors should be calling any day now. The room was deathly silent. My parents looked stunned, my sister's mouth hung open slightly, and Neil just muttered something under his breath, probably trying to make sense of it all. Raymond's face turned red, then white, then a weird mix of both. His smug confidence had evaporated completely. This can't happen, he said again, more forcefully this time. Lawyers don't just transfer debts like that. People can't. They can, I interrupted. And they did. Funny, isn't it? I spent the last 6 months quietly gathering all the necessary documents and confirming with the right people. Meanwhile, you were busy showing off, thinking no one was paying attention. And here we are. Ezra swallowed hard, trying to find a way to interject. Dad, maybe this is a mistake? Maybe you should. Raymond snapped at him. Quiet. Do you know what you're talking about? But even as he said it, there was a panic in his eyes that betrayed him. I kept my expression calm, almost bored, like I was discussing the weather instead of watching a grown man unravel in front of his family. You know, it's interesting. All this time, you've been the one handing out financial advice at every family gathering. Now, I think it's finally your turn to take some. My mom cleared her throat nervously. Dominic, maybe you should explain exactly what you mean. I did. Step by step. I outlined the debts, the supplier he'd failed to pay, the contractors who had filed claims, even the lien he'd ignored on his property. I explained how each one had been legally verified and transferred. I could see the color draining from his face with every name I dropped. Ezra's face was pale, his eyes flicking nervously between me and his father. By the time I finished, the air in the room felt heavy, thick with tension. Raymond was sitting frozen, staring at his hands as if he'd just realized they no longer belonged to him. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, clearly struggling to find words. I didn't give him the satisfaction of watching me enjoy his panic. Instead, I leaned forward slightly and said, You've spent years trying to belittle me, trying to make everyone believe I'm failing. But here's the thing. While you were busy mocking me, I was quietly preparing. And now, the tables have turned. Ezra finally spoke, voice shaky. Dad, what does this mean? Are we going to lose everything? Raymond's hands trembled on the table. No, no, it can't be. Dominic, this isn't real. You're bluffing. I shook my head slowly. I never bluff. And this isn't just about money. It's about respect. You've treated me, and everyone else, like we're beneath you. You've used your money and your smug attitude as a weapon. I've just returned the favor. For the first time, I saw a flicker of fear in Raymond that I'd never seen before. It wasn't anger or indignation. It was pure, unfiltered fear. And that, more than anything, felt satisfying. Ezra's eyes were wide now, like he couldn't believe what had happened. Dad, maybe we need to call a lawyer. Maybe you can. Raymond cut him off, voice tight and shaky. No, no lawyers. We'll figure something out ourselves. But the hesitation in his voice betrayed him. I knew he had no plan. The silence stretched for what felt like minutes. Finally, I leaned back, letting the moment settle. Take your time, Raymond. Review your accounts. Your creditors will be calling soon enough. And remember, all the advice you've ever given, the little jabs, the comments about failure and incompetence, consider this my advice back to you. My parents were staring, mouths slightly open, and my sister's hand hovered over her mouth like she couldn't believe what had just happened. Ezra had sunk back into his chair, looking like he wanted to disappear. Raymond, on the other hand, was rigid, like he'd been frozen mid-motion. Then, just when I thought the moment couldn't get more intense, Raymond's phone rang. He grabbed it, hoping for some sort of lifeline, and I could see the panic spike in his eyes as he scanned the screen. It was one of the creditors. I didn't even have to listen to the conversation. I could see it playing out on his face. Shock, denial, scrambling for excuses. The man who had spent decades wielding his wealth like a shield was suddenly unarmed, exposed, and completely at the mercy of circumstances he had ignored for years. Ezra leaned toward his father, whispering something frantically. Raymond shook his head, cutting him off, and the room fell silent again. Everyone else was frozen, watching the unraveling of a man they had always been told was untouchable. I let the silence stretch. I could feel the tension vibrating off the walls. It was intoxicating, not because I wanted to hurt them, but because for once, the power dynamics had shifted. And that's when it happened. Raymond finally looked up, eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and panic, and said something that made my chest tighten with anticipation. You're going to pay for this, Dominic. You can't just. But before he could finish, the doorbell rang. My mom froze, my sister's hand went to her mouth again, and Ezra's phone slipped from his lap as he stared toward the door. No one spoke for a moment, but the look in Raymond's eyes told me everything I needed to know. Whatever was waiting outside the door, it wasn't going to be good for him. The doorbell rang again, echoing through the house in a way that made the entire room jump. Raymond froze mid-sentence, his hand hovering over his phone as if it were a lifeline. Ezra's eyes widened, his fingers tightening around the edge of the couch. My parents looked toward the door, and my mom's lips parted as if to say something, but no words came. I stayed seated, calm as ever, letting the suspense build. I knew exactly who was at the door. Months ago, I had contacted a legal associate I trusted, explained the situation in detail, and arranged for someone to deliver the final notice to Raymond in person. This was the moment it arrived, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Raymond's hands were shaking as he muttered. Who? Who could that be? Ezra whispered under his breath. Dad, maybe it's. I don't know. But even he didn't sound confident. I could feel their panic rising with each passing second. My mom, trying to keep the situation under control, finally called out, I'll get it. But before she could move, Raymond sprang up, almost knocking his chair over. No, don't answer it, he hissed, his face white and taut with fear. I leaned back, letting him squirm. I think it's time you faced this, Raymond. No more hiding, no more excuses. You've had your fun long enough. He shot me a look that was part rage, part desperation, and then stormed to the door. His movements were jerky, uncoordinated. He yanked the door open, and the sight that greeted him froze him in place. Standing there, holding a thick stack of documents, was a woman in a crisp suit. She wasn't smiling, and her eyes didn't waver. In her hands were the legal documents that formally confirmed every single debt, lien, and claim I had uncovered, all now his responsibility. Behind her stood two assistants carrying additional files, all neatly organized, all ready to be delivered and enforced. Raymond's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. This can't be real. This isn't. I don't. Good evening, Mr. Wallace, the woman said, her tone formal and precise. I'm here to serve you with your updated financial obligations. Please review these documents carefully. They are legally binding and effective immediately. Ezra stumbled backward, clutching his jacket. Dad, you have to. Raymond slammed the door, trying to regain control, but the documents were already in his hands. He flipped through them frantically, muttering, This is impossible. They can't do this. I watched silently, savoring the moment, as the walls of his carefully constructed world collapsed. For years, he had thrived on the illusion of wealth, the bravado, the superiority. And now, in front of the entire family, every thread was unraveling. My sister finally spoke, softly, almost in disbelief. Dominic, did you really do this? I nodded calmly. I did what needed to be done. He's been untouchable for too long, treating everyone like they're beneath him. It was time someone reminded him that words have consequences. Raymond was now pacing, documents spilling from his hands. He looked like a man who had been exposed in a way he never imagined possible. Ezra tried to intervene, stepping toward him. Dad, maybe we can negotiate, maybe. Raymond cut him off, voice cracking. Quiet. I'll handle this myself. But his tone betrayed panic, and Ezra's shoulders slumped as he realized his father had no plan. The lawyer's assistant spoke up, her voice calm but firm. Mr. Wallace, you have 30 days to respond, or the creditors will proceed with collection. All contact information is included. Failure to comply may result in legal action, including seizure of assets. Raymond froze again. I could see the panic in his eyes, the tightness in his jaw. He was trying to process the fact that he was no longer in control, that everything he had built, or pretended to build, could crumble. Ezra whispered something to him, pleading, but Raymond waved him off. He couldn't bear to show weakness in front of me, but the fear was obvious. He was exposed, completely vulnerable. I finally spoke, my voice calm but heavy with meaning. You know, Raymond, I could have handled this quietly behind the scenes. You wouldn't have even known. But you made it personal. You made it about mocking me, about proving who's better, about showing off. So here we are, in front of the whole family, with you finally facing reality. Raymond's hands trembled over the documents. This isn't over, Dominic. You'll see. I can fix this. I'll fight this. I shook my head slowly. It's too late for that. You built your empire on illusions and bravado. Now you get to live with the consequences. The room was silent, except for the soft rustle of paper as Raymond flipped through the documents again, muttering under his breath. Ezra sat frozen, realizing that his father's empire, the one he had bragged about for years, was collapsing. My parents were silent, absorbing the full weight of the scene. Then, just as I thought the moment had reached its peak, Raymond slammed the papers onto the table and stormed toward the back door, muttering angrily about finding a loophole and filing an appeal. Ezra looked at me, pale and shaken. Dominic, how did you? I smiled, leaning back in my chair. I prepared. You all should have paid attention when he treated everyone like they were beneath him. Now it's his turn. But the drama wasn't finished. I could see it in Raymond's eyes, the anger, the desperation, and the humiliation. He wasn't just upset about the money. He was furious at being powerless, humiliated in front of the family, and exposed as the fraud he really was. And then it hit me. This wasn't just revenge. It was a reckoning. The phone rang again. Raymond's assistant had called from his office. The creditor was already starting to move. My parents and sister watched, silent and stunned, as Raymond's carefully curated life began to crumble piece by piece. Ezra, finally finding his voice, said, Dad, maybe we should leave. Raymond's glare at him was venomous, but it was too late. The panic had already taken hold, and even his rage couldn't undo the consequences that were raining down on him. The room was heavy with tension as Raymond retreated to his office, slamming the door behind him. Ezra followed reluctantly, muttering under his breath. I stayed seated at the table, calm, letting the silence settle like a storm that had just passed, though I knew the worst for them was only beginning. I could hear muffled voices through the office door, Raymond's frantic instructions, Ezra's nervous objections. No, we can't lose everything, Raymond kept saying. Call the lawyer. Tell them there's an error. They'll have to fix it. Ezra's voice trembled. Dad, maybe we can negotiate. But it was useless. Every creditor had been notified. Every legal obligation had been transferred. There was no one doing it. My family watched from the dining room, still silent. My mom finally spoke, her voice tight. Dominic, you really did all this? You didn't just scare them? I shook my head. No. I made sure every piece was legally binding. They'll have to face the consequences. My sister, always the peacemaker, looked hesitant. It's extreme. I gave her a steady look. They spent decades belittling, mocking, and manipulating. They left me no choice but to respond the same way, just legally, methodically, and publicly. The difference is, I didn't hide it. I didn't rely on intimidation. I let them build themselves up so they could fall. At that moment, Raymond stormed back into the room. His hair was disheveled, his suit rumpled, and his face pale. Ezra followed, eyes wide, like a child caught in trouble. This isn't over, Dominic, Raymond spat, glaring at me. I will fight this. You think you can ruin me in front of everyone and get away with it? You'll see. You'll regret this. I smiled calmly. I don't think I will. I prepared for years, Raymond. And now, the reality you ignored is here. Your contractors, your creditors, your unpaid bills, all your smug talk about success, all your jabs at me, all the games you've played, it's all coming home to you. Legally, morally, socially, it's yours. Ezra tried to intervene, voice trembling. Dad, maybe we can just. Raymond cut him off sharply. Quiet. This isn't your fight. But even as he said it, I could see the fear in his eyes. For once, he didn't have a clever retort. He didn't have a shield of arrogance or intimidation. He was completely exposed. The rest of the night unfolded like a slow-motion collapse. Raymond spent hours on the phone, arguing with creditors, pleading for extensions, trying to find loopholes that didn't exist. Ezra hovered behind him, nervously scribbling notes, trying to help, trying to salvage whatever dignity they had left. Every call ended the same. Firm, unyielding, legal confirmation that the debts were now his sole responsibility. By midnight, Raymond was exhausted, pale, and defeated. He slumped in his chair, muttering about, "How did it come to this?" and "I can't believe." Ezra sat silently beside him, staring at the floor, no words left. My family had gathered back at the dining table, quiet now, watching the two of them crumble. My mom finally broke the silence. I didn't realize you really. I cut her off gently. I didn't do this to humiliate them. I did it to enforce consequences. Actions have results, Mom. Raymond spent years undermining people, mocking me, Ezra, anyone he saw as weaker. This is simply accountability. Nothing more, nothing less. The next day, I received a call from one of the creditors, a simple confirmation that Raymond had acknowledged the transferred debts. No negotiation, no delay. The legal documentation was airtight. By the end of the week, multiple creditors had started sending formal notices to him, and already, his finances were in a state of chaos. His property lien was being enforced, contractors were demanding payment, and suppliers were refusing further services. Ezra, meanwhile, had begun to retreat from the social scene entirely. Where he once bragged about being the family's rising star, now he was careful to avoid mentioning anything about money or status. He looked over his shoulder constantly, as if expecting more blows. Raymond, in particular, had changed. His once cocky demeanor had disappeared entirely. He barely spoke at family gatherings anymore, and when he did, it was carefully measured, guarded, as though he was afraid any wrong word might trigger another catastrophe. His smirk was gone, replaced by a constant, strained tension. The family dynamic shifted permanently. No one made excuses for him anymore. No one laughed at his jokes or let him belittle others. In fact, most quietly began to distance themselves from him socially. He had been the center of attention for so long, and now, stripped of his financial facade and his arrogance, he was powerless. As for me, life returned to a calm normalcy. I had proven that patience, preparation, and strategy could outmatch arrogance and entitlement. My reputation in the family shifted subtly. People began looking to me as someone capable, someone to be respected rather than mocked. My parents, my sister, even my extended cousins, began treating me differently, with a mixture of admiration and relief that someone had finally put Raymond in his place. Months later, I saw Raymond at another family event. He arrived late, quietly, no smirk, no jokes, just a man trying to maintain what dignity he had left. Ezra trailed behind, subdued and hesitant. I didn't say a word to them that day. I didn't need to. The shift had already occurred. The power they once wielded through mockery and intimidation was gone, replaced by the reality of consequences they could not escape. And in that moment, I realized something. Revenge isn't about rage or satisfaction. It's about balance. I hadn't destroyed them physically or harmed anyone else. I had simply returned the reckoning they'd long avoided. And it worked. Raymond and Ezra Wallace remained in the family's orbit, but they were no longer villains who could dominate every conversation. Their arrogance had been stripped away, their mockery rendered powerless, and their financial and social standing permanently diminished. The family finally understood what I had always known. Actions have consequences. And sometimes, the most devastating form of justice is quiet, methodical, and unavoidable. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My parents had keyloggers on my laptop to track my savings. They emptied $300,000 I had set aside for college. When I found out, my father smirked, "That cash is now your cousin's tuition." I couldn't help but laugh because the money they took was actually. I'm Oliver, 22 years old. When I look back at the last couple of years, it feels like I was living in a trap that slowly closed around me, and I didn't even see the bars until it was too late. This whole mess started long before the money disappeared, but that's where it got ugly. If you're reading this, you might be wondering how on earth parents could justify stealing their kids' entire savings, and how I even found out. I'm getting to that, but first, you need to understand the kind of family I come from. My parents, Mark and Elaine, have always had this "we know what's best" mentality. They didn't exactly shout it at me or make a show of it. No, they preferred the slow drip of control, the kind that makes you second-guess everything you do. I grew up thinking that's just how families worked, because that's all I knew. From a young age, they taught me that independence was a luxury, not a right. "You'll never get anywhere without us" was a phrase they used often. They said it in passing, but the meaning was clear. They expected loyalty and obedience, not questions. Because of this, I worked hard to save money for college. I wasn't about to let them have control over my education or my future if I could help it. Starting at 16, I did every odd job I could find: babysitting, lawn work, tutoring kids, whatever paid cash or decent tips. I was strict with myself, and by the time I turned 18 and graduated, I had about $50,000 saved up. College wasn't cheap, and the thought of asking my parents for help made me cringe. They'd only try to control what I studied or which school I went to, and that was not going to happen. So, I made a plan: keep working, keep saving, and pay for everything myself. That meant no fancy dorms, no brand new laptop, just grit and determination. When I got my laptop for college, I didn't think twice about the family settings or parental controls they insisted on installing. I figured it was normal, just something parents do to keep track of their kids, right? I was young and naive. It wasn't until a year into school that things started to get strange. My savings were growing steadily. I was proud. My bank account had over $300,000 spread across different accounts and investments, all legally mine, earned with my own work and a few smart side investments I made on my own. I never told my parents anything about this money. I was careful, but my life started to unravel when my bank balance took a nosedive, seemingly overnight. One evening, after pulling a double shift and coming home exhausted, I logged into my bank to check my balance and nearly dropped my phone. My account was nearly empty. I mean, there was maybe a few $100s left from what should have been hundreds of thousands. My heart raced. I refreshed the page. Something was horribly wrong. I called the bank immediately, trying to keep my voice steady. The bank confirmed there had been multiple transfers to an account in my cousin Ethan's name. Ethan, the golden child of the family who never worked a day but always got whatever he wanted. I couldn't believe it. I sat back and tried to think, was this a mistake? A hack? No. Everything was painfully clear when I remembered the family settings software on my laptop. I confronted my parents the very next day. "Mom, Dad," I started, keeping my voice as calm as I could, "did you take money from my accounts?" My father looked at me, leaned back, and smirked like he was enjoying some private joke. "That cash is now your cousin's tuition," he said casually, as if this explained everything. I couldn't believe how cold and casual they were about it. That money was mine. I worked for it, saved it, invested it. How could you just take it? My mom smiled that fake, sweet smile she always wears when she's about to dismiss you like you're a child. Family helps family, Oliver. You'll understand someday. I wanted to scream, but instead, I left. I felt helpless, betrayed, and furious all at once. That's when I started digging. Because if they thought they could get away with this quietly, they were dead wrong. I wasn't just going to sit back and let them ruin my future. I remembered the laptop again. If they had installed keyloggers, then every password, every transfer, every message was logged somewhere. I began carefully scanning through files, emails, and hidden software on the laptop. What I found stunned me. They didn't just take my money. They tracked every detail of my life through that laptop, emails, messages, everything. They had been monitoring me for months, maybe years. And worse, they were funneling the money to Ethan, who was apparently going to college on my dime. But here's the kicker, the money they took wasn't actually mine to begin with. When I first realized that the money wasn't actually mine, it felt like a punch to the gut, but not in the way you'd think. It was a strange kind of relief, like suddenly understanding the rules of a game you didn't know you were playing. You see, when I was younger, too young to really grasp the implications, my parents insisted on setting up various trust funds and investment accounts in my name. According to them, these were supposed to be my college funds, my nest egg, and so on. But they never gave me full access or control. The accounts were under my name, but they controlled everything behind the scenes. I always thought it was just standard parent stuff. My parents paid the fees, made the decisions, and told me I should just be grateful. I wasn't. The more I dug, the more I saw a pattern. The money came from a mixture of my part-time jobs, scholarships, and some early investments I'd made with my own modest earnings. But the bulk, over 70%, had been deposited by my parents over the years. Mostly from money they pulled from family business earnings and other sources I had no right to ask about. This was my first clue that they'd been laundering their own income through me, under the guise of helping me. In reality, they were just using me as a front to keep control and hide things from other family members and from me. But why did they need to do that? Why the secret accounts? And why the spying? The keylogger on my laptop answered that question better than anything else ever could. It wasn't just about money. It was about control, dominance, and keeping me locked under their thumb. I found logs of conversations between my dad and my Aunt Muriel, the one who always acted like she was on my side but clearly wasn't. They talked about keeping me in line, monitoring my every move, and making sure the cash flows in the right direction. In those conversations, they called me naive, easily managed, and a placeholder. My parents were nothing less than ruthless. I wasn't their child, I was a tool. A resource to be exploited for their benefit and for their favorite son's success. That was when the anger hit hard, but this time, it came with a plan. Because now I had evidence. I took screenshots, saved logs, and copied files, anything that could prove their theft and manipulation. But more than that, I started watching them, too. Not in a creepy way, but in the way a trapped animal studies its captors. My mom was the master of subtlety. She would drop accidental comments about Ethan's future, about how it's a shame Oliver never had the same focus or discipline. Mark, my dad, was colder, almost cruelly efficient in his ways. He'd throw a glance my way like I was a disappointing investment. Despite this, I pretended to be oblivious. I acted like everything was fine, like I still trusted them. I kept my cool during family dinners, answered their questions politely, and never let on that I was onto them. That was exhausting, but I knew it was necessary. Meanwhile, Ethan lived like a prince. New cars, expensive clothes, lavish vacations. None of that came from his own effort. It all came from the money they stole from me. They justified it because he's the real heir to the family legacy, a phrase they loved throwing around like it gave them some divine right. I hated it. More than hated it, actually, I was disgusted. Things escalated further when I tried to get back some independence. I asked for access to my own accounts, only to be met with cold refusals and sly remarks about family honor and loyalty. I was told I should be grateful for their generosity. It was a sick joke. Around this time, I noticed they were monitoring more than just my finances. Emails about job offers, scholarship applications, even personal messages with friends were being tracked. I wasn't just losing money, I was losing any sense of freedom. The final straw came when I found out they'd been sabotaging my scholarship applications. I discovered email threads where my mom, with the help of an old family friend who worked at one of the colleges, had been quietly pulling strings to reject my applications or stall them indefinitely. They didn't want me to succeed. They wanted to be dependent, controlled, and out of the way. But what surprised me the most was my own reaction. I felt a strange detachment, almost like watching a play unfold. I wasn't naive anymore. I was angry, yes, but also strangely amused. The more they tried to trap me, the more I realized how little control they actually had. Then came the conversation I'll never forget. It was after dinner, late at night. I confronted my dad again, more calmly this time, but with all the evidence laid out on the table, screenshots, bank statements, the keylogger files. His smirk was there, sure, but now it had a tinge of irritation. "You think you're smart, don't you?" he said. "This family is bigger than you. Your money was never really yours. It was always meant for Ethan. You're just a footnote in this story." He leaned forward, eyes cold. "You don't own anything here." That's when I laughed. Not because I was defeated, but because I wasn't. The money they took? It wasn't mine, not really. But the knowledge, the proof, the plan, I had those. After that conversation, something shifted inside me. I wasn't just angry or hurt anymore. I was focused. For the first time, I saw my parents for exactly what they were. Manipulators who built their entire family narrative around control and entitlement, and who viewed me as little more than a tool to be used and discarded. I started keeping a detailed journal, not just of what they said and did, but of everything suspicious I noticed. Who talked to whom, when the money moved, odd family patterns, and the little microaggressions that piled up every day. This wasn't just about reclaiming money anymore. It was about reclaiming myself. At first, I was cautious. I couldn't just accuse them without solid proof, especially since Mark had a network of people in the family business and beyond. They knew how to cover their tracks, and they were good at it. I began small, testing their reactions. One afternoon, I accidentally left my laptop logged in while I stepped out. My mom, predictably, couldn't resist. She leaned in, fingers hovering over the keyboard like a vulture circling its prey. When I came back, she quickly minimized the window she was looking at, but I caught a glimpse, a document titled Oliver, Finances and Control. That confirmed it for me. They weren't just siphoning money. They had detailed plans about how to keep me in line, how to use my savings as leverage, how to keep Ethan on a pedestal. The more I watched, the clearer it became. My parents had created a family hierarchy where loyalty meant obedience to them, and the price for independence was exile or punishment. One particularly sharp moment came during a family gathering at my Aunt Muriel's house. Muriel was the type of person who wore fake concern like a badge of honor. She always smiled too wide and asked too many questions, but when I talked about school or work, she dismissed my efforts. That day, as the adults talked quietly over coffee, I overheard Muriel telling my mom, "He's getting too big for his britches. We need to remind him who's really in charge." It wasn't just my imagination. They were openly plotting to keep me under control. When I got home that night, I found another surprise. My laptop had been tampered with again. This time, a hidden program was running, sending screenshots of my screen directly to an email address I recognized as one of my dad's burner accounts. It was like living in a fishbowl, but I wasn't going to drown quietly. I started encrypting my files, using VPNs, setting up burner emails, and communicating through carefully coded messages with trusted friends outside the family. I began recording conversations whenever I could, just bits and pieces, but enough to build a pattern. All the while, I kept up appearances around the family. I laughed at their jokes, nodded when they belittled my ambitions, and pretended to accept the crumbs they tossed my way. I played the obedient son, the naive one who didn't understand the real world. But behind closed doors, I was putting together a plan. One evening, I sat in my room reviewing all the evidence I'd gathered, screenshots of transfers, copies of emails, recordings of phone calls where my mom casually admitted to blocking my scholarship applications. I realized that if I wanted to truly break free, I couldn't just confront them. I needed to outmaneuver them. I needed leverage. That's when I remembered something I'd stumbled on weeks earlier, buried deep in my dad's emails. An email chain between him and a local accountant discussing offshore accounts and investments made in my name, but controlled by someone else entirely. They weren't just controlling my savings. They were hiding money, funneling it through layers of shell companies, probably to avoid taxes or to keep it away from other family members. I might have been their pawn, but I was also a key to exposing a lot more. I made up my mind to contact a lawyer, someone who specialized in family law and financial abuse. I needed a professional to help me untangle this web. But I also knew that if I made a move too soon, my parents would catch wind of it. They were always watching, always listening. So, I started playing a longer game. I began planting little accidents, a missing document here, a corrupted file there, to make them question their own security. I sent anonymous tips to the family's business partners about irregularities I suspected. I carefully leaked pieces of information to trusted allies outside the family. Each small act was a chisel against the stone walls they'd built around me. One night, my father confronted me in the kitchen, his voice low and cold. "You're digging yourself a deeper hole, Oliver," he said. "You think you're clever? You're just a child playing a dangerous game." I looked him straight in the eyes and smiled. "Maybe," I said, "but I'm not the one stealing from my own son." His face hardened. "You'll regret this." But I wasn't afraid anymore. After that email to the lawyer, I waited. Not impatiently. Too much was on the line for rash moves, but with a quiet determination. The lawyer, Miss Harding, was thorough and careful. We spoke over encrypted calls, and she advised me to keep gathering evidence without alerting my parents. Her first piece of advice was to secure my digital life completely. So, I changed every password, moved all sensitive documents to secure cloud storage with two-factor authentication, and stopped using my personal devices for anything related to the case. But it wasn't just digital security I focused on. I started documenting the emotional abuse, the subtle but constant undermining I'd faced. I wrote down conversations verbatim, recalling every moment my parents belittled me or dismissed my dreams. I even recorded a few covert videos during family dinners where their true attitudes slipped out when they thought no one was listening. The more I compiled, the more the narrative became clear. My parents weren't just greedy, they were toxic in every sense. Then came the tricky part, using the evidence without tipping them off. I couldn't just confront them outright. They had power, connections, and a knack for spinning the truth. So I took a more strategic route. First, I sent a carefully worded anonymous letter to the board members of the family business. The letter outlined suspicious financial transactions involving accounts under my name, but controlled by my parents. I included copies of some bank statements and emails as proof, but I made sure the letter came from an untraceable source. Within a week, I started hearing whispers. My dad was being grilled at board meetings, forced to explain sudden withdrawals and investments that didn't add up. The family business was in turmoil, and Mark's smooth facade was cracking. But he didn't back down. Instead, he doubled down, trying to rally support by painting me as unstable and ungrateful, a classic tactic to discredit dissenters. Around this time, I also reached out to my scholarship contacts, carefully clearing my name and explaining the sabotage in broad terms without naming names. They reopened my applications, and a few colleges reached out to me directly. For the first time in years, I felt a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, my mom ramped up her intimidation tactics. She began following me more closely, sending vague threats disguised as concerned messages. One evening, I found a note slipped under my door. "Stop digging or lose everything." I didn't flinch. Instead, I began preparing my own response. I arranged a meeting with an accountant who specialized in forensic audits. Together, we started tracing the money my parents had siphoned off, following the paper trail through shell companies and offshore accounts. What we uncovered was staggering. Millions hidden away, funds that should have been declared as part of the family business assets, instead tucked into secret pockets controlled solely by Mark and Muriel. I also discovered that Ethan, my golden brother, had no idea about these funds. He truly believed his lifestyle was funded by the family business profits, not by stealing from me. That realization gave me an idea. One afternoon, I called Ethan. I didn't mention the money directly. Instead, I told him about the scholarship sabotage and the manipulation I'd endured. At first, he was defensive. "You're just jealous," he said. "Dad and Mom always look out for the family." But as I calmly laid out some of the evidence, he started to crack. The perfect golden boy was far from perfect. He was a pawn too, just like me, caught in a web his parents had spun. I promised him that I wasn't out to destroy him, just to expose the truth and take back what was rightfully mine. Reluctantly, Ethan agreed to meet in person. That meeting was tense. Two brothers, both used and abused in different ways, trying to figure out how to stand together against a family built on lies. The moment everything shifted, the moment I'd quietly been preparing for finally arrived. Ms. Harding, calm and precise as ever, filed a formal complaint with both the civil court and the regulatory authorities that oversaw our region's corporate practices. She also initiated a civil lawsuit against my parents, specifically for financial abuse, misappropriation of assets, and long-term emotional manipulation. Everything we'd gathered, the paper trails, emails, wire transfers, and records of the key loggers, had been assembled into a meticulous dossier that laid bare the entire scheme. It was no longer just a personal betrayal. It was fraud. It was illegal. It was undeniable. Once the case became official and subpoenas were issued, the first hairline fractures began to appear in the pristine facade my parents had curated for decades. What was once held together by fear, appearances, and manipulation began to unravel in real time. At the preliminary hearing, I walked into the courtroom with Ms. Harding beside me. Her presence was a quiet reassurance, but I was still nervous. My hands were cold. My stomach knotted. And then I saw them. Mark, my father, sat at the defense table with his lawyer, a man who looked like he billed by the hour and carried the arrogance of someone used to winning. Mark looked bored, smug. He wore that same self-satisfied smirk he'd always reserved for people he believed were beneath him. Even in court, even as the defendant, he projected superiority. Muriel sat to his left, shoulders slightly hunched, eyes flicking around the courtroom like a trapped animal. She looked less like the polished, put-together woman she usually presented to the world and more like someone who had not slept in days. She clutched her handbag tightly with both hands and whispered to Mark constantly, her voice low and frantic. The room was silent except for the shuffling of paper and the occasional clicking of a pen, but you could feel the tension. The judge, a stern woman in her 60s, didn't waste time with pleasantries. She launched right into the evidence. As the documents were reviewed, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The judge's brow furrowed the deeper she read. Bank transfers routed through multiple accounts. Emails in which Mark discussed restructuring funds and redirecting tuition support away from my accounts. And then the keylogger logs, proof that they had been reading my private communications, banking activity, and scholarship applications. Not even the most expensive lawyer could wave that away. When given the chance to speak, Mark leaned forward, adopting an air of exaggerated disbelief. "This is a family misunderstanding," he said. "It's unfortunate, but it's being twisted. We were trying to protect him from making poor financial decisions. It wasn't malicious. It was guidance." The judge cut him off. "Guidance doesn't involve installing illegal tracking software on your child's devices and siphoning 6 figures from their account." Muriel tried her hand next. "We have always acted in his best interest. If there were mistakes, they were made with love." Her voice cracked on that last word, but the performance didn't land. The courtroom wasn't buying it, and neither was the judge. What sealed it was Ethan. He hadn't planned to speak. In fact, he'd told me he was unsure if he would even show up. But on the day of the second hearing, he walked into the courtroom and requested to make a statement. He didn't look at Mark or Muriel as he spoke. He looked at the judge and at me. "My brother and I were both raised in a household where manipulation was dressed up as concern," he began, voice steady but strained. "I believed everything my parents told me, including that my brother was reckless, ungrateful, selfish. I see now that they created those narratives to justify what they were doing behind his back. I had no idea they stole from him, and I was unknowingly complicit. That cracked the final illusion of family unity, of shared values, of loyalty." Word got out fast. Local reporters picked up the story, and within a week, the headlines started popping up online and in newspapers. Respected family business rocked by financial scandal. Parents accused of stealing son's college fund. The name of the company, once associated with tradition and integrity, was now tied to deceit and abuse. Shareholders panicked. Clients pulled out. Board members resigned quietly to distance themselves from the scandal. The company's valuation dropped almost overnight. Back home, what little of it was left, I heard from neighbors and distant relatives that my parents were turning on each other. Mark, angry at being publicly humiliated, began blaming Muriel for being careless with the hidden accounts. Muriel, desperate to salvage what remained of her lifestyle, lashed out at both Mark and Ethan for abandoning her. They fought openly, something I never saw growing up. The tidy mask they wore for years had completely shattered. The court ultimately ordered the recovery and return of all misappropriated funds, over $300,000, along with damages for the emotional and educational sabotage they'd caused. Their personal assets were partially liquidated, and several of their properties were flagged for further investigation due to suspicious paperwork. As for me, I quietly moved out of the house within days of the final ruling. I didn't announce it. I didn't leave a note. I just packed, left the keys on the counter, and walked out. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. I rented a modest apartment with clean walls and silence that wasn't oppressive. I spent the first few weeks just existing without anyone watching, commenting, or criticizing. I reapplied to several schools with my reinstated scholarship offers and ended up choosing a university that had initially been my dream. I started fresh. My parents? I haven't seen them since the final hearing. They didn't apologize. They didn't try to make amends. Instead, they receded into bitterness and denial, publicly blaming disloyalty and media manipulation for what happened. Mark tried to rally former colleagues to his side, but few responded. Muriel attempted to file an appeal to unfreeze some of her assets, but the court denied her motion citing continued dishonesty. My mother, who once texted me 3 times a day to comment on everything from my clothes to my spending, went completely silent. Ethan and I stayed in touch. He's still trying to unpack everything, but we meet for lunch sometimes. It's awkward at times, but genuine. We're rebuilding something small and honest, apart from them. Looking back, I can say with complete certainty, I don't forgive them. What they did wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated betrayal. And when they were caught, they didn't regret the harm, they only regretted getting exposed. I don't want them in my life. I don't want explanations. I don't want reconciliation. I wanted my life back, and now I finally have it. Today, I have a growing savings account in my own name, an education that no one can take away from me, and a sense of independence that I was denied for too long. Sometimes I still hear about my parents trying to claw their way back into society's good graces. But their names are tarnished now, and they know it. They built their reputations on control and manipulation. And when those things were stripped away, there was nothing left but the truth. And that, to me, is the most satisfying ending. They lost the thing they valued most, their power. And I got mine back. My name's Levi, I'm 23, and I just graduated summa cum laude in environmental science. I honestly poured everything I had into school over the past few years. Late nights, internships, research projects that nobody seemed to care about, just grinding and keeping myself motivated when the only people who should have supported me were, well, my family. I had been looking forward to my graduation dinner for weeks. Not some casual hangout, but a proper, celebratory dinner at my favorite restaurant. I even picked the table by the window, reserved a little spot where I imagined my family sitting around, smiling, maybe even joking about my insane obsession with studying endangered species. I called my mom a week before to tell her the plan. I could hear her sigh on the other end, the one that always made me feel like I was asking too much. Levi, I don't know, honey. Your cousin Nina is getting engaged next week. You know the whole family is going to be there. I know, Mom, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. But this is my graduation. I want one night where we celebrate me. You've celebrated Nina a dozen times already. Just one dinner. There was a pause. A long, heavy pause. Well, I guess we can try. I'll see what I can do. I hung up feeling hopeful. Silly, I know, but I thought maybe this time would be different. Fast forward to the day of the dinner. I arrived early to make sure everything was perfect. The table was set. The restaurant knew my order because I had prearranged it with the manager, and I even had a small bouquet of flowers waiting at my spot, just in case my mom or dad decided to bring a little something. The first hour passed, then another. Then my phone buzzed. It was a group text from my family. Mom, Levi, we're running a little late, heading to Nina's first. Love you. Dad, hope you understand, big day for the family. Can't miss it. Aunt Muriel, sorry darling, Nina's party is taking precedence. Save me a slice of cake. I stared at the phone. Stared. I was frozen in disbelief. My graduation dinner, completely ignored. My heart sank as I looked at the empty chairs, the untouched bouquet, and the menu I had carefully selected. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I called my mom, but she didn't pick up. I texted. Nothing. At 7:15, I finally gave up and sat down alone. Just me, the candle flickering, and the half-baked hope that someone might show up. And then my phone buzzed again. This time, a single message from Mom. We need to talk about your degree. I read it 3 times before my hands even realized I was shaking. I wanted to scream at her, to ask why she couldn't even give me this one night, but my voice caught in my throat. Something in the wording, it wasn't congratulatory. It was a warning. I spent the rest of the evening there, eating the food I barely touched, watching couples and families laugh around me, feeling smaller than I had in years. The text haunted me the whole time, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my family's absence wasn't a mistake. It was intentional. The next day, I barely slept. I kept replaying the scene in my head. The empty chairs, the untouched bouquet, my family's collective decision to prioritize Nina over me. It wasn't just hurtful, it felt like a declaration. A reminder that no matter what I accomplished, I would always be second in their eyes. I tried to focus on the small joys I had: my diploma, the sense of accomplishment, the relief of finishing my thesis. But even that felt hollow without someone to share it with. I texted a few close friends who had been at graduation and told them I was meeting up later for a small get-together. At least they cared. At least they celebrated me. It was mid-morning when my phone buzzed again. I froze when I saw it was my mom. Her message was brief, almost clinical. "We need to discuss your degree. Come home this evening." I stared at it, unable to process. Discuss my degree? What could that even mean? I hadn't failed. I hadn't messed anything up. I had graduated with honors. And yet, the way she phrased it, it wasn't pride, it wasn't curiosity. It was disapproval. I tried to push it out of my mind during the day. I met my friends for coffee, laughing and venting, feeling a little lighter, a little more human again. But no matter how many jokes I shared or how many times my friends told me how proud they were, the emptiness kept creeping back in. By the time evening rolled around, I knew I couldn't avoid my parents any longer. I went home, my stomach twisting with anxiety and resentment. When I walked in, the house smelled like the faint mix of dinner and Nina's celebratory cake from yesterday. My parents were sitting in the living room, perfectly composed, like nothing had happened. Mom gave me that polite smile she always used when she wanted to appear supportive without actually supporting anything. "Levi," she began, her tone sharp but calm. "We need to talk about your degree. It's unexpected." I sat down, clutching my diploma on my lap. Unexpected? I graduated summa cum laude. I've worked my whole life for this. What's unexpected about it? Dad shifted in his chair, clearing his throat. "It's not about the grades, son. It's about the path you've chosen. Environmental science, it's unstable. You need to think practically. About your future." I blinked. "So my achievements don't matter? The years I've spent studying, the internships, the research papers?" Mom leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly. We don't want you to waste your time chasing something unrealistic. You should be thinking about stability, about what will actually provide for you." I felt my chest tighten. This was the same argument they had used when I was 15, when I had begged to attend the summer program at the university instead of a family vacation. The same argument when I had asked to go on research trips instead of staying home for holidays. And now, after graduation, the same argument again. Only now it was wrapped in condescension. "I don't want to be in finance or law, or whatever you think is practical," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I've worked hard for something I believe in, something I care about." Dad shook his head. "Levi, it's not about what you care about. It's about what's sensible. We just want you to reconsider." I wanted to argue, to yell, to make them see how unfair they were being. But I realized that they weren't listening and probably never would. Everything I had done, every sacrifice, every late night, meant less than Nina getting engaged on time. It was a bitter pill, but finally, I understood the truth. My family didn't see me as their child with ambitions. They saw me as a problem to manage, someone whose achievements had to be minimized or corrected. I left that evening feeling hollow but strangely clear-headed. I didn't cry or throw a fit. I just walked back to my apartment, sat at my desk, and stared at the diploma again. I knew one thing. If I wanted my accomplishments to be valued, I couldn't rely on them. Not ever. The weeks that followed were tense. Every family gathering became a reminder of my place, or rather, my lack of place, in the family hierarchy. At Thanksgiving, my uncle openly joked about how Levi spends all his time with plants and books while Nina climbs the social ladder. Aunt Muriel smirked at my expense, and my parents didn't defend me. They just nodded, pleased that I was quietly being reminded of my role. Then came the engagement party, the one that my graduation dinner had been sacrificed for. I didn't go, but I watched through social media as the entire family celebrated Nina. Photos flooded in, mom in a designer dress, dad giving a toast, cousins laughing, Nina glowing in her engagement ring. And me? I was just Levi, the background figure they barely acknowledged in texts and photos. Something inside me shifted that night. I realized that anger alone wouldn't be enough. This wasn't a one-time slight. It was a pattern. Years of subtle mockery, favoritism, and condescension had shaped my relationship with my family. And now, standing, or rather sitting, outside of their carefully curated world, I started thinking about what I could do. It began with small things. Little observations, Dad's obsession with appearances, Mom's need to control narratives, Aunt Muriel's delight in embarrassing family members, Nina's ability to manipulate situations so the spotlight always ended up on her. I documented it in my journal, noting every slight, every snide comment, every dismissive glance. Each note built a clearer picture of how I had been treated. And as I wrote, a plan slowly formed in my mind. Not impulsive revenge, not childish acts of spite. Something meticulous. Something that would force them to see, finally, that underestimating me had been a grave mistake. I just hadn't figured out exactly how or when. But I knew one thing. The opportunity would present itself. Family gatherings were predictable. Social expectations were predictable. Their arrogance, their entitlement, their assumption that I would quietly accept their disregard, all of it was predictable. And predictability is power, I realized. I started researching my options quietly, consulting with mentors, saving money, learning about business opportunities, investments, ways to establish myself completely outside their world. Every step was deliberate. Every choice, a seed planted for the future. Then, a few months later, the first real opportunity arrived without warning. A family event that should have been trivial, but it was the perfect storm. Nina had managed to snag a feature in a local magazine for her engagement story, planning a brunch that included extended family. My parents had eagerly RSVP'd. Aunt Muriel had practically volunteered to host, making sure everything was perfect for Nina. I wasn't invited. At least, not officially. But I knew I could turn the situation to my advantage. I had been planning quietly, biding my time, and now, the moment was approaching. I spent the days leading up to Nina's engagement brunch quietly preparing. Not the kind of preparation you'd expect. No loud declarations, no dramatic confrontations. This was about subtlety, about letting their arrogance work against them. I studied their patterns, their priorities, the little things they took for granted, and I found ways to turn those to my advantage. I didn't want chaos for chaos's sake. I wanted precision. Every detail mattered. I rented a small table at the same venue as the brunch, under the guise of being an outside consultant for a friend's photography project. It was innocuous enough that none of them suspected anything. They were too busy with Nina, too confident that I wouldn't, or couldn't, intervene. The day of the brunch arrived. I watched from a discreet distance as my parents, Aunt Muriel, and the rest of the family arrived, dressed to impress, clutching flowers, bottles of champagne, and their self-importance. Nina floated around them, radiant and self-satisfied, making sure everyone admired her engagement ring, her carefully chosen outfit, her impeccable planning. I observed quietly as Mom whispered to Dad about how perfect everything looked, how everyone would see Nina as the center of attention. Aunt Muriel was already pulling in cousins for selfies, subtly showing off her influence in the family. Every gesture, every glance, every carefully orchestrated smile was a reinforcement of their hierarchy, and every one of them assumed I wasn't watching. I sipped my coffee at my table, pretending to review some photos, while they played out their little scene of triumph. And then, the first move was ready. It started small. I had quietly contacted the photographer working with them for Nina's feature in the magazine. I had noticed a flaw in the booking, an accidental double reservation that could cause a serious scheduling conflict. The photographer had no reason to alert them to it, and the brunch venue had a strict policy. No outside tables could be set without confirmation. By the time Mom and Dad arrived at the brunch, they found half of the room subtly rearranged. Their reserved table, carefully placed at the center, the place of honor for Nina, was suddenly unavailable due to the double booking. Their expressions faltered for the first time. Mom's polite smile slipped, replaced by a tight-lipped frown. Dad shifted uncomfortably, adjusting his tie, muttering about the venue's incompetence. Aunt Muriel was the first to panic. She leaned over to Mom, whispering sharply, "This is ridiculous. How could they let this happen? Everyone's looking at us." I sat back and watched. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. Their flustered reactions were like a wave of satisfaction washing over me. They were so used to controlling everything, micromanaging every event, that even a minor disruption felt catastrophic. The brunch began, but the disruption had already planted seeds of tension. Conversations were clipped. Smiles were tighter. Nina tried to regain composure, moving around the table with practiced charm, but she stumbled slightly, her speech occasionally trailing as she tried to manage the mounting awkwardness. I could see it, the cracks forming in their perfect facade. And then I made the next move. I had learned over the years that my parents' obsession with status and appearances was a weakness. Everyone had to see them as competent, as generous, as supportive pillars of the family. I exploited that. Using some insider knowledge of the magazine's editorial process, I submitted a small note to the feature editor. A gentle correction, a clarification about who had actually organized Nina's engagement shoot. It was worded innocuously, almost complimentary, but it subtly credited an external coordinator, someone completely unaffiliated with the family, for the success of the shoot. By the time the brunch was halfway through, the editor had reached out to Nina and Aunt Muriel to confirm the details. Panic set in. They had to respond carefully, and the way they fumbled with explanations, trying to assert control while correcting the narrative, was excruciating to watch. Mom's fingers drummed nervously against the table. Dad kept shifting in his seat, whispering apologies and explanations. Aunt Muriel's cheeks flushed with frustration, and Nina's practiced smile wavered more than once. I could feel a quiet exhilaration building inside me. This wasn't just revenge, it was validation. Every smirk, every dismissive comment they had made over the years, every instance where my achievements had been minimized or ignored, was coming back to them, slowly but unmistakably. And they didn't see it yet. They still thought they were in control. Then came the final piece of the first phase. I had anticipated that the family's egos would demand a toast to Nina's engagement. I didn't interfere directly, but I had left a subtle trace for the maitre d', an arrangement ensuring that the microphone would malfunction at the exact moment Dad or Aunt Muriel attempted their speeches. The first toast went smoothly. Polite, enthusiastic, and expected. But the second, Dad leaned forward, cleared his throat, and pressed the microphone. A high-pitched squeal erupted. The sound cut through the room, shrill and impossible to ignore. The room fell silent. Guests shifted uncomfortably, glancing between Dad and the staff. Mom's hand flew to her face. Aunt Muriel let out a sharp gasp. Nina's smile faltered, her hand instinctively covering her engagement ring as if to shield herself from the embarrassment. Dad fumbled with the microphone, muttering apologies that only made it worse. I sipped my coffee again, casually, observing the chaos ripple through the table. It wasn't cruelty, it was poetic justice. They had spent years orchestrating life around themselves, manipulating events, dismissing others' achievements, flaunting control. And now, just a few minor interventions, a little planning and patience, had them unraveling in a room full of witnesses. By the time the brunch ended, the family was polite but stiff. They smiled for photos, but the laughter was forced, the smiles brittle. They whispered among themselves, checking phones, worried about how the missteps might appear online. I walked past them as if nothing had happened, carrying my coffee cup, unnoticed and unremarkable, but completely in control. And as I left the venue, I knew this was only the beginning. They had underestimated me for years, and this little taste of their own fragility was just the opening act. There were bigger moves to make, more decisive steps to take that would ensure my achievements and my existence couldn't be ignored or belittled ever again. After the brunch, I could feel the momentum shifting. I had gotten their attention, exposed their fragile control, and planted the seed that I wasn't someone to be dismissed. But I didn't stop there. I knew that to truly take back the power they had spent years hoarding, I had to strike where it would hurt the most: their reputation, their pride, and their finances. It started quietly. Over the next few weeks, I leveraged the network I had been building during my final year of university. I had connections in environmental consulting, in small business networks, in local government projects, even in media outlets covering sustainability. I quietly built credibility, booking small contracts and speaking engagements while my family remained blissfully unaware. Every success I posted on LinkedIn, every award or recognition I received, was documented in a way that could be traced and verified. Then came the invitation to speak at a prestigious environmental conference. This was a big deal, the kind of opportunity that could elevate me nationally, the kind of recognition my family had always disregarded. They weren't invited, of course, and they didn't know the significance. But I made sure that press coverage from the event highlighted my accomplishments clearly, noting my independent projects and awards. The articles made their way into my parents' social feeds. Mom and Dad saw it immediately. Aunt Muriel and Nina did too. Mom's first message to me was icy and calculated. "We need to talk. This exposure, it's inappropriate for someone your age." I didn't respond. I let her worry fester. The turning point came months later, during the family's annual summer gathering. This was usually when Nina and Aunt Muriel would show off. Mom and Dad would bask in their control, and I would quietly sit in the background, ignored. But this year, I arrived differently. I had secured a project that allowed me to present to city officials and investors, a major environmental initiative that required significant funding and collaboration. I wasn't there to announce it publicly, but I had strategically ensured that the investors and journalists who attended the gathering would recognize me. The moment arrived when my parents, gleaming with their usual superiority, began their routine of subtle boasting about Nina's engagement plans, the upcoming magazine feature, and Aunt Muriel's latest networking success. I waited patiently. Then, in the middle of their self-congratulatory monologue, I casually mentioned the new project I was leading. The effect was immediate. The investors I had invited perked up, asking questions, taking notes, and complimenting the initiative. Journalists whispered to each other, scribbling down my name. My parents' smiles froze. Aunt Muriel's smug expression faltered. Nina's carefully poised laughter hitched and fell silent. "What project?" Mom asked, her voice strained. I explained it, step by step, emphasizing the scale, the recognition, and the independent success. Each detail cut deeper than any insult or snide comment ever could. I could see it in their eyes, the realization that I had achieved everything they claimed they valued, without their help, and in a way that shone in the public eye. By the end of the evening, the family's usual dominance was gone. Conversations that once centered on Nina and Aunt Muriel shifted subtly to me, often with awkward glances and stifled acknowledgments. I had never spoken harshly. I hadn't staged confrontations, but the shift was unmistakable. I had outmaneuvered them without stooping to their level of manipulation, but in a way that made their own tactics fail spectacularly. Weeks later, my family tried to regain footing. Mom called me repeatedly, offering half-hearted advice on managing my career, as if I needed her guidance. Dad tried to subtly downplay my accomplishments at gatherings, and Aunt Muriel attempted to insert herself into my professional network. Nina, ever the social climber, tried to overshadow me on social media, posting engagement updates and party photos with captions designed to draw attention. I ignored all of it. My achievements, my recognition, and my network were independent of them. They couldn't touch me. They couldn't diminish me. Their favoritism, manipulation, and mockery had only made my drive stronger, and now the hierarchy was finally reversed. By the following year, I had secured a full-time role managing a citywide sustainability project, speaking at conferences, and being recognized in local media as an innovator in environmental initiatives. My family, in contrast, had faded into the background socially. They remained entitled, still obsessed with appearances, still manipulating each other, but without me to dismiss, belittle, or control. Their influence over my life was gone. I didn't forgive them. I didn't apologize or explain myself. I simply flourished where they had tried to diminish me, and they had no choice but to watch it happen. Every invitation I declined, every message I ignored, every acknowledgement I refused to give them reinforced the truth. Their power over me was gone, permanently. In the end, I wasn't just celebrating my graduation. I was celebrating my independence. The diploma in my hand wasn't just a symbol of academic achievement. It was proof that I had carved my own path, built my own reputation, and taken back the respect that had always been denied. And my family, they were still there, still clinging to the illusion of control, still playing their little games. Only now, I could watch from a distance, knowing I had won. Not with anger, not with confrontation, but with persistence, patience, and undeniable success. They were villains, through and through, but I had finally outmaneuvered them. And that victory was sweeter than any dinner or engagement party they had ever thrown. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.